The snow had started yesterday afternoon and continued to fall until this morning. Matthew had just left the cemetery when he was amazed by the silver-covered forest. The sudden heavy snow covered the earth with a layer of silver frost overnight. In the forest, the crown of the oak tree seemed to be stuffed with cotton. The situation on the ground was slightly better. However, the frost, snow, and ice on the ground also announced the arrival of winter. The ground was no longer suitable for small animals to live on. However, the greatest advantage of this land was that there were many underground caves. Under the effects of the life sanctuary, the holy land of life was able to create a new world. These burrows had a higher temperature, enough to provide shelter for most animals through the winter. Other than that, the centaur tribe had also built shelters of various sizes beside the world tree. The world tree boggard could not provide a warm environment. But beside him, at least, the temperature would not drop as cold as the other snow-covered lands. Centaurs were creatures that were extremely afraid of cold. Normally, they would not be active since winter, but with the blessing of the life sanctuary and the world tree, the situation in the neighborhood was a little different. Chapter 1013, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. Chapter 1013, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. When Matthew passed by the centaur tribe, he found many centaurs playing musical instruments. When they saw Matthew, they all gathered and looked at Matthew with respect. Matthew smiled and nodded at them in response. He walked towards the entrance of the cemetery. When he passed by a large underground cave, he could hear the chirping of small animals as if he had come to a market. "Have you eaten?" "I didn't eat. I'm hungry." "Do you have anything to eat?" "No, let's starve together." "Do you want to go out and find something to eat?" "Are you stupid? If you go out now, you'll be eaten by others." "I'd better starve." "Starving is the right way." "This beautiful grouse lady, are you willing to?" "Wait a minute, aren't you a grouse?" Then it was fine. "I'll leave first." "Did any of you see that rogue's black peacock?" "I was just looking for him. He was harassing my sister." "Which sister?" "Every single one of them." "This beautiful grouse, are you willing to accept my confession? Stay with me and enter a new chapter of bird life?" "Are you blind?" "I'm a man." "Is that so? But you're also very good-looking. I saw you running in and out of the cave several times. What were you doing?" "I'm looking for a black peacock. He was a hooligan. He's seducing the women of our grouse clan everywhere." "Is that so?" "Haha. Fortunately, this has nothing to do with me. After all, I'm a white peacock. You are very fair. Otherwise, I would have suspected you long ago. Remember to inform me when you find that black peacock." "Understood. Goodbye." "TSK, I was wondering why you were so wet." "So you're that damned black peacock. I'll pluck all your fur." Listening to the little theater that was full of chaos, Matthew laughed and shook his head. He quickly walked past the mushroom garden covered in snow and came to the stone stairs. A zombie farmer was sweeping the snow with a broom. His movements were extremely accurate, and he quickly cleared a path for them to enter and exit. When he met Matthew, he even took the initiative to move aside. This made Matthew extremely satisfied. As he walked down the stone stairs to the cemetery, the cold seemed to be isolated behind him. Compared to the surface, it was much warmer in the cemetery. Although negative energy was naturally cold, it also represented a relatively stable temperature. In addition, the underground cave had a unique advantage. This caused Matthew's cemetery to be warm in winter and cool in summer. It seemed to be more livable than the forest. As soon as he entered the cemetery, Matthew saw red scarves hanging everywhere. This was the symbol of the winter festival. In Rolling Stone Town and the surrounding area, the winter festival was the most serious and important festival of the year. It was the last day of every year. People would reunite with their families on this day to celebrate the harvest of the past year and look forward to good luck in the coming year. The symbol of the winter festival was the red scarf. The people here believed that as long as they could receive a red scarf on the day of the winter festival, they would be lucky in the coming year. Matthew received a lot of red scarves early in the morning. They came from Madam Wesley, Rieger, Zeller, Blake, Patton Jr., Madam Liz, Richard, the teachers of Seaver Public School, members of the garrison, and some ordinary people whose names Matthew could not remember. Ever since the battle against the Moss Hills and the Outstanding Citizen Awards ceremony, Matthew became a household name in Rolling Stone Town. The name of the new guardian of Rolling Stone Town, the Tree Master, was also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even though a considerable number of people were still afraid of necromancers, with the efforts of Matthew and the others, this fear had gradually turned into reverence. The fact that he had received so many scarves on the morning of the winter festival was proof of that. At least during the winter festival 2 years ago. The number of red scarves he obtained would not exceed 10. Most of them were from his own students. Especially Sif and Bina. In the past, the two of them had come early in the morning to give Matthew gifts. As for the meaning of the red scarf and winter festival, it was Sif who told Matthew. There were many people around Matthew this year. However, the two girls had gone far away for various reasons. Clearly, it was very difficult to get the red scarf from them. I hope they will be successful. Matthew ended his short train of thought. He casually took off the red scarf around his neck and hung it on the tombstone beside him. Then, he quickly walked to the second underground floor. Today was the winter festival. It was a day of rest for everyone in Rolling Stone Town. According to tradition, Matthew also gave his subordinates a break. Today was free time. As a result, the cemetery seemed to be livelier than before. Next to the negative energy fountain on the first underground floor, several arsonists were chatting with the Sphinx. Your job is to keep treasure for others? An arsonist asked. The Sphinx nodded. The arsonist said with interest. That's about the same as me. The Sphinx said unhappily. But as far as I know, you were just a group of arsonists before you were imprisoned. That person said disapprovingly. We're a city gang. We occasionally set fires, but most of the time, we keep other people's property. The Sphinx shook his head. That's stealing or robbing. It's completely different from my job. People like you are my enemies. Chapter 1014, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. Chapter 1014, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. That person asked. Who are you working for now? The Sphinx answered honestly. Lord Matthew. The man nodded. Us too. If there is such a situation, Lord Matthew orders us to steal a treasure, and that treasure happens to be guarded by you. Can you refuse Lord Matthew's order? The Sphinx looked troubled. He did not answer for a long time. That person reminded him. I heard the Sphinx had to be honest? The Sphinx answered with difficulty. I can't. The arsonist clapped his hands and laughed. If that's the case, aren't you the same as us? According to this logic, our jobs are indeed similar. The Sphinx was stunned. Then, he fell into deep thought. Outside the rogue courtyard, Peggy stopped Matthew, who was about to walk past her. I'm planning to hold a hide-and-seek contest today. All the units in the cemetery can participate. Do you want to join us? Her tone was filled with anticipation. Matthew smiled. This is my cemetery. I know every detail here, like the back of my hand. It's too unfair for me to participate. But I can be the referee. Beside him, Chuka jumped on the spot and turned into a white cat in an instant. She flopped on the spot a few times, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws and said. Then I'll be a cat. Eh? Why didn't you hide? Didn't you say this is a hide-and-seek? While Peggy was explaining the rules of the game to Chuka, Matthew quickly slid away. However, as soon as he went down to the second floor, he bumped into little Patton, who was carrying a heavy accessory bag and had a charred face. When the latter saw Matthew, he danced excitedly. "Hey, Matthew, I was just looking for you." "I've settled it." Matthew hesitated and said. "What did you settle?" "Wait, what happened to your face?" Little Patton waved his hand indifferently. "I was just electrocuted. I'm already used to it. I'll return to normal after wiping it with some snow. Let's get down to business. I've gotten the electric lights from Bigfoot City." As he spoke, he pulled Matthew to the huge tombstone. The tombstone was inlaid with white astral crystals, surrounded by groups of exposed copper wires. Several strings of light bulbs hung from the copper wire and crystal terminal. And the source of it was a black suitcase. I couldn't make the electric light shine steadily before. The fundamental reason was the frequency of energy transmission. I've checked the runes. There's nothing wrong with them. The problem lies in the energy supply. I realized that the demon's heart is too extravagant for small-scale power supply, and the energy output from the demon's heart is unstable. It's sometimes strong and sometimes weak. I guess the Storluck industry must have hidden some energy stabilization and conversion technology. Unfortunately, we didn't get this technology last time, but it's okay. I found a new function. That is to replace the heart of a supreme demon with the heart of a devil. I've done some research. The hearts of demons are more stable and durable than the hearts of demons. Because they are born with strong order attributes, their output frequency is abnormally stable. Look, there's a small inferior demon's heart inside. At this point. Instead, Little Patton excitedly pushed open an electric switch at the side. With a click, an electric current flowed through his body. He let out a strange cry and let go of his hand. His hair suddenly stood up, and his face was even darker than before. Silently, beams of light bloomed from the tombstone. At that moment, the entire underground tomb was illuminated as if it was daytime. I did it. Little Patton waved his fist excitedly. Matthew also revealed a surprised and gratified expression. Previously, the lighting in the underground space still relied on torches or glowing gems and fungi. These light sources were not stable. Moreover, the brightness was too different from that of an electric lamp. Even though Matthew had high-quality candles and mage fire as support, he had no choice but to admit it. Little Patton's electric light was more comfortable and pleasant. The light illuminated everything. For a moment, many of the undead who were active nearby were attracted over and pointed at the light source on the tombstone. Congratulations! How many sets of light bulbs can a small demon's heart power at the same time? How long can it last? Is this plan feasible to promote? Can we produce this kind of light bulb ourselves? There are also astral white crystals and copper wires used to transmit electricity. Do you think Rolling Stone Town has the ability to build such a factory? Other than lighting, this bioenergy can also be used for other purposes, right? Matthew asked more than a dozen application questions in one breath. Little Patton patted his head after listening. I've memorized all these questions. I'll study them in 2 days. Now, I have to go home for the holidays. I've been staying in your cemetery for the past few days. My mom thought I fell in love with a zombie. Ha ha ha. I can't let her be sad anymore. After all, she was sad about her other son just last week. My stupid brother, Blake, actually proposed to my mother that he would marry the little widow from the private winery outside the town. The reason was that he had already slept with her and had to be responsible for her. Our mother was furious. Please, he was now the second-in-line heir to the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Speaking of which, that little widow was quite awesome, right? She had already taken the second and third heirs in bed. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Sif. Why don't I introduce you to her? Matthew rolled his eyes. Little Patton laughed. I was just joking. Happy Winter Festival, Matthew. By the way, do you mind if I take one of your scarves? He bid farewell to Little Patton. Matthew walked into the workshop. He closed the door. The surroundings became completely silent. He came to the table and continued his studies from last night. Under his relentless efforts. These days, Matthew's progress in the domain of necromancy, especially in soul knowledge, could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Every time he finished reading a piece of information, he felt that his understanding of this world had deepened. This feeling fascinated him. During this process, he once again experienced Isabel's help to him. The near-infinite amount of knowledge points meant that the precious knowledge of the Alliance was completely available to him. This was something completely inconceivable to other mages. They had to accumulate enough knowledge points to be able to buy a piece of knowledge. But Matthew was different. He did not have any concerns in this regard. Therefore, he only needed to focus on learning. He was able to focus on learning. In most eras, it was a very blissful thing. An hour later, Matthew closed the information in front of him. The general framework has been established. The deep contract has been completed. I can also achieve the soul separation state required to sign the deep contract through the soul projection ability. The temporary carriers of the contract are the Rand Demon's scalp and the blank tombstone from the Troll's underground palace. Both of them are solid enough to withstand the energy of the deep contract. Next, I need to make a Horcrux and equip it with a punishment item. Matthew thought as he wrote down his plan. He was now 90% confident that he could control the War God's soul fragment. The rest was fine. He still needed to go through another test. Who should I practice with first? Matthew stroked his chin and pondered. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from above his head. Matthew hurried to the surface. On the barren land in the north, where the snow was originally covering, a mechanical giant the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared. The red paint on the giant's surface was so eye-catching in the white snow. Hint, you have encountered the Mechanical Titan, Fire Dragon version. Chapter 1015, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Chapter 1015, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. The roaring of the huge humanoid machine gradually subsided. Immediately after, the cockpit's protective shield in the center slowly rose. A tiny figure shot out from inside. It was a short, flat-chested girl wearing a metal helmet. Bobo's figure streaked across the sky in a melodious parabola. Before she fell, a small umbrella suddenly popped out from behind her, and the small umbrella swayed and slowed her down. A moment later, a blue flame appeared under Bobo's boots. She stood steadily on the snow in front of Matthew. First test landing successful. The antenna on Bobo's head emitted a warm yellow glow. She seemed to be in a good mood. When you meet a lady, your first 3 sentences must be praises. She came in front of Matthew and stood on her tiptoes proudly. Matthew smiled. Very beautiful. Very shocking. Long legs too. Bobo immediately raised her eyebrows. You should go study your vocabulary. Matthew. She is perfect. As she spoke, she turned around and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the huge mechanical creation. She is perfect. She repeatedly emphasized. But I can understand that you're at a loss for words. It's precisely because she's so perfect that it's difficult for you to find a word to accurately describe her in the common language. That's why I've created a term to describe the perfection of a lady bump. Remember this word. It means the best. Bump? Matthew repeated. Bobo immediately turned around and gave him a thumbs up. She might be a mechanical creation, but if she has a powerful pilot, it's not impossible for her to fight a legend head-on. Bobo patted her chest hard. Could it kill a legend? Matthew solemnly turned his gaze back to the mechanical titan in front of him. He quietly sensed the dangerous aura of the mechanical creation. This thing might indeed pose a threat to legends. He cast aside the tough lines and wild aesthetics of the humanoid machine. Matthew realized that the special modules and killing moves hidden in the dark were the true terror of the mechanical titan. However, this design shouldn't be used against mages. Instead, it's more suitable for large units, such as giant beasts. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but ask. Have you found the book Machinery, Fire Dragon and Titan? Bobo shook her head. No, I haven't. However, the vice president of the Hua sisters helped me find a copy of the book and a semi-finished product of the Mechanical Titan. Previously, I worked hard to pass the Wisdom Palace's assessment and became a mystic machinist with S+ potential. Naturally, I became the chief mystic machinist of the world's calamity, which gave me the authority to take over these materials and semi-finished products. In the end, under my careful modifications, Lady was born. Strictly speaking, this is her first flight test in an open environment. And you, besides me, are the first human to witness the demeanor of Lady. Bobo placed his hands on his hips, her face full of pride. Matthew also looked honored. She does look great. But then again, are you already the chief mystic machinist of world's calamity? Bobo waved her hand. This is not worth mentioning. Due to an unforeseen event that happened in the world's calamity, their original occult machinists were all killed in the ruins above the clouds. Currently, I'm the only proper occult machinist in this troupe. The rest are all apprentices. Then I'll naturally be the chief. Aren't you also the chief mage of Rolling Stone Town? Matthew smiled. Then, the two of them walked around Lady a few times. Bobo excitedly pulled Matthew along and introduced him to the uniqueness of Lady. When she was excited, she would even dance around. The antenna on the helmet emitted alternating yellow and blue light. Matthew guessed that this represented excitement and joy. In short, Lady can perfectly adapt to most combat scenes in the sky and on land. In the hands of a suitable pilot, a dragon in front of her is like a wild boar in front of a human armed to the teeth. Bobo concluded. Matthew couldn't help but feel itchy when he heard this. Can I touch her? Bobo put her hands on her hips generously. Feel free to touch her. Matthew went over and gently stroked the mechanical parts of Lady's feet. A cold and eerie feeling came from his hand. In just an instant, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Matthew noticed. This mech was sentient. Its spiritual level was higher than most of the units in the cemetery, only slightly lower than soldier. The creation of a mystic machinist is indeed amazing. I wonder if I'll have the chance to pilot such a mecha. Matthew looked up. Lady's overall appearance was the same as a human's, except for a slightly bulging part on her stomach and her arms near her shoulders. There were 3 dragon heads. According to Bobo's introduction, Lady could freely switch into 7 different fire dragon forms. In the fire dragon form, these dragon heads could shoot out dragon breath, which was simulated by the magic of the occult machinists. Its power was not inferior to that of an ordinary dragon. More importantly, the dragon breath had almost no cooldown time. As long as there were enough raw materials, she could spray it as long as she wanted. Chapter 1016, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Chapter 1016, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. This thing was a weapon of war. Matthew quickly realized that if someone drove this mechanical titan onto the battlefield, it would undoubtedly become the enemy's nightmare. This might be an existence that was even more despairing than a dragon. But in human form, aren't these legs a little too long? Matthew pointed at Lady's legs, which were obviously a little deformed compared to her body. Bobo's eyes widened. This is called a crane leg. It's a special design of mine. It can also be stretched 10 times longer. It's suitable for special operations in the lake or the sea. Besides, do you think there's anything wrong with having long legs? Matthew looked at the mechanical titan's long legs, then turned back to look at Bobo's short legs. He instantly revealed an expression of realization. Bobo's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. Matthew hurriedly invited her to sit in the cemetery. Along the way, Bobo jumped up and down as she chatted. Today is Lady's first public test. It's also the day of the world's calamities drill on the Cloud Plateau. The content of this exercise is mainly to simulate the situation when Cloud Edge City is attacked by a strong enemy and the world's calamity troops are forced to land on the Cloud Plateau. Lady will appear as a cooperative unit in the exercise. Drill? He did not expect the elves in Cloud Edge City to not only possess extremely advanced black technology but their war concepts were also several generations more advanced than those on the surface. Matthew sighed inwardly. Then, he asked curiously. So you snuck out during the drill? Is that okay? Bobo adjusted her helmet and said calmly. Just take it that I suddenly thought of increasing the difficulty of the exercise. If the nun in charge of coordination is entangled by the evil enemy, how should they deal with the crisis on the battlefield? Matthew smiled. Are you going to tell them that the evil enemy is me? Bobo chuckled. She didn't answer Matthew's question directly. Instead, she patted her belly with her hands behind her cotton coat. I'm hungry. Matthew looked at the red face under the helmet and nodded. I'll go arrange something for you to eat. The two of them quickly entered the cemetery. Bobo curiously surveyed her surroundings. Your house is so big. And there are so many people. The two of them walked into the cemetery. Matthew could clearly feel Bobo becoming more cautious. She did not seem to be able to adapt to an environment with many strangers. Matthew brought her to the dining room. Peggy was not there. He had to go to the kitchen and fiddle with something himself. He heated up the milk, fried a sausage, and made some mushroom noodles. Although Matthew didn't cook often, his cooking skills were actually quite good. In less than 10 minutes, a strong aroma came from the kitchen. Bobo crept over from the living room. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the food on the table. Matthew smiled and invited her to taste it. She did not refuse and wolfed down the food. Very quickly. Only the plates that had been licked clean were left on the table. Is the food in the world's calamity very bad? Matthew asked curiously. Bobo thought for a moment. Mechanics don't care about food. The Cloud Elves are a bunch of lunatics who will die if they don't starve. You should have seen Amelia before, right? They were all very thin, like a piece of paper. The way they consume energy is different from us. The situation with the cyber dragon is similar. Although the dwarves can eat, they will still eat rocks in most cases. Sometimes, after spending so much time with them, I even forget that I'm a human. I often forget to eat and make myself dizzy. Matthew looked at Bobo with interest. The fact that Bobo could enter the cyber dragon as a human was enough to prove how special she was, but she did not seem to realize it. After eating, Bobo's condition was clearly much better. Her expression was no longer as reserved as before. By the way, where's that funny uncle? He should be near your house, right? Matthew thought for a moment. Bobo should be referring to Rhaegar. Therefore, he corrected her seriously. Rhaegar is the lord of Rolling Stone Town, and he's about to become the king of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. I admit that he can be quite funny sometimes, but don't call him that funny uncle anymore. Bobo nodded obediently. I understand. Matthew was still a little worried, so he asked. What do you plan to call him the next time we meet? Bobo pondered for a moment. That funny king? Matthew immediately stretched out a hand and politely made a forbidding gesture. Just call him Rhaegar. After leaving the kitchen, Matthew took Bobo to stroll around the cemetery. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, the arcane machinist's desire for new things could not be suppressed. Bobo touched the tombstones left and right, looking very curious. However, Matthew knew that she had already restrained herself. Although she had touched a lot of things, she held back and did not use injection on these things. The occult machinists can't help but turn everything they see into bombs, was a rumor. At the very least, Bobo's self-control was still passable. They walked all the way. Bobo suddenly turned around and said to Matthew. Do you realize something's wrong? Matthew looked around. I don't think so. Bobo said seriously. I clearly saw many undead when I came in just now, but now, all of them have disappeared. Matthew was about to explain to Bobo that they might have gone to participate in Peggy's hide-and-seek competition. Chapter 10:17, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Chapter 1017, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Then, at this moment, hurried footsteps came from the stairs leading to the basement. The two of them looked back. These two snow-white figures walked down the stairs. They were a man and a woman. The man had lost his arm while the woman was cold. They were Lumiere and Lara, who had returned from the rainforest. Matthew, what happened in the cemetery? We just met some undead. They hid when they saw us. Lumiere also appeared somewhat confused. You guys are back? Matthew smiled and explained the rules of the hide-and-seek competition. The three of them then came to a realization. How's the situation? Matthew asked Lumiere with concern. He guessed that this trip to the rainforest had helped Lumiere's growth greatly. Compared to before, Lumiere looked even more worn out. Matthew noticed that he had begun to grow a beard. This change in appearance made him more mature and his eyes more determined. It's all settled. No one blamed me. The families of the dead warriors told me that they had prepared themselves for this before they set off. I know that this is their way of comforting me. I also know that the tragedy was entirely due to my own mistake, but I know even more clearly that I won't make mistakes forever. I'm still the king of the rainforest. I will fulfill my promise to all of them. Lumiere said calmly. Matthew patted him on the shoulder and chatted with Lara for a while. The drow warrior was also much more cheerful than before. Lara wasn't a particularly gloomy person. She had been quiet before, probably because of Galen's pressure. Now that she had been freed from Galen's hands and became Matthew's disciple, it was equivalent to obtaining true freedom. Her mental state was naturally different. Matthew could feel it. Lara's strength had increased a lot. Thinking about it carefully, as the sect master of the other party, Matthew had not given Lara any abilities. This was clearly a dereliction of duty. I'll find a useful ability for her later. Spell-type spells are also possible. After all, her close combat strength is already quite good. With some ability spells, it can have a surprise effect. While Matthew and Lara were chatting, Bobo noticed Lumiere's empty sleeve. Where's your hand? Lumiere said calmly. It was snatched away by a fiend overlord. Bobo said seriously. What's his name? We'll help you take revenge. Lumiere whispered. No need. He's already dead. Is that so? Bobo seemed to be in deep thought. She seemed to have something to say, but she hesitated. At this moment, Matthew walked over. I was about to tell you about this. You should have heard of the Battle of Wild Wolf Mountain, right? Because of an accident in that battle, Lumiere lost his right hand. I want to know if you have a suitable solution for installing a robotic arm for him? Bobo immediately jumped up. Of course. I was just about to recommend a solution to you, but I'm afraid that you'll be more resistant to the robotic arm. Lumiere said. Right now, I won't resist any power. Even if you give me a demon's arm, I'll use it, let alone a machine. Bobo shook her head. That won't do. The demon's arm is still too weak. The world's calamity happens to have a ready-made prosthetic body plan. I can install a jet-type arcane arm for you. This plan has very low damage to the nerves, and it's sturdy and durable. The cost is not high either. If you get tired of it in the future, you can always replace it with a new one. Lumiere's eyes lit up with anticipation. But he still asked nervously. How much do you need? Bobo thought for a moment. Tens of thousands is enough. Lumiere frowned subconsciously. Matthew waved his hand. Money isn't a problem. There's still a war bonus that hasn't been distributed to you. It's more than enough to buy a mechanical arm. Lumiere gave Matthew a deep look. He seemed to want to say something, but he held back in the end. Money is not a problem. Matthew emphasized. Safety comes first, followed by quality and power. Bobo patted her chest and said. The arcane arm of this plan has the effect of jet propulsion. If you want other effects, you can add additional modules to achieve them. Theoretically, an Alpha-class arcane arm can be installed with 6 additional modules at most. Let me think, the self-exposure module is a must. This module gives you the ability to abandon your arm when necessary to create a powerful explosion effect. Imagine this. As you fought, you suddenly tore off your arm and threw it into the enemy's pile, and then bang. What a perfect and shocking scene. I also recommend that you install a magic hook module. This module is banned by the Seven Saint Alliance, but because it's a banned module, you can imagine how powerful it is. You just have to remember to use it secretly. If you're discovered, just say that you picked it up from the ground. There is also a popular module called Giant's Power. It can grant you more than 24 points of strength. If the compatibility is high, it might even be 25 points. With this module, you can easily lift any weapon or heavy object with the arcane arm. Chapter 1018, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Chapter 1018, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. I remember there's a module called Third Hand. This module can attach a mini artificial hand to your arcane arm. This artificial hand can be used for daily maintenance and repair of the arcane arm. At critical times, it can also shoot out magic lasers. You can adjust it to any color you want. There's still more. When it came to professional content, Bobo could not stop dancing. Matthew quickly jotted down the contents of the module Bobo mentioned. Then, he placed the list of notes in front of Lumiere. Help me choose, Matthew. Although I can barely read, I don't quite understand these things. Lumiere thought for a moment and said. However, there's no need for the self-destruct module. I'm a little scared. Who knew that when she heard this? Bobo immediately jumped up from the ground. No. Without the self-destruct module, the arcane arm will lose its soul. Lumiere hesitated. But what if it suddenly explodes while I'm sleeping? Bobo thought for a moment. You can reduce the time you sleep and thus reduce the probability of an explosion? Lumiere was stunned. Matthew coughed and changed the topic. We'll talk about the specific modules later. I want to know more details about this plan. As he spoke, he handed over a pen and paper. Bobo took the quill and immediately began to draw on the blank papyrus. She explained the details of the arcane arm in detail. Very quickly. She filled up a piece of paper. Matthew quickly took the second one. During this process, Matthew realized that Bobo had an extremely strong drawing ability. The blueprints she drew with her bare hands were extremely accurate and had very close proportions. He didn't know that this was the ability of an occult machinist or it was a talent unique to Bobo. Very quickly, blueprints of various sections of the robotic arm appeared in front of Matthew and Lumiere. Bobo asked as she drew. What kind of weapon do you usually like to use? Lumiere replied. Barehanded. I occasionally use a blow dart. Bobo shook her head. Blowing darts are too ancient. In Ander, ancient means backwards most of the time. I suggest that after you install the arcane arm, you sign up for a new recruit training camp in the world's calamity. As long as you can graduate successfully, your combat skills will definitely be upgraded to a whole new level. Oh right, how much do you know about mechanical creations? Lumiere shook his head honestly. Nothing. Bobo suddenly stopped writing and turned to Lumiere. Then you can totally become a Titan technician. Lumiere was completely stunned. What is a Titan? What is a technician? Matthew wanted to laugh. It could only be said that Bobo's way of thinking was unconstrained. No one else would allow a Django who had just walked out of the jungle to try piloting a complex construct like the mechanical Titan. Forget it. Let's wait until you're done with the arm. Bobo seemed to have realized this as well. She quickly calculated on the last piece of paper. 120,000 gold coins should be enough. This includes 3 maintenance times for important parts and 5 replacement times for general small parts. Bobo handed the piece of paper to Matthew. Matthew nodded after reading it. Bobo was really loyal. She didn't charge any labor fees at all. The price was completely at the cost price. She might even suffer a small loss. 130,000. Matthew reported his price. Bobo didn't bargain at all, directly nodding her head. Lumiere heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was already looking forward to his life after regaining his arm. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed Bobo looking at him pitifully. What's wrong? Lumiere felt a sense of crisis and knew that something was wrong. Bobo's pair of big eyes blinked, looking as though she was begging for mercy. Are you sure you don't want to add the self-destruct function? Lumiere sighed and asked. If I refuse, will you feel uncomfortable? Bobo immediately nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains. If you reject me, I won't be able to sleep tonight, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Matthew reminded Lumiere. If you don't refuse, you might not be able to sleep every night after you get an arm. Bobo angrily waved her little fist at Matthew. I can add a hibernation function to his arm. Matthew was curious. Can the hibernation function reduce the probability of the arm self-destructing? Bobo shook her head. It can only make him sleep more soundly. A moment later, she added. The hibernation function also includes 2 electronic earplugs. Matthew asked again. Can the electronic earplugs prevent the arm from self-destructing? Bobo continued to shake her head. No. But the electronic earplugs can reduce the noise of the explosion when the arm self-destructs. This way, it won't affect his sleep. Matthew was speechless. He almost couldn't control his ridicule. However, at this moment. I'll take it, said Lumiere, suddenly determined. Bobo's eyes lit up. Really? You can't go back on your word after confirming it, right? Don't worry. I will try my best to reduce the power of the explosion for you. Lumiere shook his head. What is the maximum explosive power? Chapter 1019, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Chapter 1019, Arcane Arm and Soul Domain. Bobo pondered. I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's probably equivalent to a legendary evocation spell, right? Lumiere nodded vigorously. It's settled then. Matthew looked at Lumiere in surprise. The latter's gaze was firm. He did not say anything else. However, at this moment, a tombstone not far away suddenly exploded. A loud bang sounded in the quiet cemetery. Everyone was shocked. The dust settled. Everyone came to the site of the explosion in shock and saw the tombstone fragments all over the ground. Matthew looked back. Bobo obediently placed her hands behind her back. An embarrassed expression appeared on her face. Is it too late to go back on my word? Lumiere asked Matthew, realizing what had happened. Matthew patted him on the shoulder sympathetically and then called everyone to leave. Night fell. Tonight, Rhaegar would be holding an official banquet for the winter festival in town. As the participants were all the future nobles of the Rolling Stone Kingdom, Matthew did not participate. Instead, Bobo and Lumiere went to join in the fun. Peggy's hide-and-seek competition was still in progress. The cemetery was dead silent. Except for Chuka, who was in charge of finding people, appearing in Matthew's vision from time to time. The rest of the participating units all hid. Matthew took this opportunity to summon Ghost Ollie, who did not participate in the competition. Inside the closed door of the workshop, Ollie looked nervously at Matthew, who looked calm. There was a black box on the table in the middle of the workshop. Beside it was a stack of Rand clan demon scalps and a silver knife. Sign a deep contract with me, and I'll help you advance to Ghost Archon. Matthew went straight to the point. Ollie's soul body suddenly contracted violently. Ghost Archon. This was a legendary class. To any soul, this was an irresistible temptation. Moreover, Ollie knew Matthew quite well. He knew that the latter would never lie to him. All right. Ollie gave a decisive answer. Matthew looked satisfied. Now, relax your soul and body. I will cut off a part of it and inject it into this soul tool. This action may hurt a little, so bear with it. As they spoke, Matthew picked up the silver knife on the table. He casually slashed at Ollie's body. With the help of the spirit-eliminating weapon, the silver blade easily cut off 1/20th of Ollie's soul. Ollie endured the pain that came from the depths of his soul. His soul trembled violently. The next step is to sign a deep contract. Matthew carried out his work in an orderly manner according to the established steps. But at this moment, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. His vision turned black. Then, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. In the next second, Matthew realized that the surroundings had turned pitch black. It was as if he had come to a coffin. Wait a minute. Why did this scene seem familiar? Before Matthew could react, a faint voice came from the coffin beside him. Are you here, brother? Come over and help me take a look. This coffin board can't hold me anymore. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Hint, you have cut a soul with your own hands. Coupled with the daily accumulation of knowledge, you have officially stepped into the soul domain. While you were exploring the soul realm, you were summoned by your old acquaintance Olerin in the grave realm and came to the Crow Pavilion demon domain. Chapter 1020, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Chapter 1020, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Crow Pavilion demon territory? Olerin? Had he come here again? Matthew was surprised. He had wanted to visit this place again, but he had not been able to come in when he explored the grave domain last time. On the contrary, this time, he entered the domain of the soul. This meant that the narrow chamber in front of him involved both the grave domain and the soul domain. Considering that this tomb was located in the group of tombs in the Crow Pavilion demon domain. And that was where the secret treasure of life was located. Matthew felt that this place was not that simple. He flew up gently and arrived at the coffin in the middle. His spirit body heard a familiar voice through the coffin. Huh. I knew it was you. Just like before, the coffin was pitch black. In theory, Matthew could only see the outline and some details of the other party with his spirit body's instinct. But this time, it seemed to be different. After Matthew went in, he realized that he could see what Olerin looked like. It was a handsome young man with a thin face. There was an obvious scar on his neck. He looked a little depressed, but his voice was very optimistic. Come and help me see what's going on. Matthew noticed. At this moment, Olerin was leaning against the coffin as if he were lying on the coffin lid. It was as if a force was pushing his body upward. The frequency at which Olerin was pushed up by that power was also sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes, it was gentle and slow. Sometimes, it would suddenly happen, and it could even open a crack in the coffin. He looked very uncomfortable. This was different from what Matthew had seen before. What happened? Matthew asked softly. Olerin shook his head. I don't know either. After you left, I took a nap. When I woke up, I found myself stuck to the ceiling. At that time, a voice asked me, after being trapped for so long, do you want to go out? I told him I didn't want to at all. It was very comfortable lying down. The voice tried to convince me at first, but after I listed the many benefits of lying in the coffin, he was speechless. After that, I lived a quiet life. But not long after, that voice sounded again. He told me that I couldn't lie here forever. After that, this abnormal power appeared. My body seemed to have been hit by an anti-gravity spell. No matter what actions I did. In the end, they were all led to this coffin. I can't sleep well at all. Who sleeps stuck to the coffin lid? Olerin complained loudly. Matthew carefully observed the situation. Since he was now in a spirit body state, he could freely enter and exit the coffin. He did sense some arcane energy from Olerin. It was just that the other party's attainments in magic were obviously higher than his own, and he was not at his peak state. Matthew was only a wisp of consciousness that was entrusted to the domain, so he naturally could not interpret more information. Olerin shouldn't be lying. That voice should be real. This means that there might be a third person nearby. Matthew was secretly alarmed. However, he wasn't worried. After going in and out of the various domains for so long, Matthew gradually understood that this state of mind wandering in the domain was relatively safe. Although his current body was a spirit body, there was a powerful domain light protecting the periphery of the spirit body. As long as the domain he was in was not destroyed, Matthew would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Thus, when he was in the soul travel realm, Matthew could be more reckless than usual. Of course, he wouldn't do that. I can only sense the magic on your body, but I can't find any other abnormalities. Matthew looked sympathetically at the uncomfortable Olerin. Can you turn the coffin over? Olerin suddenly had a thought and said. Maybe then I can lie down and sleep. Matthew smiled and shook his head. If it's an anti-gravity spell, then even if the coffin is turned over, you will still be sucked to the top. Moreover, I'm only a spirit body now. Although it's easy to enter and exit, I can't flip the coffin for you. It's too heavy for me. Spirits could only pick up items weighing 2 to 3 kilograms. Olerin's request was obviously a fantasy to Matthew. Damn it, why is it so difficult to have a good sleep? Olerin sighed. Matthew muttered. If that voice cast an anti-gravity spell on you, then it's very likely that the other party's goal is to force you out. Do you want to try to leave this coffin? Olerin said helplessly. I can't get out. I've tried. I can't get out even if I lift the coffin with all my strength. Although this thing is made of wood, I don't know why it's so heavy. It might also be because I'm not a zombie. I heard that zombies are extremely powerful. Let alone this wooden coffin, they might be able to lift up a stone coffin. Matthew looked around. Then, his eyes lit up. Yes. The tomb was indeed empty. There was nothing. Standing in the narrow passage leading to the outside world, Matthew found a pile of bones. He didn't know how old these bones were, but they hadn't turned into bone powder yet. Moreover, its quality did not seem to be low. I'll try to see if I can help you get it out. Chapter 1021, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Chapter 1021, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Matthew controlled the spirit body to float to the edge of the catacomb. He approached. Only then did Matthew realize that the number of white bones there was astonishing. The entire tomb was piled up with similar bones on both sides, and some of the bones even flickered with a golden luster. This was godly bones. Matthew's eyes instantly widened. Don't be like this. Your eyes scare me. It's like a dog seeing a bone. Olerin's faint voice came from the coffin. Can you see my eyes? Matthew asked curiously. I can't see it, but I can feel it. Did you find something valuable? Olerin's voice was a little perturbed. Matthew nodded lightly. I found some bones of gods or angels. I can try to use them to summon some undead and open your coffin. Olerin said fearfully. Are you trying to turn me into a zombie? Matthew smiled. Don't worry, I won't. Olerin heaved a sigh of relief. Then do it. It's not a good thing for me to continue like this. I'm stuck to the coffin lid all day long. Sometimes, I feel like a gecko. While Olerin was nagging, Matthew had already started chanting the spell for the summoning of the dead. He was currently in a limited spirit body state, so he could not mobilize much magic power. Fortunately, summoning skeletons was the most basic spell, so the consumption was very low. After a while, 8 decent-looking skeletons crawled out from the pile of bones. Matthew looked at the data column. Hint, you have obtained a new undead, divine skeleton, level 14. Your undead summoning skill has a new target, divine skeleton. Summoning a divine skeleton required at least 1 god's bone. You have retrieved God's Bone X23. In fact, according to Matthew's estimation, there were definitely more than 23 God's bones in the catacomb. However, his vision was limited and he could only see 23 of them. Next time, I have to take all these gods' bones with me. I can use them to arm Filey and Peggy, or I can summon God's bone creatures alone. Matthew thought to himself. Although the God's bones did not possess divinity, due to their outstanding basic attributes, the God's skeleton naturally had stronger resistance and combat power than ordinary skeletons. If a skeleton undead was completely made of God's bones, its threat would increase exponentially. Matthew didn't know exactly how far it could go, because he had never used such abundant materials before. Wait a minute, I'll get it out for you right away. Matthew controlled the 8 skeletons to come to the coffin. There were no nails nailed into the coffin. The connection between the coffin lid and the box was filled with a pitch-black gas. Matthew had the 8 skeletons exert their strength at the same time. Then, he came to the joint, bent down, sniffed, and inhaled hard. Suddenly, all the black gas was absorbed by Matthew's spirit body. Hint, you have absorbed a certain amount of death's aura, your soul strength has increased by 30%. Your spiritual power and concentration have also increased by 30% and 10% respectively. Under the stimulation of the death god's aura, you have obtained a new ability, Soul Trick. Soul Trick, when your soul leaves your body or is in a spirit body state, you can transform into a spirit body of any shape or race, and possess the basic attributes of the spirit body. Before Matthew could take a closer look at this unexpected surprise, suddenly, a soft bang sounded in his ear. The coffin lid was lifted. The skeletons obediently lifted the coffin lid and moved to the side. In the next second, a figure shot out of the coffin and slammed into the ceiling. Oh my God! Olorin was hit by the ceiling and saw stars before he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Matthew quickly flew over and asked another skeleton to help him up. After leaving the coffin, Matthew was able to see Olorin's face clearly. This guy looked even more handsome than in the coffin. His charm was definitely on par with Matthew himself. The other party's condition was quite good. If one didn't look carefully, one might even mistake Olorin for an ordinary human. Eh? The anti-gravity magic on my body has really disappeared? Olorin felt his body up and down for a while, then revealed an ecstatic expression. He grabbed Matthew's hand heavily, he said. Thank you. Thank you very much. I still don't know your name. Matthew smiled. Just call me Matthew. He noticed that Olorin could grab his hands, and he was now a spirit body. This brother is indeed not that simple. Even on the data panel, Matthew couldn't see any information or attributes about Olorin. But his previous performance didn't seem to be an act. It's possible that he's a very special ancient person like Camilla. Matthew made up his mind to slowly understand Olorin's origins in the future. However, he was surprised. The two of them had just chatted for a while before Olorin jumped back into the coffin impatiently. I'll have to trouble you to close my coffin again. I'm going back to sleep. His voice was filled with genuine happiness. Matthew was stunned. Don't you plan to go out and take a look? Olorin straightened his body and laid back into the coffin. What's there to see outside? There's nothing new under the sun. Why don't I lie flat and sleep? It's so comfortable to sleep. Chapter 1022, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Chapter 1022, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. No one can stop me from sleeping. Matthew saw this. He could only continue to order the skeletons to close Olorin's coffin. However, the moment the coffin lid touched the box, a huge amount of energy exploded from Olorin's body. There was a muffled bang. Several airwaves rolled out of the narrow tomb. Several skeletons disintegrated on the spot. Even Matthew staggered. After the dust settled, Matthew was surprised to find that there were only fragments of the coffin left on the ground. Olorin sat on the debris, dumbstruck. Very quickly, he held his head with both hands and wailed. I don't have a home anymore. Woo-woo. He cried like a helpless child. Matthew floated beside him, not knowing how to comfort him. At least you're still alive, Matthew said. Olerin kept wiping his tears, but Matthew found that his tears turned into diamond-like things when they fell to the ground. Don't lie to me, Matthew. Who can live for so long? I already knew that I was dead. I didn't ask to be revived. I just wanted to be able to rest in peace. Olerin sobbed softly. When I was alive, the old people always lied to me that I could rest after I died. But I didn't rest for long after I died. Matthew coughed. At least you didn't turn into a zombie by the Necromancer. This topic was obviously quite sensitive to Olerin. He immediately stopped crying. He stood up from the ground and said, "You're not planning to do that, are you?" Matthew laughed. "First of all, it's not convenient for me to control a zombie in my current state. Secondly, I can't turn a dead person like you into a zombie without your consent. Thirdly, I can sense that your situation is very special. Even if you become an undead, you will need to sign a contract with me. Why don't you just not sign a contract with me?" Matthew's words were reasonable, and his attitude was sincere. Olerin finally believed him. He was a little embarrassed and said to Matthew, "Sorry, I have a bad impression of necromancers." Matthew waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. It's understandable." Taking advantage of Olerin's distracted attention, Matthew pointed at the bones beside the catacomb and asked, "Do you know the origin of these bones?" Olerin shook his head. "I don't know. I've been in the coffin since I woke up. After that, I hadn't left the coffin even when I woke up or slept. So after the coffin shattered, I was especially sad, as if something very important had left me forever." At this moment, Matthew's attention was suddenly attracted by the coffin fragments. He flew over and bent down to look at the pieces carefully. "It's good that I can take these things with me," Matthew muttered. Olerin curiously came over. "So, at least part of my impression is correct?" Matthew looked up in confusion. Olerin pointed at the fragments and said, "Necromancers really won't let go of a coffin." Matthew laughed at himself. Then, he picked up a fragment and pointed at the words on it. "Do you recognize these words?" Olerin nodded and shook his head. "Yes, but when they are combined, they look like crap." Matthew nodded slightly. He quickly checked the other fragments and confirmed that the words written inside the coffin were exactly the same as the words on the Mabern stone tablet Viscount Fan had given him. As the second son of the Grim Reaper, Mabern was the only one left. His every move represented the will of the Grim Reaper in many situations. Olerin is indeed a person who has caught the attention of the Grim Reaper. Perhaps the grave domain and soul domain led me here not because this chamber is special but because the people or coffins in the chamber are most likely projections of the death domain. Matthew pointed at the fragments on the ground and said, "Can you collect them first and wait for me to come back next time?" Olerin nodded and said, "Of course. You've helped me so much. I was just wondering how to thank you." As he spoke, he patiently bent down and stacked all the fragments in the corner of the tomb for future use. After finishing all of this, Matthew invited Olerin to the exit of the tomb. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Olerin glanced at Matthew. "Can you be expelled from this place at any time?" Matthew admitted. "Yes." Olerin immediately shook his head like a drum. "Then I won't go. What if there are monsters outside? When the time comes, and you're kicked out, I'll be left alone. Wouldn't that be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth?" Matthew thought about it and found it reasonable. If he wanted to convince Olerin to explore the tombs with him, he had to at least ensure his safety. He had to enter the soul travel realm to reach this place. Not only was Matthew unable to display his strength, the time he spent here was also rather unstable. He could be chased out at any time. "I have to think of a way. I built a teleportation gate here, but the teleportation gate of the underworld is very easy to block. Moreover, it will also be targeted by the underworld envoy or other underworld creatures. At the very least, I need more springboards as a buffer." Chapter 1023, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Chapter 1023, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Matthew thought to himself. Olarin walked to another corner, crossed his arms, and slowly squatted down. What do you plan to do next? Matthew asked with concern. Time to continue sleeping. Olarin stretched his body. His movements looked quite agile, and Matthew suspected that he was a living person. Sleeping in the coffin is no different from sleeping outside. As long as my adaptability is strong, I can totally treat this tomb like a bigger coffin. Olarin yawned. Matthew looked sideways. He had to admit that his brother was indeed able to go with the flow. By the way, the next time you come to collect the coffin fragments, is it convenient for you to bring me a new coffin? Olarin asked. Matthew looked thoughtful. Olarin immediately took off a large gold necklace from his body and handed it over. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. Don't look at how black this necklace is. It's because it's been sleeping with me for a long time. It might be fine after you go back and roast it over the fire. It's all pure gold. Matthew waved his hand in refusal. There's no need. I'm just thinking about how to bring it over. His voice suddenly stopped. Immediately after, Matthew asked with a serious expression. Did you hear footsteps just now? He heard it. It was subtle but real. It came from the D of the tomb. Olarin's nerves also stayed up. I think I heard it too. The two of them came to the side of the tomb. Matthew pressed his ear against the wall, and Olarin followed suit. The faint voice became clearer. Other than the sound of footsteps, there was actually a conversation. Faith, are you sure this is the tomb where the Prophet of Death is sleeping? It was a young female voice. It's absolutely true. I heard that he's an extremely terrifying lich. He's very hot-tempered and would peel off human skin to make human skin kites. We see him later, we must be careful with what we say. The voice of a relatively calm middle-aged man answered. Olarin immediately looked at Matthew with a worried expression. Did you hear what they said? Oh no, there's a bad-tempered lich living here. If we bump into him, we won't be turned into human skin kites, right? Although I'm already dead, it's still hard to accept the thought of being skinned. Matthew's expression was a little complicated. Facing Olarin's worries, he didn't say anything and chose to continue listening. The female voice from before continued. I heard that the Prophet of Death took away the authority of the Death God and held a strange ritual in the place where the Death God fell. The price was that he himself fell into a long sleep. Because of that ritual, this area has become very special. It is also because of this that this duration has become the only area in the Crow Pavilion demon territory that is not controlled by Viscount Fan. The middle-aged man interrupted her. Don't tie in that name. Be careful. That guy is very cunning. Remember, our target this time is only the Death Prophet. Don't provoke anyone else. There are many unknown undead creatures here. None of them should be provoked. Don't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Olarin heaved a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. They didn't plan to cause any trouble. Matthew's expression became ever stranger. At this moment, the footsteps in the catacomb became clearer and louder. Olarin was shocked. Why are the footsteps getting closer and closer? Don't tell me the Prophet of Death lives next door to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Matthew pointed at the D of the corridor. The light from the torch shone over. A group of sneaky figures appeared in their field of vision. Olarin was shocked. The reaction of the other side was ever more exaggerated. They drew their swords in unison and took many steps back. But after a while, he cautiously took a few steps forward. You've come to the wrong place, Olarin said. The people opposite them looked at each other. One of the middle-aged men walked to the front. He raised the torch high and looked at Olarin and Matthew. I don't think we're in the wrong place. This is where the Death Prophet lives. May I ask which one of you is the Death Prophet? Olarin and Matthew looked at each other. Olarin suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. So are you the death prophet? Matthew shrugged helplessly. Obviously, I don't live here. As soon as he finished speaking, Matthew's figure disappeared on the spot. Only Olerin was left dumbfounded. I can't be the prophet of death, can I? He laughed dryly as he looked at the group of people opposite him. The middle-aged man nimbly took out a scepter that emitted an icy aura and handed it over. We are following God's guidance and have come to invite the Death Prophet to join our Netherworld God sect. God told us that as long as we grab this scepter, you, as the Death Prophet, will remember everything in the past. As he spoke, he knelt down on both knees. He crawled over step by step. He knelt in front of Olerin and raised his hands above his head. Please. The others also knelt down and pleaded loudly. Please. However, Olerin crossed his arms and retreated. I don't want to. Hint, as a reward for stepping into the soul realm, you will obtain one of the following 3 abilities. Chapter 1024, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Chapter 1024, The Lich Who Only Knows Fireball. Soul Carapace, your soul will be wrapped in a powerful outer shell that can resist spirit-killing weapons or other soul-level attacks. Soul Splitting, you can split up to 7 soul seeds, parasitize different targets to monitor or control them. Super Sleep, your soul control ability has been greatly improved. After obtaining this ability, you only need to sleep for hours a day to obtain 8 hours of sleep under normal circumstances. Matthew looked at it. He wanted everything. Unfortunately, he could only choose 1 out of 3. In the D, he hesitated for a moment and chose Super Sleep. It was common for mages to stay up late. Especially since he had been catching up on his basic skills correctly, Matthew oft felt a little uncomfortable. This could be a sign of insufficient sleep and overdraft. And with this ability, Matthew would be able to stay up all night. He had more time to study. This was more important than anything else for a rogue mage like him. He came back to his C's. So, is Olerin the prophet of death that they're talking about? A lich who has done many great things? Matthew found it unbelievable. Until now, he still couldn't connect the word lich with the handsome Orlin who advocated lying flat and sleeping. Moreover, his body was not a lich. There might be more to it. Unfortunately, my soul travel time is up. I wonder we will meet again. Matthew's heart was filled with regret. His thoughts quickly turned. His hands did not stop moving. Whoosh! Matthew controlled Ali's remnant soul and injected it into the black box beside him. The box contained black nephrite. This was the sublimated and solidified version of the dark divine oil. Through special temperature and magic treatment, the highly condensed dark divine oil became semi-liquid. It was fixed with a transformation spell, becoming a high-level material that could be used to nourish the soul. Black nephrite. Not only did the black nephrite have a nourishing effect, but it also had a binding effect. It was the carrier of the remnant soul signing a deep contract. After the soul fragment was collected, Matthew closed the box and sealed Tirud incantations on it. He took out the silver dagger. He tied it to the box with a red rope. This dagger was the punishment item. It had been specially chanted and was the nemesis of any spirit body. If Matthew wanted to kill Ali one day, he could control the dagger to pierce the box with his mind power. After Ali's remnant soul was destroyed, his body would also immediately turn into ashes. This was the domineering aspect of a deep contract. If not for that, Matthew would not have used the ghost console as a promise. After the binding was complete, Matthew began to write the contract. Because he had already writ the template, he wrote it smoothly. After a while, the deep contract was successfully completed with the support of Matthew's contract domain. And though he had the ability to make contracts, Matthew did not tamper with the contract. He handed the contract to Ali. After the latter chose to agree, the deep contract was considered a successful binding. Hint, you have obtained the first deep contract partner. According to the deep contract agreement, you can interact more with him. Do you wish to inject a large amount of XP into Ghost Ollie? The injection was successful. Ollie's level had increased to level 0. Ollie's template has been upgraded to White Ghost. With a large amount of XP pouring in, Ollie's body lit up with light. He looked at Matthew in surprise and joy. He did not expect Matthew to give him such a generous Xperus gift pack as soon as the contract was signed. Ollie's original level was level 6. Matthew had pushed him to the level 0 quasi-legendary realm. This was the charm of having a large amount of XP. Ollie was very grateful for this. Matthew didn't care at all. His Xperus was already overflowing. Ever since the large-scale planting, every tree and the zombie minions could provide him with XP. Moreover, the growth and breathing of the forest itself would generate XP. Although there were not many of them, it was not a small sum after accumulating it for many years. According to Matthew's own estimation, the amount of XP he had now was enough to support 3 people in their attempt to become legs. Of course, it was hard to say if it was above legged. That was an F higher domain, and it required a massive amount of XP. But Matthew was confident. He definitely wouldn't worry about XP. Work hard, and don't disappoint me. He encouraged the overly excited Ollie. Matthew got up and left the workshop. He came to bring the surface. He found a hole with a lot of animals and randomly picked a small animal to harass, to have a conversation. This was one of Matthew's daily activities. Animal talk. Unknowingly, the number of animals that Matthew had interacted with had reached 98. He was only one step away from completing the mission. Matthew simply drew another lucky person. After finishing his conversation with a honey badger widow and 2 frogs that had been woke up from their hibernation, he was stunned. The task of animal conversation had finally come to an end. Hint, you have completed the animal conversation. You have received a reward, a large amount of XP and undead summoned beast, lich. In the next second, a portal appeared in front of Matthew. He looked in the direction of the portal with anticipation. Immediately after, a familiar figure slowly appeared from the portal. You. Matthew's voice was filled with surprise. The other party crossed his arms and shouted emphatically. I already said I don't want it. At this moment, Lumiere and Bobo appeared in the forest. Hearing this voice, the 2 of them looked at each other. They siltly retreated. Matthew looked at the information on the data panel without saying a word. Hint, you have obtained a newly signed Undead-Death Prophet Olerin, Legendary Lich/Enigmatic Mode. Olerin's details? The spell that Olerin mastered, Fireball, unique. A lich who only knew Fireball? Matthew looked at Olerin and tilted his head, not knowing where to start. Chapter 1025, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 1025, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Before Matthew could speak, Olerin had already reacted. He stared at Matthew and looked at. Matthew? Where is this place? Wait. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. Did we have some strange connection? Matthew coughed and said, a little embarrassed. I think we have a contract. Olerin's eyes widened. Contract? Did we sign the contract? And didn't you say that I could refuse? Matthew scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know how to explain. Olerin looked at him with a bitter expression. I knew that necromancers were not good people. Why did you lie to me? So, am I your baby now? Matthew was stunned. Baby? What baby? Olerin blinked. Isn't this a term usually used to refer to summoned creatures? I oft hear them call the summoned creatures of necromancers babies. Matthew shivered. Who told you that? Where did you hear that from? Olerin waved his hand uncertainly. I don't know. Maybe I heard it I was sleeping? I oft have dreams I'm sleeping, and there's a lot of people yelling at me, and those dreams are usually very real. I'm sure they're dreams. Matthew asked doubtfully. How are you so sure? Olerin said confidently. Because I tested it repeatedly in those dreams, and there was no pain at all. Ha ha ha. Matthew thought for a moment and reminded him in a friendly manner. As far as I know, you are now a lich. So theoretically, you won't feel pain in the real world. Why don't you try it now? Olerin looked skeptical. A moment later. Under Matthew's gaze, he picked up a stone from the side and smashed it against his knee. There was a crisp bang. Matthew's eyelids twitched, and his pupils constricted. There was a cracking sound. The stone shattered. Olerin's knee was fine. Olerin seemed to be unable to accept it. He staggered back 2 steps and tried to find an excuse for himself. Is there a possibility that I slept for too long and my legs are numb? Matthew cleared his throat and carefully combed through his hair. First of all, I can now confirm that you are a lich. Secondly, the people from the Netherworld cult infiltrated Viscount Fan's territory with great fanfare. They definitely wouldn't shoot without a second thought. You have to know that the 2 parties are mortal enemies. They are there for you. The prophet of death that they speak of is almost 99% you. You can't remember these things now. It's possible that you just lost a part of your memory. You might have lost this memory of your own accord, or it might have been sealed by someone else. Olerin said unwillingly. It's possible that I'm too sleepy to remember for the time being. Matthew nodded lightly. I can't rule out this possibility. Olerin shrugged and sighed deeply. Isn't it good to be a little muddle-headed? Waking up will only make people suffer more. His gaze focused on Matthew again. So what are you planning to do to me now? I heard that many necromancers will do some outrageous things to their babies. Matthew was about to answer he suddenly noticed 2 heads, one big and one small, popping out of the woods. It was Bobo and Lumiere. What were these 2 doing? Were they eavesdropping? Matthew didn't mind. He tried his best to clarify with Olerin. I won't do anything overboard. Olerin looked more uneasy. I had to have said what overboard things I had heard, but you already know. This means that you did think about it. Matthew's forehead darked. He comforted Olerin. He quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter. That's about it. I accidentally summoned you because of a ritual I prepared to summon a lich. Perhaps this is fate. Olerin tilted his head. Fate? Does this word mean very unlucky? Matthew shrugged. It's not impossible for you to understand it that way. In short, this is indeed an accident. Although you're already my summoned creature because your level is very high, we're actually on equal footing. I can't forcefully summon you. If you want to, you can summon me instead. Of course, I can also reject your summoning request. In order to reassure Olerin, Matthew explained the contract between the 2 in detail. He was not lying. The summoning contract between Olerin and Matthew was the most equal one. It was second only to Matthew and Peggy's partnership contract. In Matthew's summoning data, Olerin's attributes and related information were all question marks. Other than knowing that this guy was good at making fireballs, Matthew knew nothing. This meant that Olerin maintained a high degree of in-depth. As for loyalty and other attributes, there were at all. This was probably due to Olerin's high spirituality. At this level, loyalty could no longer be used to measure the relationship between a summoned creature and a necromancer. They were more like friends than superiors and subordinates. In conclusion, you'll always be the same as you were in the past. Chapter 1026, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 1026, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Matthew emphasized. If you are unwilling, I will not summon you so easily. But I need you, I hope you can come and help me. Necessary, I also hope you can summon me to the Great Cemetery through reverse summoning. If you need money or other materials, you can tell me. You can negotiate with me or the others in the cemetery. Olarin let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. He said shyly. Can I summon you? I'm so sorry. You've become my baby. So we're each other's babies, right? Matthew was about to answer. In the D, he felt two strange gazes on the other side of the forest. He turned a. Good heaves, there were two more people peeking. It was Lorraine and Camilla. He quickly realized that there might have been a misunderstanding. In response, he solemnly extended a palm and made a forbidding gesture at Olarin. Don't say that you're my baby anymore. Change the word. Just use your occupation name. Olarin thought for a moment. Alright, I'll list to you. Matthew's expression relaxed, and he reminded. My place won't affect your life in any way. I promise. You should be worried about those people from the underworld cult. What did they do after I left? Olarin immediately said. They forcefully handed me a stick. Asking me to hold that thing. They said that if I did this, I would regain my memory. Of course I refused. Matthew frowned. Are you afraid that it's a trap? Olarin shook his head decisively. No, I just don't want to be me after I recover my memories. I have a feeling that I chose to forget the past so that I can live a better life. I just want to lie down now. If I recover my memory, I might lose the chance to continue lying down. I might be troubled by many troubles and not be as carefree as I am now. Perhaps this is a little irresponsible and a little too cowardly. But it's really comfortable. Matthew was speechless. Olarin's actions were obviously not right, but it was hard to say that it was wrong. So, how do you plan to deal with those people? I heard that the underworld cult isn't a kind group. They've recently become famous on the East Coast and have committed several heinous crimes. Matthew said seriously. Previously, the assassins from the underworld cult had tiered Rolling Stone Town, but they were easily dealt with by the Silver Snake. These people were still stealing souls in secret. They were a thorn in Viscount Fan's side. With Viscount Fan's strgth in the Crow Pavilion demon domain, he was still unable to directly destroy the underworld cult. It could be that this organization was quite something. Olarin sighed and said. I don't want to hurt them, and I don't want to be hurt by them. By the way, how long does your summoning spell last? Matthew calculated. In theory, you can stay here forever. However, as time passes, you might lose the mark of the Crow Pavilion demon domain. At that time, it would be as difficult as asking to the Heaves to return. Therefore, it would be best for you to return in 3 years at most. Olarin's eyes lit up. 3 years? It's oof for me to sleep. If you can provide me with a quiet place, I'll just lie there. As for those people from the underworld sect, I'll have to deal with them 3 years later. What does it have to do with the Prest? Matthew found it funny. However, he still nodded seriously and said. Sure. I'll get someone to arrange a room for you in my cemetery. Olarin politely thanked him. Thank you. If you need my help, I'll try my best to act as a compet baby. But I'm not very good at fighting. I can only throw fireballs with my spells. Just don't place too much hope on me. After saying this, Olarin began to yawn. Matthew immediately summoned White Phantomali. Find a quiet room for Mr. Lich. It must be quiet. Don't let the people in the cemetery disturb him. Yes, sir. Ollie replied enthusiastically. He was previously appointed by Matthew as the head of the cemetery's internal affairs. Now that he had been promoted to the White Phantom, his strgth had increased greatly, and his future was bright. This was the time he was the most proactive. He led Underworld Cult into the cemetery. There are some ready-made rooms. I'll bring you over to take a look first. If you're not satisfied, you can ask the troll Sinwak and the zombies to help build another one in the designated area. By the way, do you need furniture? Olarin seemed to be overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, and he waved his hands quickly. No need, no need. A coffin will do. Ollie breathed a sigh of relief. The cemetery doesn't lack these. There are stone coffins and wood coffins. Which one do you want? Olerin answered as he walked. A stone coffin. It's best if the coffin lid is a little heavier. Once it's closed, it will never be opened. Ollie recalled. There are still some stones in the quarry on the first floor. If you want a heavier coffin lid, you can press a few stones on it. Olerin immediately shed tears of gratitude. Thank you so much. The two of them walked from the first underg floor to the third underg floor. Chapter 1027, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 1027, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Olerin looked at a few rooms, but he was not particularly satisfied. Finally, Olerin pointed at a small gap not far away from the cemetery and said, There seems to be a hole there. Can you stuff the coffin into that hole? I'll just sleep inside. Ollie thought for a moment. Sure. I'll get someone to arrange it for you now. Half an hour later. The four zombies carried a heavy sarcophagus and pushed it into the narrow gap bit by bit. Until the stone coffin was completely submerged. Olerin's low and soft voice came from inside. Thank you for your hard work. Please tell Matthew that I'll see you in 3 years. A moment later. There was no sound in the coffin. White Phantom left with the zombies. However, not long after. A dark red light lit up in the depths of the crack. Then, the monsters in the shadows whispered. What happened? Why is the tunnel that we dug secretly blocked by someone? Using a coffin? Hurry up and report to the leader. I'm afraid that the plan to ambush the Fear of Death graveyard will be delayed. In the narrow tomb chamber of the Great Tombs in the Crow Pavilion Demon territory. The people from the underworld cult were staring at each other. Did I see wrongly just now? Is that a summoning array? A good-looking young woman asked in disbelief. Who summoned the Death Prophet right in front of us? The others had similar expressions. The woman continued. And why is the Death Prophet unwilling to accept this scepter? He looks like an ordinary person. Shut up. The middle-aged man holding the scepter in his hand coldly berated. Don't question the strong. This is the iron rule for an ordinary person to survive in this world. I've taught you many times. Have you forgotten? The woman lowered her head unhappily. We don't need to figure out what happened to the Death Prophet. We don't need to try to understand the meaning of his words. We just need to prove our sincerity with our actions. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The Death Prophet is on the same level as Viscount Fan. Do you think anyone can summon Viscount Fan? Everyone shook their heads. The middle-aged man sneered. That's it then. Who else can summon the Death Prophet other than the deceased death god? In my opinion, he summoned himself and pretended to leave. Maybe this is just a test. What we need to do is actually very simple. We just need to wait here. Everyone nodded, and some of them began to flatter him. Boss is wise. You're absolutely right. Boss Feishua's casual advice is enough for us to enjoy for the rest of our lives. The middle-aged man sat on the pile of bones with a determined expression. Just wait. He can't possibly not come back forever, right? The others also sat down. In the narrow tomb. There was a long silence. In the forest. After watching Olerin leave, Matthew immediately found the 4 people who were peeking. The 4 of them had all gone to Rieger's winter festival banquet. However, they all returned early. Among them, Camilla said that she was just passing by. She and Lorraine had a heated debate about a major issue before, so they unknowingly walked into the woods. Therefore, she returned to the town after greeting Matthew. As a guest of honor invited by Rieger. Camilla had her own room in the official post house, so she did not have to stay in the shabby cemetery for long. Lorraine and Matthew exchanged a few quick pleasantries before striding into the cemetery. He had to go back to finish his draft. Are all bards so busy? Bobo looked at Lorraine's back curiously. Moreover, his chest hair is showing in this weather. Isn't he cold at all? Matthew smiled as he looked at Bobo, who was blushing. How was the banquet? Bobo nodded vigorously. The food is delicious. I even met that funny uncle. He let me eat as much as I wanted. In return for his delicious food, I promised to set off fireworks for him later. When she said these words, she was a little tongue-tied. Matthew lowered his head and sniffed. As expected, she reeked of alcohol. He looked at Lumiere. The latter said helplessly. She drank a lot. I couldn't stop her with one hand. She still wanted to hit someone after drinking, so I had to bring her back first. However, she looks much more sober now. Bobo still had her hands behind her back as she said somewhat embarrassedly. He. Usually, they don't let me drink, saying that drinking will cause trouble. I understand this logic, but today is different. It's a rare opportunity, so I definitely have to drink more. As she spoke, she couldn't help but burp. By the way, Matthew, I heard from that funny uncle that you have a lot of wine made from mushrooms at home. Can I have a sip or two? Bobo looked at Matthew expectantly. Just one bite, or a little bit. Matthew said angrily. What you need now is something to sober you up, not to continue getting yourself drunk. Alcohol is the natural enemy of spellcasters. Isn't the occult machinists be considered spellcasters in a sense? Bobo immediately widened her eyes and raised her fist to argue with him. We're not spellcasters. You can call us inventors, engineers, bomb maniacs, or even terrorists, but you can't call us spellcasters. Chapter 1028, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 1028, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. How can a boring and rigid assembly line spell be compared to an exquisite mechanical creation? Matthew, you don't know what's good for you. You've only met the good-tempered Bobo. If it were a bad-tempered mechanic, he would have fought you to the death. She looked a little drunk. He didn't expect Bobo to be like this when she was drunk. Matthew found it funny. Naturally, he was too lazy to argue with her. Let's go. We'll bring her to the mushroom garden and let Dudley and Hussman help her sober up, said Matthew, looking up at Lumiere. The two of them were about to take action. But at this moment, Bobo's helmet suddenly emitted a series of beeping alarms. Immediately after, a series of electric currents began to pulse violently on the helmet. If Matthew and Lumiere had not dodged so quickly, the two of them were about to be hit by a powerful electric current. Under the stimulation of the electric current, Bobo was instantly half sober. She patted her round belly and shouted with horror in her eyes. Oh no, something happened during the drill. Matthew saw the lightning disappear. Only then did he take a step forward. What happened? Bobo's eyes became much clearer. I don't know. The information transmitted is limited. It seems to be related to the Hunters clan. I have to rush over immediately. I'll send someone to pick you up after I'm done with the exercise, she said to Lumiere. After saying that, she then ran towards the mechanical titan with her short legs. Matthew followed. He threw out a magic carpet and pulled Bobo onto it. The two of them headed north. I'll go with you, Matthew said calmly. Do you have the coordinates? I can use a spell to teleport over. Bobo shook her head. There are no specific coordinates. Even if there are, Lady can't use a portal. I have to drive Lady over. You can sit in the passenger seat. Matthew nodded. The two of them came before the huge mechanical creation. Bobo patted her helmet lightly, and the mechanical titan's cockpit protective shield popped open once again. Immediately after, an extremely long electric folding staircase automatically meandered downwards. Matthew simply controlled the magic carpet and flew towards the cockpit. But at this moment, a tall figure suddenly jumped up from the snow. Then, he landed steadily on the magic carpet. Add me in, and I can still fight," Lumiere said with a firm look in his eyes. As if afraid that he could not convince the other party, he deliberately turned to Matthew and said, "I will act according to the situation. I won't be reckless." Matthew was a little troubled. Since Lumiere had already said so, it would not be good to refuse him. Hence, he nodded. "Be careful." But at this moment, Bobo opened her mouth and said, "There are no extra seats." Lumiere was puzzled. "Can't you squeeze a little? I think it's quite big inside." He pointed at the cockpit and asked. Bobo shook her head. During high-speed flight, other parts of the cockpit may be folded and compressed. Other than the driver's seat, you can't stuff people in any other places. Otherwise, you might lose your life. Matthew asked. "Don't you have a trunk?" Bobo looked at him silently. "Only the fuel tank." "All right then." Matthew shrugged. This was a good excuse to persuade Lumiere to leave. But Lumiere's attitude was quite firm. He suddenly jumped down. Then, a hand hung on the mech's ankle. "You guys just take off. I'll hang on below. It'll be fine," he said firmly. Matthew wanted to say something, but he was pushed into the cockpit by Bobo. "Remember to fasten your seatbelt." Bobo sat in her seat and skillfully buttoned up a few buttons. Matthew followed suit. After he fastened his seatbelt, he immediately took out the coin from his pocket and flicked it out. "Catch it, Lumiere. Put it in your coat pocket. It'll save your life if you fall." Very quickly. Lumiere's excited voice came from below the mech. "It's done." Bobo shook her head and then quickly started operating the controls on the control panel. 10 seconds later. The cockpit's protective cover slowly closed. All kinds of indicator lights flashed in front of Matthew. He looked around curiously. "I bet he'll fall at most 3 kilometers. Bobo snorted softly. Speaking of which, this is also the big guy's luck. He might be the first human to experience the strength of Lady. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded. The powerful heat wave pushed the mechanical titan into the sky, and a rather uncomfortable feeling hit Matthew's heart. His entire body seemed to be stuck to the front passenger seat. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. After the mechanical titan completed its ascent, he quickly switched to a flying posture. "How long does it take to fly from here to the Cloud Highlands?" Matthew asked curiously. "At most half an hour, faster than a dragon." Bobo proudly pushed a control lever. However, she had only pushed it halfway. She suddenly shouted as if she had just woken up from a dream. "Oh right, I promised that funny uncle that I would set off fireworks at the end of his banquet." Matthew immediately said. "You can set off the fireworks anytime. The drill is more important." Bobo shook her head heavily. "No, I always do what I say." Chapter 1029, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 1029, The Fireworks Above Rolling Stone Town. "It doesn't matter. It'll take at most 2 minutes." After saying that, she suddenly pulled the steering stick. The mechanical titan flew toward the sky above Rolling Stone Town without looking back. At the official courier station. At the banquet venue. A group of people surrounded Rhaegar as they walked out of the hall. They went to the open-air courtyard and prepared to watch the traditional event of the Meadow Festival dinner fireworks. In the past, Master Ronan arranged the fireworks. This year, Matthew had purchased the firework magic scrolls from the Alliance's store. He had given all of these scrolls to Rhaegar, allowing him to make his own arrangements. The guests at the banquet were all the future nobles of the Rolling Stone Kingdom, and there were also a few people with their own thoughts. But at least on the surface, everyone was smiling. The group of people talked as they walked. The loudest one was a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes. "It's a pity that Matthew didn't come today. I knew he was a very reliable young man. If I had a daughter, I would have married her to Matthew a long time ago. Unfortunately, I only have 2 sons. The person who spoke was Ms. Liz, one of the 5 members of the committee. As Rieger's distant cousin. Ever since Blake and Patton officially became the future heirs of the Rolling Stone Kingdom, Liz's status also rose. Even the way she spoke was different from before. With Matthew's current reputation in Rolling Stone Town, many people naturally agreed with her words. However, there were also some discordant voices among the people. A young man in a purple tuxedo said with a smile, "It's a pity that we didn't get to see the legendary Tree Master today. But I originally thought that besides the Tree Master, there should be other masters in Rolling Stone Town. But the result disappointed me. I even met a gluttonous wild girl and her guard who had lost an arm. It's really surprising that these 2 people could appear at the banquet with their rude temperament. But I don't think they're locals of Rolling Stone Town. Maybe they're here to eat and drink?" The young man laughed sarcastically. The noise suddenly stopped. However, the others did not refute him. Because he was the heir of the Red Mountain Lord. Other than that, it was said that he was also a powerful arcane trickster. If not for the battle at the Moss Green Hills, which had caused the momentum of Rolling Stone Town to be too great, the Red Mountain might be his. Even so, in the agreement signed by the Rolling Stone Kingdom led by the Seven Saint Alliance, this young man also retained a certain degree of autonomy in his fief in the south of Red Mountain. Therefore, he was one of the few people present who did not need to flatter Riegar. "The wild girl you mentioned is called Bobo, and the guard with a broken arm is called Lumiere. They are my friends," Riegar calmly replied. "What's wrong? Did they offend you?" The young man pretended to be surprised. "Are they your friends? Then it's fine." He changed the topic. "Our Southern Winter Festival will have a tradition of setting off fireworks in the future. Of course, you, Mayor Riegar, will definitely set off the finale fireworks. But it's not time yet. It's boring for everyone to wait. I just happened to bring some magic fireworks with the characteristics of Red Mountain. If you don't mind, I'll make a fool of myself." The young man's provocation was obvious. Riegar was very calm. "You can set off your fireworks." The young man immediately clapped his hands, and the 2 mage apprentices, who were already prepared, jogged to the empty space at the side. Immediately after, dark red magic light shot into the sky. Pa! 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 Accompanied by a loud sound. Brilliant and beautiful magic fireworks bloomed above Rolling Stone Town. Everyone was pointing and discussing. Although they had a lot of opinions about this young man, they had to admit that the magic fireworks he brought were indeed much more exquisite than the ones in Rolling Stone Town in the past. The 2 didn't even seem to be from the same era. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, the young man smiled proudly. He wanted to say something. But at this moment, a violent explosion came from the east. The roar of a dragon drowned out all the fireworks. Immediately after, under everyone's astonished gazes, an indescribable mechanical beast hovered above Rolling Stone Town. "Uncle Riegar, the fireworks I promised you have arrived." A muffled voice came from the giant beast. Immediately after, a rocket rose from behind the giant beast. Chapter 1030, Unlucky White Dragon. Chapter 1030, Unlucky White Dragon. The blazing red and white fire arrow pierced through the sky. At the highest point, it suddenly exploded in all directions. Immediately after, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose in the starry sky. Due to the white light that had erupted earlier, the shape of the mushroom cloud was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Not just Rolling Stone Town. People within hundreds of miles witnessed the birth of this unique firework. The white light gradually dissipated. The sky was once again covered with the starry night. However, the effect of the fireworks did not stop there. A pure white meteor shower suddenly shot out of the mushroom cloud. The dense meteor shower streaked across the night sky of Rolling Stone Town, quickly weaving into a starry river. On the other side of the galaxy, A herd of white horses galloped past. White horses crossed the Milky Way. Soon, they were not far from the top of Rolling Stone Town. A carriage rushed out from the group of white horses. A figure alighted from the carriage. Although the figure was a little blurry, everyone recognized him at a glance. That was Rhaegar. After Rhaegar's shadow appeared, the white horse and the galaxy disappeared one after another. Only his shadow lingered in the night sky for a long time. He repeated some mighty and domineering actions. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Everyone at the banquet was stunned. Even Rhaegar himself was incomparably shocked. He knew that Bobo was not an ordinary person, but he did not expect that this malnourished girl would be able to reach such a level with her fireworks. Very quickly, this shock turned into pride. Rhaegar's ears were filled with the discussions of the people at the banquet. Everyone stared at the shadow in the night sky that kept repeating various actions. As for the sporadic fireworks that occasionally bloomed under the shadow, no one cared about it anymore. When everyone came back to their senses, the mechanical titan was long gone. However, the shock it brought had become the only topic of attention. What was that thing just now? It's so big and looks so mighty. It seems to be a strange item brought by Rhaegar's friend, right? Can you call him Rhaegar? Hurry up and call the king. I think I saw a person under that giant thing just now. Are you seeing things? No, that person only has one hand. He even appeared at the banquet with that short, flat-chested, but big-eater girl tonight. I remember now. Is it that big guard? He's obviously not a guard. Didn't you hear that? Those two are Rhaegar, no, the king's friends. The young man naturally heard the discussions that were deliberately suppressed or brazen. His right hand was gripping the goblet tightly, his face flushed and pale, and his muscles were tense. Young Master Penster, we still have a big firework. Do you still want to release it? A mage apprentice came over to ask. What do you mean? Get lost. Penster cursed angrily. The next second, he regretted it. He shouldn't have been so ungentlemanly in public. However, he soon realized that no one had noticed his rude behavior. Everyone raised their heads to look at the fireworks in the sky. No one paid attention to him. This made Penster feel both lucky and sad. After a while, a lazy voice came from the crowd. No, Rhaegar, why aren't you coming down? How long are you going to stay up there? Don't tell me we have to stay the whole night. Everyone turned around. The person who spoke was the lazy little Patton. Under Ms. Liz's angry gaze, little Patton shrunk his neck. I just feel that my neck is a little sore from having to keep my head up. And what does he mean by repeating this action? As soon as he said that, everyone was also attracted by the action in the sky that repeated the most times. On the screen, Rhaegar knelt down on one knee and touched his feet. The others were also curious. Hence, they all turned their gazes to Rhaegar. Rhaegar took a sip of wine and smiled without saying anything. On the high-speed flying mechanical titan, Matthew tightened the seat belt of the passenger seat and joked with Bobo, who was above him. For a moment, I thought you were going to blow up Rolling Stone Town. How is that possible? Matthew didn't know if it was the alcohol or Bobo's haste, but for a moment, she seemed to be a little tongue-tied. Bobo quickly patted her helmet. Sizzle. Several electric currents flashed across the helmet. In the blink of an eye, Bobo stuck out her tongue. However, her face became even redder. Because we're out for a drill mission, Lady is equipped with drill modules. There are no actual combat devices. I was going to save that firework bomb for the Cloud Highlands, but I've already promised that funny uncle. Of course, I can't go back on my word. Matthew smiled. That Rhaegar was quite handsome. Bobo said proudly. Those actions and scenes were all I thought of at the last minute. How was it? Isn't it creative? Matthew was not stingy with his praise and gave high praise to the big fireworks just now. These were Matthew's heartfelt words. It was true that the abilities of the occult machinists were more unstable than magic, but it was also because of this that the occult machinists usually had more explosive creativity. The fireworks just now were a good example. Chapter 1031, The Unlucky White Dragon. Chapter 1031, The Unlucky White Dragon. The fireworks were made in advance. However, the illusion pattern that was produced after the launch required Bobo's own whimsical ideas. The images of the flying horse crossing the river and Rhaegar smearing oil were all from Bobo's imagination. Maintaining this kind of imagination itself consumed a lot of concentration. Considering that Bobo had set off fireworks after drinking, Matthew deduced that she must have been extremely focused. Other than focus, she did show some artistic talent. Hence, Bobo's previous evaluation of the occult machinists and mages was not without reason. Matthew partially agreed. The main reason was that the mage community was too large. It was difficult to use a medium or average to represent the creativity of mages. Perhaps the arcane machinists were naturally associated with art. However, the creativity of some individual mages could break through the imagination of all intelligent life. In his thoughts, Matthew lowered his head and twisted his neck. He was now in the co-pilot's seat. Compared to the main pilot, who was in the middle, the co-pilot's seat was a little lower in the cabin. The mechanical titan had already switched to a flat mode that was most suitable for flight. Therefore, Matthew was leaning forward at an angle of about 135.5 degrees in the passenger seat. Bobo was lying on the ground 20 centimeters above his head. The two of them were lying on top of each other. Frankly speaking, this position was not pleasant. When Matthew was talking to Bobo, he subconsciously looked up. However, from this angle, he could only see the driver's seat, the exposed side of Bobo's face, and her chin, which was covered by the helmet. What was worse was that, from time to time, a strong wind would leak in through the gaps of the mechanical parts. They slapped Matthew's face. It was like a baby's fist punching over and over again. It didn't really hurt. But he was indeed suffering. What a fast speed. After gradually adapting to the high-speed flight, Matthew had time to observe the indicators in the cabin. Speed was one of the few indicators he could understand. At present, Bobo had already pushed Lady's speed to 2/3 of the level. The groove further ahead was sprayed with red paint. He took a look. At present, the mechanical titan's flying speed was faster than most dragons. It was even faster than the speed of sound. This made Matthew rather worried about Lumiere's current state. After all, he was not very comfortable in the cabin. Not to mention, there was still a brother with a hanging ticket. "How is Lumiere now?" Matthew immediately asked. Bobo performed 3 simple operations on the control panel in front of her. Not long after, a crystal board slid down from above. The outline of a human appeared on the interface. The other party grabbed the tail of the mechanical titan with one hand, and his entire body was blown by the wind like a straight salted fish. Beside the outline, del, and dash, m plus and epsilon rho yen at dot and final sigma % and a large amount of data appeared. "He's very good," Bobo replied in surprise. "His body temperature is very low, but because his pores have completely contracted, his heat dissipation is very slow. There is almost no risk of losing his body temperature. Apart from feeling a little bumpy, Lumiere should be able to adapt to the current flying attitude and speed." Matthew looked at the data seriously. "His physical fitness is stronger than before," Bobo suddenly said. Matthew nodded lightly. "I noticed it too. After recovering from the tragedy at the Wild Wolf Mountain, Lumiere's physical body seemed to have undergone a slight evolution again. This evolution was not obvious to him, but it did exist. The reason why he couldn't sense it himself was mainly because he was missing a hand. For anyone, the hand was the most important weapon. Don't look down on the fact that he was only missing an arm. However, the impact was extremely far-reaching. His physical fitness is really suitable for a Titan technician. He. Bobo's voice suddenly sounded a little strange. Matthew looked up in surprise. At this moment, Bobo's face was flushed red, and her eyes were sometimes blurry and sometimes crazy. Very quickly, Matthew found the crux of the problem. In order to sober up quickly, Bobo kept stimulating her brain with electricity. It was indeed useful at first, but she seemed to have stimulated too much. Under the dual stimulation of alcohol and electricity, this flat-chested girl, who was usually not good with words, suddenly began to spout nonsense. Just you wait, Matthew. When I become the world's most powerful mystic machinist in the future, I want to order 4 of these muscular titan technicians. Matthew was baffled. What does this have to do with me? He looked up at the upper bunk. In the end, she realized that the girl on the upper bunk had a crazy look on her face and started drooling. Of course, it has something to do with you. We're good friends. I'll order 4 for myself, and I'll order 4 for you, Bobo said generously. Matthew laughed dryly and was about to say, no need. But in the next second, Bobo suddenly pushed the speed control stick to the deepest part of the control stick. Too slow. She slapped the cockpit hard. Speed up, speed up, speed up. He didn't have time to comment on Bobo's drunken appearance. Matthew only felt that someone was crazily hammering his waist, but with a hammer. The feeling of being pushed back surged up from the soles of his feet. Then, his calves, thighs, buttocks, and back. In an instant, he felt as if his soul was about to be pushed out of his body. Chapter 1032, The Unlucky White Dragon. Chapter 1032, The Unlucky White Dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind that came in between the cracks became even stronger. The baby's fist became several times heavier. In the dim cockpit, all the indicator lights turned red. From time to time, he could still hear the sound of the police siren. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Bobo pushed the other control stick to the maximum. In the next second, a yellow progress bar appeared on the original crystal board. As the progress bar continued to accumulate, a loud alarm sounded. Wait. Matthew had just opened his mouth when the wind filled his mouth. Bobo slammed the button in front of her. Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. There were 2 to 3 seconds. Matthew seemed to be floating in a completely weightless environment for a while. Then, he returned to the real world. What greeted him was an even more intense push on his back. Hint, the mechanical titan, lady, you are on has undergone a short-distance warp jump. The warp distance was 13 kilometers. Warp jump? Before Matthew could react, the yellow progress bar on the crystal board reached the end again. Bobo pressed the button again without hesitation. This time, Matthew, who had been prepared, became much more used to it. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he consciously used his front foot to press against the metal plate behind him. His entire body adapted to the impact very naturally. Very quickly, the mechanical titan entered this high-speed flight and regular warp mode. Matthew also gradually adapted to the cold wind. He said with difficulty, "Have you guys mastered warp technology?" Bobo thought for a moment. What is warp technology? Matthew waited for a moment. When the sense of weightlessness hit him, he immediately said, like this. Realization dawned on Bobo. You call this a warp jump? This word is quite appropriate. In the Cyber Dragon, we call it sticking out its butt, because every time this happens, you'd better stick out your butt so that you can better protect your spine. Matthew thought for a moment. Then the name you gave me is more appropriate. Bobo happily explained. There's a saying in Cyber Dragon that explains this phenomenon. The faster you are, the faster you will be. Isn't it easy to understand? Matthew shook his head honestly. I don't understand. Bobo said patiently. According to the research of the Cyber Dragon mystical machinists, when an object is flying at high speed, it will often have intense friction with the air. At certain special friction nodes, something called the seraphic speed particle will be produced on the surface of the object. If you can absorb or collect this kind of seraphic speed particle and release it at a specific node, then you have the ability to stick your butt out. Lady's armor has a special coating that is specifically used to absorb these seraphic particles. Do you see this yellow energy bar? As long as she absorbed a certain amount, she could stick her butt out once. If you have unlimited seraphic particles, then theoretically, you can stick your butt out anytime and anywhere. Matthew was silent for a moment. Why don't we use warp jump instead? However, he was also quite interested in the theories of the cyber dragon. He wanted to know how these occult machinists understood magic. So, from the perspective of an occult machinist, this is how warp occurs. Can you interpret this phenomenon from the perspective of magic? Bobo immediately replied. Of course. From a magic perspective, it's even simpler. The act of flying at high speed can accumulate speed elements. Although these elements can't allow you to enter the spatial domain directly, they satisfy some special rules of the spatial domain. These rules may be set by humans, or they may be the original appearance of this world. In short, under a certain rule of the spatial domain, as long as you can meet the conditions, you can release the domain ability once. And this domain ability, in the eyes of the outside world, is the warp jump you mentioned. Matthew couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect that an occult machinist would know so much about magic. Bobo patted her chest proudly. Of course. However, not all occult machinists know magic like the back of their hands. There's only one human oddity machinist who's as hardworking and studious as I am in Cyberdragon. As they spoke, she adjusted the direction slightly and pulled the steering stick. Stick your butt out. I'm going to increase the transition intensity. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Amidst Bobo's excited voice, Matthew used his feet to press against the metal plate behind him. He had no time to worry about Lumiere. The strong sense of weightlessness and tearing made him feel slightly dizzy. He could only prioritize maintaining his condition. This berserk flight lasted for about 20 minutes. Not long after, the outline of the mechanical titan appeared on the crystal board. There were several layers of contours. They were represented by different colors. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief and looked up to see that the outermost layer had turned bright red. What followed was the beeping of the alarm. What's wrong? Matthew was a little nervous. Frankly speaking, the first time he took a plane in the other world was not a good experience. He was ready to run away at any moment. The outer armor coating is no longer able to absorb the seraphic particle. Bobo said calmly. But it doesn't matter. We've already arrived at the Cloud Highlands. Next, I'll switch to patrol mode. I have to search for the signal source that I received earlier. Chapter 1033, The Unlucky White Dragon. Chapter 1033, The Unlucky White Dragon. Clang clang clang. The sound of changing forms came from inside and outside the mecha. A force pushed Matthew up. Then, the passenger seat changed to a seat that was level with the driver's seat. The two seats were placed together in a horizontal position. Matthew let out a long sigh. He finally felt better. Bobo skillfully manipulated the controls on the control panel. 8 seconds later, the transformation was complete. The metal cover in front of them slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a transparent cover with a high resolution. Matthew looked around. It was dark outside. He couldn't even see the outline of the Helen Mountains clearly. He felt a little scared. He did not find any radar or similar devices in the cockpit. It turned out that Bobo had been flying without any vision. Matthew quickly asked. So what module does Lady use to identify directions and air units? Bobo replied as she operated. The direction is very simple. Lady has her own magnetic field module. She can distinguish directions according to the magnetic field or the stars. There are electromagnetic towers on the Cyberdragon that can point us in the right direction. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. His worries seemed unnecessary. Thinking about it, it made sense. Since the cyber dragon was able to create a behemoth like the mechanical titan, communication and navigation were naturally not a problem. There should be a radar too. However, in the next second. However, he heard Bobo happily continue. As for identifying units in the air, I haven't considered this function yet. The cold sweat that Matthew had just pressed down broke out again. What if we bump into someone? Bobo said disapprovingly. Who would be flying around outside in the middle of the night? As she spoke, she pulled the steering stick. I found them. The mechanical titan suddenly accelerated again. They charged toward the northeast in a mighty manner. Cloud Plateau. At the foot of the holy snow mountain. The endless layer of frozen soil. The pale light source swayed wildly in the darkness, and the violent panting of the light source indicated the panic of the owner. The 3 cloud elves were back to back. They were holding a blue weapon that looked like a spray gun in their hands. The equipment on their bodies emitted a faint blue light, looking extremely cool. However, only they knew. Due to the interference of some mysterious power, most of the equipment from Cloud Edge City and Cyberdragon could no longer be used. The only remaining module was the lighting effect. Of course, the light also had a certain deterrent effect on ordinary wild beasts. However, they knew very well. It was not an ordinary wild beast that was hunting them. Instead, they were a group of professional, cruel, and primitive hunters. Woo-woo. Wolf howls came from the darkness. Following that was the sound of soft fur stepping on the frozen soil. The wolf pack was only one of the members who participated in the hunt. There were other figures in the darkness from time to time. The skinny bear. The top predator known as the vicious dragon. Man-eating deer that ran extremely fast. However, among these beasts that made the natives tremble in fear. What made the 3 cloud elves feel the most despair were the human-like creatures wearing animal skins. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and hid among the wild beasts. They let out a low shout, and those strange syllables seemed to be begging for the help of the evil gods. Further away. The sound of the wind was like a poem. They were very clear. The shamans of the hunter clan were summoning more wild beasts. They were not a group that was deliberately targeted. In fact, the troops of the world's calamity that had just entered the Cloud Highlands discovered that the god of hunting had given a divine message. Under the instruction of this divine message, these ferocious people called the Sons of the Hunter began to hunt all outsiders on the plateau indiscriminately. Because of generations of living and hunting, this clan had already tamed a large number of wild beasts on the Cloud Highlands. They also followed the call of the god of hunting. Even the hibernating bears crawled out of their caves to participate in the hunt, let alone other wild beasts. The 3 of them were very clear in their hearts. This celebration was probably just the beginning. The god of hunting and his people would never allow the cloud elves to leave this plateau alive. This was blasphemy against the ritual. In the darkness, the wolf howls became even more mournful. Redom Blemper. Suddenly, a ghostly figure flashed in front of him. One of the cloud elves frantically shone the light over, but it was empty. There seemed to be nothing in the darkness. However, the roars of the beasts in their ears made them feel unprecedented pressure and malice. They are consuming our stamina. This is one of the common hunting tactics. A relatively calm voice sounded. It was a slightly older cloud elf. He raised the light source in his hand. We can't go on like this. We have to find Lady Bobo as soon as possible. The main force has been surrounded by the beast-hunting frenzy. At this juncture, I'm afraid only Lady can contact the airship. Carry out evacuation plan number 37. The Cloud Elf's voice was filled with determination. Captain. The others wanted to persuade him, but he directly retorted. Do you still remember that I'm the captain? Execute it. As soon as he finished speaking, a wild wolf suddenly appeared in the darkness. Just as the Cloud Elves were about to make a move, the wolf's limbs suddenly went limp, and it fell to the ground. The Cloud Elves were all a little surprised. At first, they thought it was a trap. Chapter 1034, Unlucky White Dragon. Chapter 1034, Unlucky White Dragon. But very quickly, as the light source continued to shoot out, they were surprised to find that the surrounding wild beasts fell to the ground one after another. Not only that, but their bodies were also trembling non-stop as if they were extremely afraid. A gust of wind suddenly blew from the direction of the snowy mountain. The wind carried an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura. Story source Mdlu Empire. That was dragon. The cloud elves reacted. Not long after, amidst the cries of wild beasts and the howling of the wind, a white dragon swooped down from the sky and used its wings to swat away some wild beasts that were blocking its path. The cloud elf captain was delighted. He recognized this white dragon. The other party's name was Adams. According to the information from the world's calamity, this adult white dragon had only recently built its nest on the Cloud Highlands. Adams had a bad reputation. Before building the nest, he had also looted some human towns in the southwest. However, the Cloud Elves didn't care whether the white dragon's reputation was good or bad. If it could disrupt the Hunter clan's hunting plan, it would be their savior. You dare to hunt in my territory? Have you prepared the head tax? Adams roared at the hunters. The wild beasts were trembling in fear, but most of the sons of the hunter still stood stubbornly on the ground. White Dragon was even more annoyed. At this moment, the shaman among the hunters walked out from the crowd. He walked up to White Dragon and said, "Respected Mr. Adams, the god of hunting greets you." White Dragon's head shrank back, and his tone became a little suspicious. "Hunter clan? Why did you cross the border?" The shaman said calmly, "This is the will of the god of hunting. As his people, we will only carry it out and never ask for the reason." Seeing the other party's contemptuous attitude, the white dragon Adams was naturally quite angry. But he was also very clear. The god of hunting was one of the 3 local tyrants of the Cloud Highlands. He was just a newcomer. Although he had already occupied this territory, if he had a conflict with the hunters, the dragon nest that he had worked so hard to build would probably change hands soon. Damn it! Why is my eyesight so bad? I noticed a group of people entangled in the territory, so I rushed over. If I could see clearly from afar that they were the people of the god of hunting, why would I come here to show off? Adams was extremely vexed. He wanted to retreat. However, he couldn't do that without losing face. Seeing this, Shaman smiled and said, "We will leave soon. Of course, this territory is still yours." White Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still said, "Even if you are hunters, you cannot trespass into my territory. I have a good relationship with your god of hunting. I will only give him face. After killing these elves, leave quickly." After saying that, he didn't want to stay any longer. He flapped his wings and flew up. The 3 Cloud Elves' eyes were filled with despair. Execute Plan 37. Split up. I'll draw most of the firepower. They began to move. A mocking smile appeared on the shaman's face. "Do you still want to leave? Tonight, none of the outsiders on the Cloud Highlands will survive." He gently blew the bone whistle hanging on his neck. The wild beasts that had recovered from the dragon's might began to pounce on the Cloud Elves from all directions. But at this moment, a dull sound came from above their heads. Immediately after, it was a short whistling sound. The hunters raised their heads. The shaman also looked up in confusion and saw a black shadow rapidly approaching the ground in the darkness. White Dragon Adams? Why did he return? Isn't he afraid of offending the god? Wait, is he going to hit the ground in this position? These doubts flashed through Shaman's mind. The wild beasts that had long sensed the danger fled in all directions. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the nearby living beings, the white dragon Adam's figure smashed into the ground with an unstoppable force. There was a loud bang. The few wild beasts that did not manage to escape in time were instantly smashed into meat paste. Then, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. For a moment, the sky and earth shook on the plateau, and snow flew everywhere. Everyone looked in the direction where the white dragon had fallen. It was only at this moment that they realized there was actually a huge machine on the white dragon's body. As for Adams himself, his head was completely smashed in this sudden attack. He already looked like he couldn't live. The son of the hunter and the shamans looked at the terrifying machine in shock. Bang! A glass cover popped up. Following that, two figures were ejected out one after another. The two figures didn't jump very high. They drew two parabolas in the air and then landed in front of Shaman. "Who are you?" The shaman took out his knife and questioned the man closest to him with a fierce expression. The latter managed to stand up and staggered 2 steps. He saw that the other party did not seem to be a threat. The shaman put away his knife. He walked over and grabbed the other party's shoulder, questioning him again. The man's expression was rather ugly. He was facing the shaman and seemed to want to say something but hesitated. "If you have anything to say, just say it." The shaman hadn't finished speaking. Matthew finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With a wah, he vomited all over the stunned shaman. Chapter 1035, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Chapter 1035, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. This sudden change stunned everyone. But Matthew felt relieved. As expected, it's much more comfortable after vomiting it out. Then, he looked at the fur-clad man that he had vomited on with some embarrassment. It was not difficult to judge from the other party's clothing that he was a member of the Hunter clan. However, Matthew still planned to cast a clean on him. However, what he did not expect was casting. He had failed. Because he was not focused enough. "What are you doing?" The shaman roared, and his eyes became extremely irritable. In an instant, he grabbed Matthew's wrist with one hand and took out the knife with the other hand. He suddenly stabbed Matthew's abdomen. Slash! To Shaman's surprise, his sure-hit strike seemed to have stabbed into nothingness without any feeling of touching a physical object. He quickly looked down. Only then did he realize that this handsome but impolite man in front of him had turned into a ghost from the neck down. Ability, Undead Body. Shaman looked at Matthew in surprise. Matthew's gaze also became unfriendly. "I admit that I was wrong to vomit all over you, but aren't you being too unfriendly?" The shaman laughed sinisterly. "Outsiders must die. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost." With that, he opened his mouth and a thick tongue stuck out. The tip of the scarlet tongue suddenly exploded in all directions. Immediately after, the tip of the tongue split into 7 tiny tongues. These tongues quickly turned into the appearance of poisonous snakes. 7 venomous snakes rushed towards Matthew's head and bit him. In a flash, Matthew's body suddenly expanded. Before the 7 venomous snakes could get close, they were slapped away by a thick bear paw. Wilderness form, Moon Bear. A gust of cold wind came from the moon bear's back. 2 wild wolves, under the command of the hunters, took the opportunity to attack Matthew's back. Matthew turned around without hesitation. His movements were quite agile. First, he slapped the wild wolf that was charging at the front and sent it flying. Immediately after, the moon bear suddenly leaned forward and bumped its head into the back of another wolf that was trying to dodge. The latter fell to the ground and was in so much pain that he could not even stand up for a moment. The moon bear grabbed the wolf, turned around, and smashed it onto the shaman. The wild wolf immediately let out a painful cry. Immediately after, Matthew felt a resistance, but it did not last long. There was only a dull bang. The wolf was smashed to the ground. This wild wolf was quite tall. Although it was not as exaggerated as the great frost winter wolf, it was still as tall as a man. In front of ordinary people, it was definitely oppressive. But in front of the even bigger moon bear, He could only kick his 4 limbs on the ground, trying hard to break free from the bear's paw. How could Matthew let him off so easily? He immediately used his 2 bare paws to press the wild wolf, which was trying its best to counterattack, to the ground. Then, it buried its huge head into the ground. Thrust. Story Adam Empire. The moon bear's sharp teeth tore a huge hole in the wolf's throat. And then, Matthew pulled the wolf up from the ground and aimed its throat at the other wild beasts that wanted to attack him. Poo, pu, pu, pu. Several powerful pillars of blood shot out from the wolf's throat. These blood pillars shot onto the wild beasts' faces, but it did not stimulate their wildness. Instead, it made them feel an unprecedented fear. In just a few seconds, Matthew seemed to treat the wild wolf as a fire extinguisher. Scarlet and stinky blood splattered all over the ground. The moon bear's fur was stained with it too. Roar. The moon bear waved the dead wolf like a weapon while roaring angrily. Ability, Wild Form Moon Bear Intimidation. In front of this extremely impactful scene, all the wild beasts slowly retreated. The hunters hiding in the herd didn't attack. Matthew noticed that a few figures were chasing after and appeasing the beasts that he had frightened. He lowered his head and looked in the direction where the shaman had fallen. It was empty. All that was left was a squashed frog. Voodoo art substitute. Matthew quickly made a judgment. This was the shaman's signature skill. It could save him from death once, but it also meant that he had to pay a huge price. He immediately let go. He let the wild wolf's corpse fall to the ground. Then, he walked towards Bobo and the Cloud Elves. The wilderness form is still the simplest and most violent form. Matthew sighed inwardly. Activating wilderness form required concentration. However, the concentration requirement was much lower than that of casting spells. At times when he was not focused enough, the wilderness form and ability spells would have a chance to shine. Moon Bear wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling disgusted. The bloody and brutal scene just now was also Matthew's helpless move. It wasn't his first time dealing with hunters. On the way to the archaeological site, Matthew, Camilla, and Lorraine had saved the white tiger elf Molly from the giant frost winter wolf. He knew that hunters were extremely vicious and cunning. You have to show your powerful strength and cruel nature at the first moment to intimidate them. Otherwise, what awaited you would be endless harassment. Chapter 1036, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Chapter 1036, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. This was not a good thing for Matthew, who had just crashed. He might have been fierce just now. In fact, he was prepared to run away at any time. Matthew still had some aftereffects of airsickness. The reason why he did not choose to transform into the winged dragon wind god or the silver dragon was because he was a little afraid of the sky and flying. It was not as solid as the moon bear. He needed some time to regain his focus. Vlumper content. Fortunately, Matthew's strategy worked. As the leader of the hunters, the shaman was forced to use the substitute voodoo art. He should be in a state of shock. The wild beasts were also suppressed by the moon bear's intimidation. For a moment, Matthew could feel that the pressure from the darkness had become much weaker. The hunters and beasts were still surrounding them. But compared to before, the area in the middle was much more empty. This was enough. Matthew looked around and quickly transformed into his human form. Matthew, are you okay? Bobo was sitting on the ground like a duck, her eyes slightly out of focus, and his tone became weak. Matthew replied calmly. I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. Bobo murmured with a blank look in her eyes. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Matthew noticed something unusual. He squatted down and asked. What's wrong? Bobo said with a face full of shame. Because I have something to do. She pointed at the helmet on her head. Matthew took a glance and subconsciously took half a step back. Good heavens. Dozens of electric currents were flashing behind the helmet. These electric currents were of various colors and were colorful, but they gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. There's something wrong with my helmet. I've got to fix it. Before that, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Bobo said honestly. Matthew reached out and patted her shoulder carefully. It's okay. Leave this to me. Just remember not to fly after drinking next time. Bobo heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she vowed. Don't worry. After this, I'll definitely quit drinking. Matthew unnaturally shifted his gaze elsewhere, but he heard Bobo continue. Speaking of which, you're actually still safe and sound after experiencing such a serious bump. You can even turn into a big bear. You have the potential to become a Titan technician. Bobo said seriously. Do you want to? Matthew refused decisively. No. Bobo tilted his head. Why? Matthew replied with a complicated expression. There's no reason. Bobo was puzzled. There should be a reason, right? Matthew thought for a moment. That might be because I'm a little dizzy from riding the Titan. Bobo's eyes widened. They stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, Bobo slapped his forehead. Where's the big guy? This is bad, this is bad. The impact just now was so severe. Did it turn him into meat paste? Her little face turned pale, and her expression was filled with self-blame. What have I done? Matthew was very calm. Don't worry, he's not a fool. Besides, those who are not skilled would not dare to board the vehicles of the arcane machinists. As he spoke, he looked up into the sky. Not long after. Matthew pointed at a tiny white dot in the sky and said happily. Look. He's floating there. Because of the lack of light. The visibility of Cloud Plateau at night was very low. Matthew couldn't see Lumiere at first, but he somehow got a glowing object and held it in his arms. This allowed Matthew to see Lumiere floating in the sky at a glance. Bobo heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them silently watched the sky for a while. Then, they lowered their heads in tacit understanding. Bobo said. He's floating so slowly. Matthew took out 2 mushrooms that could restore concentration from his inventory and chewed on them. If it was a normal feather landing, he would have to float for a while. After eating the mushrooms, Matthew felt that his focus had recovered a lot, so he shouted at the sky. Take the coin out of your pocket, and the effect of the feather fall will disappear. If you put it back in, it will take effect again. After a few seconds, Lumiere still did not respond. Matthew could only shrug and return his attention to the surface. He stuck a teleportation gravestone into the ground. He was ready to call for the main force at any time. In the darkness, the sounds of the beast's breathing and footsteps were closer than before. Matthew had expected this. He had recovered a lot of his focus, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with these enemies. At this moment, the 3 cloud elves who were about to run away finally came around. Lord Bobo. The cloud elves were overjoyed to see Bobo. When she saw the other party, Bobo immediately put on a cold and aloof expression. She adjusted her knees and sat cross-legged. Then, she said calmly, "Help me up and go to Lady." When she said this, the electric current on her helmet was already flowing down. Matthew was secretly worried for the cloud elves. However, what surprised him was 2 of the cloud elves immediately went over to help Bobo up. During this process, a lot of electricity surged into the cloud elves' bodies. However, they only showed a slight discomfort. The surface of their bodies or other parts of their bodies did not show the charred condition that Matthew had expected. The residents of Cloud Edge City have been living in the sky for a long time and are often struck by lightning. Over time, they have developed a high resistance to lightning. Chapter 1037, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Chapter 1037, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Bobo seemed to have noticed Matthew's confusion and explained. Matthew was enlightened. The group quickly moved to the side for more than 20 meters and arrived at the crash site. In stark contrast to the tattered white dragon corpse, the mechanical titan did not seem to have suffered much damage, other than a few parts that were damaged or short-circuited. Most of the components were only slightly peeled off from the outside, but the inside was still intact. This degree of sturdiness. She was indeed qualified to be a skykiller. Matthew moved the teleportation tombstone over and activated Filey's bone shield and the skull of Augustus. Bobo quickly climbed into the cockpit. She found a toolbox in the corner and took out a lot of devices that Matthew couldn't understand. She knocked on her head. During this period of time, the 3 cloud elves also reported their situation. So, in this exercise, a total of 3 teams from the world's mantis had entered the Cloud Highlands. This was a retreat exercise. Therefore, one of the teams would play the role of an evil invader, while the other 2 teams would have to escape from the enemy's pursuit. It was normal at first, but when the 3 teams separated and prepared for the official exercise mission, we encountered a mighty and powerful divine power attack. It's a divine spell that's similar to a shockwave. Under that divine spell, all communication devices are ineffective. After that, we encountered endless beasts and hunters mixed in. Most of our weapons have also lost their effectiveness due to the divine power attack. Due to the exercise, the remaining weapons are not strong enough to annihilate or repel the beasts. According to the previous backup plan, the 3 teams sent out reinforcements, and we are one of them. At present, we don't know the situation of the other 2 groups. We just left the main group and were targeted by the hunters. We were already at the end of our rope, but a gust of wind unexpectedly came from Helen Mountain Range. We used that gust of wind to fly far away before we managed to contact you. The Cloud Elf captain reported meticulously. Read this on Blemper. Matthew revealed a thoughtful expression. The Cloud Highlands was full of experts. This place was next to the Helen Mountains. It might be the place with the most legends in the world. The number of legends here exceeded 2 digits. And most of them were not humans or humanoid races. However, due to the suppression of the Seventh Saint Alliance, most non-human legendary masters were relatively low-key and would only move around in their own territory. Legends from the Cloud Highlands or the Helen Mountains rarely left their territories and started their activities in other areas. This time, the Cloud Elves chose a location far away from the Legends' territories. The Cloud Plateau was truly too vast. If it weren't deliberately targeted, the Hunter clan wouldn't have accidentally bumped into their exercise. It was obvious. The Hunter clan's targets were the 3 forces of the world's mantis. Or rather, this was the goal of the god of hunting. This guy is getting more and more restless. Matthew frowned. First, the giant Frostwinter wolf crossed the border and appeared in the Court of Fallen Leaves, north of the Jade Court. Then, they crossed the territory of the plateau and hunted the Cloud Elves who were carrying out the exercise mission in the wild. His target is the elves? This thought flashed through Matthew's mind. At this moment, the beasts that had retreated earlier surrounded them again. With the white dragon's corpse as the center, they kept shrinking the encirclement. Matthew raised his spirits and was about to make a move. However, just as the wild beasts surrounded them, the howling of the wind came from the sky again. The wild beasts that had learned their lesson immediately fled in all directions. In the next moment, a figure crashed into the ground like a meteor. One of the wolves did not manage to escape in time. He directly became White Dragon Adam's companion. Matthew looked at it. Lumiere slowly stood up from the dead wolf with a set of light belts in his arms. He looked safe and sound. What are you doing with this thing? Matthew asked curiously. Lumiere removed the lamp strip next to the mechanical titan and explained. I noticed a white dragon flying towards us from below, so I kept patting the surface of the iron lump to warn you. However, you didn't respond to me, so I guessed that you might want to teach that white dragon a lesson. It happened so suddenly that I could only jump down in a hurry. In the end, when I jumped, I accidentally pulled this thing off. I wanted to return it to Bobo, so I wrapped it around my body. Matthew glanced at Lady's feet. Sure enough, the left light strip had been torn off. Let's deal with the enemy first. Matthew pointed at the darkness. Leave everything to me. Lumiere put down the lantern and walked into the darkness alone. These are all enemies, right? Do you have any specific requirements? Matthew wanted to say that he was going with him, but he soon detected an uncontrollable excitement in Lumiere's tone. Hence, he thought for a moment. Try to leave the corpse intact. No problem. Lumiere turned around and grinned at him. Then, his body suddenly moved, and he charged into the dark world like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. A sharp wail soon sounded. Chapter 1038, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Chapter 1038, Little Genius Helmet and Primitive Hunting Ritual. Very quickly, the howls became one. It was as if an abrupt and lonely note had evolved into a harmonious and complete symphony. The strong smell of blood spread in the air, even though there was a distance between them. From time to time, broken limbs could be seen being casually thrown up from the darkness and then falling down. This fellow is indeed holding back his anger, Matthew thought as he looked at Lumiere's silhouette in the darkness. Lumiere's figure was as fast as lightning, and his strength was like that of a dragon. Although he only had one hand left, it was more than enough to deal with these ordinary wild beasts. Not long after, the encirclement of Matthew and his group was broken. Almost all the wild beasts swarmed towards Lumiere like a tide. The hunter's short whistle came from the darkness. There was also Lumiere's excited gritting of teeth. Will he be fine alone? Bobo poked her head out from the cockpit. Matthew waved his hand. Don't worry, he's the king of the rainforest. It's unfortunate for any wild beast to meet Lumiere. As if to confirm Matthew's words, a huge head suddenly flew over from the darkness. The latter crashed into the mechanical titan's knee and slowly slid down. The area along the way seemed to have been smeared with large amounts of ketchup. Then why do you look a little unhappy? Bobo asked curiously. Matthew shrugged. I think that he and I might have a slight disagreement on the concept of leaving a whole body. Matthew suddenly reacted. Eh? Your helmet? This was the first time Matthew saw Bobo without a helmet. Overall, she seemed to be shorter than usual. The condition of my helmet is more serious than I thought. It might take longer to repair it. Bobo shrank back. Matthew glanced at Lumiere, and after confirming that the latter was enjoying the slaughter, he followed her into the cockpit. Bobo was fiddling with her toolbox in the corner. Matthew glanced at the helmet that was thrown to the side. However, the first thing he saw was the 4 round metal balls beside the helmet. These metal balls were placed on a silver mat and arranged in 4 corners around the helmet. What is this for? Matthew pointed at the metal ball and asked. Bobo replied as she unscrewed the back cover of the helmet with a screwdriver. Bombs. Matthew was not surprised by this answer. It would be strange if there weren't a few bombs around the arcane machinists. A low-intensity bomb? Matthew asked. Bobo nodded vigorously. Yes, it's not very powerful. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a notification appeared on the data panel. Hint, you have discovered Pineapple Bombs X4. Pineapple Bomb, if an outsider comes within half a meter of it, it will explode on the spot. The explosion effect is equivalent to 4 world peace. Matthew took a few steps back, almost sticking to the cloud elves. You call this not very powerful? Before he could complain, Matthew had accidentally obtained some information regarding the magical helmet in Bobo's hands. Cyberdragon's Little Genius Helmet, legendary weapon. No matter how mediocre the wearer is, after wearing this helmet, not only will they become extremely intelligent, but they will also obtain the qualifications to become a genius arcane machinist. Current owner, Bobo Wilkins. Original owner, Cyberdragon Wilkins. So, was Bobo able to become an occult machinist as a human because of this helmet? Wait. From the surname, this cyberdragon, Wilkins should be Bobo's ancestor. Could he be the founder of the cyberdragon floating city? Matthew raised his eyebrows. Bobo's background was much bigger than he had imagined. Matthew remembered that according to Bobo's description, originally, she was not qualified to enter the cyberdragon and become an arcane machinist. It was under the arrangement of the vice president of the Hua sisters that she had this opportunity. Did this mean the people from Cyberdragon didn't know about this helmet? He recalled that Bobo did not return to Cyberdragon after graduating from the Wisdom Palace. Instead, he joined the world's Calamity unit, which worked with Cloud Edge City. There was probably a huge secret behind this. Matthew was very interested in the black technology of Cloud Edge City and Cyberdragon. If there was a chance, he was hoping to talk to the vice president of the Hua sisters. The worst has happened. The Cloud Elf captain was fiddling with the communication device of the mechanical titan in a corner. But soon, his expression turned ugly. The equipment on Lady can't even contact the airship. But she clearly didn't suffer from the attack of that divine power. Bobo did not reply. She was trying her best to repair her helmet. Matthew's expression also became a little serious. Of course, he knew nothing about the communication devices of the Cyberdragon. Experience Vlemper. However, his intuition towards domains was indeed extraordinary. Your equipment has lost its function. I'm afraid it's not just because of that divine power attack. I can feel that there's something wrong with the domain here. Someone has modified the domain's laws. Matthew quickly walked out of the cockpit. He carefully looked around. At this moment, the pure darkness seemed to have turned into a twisted monster's shadow in his perception. I told you something was wrong with the dark vision. This is the smell of the ritual ground. No, the enemy has hidden the ritual ground in the domain, and he has spread his domain very widely. If I don't sense it carefully, I might not be able to sense it. Matthew immediately knelt on one knee and pressed one hand on the ground. Ability, Equalized Perception. As his vision rapidly switched, the changes from the elemental plane surged into Matthew's mind. On the data panel. Hint, you have detected the primitive hunting ritual through balanced perception. Primitive hunting ritual, a hunting ritual field hidden in the primitive domain. Within the range of the ritual field, all advanced, civilized, and modern forces would be greatly weakened, while all backward, barbaric, and ignorant forces would be greatly strengthened. This was a blind worship of ancient things. It was also a cruel hunt for new things. The god of hunting would directly bestow divine power to reward his followers and those who stood out in this killing feast. When you kill at least 10 wild beasts or 3 hunters, you will receive a reward from the god of hunting. If not, you can only be besieged by endless beasts until you die. Can I also get the reward from the god of hunting by killing wild beasts? Matthew was stunned. This god of hunting was really crazy. Even if it were an enemy, as long as his pursuit of killing and hunting was satisfied, he would not be stingy with his rewards. It's also possible that this is a rule of the ritual ground. In order to meet the conditions for the execution of the primitive hunting ritual, he must set this rule. Matthew subconsciously touched his mouth. No wonder he felt much stronger than usual after transforming into a moon bear. So, this ritual venue was tailor-made for him. His eyes lit up. On the cloud plateau. Was there any beast more ancient than the winged dragon wind god? Matthew felt his bones itch. He was about to make a move. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard from afar. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see what it was. Fortunately, his equalized perception had not been turned off. Very quickly, the answer came from the data panel. Warning, the shaman of the Hunter clan has summoned an underage behemoth, LV20/legendary mode/super large creature/ancient creature mode. Chapter 1039, You came back just in time. Chapter 1039, You came back just in time. In the darkness, the outline of the giant beast charging from the mountains became clearer and clearer. With the arrival of Behemoth, the beasts in the north dispersed like a tide, and all the wild beasts trembled. In front of the king of the earth and mountains. They had no other choice but to submit. Matthew cast an illumination spell from afar. He could vaguely see the appearance of the behemoth. This guy was really too tall. Although he was still underage, he was already more than 20 meters tall when he stood up. It was said that an adult male behemoth had the chance to grow to more than 100 meters. In comparison, the one in front of Matthew wasn't just a baby, and it was most likely a female. This made him slightly relieved. He could still handle a giant beast that was more than 20 meters tall. Roar. As if stimulated by the light, the young behemoth seemed a little irritable. Her forelimbs slapped the ground with all their might. For a moment, the earth shook. The entire cloud plateau seemed to have been frightened by the earth-shattering commotion caused by the birth of the giant beast. In the darkness, there were waves of panicked voices coming from further away. She stopped less than 100 meters away from Lumiere and observed her human opponent with curiosity and cruelty. Using this opportunity, Matthew was also able to observe Behemoth in more detail. It looked like an upright hippopotamus with 2 human ears beside its huge head and a lion's tail behind its butt. Other than that, she also had elephant fangs and lion claws. The skin of this behemoth was dark purple. This meant that she was very young. If she were converted to a human, she would be about 7 or 8 years old. Behemoths were the kings of the earth and fed on mountains. Young behemoths had a variety of skin colors, but when they matured, they would gradually approach the color of the earth. During this process, their skin would gradually evolve into an indestructible natural armor. This layer of armor was so sturdy that even a legendary sword saint might not be able to break it. As for the dark purple behemoth in front of him, Matthew estimated that her natural armor was at 20 points. Vlemper Unofficial Chapter. This was already a terrifying defense. If you wanted to kill the behemoth using ordinary methods, even if your weapon was ground flat, you might not be able to wear through the other party's armor. Fortunately, I'm a mage. I'm quite familiar with behemoth. Matthew composed himself. The behemoth's magic resistance was also not low, but compared to the heaven-defying armor, it was already considered a weakness of this race. As for why he was so familiar with behemoth, this was purely because behemoths were the only giant species in the Seven Saint Alliance that had comprehensive information. This information came from the head mage of the northernmost floating city, Edmund. The latter had a behemoth. Moreover, it was not an ordinary behemoth. It was the elite of the behemoths, a legendary behemoth named Leviathan. Matthew had never seen Leviathan before because ever since he joined the Alliance, Leviathan had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea in the northernmost floating city. However, this did not prevent him from learning about this giant beast from his conversations with Ronan, Fandral, Margaret, and the others. According to the rumors, although Edmund was the lord of Leviathan, it did not mean that he had complete control over the deep-sea behemoth. Some people predicted that the day Leviathan woke up would be the day when the northernmost floating city and the Seven Saint Alliance would be destroyed. Although there was no basis for this statement, it was actually quite widespread within the Alliance. At least Matthew had heard different mages mention this more than once. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Leviathan was. In the early years, the reason why Edmund was widely regarded as the next holy mage was also because of his achievements in subduing Leviathan. However, with the passage of time, Leviathan fell into a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea and gradually faded out of the public's view. People gradually forgot about this. Ronan was the most likely candidate to become the next holy mage. These thoughts only flashed through Matthew's mind. In the dark wilderness, after confronting each other for just over 20 seconds, Behemoth beat her chest and charged at Lumiere. Lumiere was not willing to be outdone and charged at Behemoth. "Do you need help?" Matthew shouted. "Maybe." Lumiere did not show off. He waved his single arm and constantly estimated the distance between him and Behemoth. The two sides quickly approached each other. Just as the collision was about to occur, Lumiere's body suddenly accelerated again. He was as nimble as a cheetah. He changed his direction in the air and quickly dodged towards Behemoth's right foot. Boom! Behemoth angrily punched the ground. The ground nearby was hammered up, surging like waves. A stone brushed past Lumiere's ear. At the critical moment, he dodged Behemoth's right foot and left fist, buying himself some time to deal with them. He actually didn't fight head-on with the Behemoth. Matthew thought to himself that Lumiere had indeed matured a lot. It was also possible that the pressure from the Behemoth was too great. If it were a dragon, Lumiere would definitely have directly attacked. Matthew did not hesitate to use magic to support Lumiere. But at this moment, a strange force suddenly locked onto his upper throat. Immediately after, Matthew felt his tongue go numb, and his vocal cords were stuck. He had lost the ability to speak. Chapter 1040, You came back just in time. Chapter 1040, You came back just in time. Matthew suddenly looked back. 300 meters away, in the darkness that he could not see clearly, a blood-red human silhouette became particularly eye-catching in his field of vision. Warning, Shaman of the Hunter clan has used tongue-cutting on you. Tongue-cutting spell, Yanxing spell. Shaman cuts off his own tongue and sacrifices the life of an elder of the Hunter clan and the heart of a wild wolf to temporarily seal your tongue and vocal cords. You have lost the ability to chant for a short period of time. The art of Yanxing? Matthew was no stranger to this. This was originally a secret curse technique that was spread on the Eastern Islands. It was independent of the existing spell system and was impossible to guard against. Matthew looked at it. The counterspell and rebound spell that he had secretly hung on his body were not triggered. This meant that the other party's tongue-cutting spell was not considered magic in terms of concept and definition. Unless Matthew were able to dominate the magical domain one day and incorporate the Yanxing spell into it, these spells used to counter magic would be ineffective against the Yanxing spell. At this moment, Matthew could clearly feel a subtle connection between him and the shaman. As the power of the tongue-cutting technique continued to increase, he found that he could clearly see the shaman and the scene around him. The other party pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes were cold and complicated. He was also watching Matthew. Beside him lay the corpses of an old man and a wild wolf. The strong smell of blood that he originally loved was between his nose and lips. But at this moment, the shaman did not like the smell that much. He didn't want to use such an extreme method. After all, he had to lose a large piece of tongue. Although under the care of the god of hunting, the lost tongue could quickly grow back, the process was extremely painful. He did not want to experience it at all. However, just now, the god of hunting suddenly issued an urgent oracle. There were two main contents of the oracle. 1. Use the most extreme method to stall that druid, shaman's perspective, and not let him cast spells. 2. The god of hunting had personally summoned the behemoth from the northern mountains. He had to kill the one-armed man on the spot. For shamans, he could understand the second oracle. As a believer in the god of hunting, he could clearly see a blood-red halo condensing above the one-armed man. This was the mark of the Ancient Ones. It was also the symbol of the god of hunting's reward in the primitive hunting ceremony. If he didn't stop the one-armed man who was on a killing spree, he would be killed. He was very likely to become the main character of this ritual. Novel hosted Mvlu Empire. He might become the chosen one of the god of hunting. The Hunter clan could not accept that their prey had become the favorite of the god of hunting. To them, it was a great humiliation. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to kill Lumiere. Mobilizing the behemoth was not an exaggeration. Beep, beep, beep. The shaman blew the bone whistle hanging around his neck with great effort. This series of whistles fell into the ears of the hunter, and there was only one very clear meaning. Kill him. That's why. The hunters who had been hiding among the wild beasts began to move. They brandished the weapons in their hands and charged at Lumiere, who was dodging the behemoth's pursuit. This was something that would never happen in normal times. Don't look at the wild and brutal behavior of the hunters, it was just their disguise. A real hunter was cold-blooded and rational. For prey like Lumiere, who possessed great destructive power, they would often drive wild beasts to continuously exhaust their physical strength until the latter was exhausted. Only then would they truly attack. This was the law that hunters followed day and night. But at this moment, they temporarily put the laws aside. With the shaman's reminder, all the hunters sensed the blood-red halo on Lumiere's head. They immediately became furious. This prey in front of them actually wanted to steal their glory? This was something more serious than life and death. Therefore, in just 3 to 5 breaths, Lumiere was besieged by more than 10 hunters. Most of them were holding spears, some were holding spears or forks, and one was hiding not far away and constantly shooting arrows. Lumiere was instantly attacked from both sides. He barely dodged the hunter's siege, but he no longer had the space to dodge Behemoth's fist. At this time, Lumiere clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. He leapt up and met the fist of the behemoth. The clothes on his body burst apart inch by inch. Layers of fine scales surged down from under his skin. Roar. In a trance, a roar that was enough to shake the entire forest rang out from Lumiere's fist. A greenish-gray shadow quickly flashed behind him. That was Dinosaur uses heads. Boom. With the support of the ancient creature and dinosaur bloodline, Lumiere's figure fiercely collided with Behemoth's fist. The two separated as soon as they touched. The behemoth let out a painful cry and took half a step back. Lumiere's figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He flew 70 to 80 meters away in one breath and only stopped when he hit a protruding rock. Wow. Lumiere spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his face wet and hot, and there was probably a lot of blood coming out of his 7 orifices. His expression was very ugly. Chapter 1041, You came back just in time. Chapter 1041, You came back just in time. He did not expect Behemoth to be so much stronger than a dragon. Although he was not in his peak condition because he had lost one hand, he was confident that he could flip the white dragon over with one hand. But he couldn't do the same to the behemoth. The difference in physique between the two was too great. I have to take a detour. The shouts of hunters came from all directions, and Lumiere's heart sank. He was actually a little unwilling. Just when he was fighting, he vaguely touched the threshold of a domain. If he was given a little more time, he might have entered. However, reality did not allow him to think too much. He had to retreat. Lumiere took a deep breath and turned to run. However, the moment he turned around and lifted his foot, a vast magical wave suddenly appeared in the sky above the wild area. In the next second, under everyone's panicked gazes, 4 incomparably huge scissors that flickered with dark purple light suddenly appeared around the behemoth. How is that possible? I clearly sealed his spellcasting ability. The shaman looked over in horror. Matthew stood there calmly, his mouth not moving. Not him? Who else? When this thought flashed through Shaman's mind, he suddenly found that Matthew's hands were entangled with each other, and the frequency and posture of the intertwining were changing at an extremely fast speed. Matthew's hands were ridiculously fast. The shaman was dazzled. What made the latter even more desperate was that Matthew's hands were covered in a thick layer of grease. Use your hands, to cast spells? The shaman suddenly turned around. However, he could only watch in despair as the 4 scissors mercilessly cut at the behemoth's body. There was nothing he could do. Hint, you have applied a small amount of acceleration oil on your hand. You have successfully cast Deadly Scissors, signature spell, with sign language casting. Double casting, Augustus's skull, in effect. The special effect of your signature spell is an effect. Deceleration field /10 times the size /fake real /disintegrating armor /legendary power /invisibility casting /silence aura paired blood spheres /soul echo /wound infected /lord of the undead. Whoosh. It was accompanied by a large number of negative effects. Before Behemoth could react, 4 pairs of scissors mercilessly cut down on her. Pu, 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 pu. Behemoth cried out in pain. However, the 4 scissors did not pierce through her skin. They only left some damage on it. Under the effect of disintegrating armor, Behemoth's natural armor was also weakened. However, only a second passed. 2 more scissors glowing with purple light appeared out of thin air. The Behemoth angrily slapped the source of the scissors. However, what greeted her was the merciless damage of evocation magic. Slash! Slash! The surface of the Behemoth emitted a sound similar to metal rubbing. In just an instant, the deadly scissors left several deep wounds on her body. This time, not only was Behemoth injured, but it also felt a deep sense of fear. She panicked and struggled on the spot for a while. However, under the effect of the deceleration field, the Behemoth's speed became very slow. By the time she reached the edge of the spell's range, it was already the 5th second, and the 3rd section of the fatal scissors was already formed. Sorsamblemper. Fortunately, I still have my hands. Unfortunately, she still walked to the edge. I might not be able to cut it to death in an instant. A trace of regret flashed across Matthew's heart. However, if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Matthew didn't hesitate and directly used sign language to control the spell to cut it off. The mountain-like beast subconsciously curled up her body, wanting to hide at the edge. But at this moment, the mechanical titan suddenly lit up. At some point, a slender tube had been turned around, facing the Behemoth. Bang! After a crisp sound, a powerful air cannon shot out from the pipe. It appeared in Matthew's field of vision together with it. There was also Bobo, who had already put on her helmet. She gave Matthew a thumbs up. This air cannon wasn't very powerful, but it had a lot of kinetic energy. The cannon shot diagonally upwards at Behemoth's head, and the latter's body suddenly tilted backwards. At this moment, 4 60-meter-long scissors mercilessly cut open her body. This time, it was the strength of a level 24 evocation spell. Ka ka ka. The Behemoth's scream was swallowed by the force field, and only the merciless cutting sound was still stimulating everyone's eardrums. A gust of wind blew past. The rain of blood fell on the nearby wilderness. The hunters and beasts looked in horror at the place where the 4 scissors disappeared. The Behemoth that was arrogant just a moment ago had already fallen. Moreover, she had been torn into pieces. Before the hunters could accept this cruel fact, a new mutation appeared. The Behemoth's blood, which was swept up by the wind, suddenly formed a blood storm in the air. Lumiere stood in the center of the storm in a daze. He allowed Behemoth's blood to drip onto his face and skin. Open your mouth wide. Take off your clothes. Matthew saw this scene from afar and immediately shouted a reminder. After Behemoth fell, the shaman's tongue-cutting spell instantly lost its effect, and Matthew regained his ability to speak. Lumiere could not hear Matthew's voice, but he could see Matthew's anxious expression. In the next moment, he nodded thoughtfully at Matthew, then took off all his clothes and ran wildly in the bloodstorm. Chapter 1042, You Came Back Just in Time. Chapter 1042, You Came Back Just in Time. Bathed in Behemoth blood. Every inch of Lumiere's muscles was swelling. All the pores on his body were expanding, and every cell was greedily absorbing energy from the Behemoth's blood. His strength was also rapidly increasing. Hint, your partner Lumiere has awakened the legendary path and obtained the legendary class, Giant Beast Hunter. Giant Beast Hunter, a hunter in the universe forest who targets super large creatures. Every time he kills a large creature, he can absorb a portion of the attributes, abilities, and even bloodline of the prey he kills. Lumiere's level has been restored to LV20, Blow Dart Archer LV16/Child of the Rainforest LV4/Giant Beast Hunter LV0. A smile appeared on Matthew's face. Not only was he happy for Lumiere, but he was also very lucky to have triggered the super special effect of his signature spell, the Lord of Undead. Kacha! Kacha! The pieces of Behemoth's corpse kept making the sound of joints dislocating. under the influence of a mysterious and vast negative energy. These corpse fragments were naturally attracted together. Gradually, they pieced together to form the framework of the behemoth when it was alive. Although it looked like it was missing an arm or a leg, it already looked like a giant beast. Under the influence of this negative energy, Behemoth's skin began to fall off its skeleton like a landslide. However, this speed was very, very slow. Matthew realized the problem. The Lord of Undead is a passive skill. The negative energy in the prime material plane is not enough, so the undead summoned by the Behemoth's corpse is very slow. He decided to add fuel to the fire for the Lord of Undead. Matthew did not use the Realm Heartstone to block the passage to the negative energy plane. Instead, he chose to summon Filey. Suddenly, a blackish-purple teleportation gate took shape. Filey responded very quickly, and it almost stuffed its head over. But Matthew stopped him in time. "Don't come over yet. Stay there and maintain the status quo." Although Filey did not understand what Matthew was doing, he was unusually obedient. Just like that, Matthew summoned Filey but did not let him in, thus opening a temporary source of negative energy. A large amount of negative energy surged in through the portal. The summoning speed of the new undead had increased by more than 10 times. Filey's delayed response can last for a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough for the behemoth undead to take form, and I've also saved a Realm Heartstone. Matthew was very satisfied. After the behemoth fell, the hunter scattered with the beasts. 3 minutes later, seeing that the behemoth undead was about to take shape. But suddenly, a domineering force locked onto the behemoth's corpse fragment. Matthew felt something and looked towards the sky. The originally pitch-black sky was suddenly covered with a dark red veil. What was even stranger was that he remembered that there was no moon tonight. However, a pale white full moon suddenly appeared above their heads. Blood-like substances seeped out from the edge of the full moon. Immediately after, a ghostly shadow crawled across the surface of the moon. Matthew's pupils constricted. It was a spider. The spider climbed up to the moon and turned to face the ground, gently spitting out a mouthful of silk. In the blink of an eye, a projection of a humanoid creature took shape in front of Matthew. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. On the data panel. Hint: you have observed a blood moon spider. You have encountered the projection of the god of hunting. Enjoy on novel fire. The projection of the god of hunting appeared in front of Lumiere. At this moment, the bloodstorm gradually stopped. Lumiere's condition gradually returned to normal. He was bare-chested, and his eyes became sharper. "Become my chosen one, and I will reveal the true meaning of power to you," the god of hunting said to Lumiere. "Worship me. Serve me. Be loyal to me. I can restore your arm and make your dream come true. I will show you the way. Even if you become a legend, you will not feel lost as long as you follow me." After saying this, without waiting for Lumiere's reply, he looked directly at Matthew. "Give up control over Behemoth's soul. I won't hold you responsible for crossing the line." Matthew sneered in his heart. He hadn't held the Hunter clan responsible for crossing the line and appearing in the Court of Fallen Leaves. However, he also knew, under the lockdown of the god of hunting, it was obviously impossible to summon the undead behemoth directly. Matthew rolled his eyes. He had suddenly transferred the control of the undead behemoth to Filey through the undead contract. "I'll leave it to you. Bring it to the negative energy plane and let it grow on its own," Matthew calmly instructed Filey. In the next moment, Filey's heartfelt joy came from the undead contract. The portal that pointed to the negative energy plane suddenly expanded, and a thick black smoke surged out, directly covering Behemoth's corpse. At the place shrouded in black smoke, the power of the god of hunting was also cut off. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke disappeared into the teleportation gate with Filey. "Very good. It seems that you have rejected me." The god of hunting was quite straightforward. He did not look at Matthew again but turned to Lumiere. I don't have much patience now. You have at most 1 minute to think. Lumiere was about to answer. However, he realized that Matthew had given him a look. Hence, he began to pretend to be in a dilemma. Matthew stared at the sky while guarding against the possible actions of the god of hunting. At this moment, the night sky was completely dyed in blood. The full moon also turned into a blood moon. The outline of the spider on the blood moon was a little blurry. But the more so, the more Matthew valued it. The god of hunting was just a projection, and Matthew was confident that he could kill him easily. But that spider was different. It put a lot of pressure on Matthew. Therefore, he had been watching the other party, trying to retrieve more detailed information through his perception. Matthew's efforts were not in vain. 15 seconds later. Hint, your knowledge, God, is in effect. You have obtained more information about the Blood Moon Spider. Blood Moon Spider, super large creature / legendary mode, the spider queen that lives on the surface of the blood of the moon. Her real name is Aspo. She is the pet of the god of hunting and a part-time lover. At this point, Matthew naturally heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this knowledge is very real. It matches my impression of the gods. He was planning to look for more information. The god of hunting could not wait any longer. He stared coldly at Lumiere. Submit? Or die? Bang! A thick laser beam suddenly shot over from the side. This time, it was not an air cannon. The cannon that was loaded with the laser weapon module directly shattered the projection of the god of hunting. Matthew and Lumiere turned their heads. Bobo poked out half of her head from the cockpit. I hate it when people say such arrogant things in front of me. Matthew smiled. Bobo controlled the mechanical titan to stand up from the ground. However, at this moment, an even greater sense of danger enveloped everyone's hearts. The three of them looked up at the same time. He saw countless blood-stained threads hanging straight down from the moon. Soon, they were close to the ground. On the moon, the outline of the spider had already disappeared. She's coming down, Bobo exclaimed. Matthew looked at it. He realized that the blood moon spider had actually crawled down along one of the threads. What do you wish to do? Or should I go first? Lumiere's strength had increased greatly. It was time for him to be full of confidence and rub his fists. Matthew's response was only one word. Run. Warning, you have been targeted by the blood moon spider. She will hunt you down to any corner of the world of Ander. Jewel Bay. At the top of a towering mage tower, a naked man suddenly appeared on the platform. 5 steps away. As the Guardian of the East, Chen had been waiting for a long time. Ronan. You came back at the right time. Chapter 1043, Silk. Chapter 1043, Silk. Ronan looked at Chen with a smile. You look a little anxious, but don't be anxious. Wait for me to go home and change my clothes. I can run around naked in the astral world, but not in Ander. I have to pay attention to my image at all times. Chen snapped. Come on, what kind of clothes can remain the same under your cracking matrix? Ronan calmly replied. There really is. The resurrection robe of the goddess of magic. I keep it at home. As a semi-divine artifact, it will break with a tug, but it will return to normal in the shortest time. If you want, you can play with it for the rest of your life. When I go home and change into that robe, I'll look much more elegant than I do now with a few tricks. Chen said helplessly. Alright, I know you're very insistent on managing your image. But something has happened. I need your help. The smile on Ronan's face quickly faded. He put his hands on his waist and said unhappily. What are the others doing? I just came back from the astral plane. Don't I have a few minutes of vacation? Chen seemed to have been prepared for this. He said very quickly. Lady Isabel's floating city. Roderick, you know, doesn't care about anything but his own little piece of land. Of course, we have to admit that he has a lot more land than all of us put together. Link and Edmund take turns guarding the Eternal Stronghold. You should know their current situation better than anyone else. After Madame Saria was done with her students' matters, she was called by Yuru to the west. These few days, the broken Great Wall in the west has been emitting black smoke all day long, making it look like the end of the world. Fortunately, there aren't many people in the west, or else there would be another storm. As for me, not only do I have to manage the south, southwest, east, and even the central region. Do you know how I survived some time ago? For a while, the monsters on land and in the sea had decided to rebel at the same time. I had to wipe my ass everywhere. That damned evil dragon didn't let me sleep well either. If I weren't afraid of completely breaking the balance of species, I would have killed them all. And you still want to talk about holidays with me? After Ronan heard this, he was silent for 2 seconds before he turned around and crawled into the black crack. My clothes fell into the star realm. A powerful force forcefully pulled him back. Black light burst out from Chen's body. The powerful gravitational field passed through the crack array and dragged Ronan towards him. Chen's face looked ferocious under the black light. Do you still want to escape after being so close to me? Go and start work obediently. Ronan immediately raised his hands. I surrender. Don't touch me. The cracking matrix is not a joke. But before we start, you have to tell me what happened, right? Chen's expression immediately returned to normal after hearing that. He even said with a pleasant expression. The exiles of the ancient land secretly joined forces and established an organization called Asylum. This organization has a deep background in the Heavenly Family Palace. At present, it is estimated that at least the god of hunting, the goddess of moonlight, Asha, the sisters of desire, and the child of winter have joined Asylum. According to my intelligence, the members of the organization are trying their best to find the ancient shelters of the various races. Ronan didn't mind. Let them find it. Chen continued. The god of hunting is one of the leaders of the Asylum organization. He has been holding a primitive hunting ritual on the Cloud Highlands for the past 2 days. Nominally, it is to select the electorate, but in fact, it is to achieve other goals. And just now, there was a small climax in the primitive hunting ritual. Someone unexpectedly seized the position of the chosen one of the god of hunting. Because of this, the blood moon spider came down from the moon. Ronan was still shaking his head. Check out Novel Fire. It's none of my business. As long as they don't leave the Cloud Highlands and the Helen Mountains, we can let them fight each other. Do you want me to give up on getting dressed and deal with this immediately? Dream on. Chen looked straight into his eyes. The person who seized the position of the chosen one of the god of hunting was Matthew. He's currently being chased by the blood moon spider. Ronan glanced at Chen. His figure immediately disappeared. Fuck. Can't you tell me something so important earlier? I wish you and the evil dragon in the sea 100 years of happiness. His voice echoed for a long time at the top of the mage tower. Dark red, translucent spider silk fell from the moon. The spider silk seemed to have a mind of its own. When they approached the ground, they would suddenly accelerate and launch fatal attacks on the many creatures on the land. Whoosh! A spider thread pierced through the eye of a bear. The skinny bear let out a miserable howl. In the next second, the spider silk suddenly tightened. The bear staggered a few steps on the ground, and its body rapidly withered. In an instant, it could not move. Its body had also completely turned into a wax-yellow statue. Whoosh! 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 More and more spider silk fell down. For a moment, it was as if tens of thousands of arrows had been fired in the wilderness. Countless creatures fled helplessly in front of the deadly spider silk, but there were still a large number of wild beasts that were pierced by the spider silk and turned into wax statues. Chapter 1044, Silk. Chapter 1044, Silk. The hunters were not spared either. Including the shaman who had used the tongue-cutting spell, 7 or 8 hunters had become dry wax statues in just 10 seconds. Everyone was running for their lives. Fear had already fused into the earth and darkness. 200 meters away. Matthew endured the defensive spell and calmly came out of the portal. Together with him was Lumiere, who was still in shock. The latter turned around. When he saw the wax statues that could not move, his face turned sallow. That was close. Lumiere's heart was filled with lingering fear. If Matthew hadn't been quick enough to open 3 portals to take him away from the center of the spider web, he would have been entangled by the deadly spider web. Although Lumiere's physique was definitely stronger than that of wild beasts and hunters, there were simply too many spider webs. No matter how strong a living being was, if they were entangled by this deadly spider silk, they would probably die on the spot. Matthew's expression was equally grave. In order to escape quickly, he did not even care about the white dragon's corpse. Let's not bother about this for now. We have to leave this place immediately. Matthew made a prompt decision. Head east. This wilderness had been locked down by the Blood Moon spider, and it was also her home ground. Matthew did not want to fight a legendary creature in someone else's territory. Hearing his call, Bobo controlled her mechanical titan to follow him. The flight accident just now seemed to have damaged the lady's power system. At this moment, only the jet propulsion module on one foot of the mechanical titan was intact. As a result, Lady could only hop and jump on one leg when Bobo was controlling her. Fortunately, Lady's balance was very strong, and she did not lose her balance even when she jumped on one leg. It was just that the posture looked a little strange. The 3 cloud elves weren't entangled by the spider silk. As soon as Matthew shouted to run, the cloud elf captain used a spell to summon a gust of wind. The cloud elf's body was as thin as paper. The wind blew. They flew up. This was indeed useful when running. After the group met up, they completely ignored the wild beasts behind them and followed Matthew's instructions to run east. That was the northern extension of the Court of Fallen Leaves. It was also a place that the power of the god of hunting and the Blood Moon spider had yet to control. Matthew planned to kill the Blood Moon spider there. If she really wanted to chase him to the ends of the earth. Matthew, get on the Titan. Bobo opened the cockpit and shouted. Matthew glanced at the passenger seat and pushed Lumiere. You go up. I have a way to escape. Lumiere struggled for a moment before obeying Matthew's command. He took a deep breath and leapt forward, landing precisely beside Bobo. Below the mechanical titan, Matthew had already finished chanting a short spell. The pure white light was like a holy moon that dispelled the bloody light that enveloped everyone's heads. A Pegasus ran out from the bright moon. Story source novel Fire. She lowered her head and rubbed her head against Matthew's palm excitedly. Ollie, let's go. Matthew mounted his horse, and his Pegasus spread its wings and soared into the sky, avoiding the wild beasts on the ground that were fleeing in panic. At this moment, the 2 cloud elves untied their belts and fastened them to the steel rings on the mechanical titan's shoulders. Bobo controlled the titan and hopped towards the east. The cloud elf captain came to Matthew and untied his belt. He handed one end to Matthew and said, Do you mind grabbing this? Don't worry. This won't add much weight to your mount. Our bodies are very light. It's like flying a kite. Matthew nodded. He grabbed the cloud elf captain's belt, and Ollie sped up. They flew into the air and temporarily left the dangerous place that was constantly releasing the aura of death. Matthew looked back. A large number of spider silk fell to the ground, entangling with each other, forming a blood-red ropeway. 7 or 8 huge spiders with blood-colored backs climbed down the ropeway. The one that crawled the fastest. It had already reached the ground. That's the Blood Guardian, also from the Blood Moon. The voice of the Cloud Elf captain came from the sky behind him. There are a total of 9 Blood Guardians, and each of them is very difficult to deal with. They are Queen Aspo's sons, grandsons, or even descendants of her descendants. They are also her lovers. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. You know a lot about those spiders. The Cloud Elf captain nodded. I did some homework. Matthew immediately said. Tell me about lovers, no. Tell me more about Queen Espo. The Cloud Elf captain adjusted his belt and moved closer to Matthew. Even in the air, his aura was very stable, and his words were clear and natural. Matthew suspected that this was one of the Cloud Elf's racial talents. Queen Espo was originally a very ordinary blood spider on the Cloud Highlands. It is rumored that in ancient times, she signed a contract with a mage and became the mage's summoned creature. That mage made many modifications to her, making her body far stronger than an ordinary blood spider. After that, the mage opened up a valley and hid all his wealth and savings in the valley. He ordered Espo to guard it day and night. For a long time, the valley was peaceful. After that mage died in an accident, many ambitious people and adventurers came looking for his treasure. Chapter 1045, Silk. Chapter 1045, Silk. However, those people did not expect the existence of Espo, nor did they expect her to be so powerful. Almost everyone who went to look for the mage's treasure became food for Espo. Over time, the place where Espo lived became known as the Death Valley, and she was also known as the Blood Moon Queen because of the moon-like patterns on her back. Due to the mage's special modifications, Queen Espo obtained a lifespan comparable to that of a long-lived species. In the long years that followed, she continued to advance through eating and some unknown means. In the end, she mastered part of the power of the domain and absorbed Death Valley into her own domain. Since then, the Death Valley has become a forbidden place on the Cloud Highlands. Many explorers would teach the newcomers and their teams before entering the Cloud Highlands, if you see a brown mountain with sharp edges on both sides, don't hesitate to run. It's not that no one wants to lay their hands on Queen Espo, but with the ability to move freely among the mountains, the Blood Moon Queen and her Death Valley can always survive the repeated sieges and become stronger. The organizations or forces that try to encircle and suppress her will all suffer misfortune for a period of time after that. Some of them even disappeared in the long river of history. As time passed, no one dared to have any designs on her. It is said that Queen Espo likes to lay eggs on living people. She will divide the blood spiders that she hatches into two types. The first type is not strong enough, and these blood spiders will be eaten by her on the spot. If the remaining ones are strong enough, Espo will train them into blood guardians. Blood guardians usually have the combat power of a peak 5th rank. Their daily job is to capture prey and please Espo. Because of this, the internal competition between the blood guardians is very fierce. Tragedies of several blood guardians dying at the same time often happen. Experience novel fire content. What's strange is that in history, the number of blood guardians around Espo was only 9 at most. No matter which period it was, this number would only be smaller than 9, not more. This is quite confusing. In theory, shouldn't the number of guards loyal to you be as high as possible? This is a principle that all beasts understand. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but ask. How do you know that she is still the same beast? The Cloud Elf captain was stunned. Immediately, his pupils contracted violently. What do you mean? This? That's impossible, right? Matthew smiled. I was just saying. Continue. The Cloud Elf captain looked deeply at Matthew. He sorted out some thoughts and continued. Around the time when the Heavenly Palace was ascended, Queen Espo advanced to legend. Not long after, the god of hunting descended from his godhood. The Hunter clan moved into the Cloud Highlands. The forces of both sides crossed, so friction soon broke out. In the previous clashes, the Hunter clan was defeated by the Blood Moon Queen. Many of them died. But after the strongest of the 3 hunters, Garfield, made his move, the situation immediately changed. No one knows the details. We only know that after a fierce battle, Garfield successfully subdued the Blood Moon Queen. From then on, the Blood Moon Queen became Garfield's partner and lover. The Death Valley has also been merged into the Hunter clan's forces. Matthew felt that something was wrong. The 3 hunters? Garfield? Who are they? The Cloud Elf explained. The three hunters are the three most outstanding sons of the god of hunting. They all have the strength of a legend or half-legend. Garfield is the strongest among them. He became a legend hundreds of years ago and is the son of the god of hunting, of whom he is most proud. Matthew scratched his head. Continue. Cloud ELD said. After about 50 or 60 years, Garfield got tired of Aspo and gave her to his father, the god of hunting himself. In the beginning, Queen Aspo was very reluctant, but with the help of the god of hunting, she successfully landed on the moon and fused with the special domain of the Bloody Moon. You must know that the Bloody Moon is a very dangerous forbidden domain. Its formation is also related to a shocking extinction event in ancient times, which is the Bloody Meteor incident. In short, Aspo, who had fused with the Blood Moon mask, became the Blood Moon Queen in name and reality. She controlled part of the moon's authority and became one of the most terrifying monsters in the world. Because of this, she obeyed the god of hunting and naturally became the latter's pet and lover. Matthew's mouth twitched slightly. But this time, he didn't plan to disrupt the Cloud Elf's narration. On the contrary, the Cloud Elf deliberately paused for a moment. A trace of surprise appeared on his face, and he said, "Back to Garfield." After he gave Queen Aspo to his father, he quickly hooked up with Taran, the weaver of all things. Taran's original form is also a spider. If you ask me, Garfield likes this kind of thing. His father, the god of hunting, is probably the same. Chapter 1046, Silk. Chapter 1046, Silk. Garfield and the Weaver of all things have been inseparable for a period of time, probably over 100 years. But they fell out more than 10 years ago, probably because Garfield realized that the Weaver of all things didn't really love him. That woman just wanted to use the influence of the Hunter clan in the prime material world to expand the power of the Withering Order she controlled. Not long ago, Taran invited Garfield to join the attack on Cross City, but Garfield rejected her. This should be one of the evidence that the two of them fell out. But that's not the main point. The main point is that after falling out with Taran, Garfield came back to look for Queen Aspo. After 100 years, the two of them have rekindled their old love. But they didn't dare to mess around in front of the god of hunting, so in the past 10 years, Queen Aspo would always come down from the moon every moonless night under the pretext of inspecting the mortal territory and meeting with Garfield in the mountains. The god of hunting was well aware of this, but he chose to turn a blind eye. Garfield is his most powerful son and also one of the most powerful tools for him to realize his many ambitions. He can't blame Garfield for a pet. But once the crack in the heart is buried, it will grow crazily until it is out of control. According to my assessment, Queen Aspo is very likely to become the fuse that causes the break between Garfield and the god of hunting at some point in the future. After listening to this, Matthew looked at the Cloud Elf seriously again. "And you are?" The Cloud Elf smiled. "My name is Board, and I'm one of the people in charge of Robin. The Robin is an intelligence organization under the banner of the world's calamity. We control many birds on the continent of Ander, especially the robin. This allows us to obtain information from all over the world even if we are in the clouds." Matthew reacted. "Do you know me?" Board nodded calmly. "Tree Master, God Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Nature's Mage, Lady Isabel's student, suspected to be the illegitimate son of Edmund or Ronan, close friend of the deceiving demigod, and living with the Silver Snake, with these halos focused on one person, it's hard not to notice you." "Mr. Matthew." Matthew shrugged. "It seems that your intelligence is indeed everywhere." Board laughed. "In fact, I've noticed you since March this year. At that time, I happened to read a report about Rolling Stone Town in Cloud Edge City. The report was of a very low level, and the content was rather boring. It recorded several disputes in the 5-member committee of Rolling Stone Town during this year's Outstanding Citizen Selection Conference. Find joy in emblem_year. Logically speaking, a report of this level should be left in the fire forever. But for some reason, I remembered your name after reading the report by chance and saved it. That report is still on my bedside table." At that time, I only thought that you were an interesting person, but I didn't expect you to soar into the sky. Although Bird seemed to be full of kindness, his words still made Matthew a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because the other party was the head of intelligence. Matthew had never liked the feeling of being watched all the time. It seems that in addition to the anti-watching ritual, the anti-spy ritual has to be arranged as soon as possible. Matthew thought to himself. He looked into the Cloud Elf's eyes and asked. So, is Board a fake name? Board laughed and shook his head. It's my real name. I'm sorry. I might have offended you by saying so much just now, but I really want to be friends with you. If there's a chance, I'd like to invite you to Cloud Edge City as a guest. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. A spiderweb flew past not far away. It trembled in the air for a few times before it unwillingly dropped down. Matthew turned around. A spider blood guard had unknowingly caught up to them. Its running speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it could shoot silk into the sky while running. If it wasn't for the fact that Ollie was flying at a high enough altitude, they might have been ambushed by it. Let's talk about being a guest later. Since you have comprehensive information, you should know how to deal with the blood moon spider, right? Matthew asked in a deep voice after letting Ollie fly higher. Board quickly said. The best plan is to remove the communication device from Lady, then leave the area where the signal is jammed and ask for help from the airship in Cloud Edge City. Matthew thought for a moment. He suddenly asked. Are you sure that the airship in Cloud Edge City really don't know what happened here? Board was stunned. Immediately, his expression became very ugly. Matthew said calmly. You were ambushed as soon as you entered the Cloud Plateau. The other party is obviously ready. Aren't you curious about where the Hunter clan got the information? And it's already been a day. With the technology that the Cloud Elves have, do they really not know that something went wrong in the exercise? Board's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he fell into painful thought. Matthew asked again. The world's calamity is mainly made up of Cloud Elves, right? Board shook his head. The purpose of the world's mantis was to provide a platform for communication and cooperation between Cloud Edge City and Cyberdragon. In the beginning, the number of Cloud Elves and Gnomes in World's Calamity was almost equal. Chapter 1047, Silk. Chapter 1047, Silk. However, after experiencing a few unspeakable disputes, a large number of gnome machinists have withdrawn from the World's Calamity. Therefore, the current number of Cloud Elves in this army is indeed the majority. It's ironic. While the Cyberdragon accused us of betraying their trust, the extremists in Cloud Edge City also saw us as traitors. For a period of time, the World's Calamity was struggling. However, the situation has improved this year. The return of Lady Bobo has helped us make up for the problems caused by the shortage of occult machinists. I remember a month ago, when Ms. Hawkins went to apply for funding for next year, she was quickly approved by the cabinet meeting. It's quite surprising that they didn't make things difficult in this area. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, and then he made a few grinding sounds. I see. I was wondering why those old masters were so straightforward when they approved the budget. They don't want to give us this money at all. Matthew turned around and cast a control spell to stop the spider blood guards from chasing after them. Then, he said to Board. So, I'm afraid you won't be able to count on the support of the airships. But if some people in Cloud Edge City want to kill the World's Calamity with a borrowed knife and take the opportunity to cut off a part of the World's Calamity's power, then why is the Hunter clan willing to be the knife? Board immediately shouted. Sanctuary. Their target is the Cloud Elves' ancient sanctuary. This was originally part of the drill. Sanctuary? Matthew was about to ask for more details, but at this moment, the airflow in the sky suddenly became turbulent. A huge face appeared in the sky ahead. Ollie cried out in surprise and was forced to descend to the ground. The mechanical titan under Bobo's control also stopped moving forward. Because the shadow of a large number of troops marching appeared on the horizon ahead. Tall mammoths carrying a dense group of people surrounded them from the northeast, east, and southeast. On the head of the leading mammoth stood a man holding a golden spear. The man was wearing an animal skin coat, and his facial lines were quite tough. At first glance, he was quite handsome, but the evil smile on his face made Matthew feel very disgusted. That's Mammoth King Haakon. He's also one of the 3 sons of the god of hunters. According to my intelligence, he already has the strength to advance to legend, but he hasn't held the advancement ceremony yet. Bord said with an ugly expression. Mr. Matthew, please take Ms. Bobo away first. Without reinforcements, we can't escape unscathed. Lady Bobo is the most important. Matthew calmly jumped down from the Pegasus. Who said there are no reinforcements? The airships in Cloud Edge City might have chosen to play dumb, but I still have some connections. The Hunter clan has broken the agreement with the Alliance. I have already reported this to the Silver Council before we set off. They should be here soon. What Matthew didn't say was that he always made 2 copies of his report to the Alliance. One was given to the Alliance according to normal procedures. The other was given to Isabel. With the latter's fiery temper, she would definitely not let go of such an excuse to start a massacre. At most, he only needed to stall for a while. Thinking of this. Discover stories on VLMPYR. Matthew's body suddenly expanded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he transformed into a silver dragon and confronted the enemy. However, there were mammoths in front and blood guards behind him. They continued to approach and shrink the encirclement. The silver dragon that Matthew had transformed into seemed a little lonely. In the next second, a blood moon suddenly appeared in the sky above the wilderness. However, the blood moon only lasted for a few seconds. It suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, under everyone's astonished gazes, all of the blood spiders were actually fleeing in the opposite direction. Chapter 1048, Ronan's Plan for the Censor. Chapter 1048, Ronan's Plan for the Censor. The naked man who appeared beside the silver dragon was very tall and burly. He was half a head taller than Matthew. After saying a few harsh words, there was a long silence over the mountains. Ronan grinned and looked at the silver dragon. Matthew, you've become fatter. Matthew was stunned at first, but then he happily dispelled his wilderness form. He had thought that Isabel would be the one who came, but he did not expect it to be Ronan. However, no matter which one of them was present, there was obviously no need for him to attack in his silver dragon form. He turned back into his human form and bowed respectfully. You're still so humorous and unrestrained. Ronan laughed. Of course. Do you see my skin? The dark purple glow under it? This is the latest fashion. Only the highest-end mages can come into contact with this. You might not know this, but this special skin luster can only be formed after being exposed to cosmic rays for a long time, and cosmic rays only exist in the radiance of the astral plane. Most mages were like flowers in a greenhouse. How could they bathe in the light of the astral world? Therefore, only those who can frequently enter and exit the astral plane can have fashionable purple starlight skin like mine. How is it? It's very cool, right? When you become stronger, I'll bring you to take a starlight bath. You won't be able to see it during the day, but at night, you'll be like me now. Your entire body will be wrapped in purple light, making you look especially manly. Matthew scratched his head after listening. At first, he thought that the purple light on Ronan's body was the effect of some spell. He didn't expect it to be just the luster of his skin. Matthew asked curiously. So, are there any specific benefits to bathing in the starlight? Ronan shook his head. Not at all. For most people, long-term exposure to cosmic rays will cause skin damage. After a little longer, the damage will reach an irreversible level. But I'm different. I've mastered part of the secret of the goddess of magic, as well as her skincare secrets and maintenance techniques. This is nothing. It's said that the goddess of magic took care of her skin all over her body to give off a light purple luster, including her private parts. The goddess of magic thinks that this can increase her charm. I quite agree with that. Now, I feel that my charm has increased a lot. Matthew's expression was slightly strange. As expected. After all, he was not a proper mage. In terms of thinking and structure, there was still a huge gap between him and the top-notch mages. Other than looking good. Bathing in the starlight bath can also sublimate your soul. Because they have mastered some extraordinary powers, most mages often fall into a strange cycle of arrogance and inferiority. We are strong because of magic, and we are proud because of our strength. But when you leave the prime material plane and enter the astral plane with this pride, most people will realize how small they are because of the vastness of the universe. At that time, we might lose ourselves. The huge contrast in your mentality and the emotional fluctuations deep in your soul can only be soothed by starlight. Bathing in starlight, you will be able to increase the strength of your soul and find your true self. Matthew asked carefully. But I heard that cosmic starlight is the natural enemy of spirit bodies. Even the powerful space undead troops don't dare to expose their spirits directly to the starlight because once they do that, they might be directly destroyed. Ronan nodded. You're right. But not all spirit bodies will be destroyed when they bathe in starlight. There are also a few who are more tenacious and can persevere, and those who persevere can reap the sweet fruits of soul sublimation. I'm an example. I think you are too. You have to have confidence in yourself. Matthew was speechless. I'm currently in the critical stage of soul sublimation. I have to let the starlight stored in my skin shine on my soul at all times. That's why I'm not wearing anything. Ronan explained. Please don't misunderstand that I'm a pervert because of this. In fact, among the legendary mages and holy mages, I'm the most normal one. You don't have to be shy for me. This is the moment to face your true self. If one day, you can walk back and forth between the astral world and the ancient lands without wearing any clothes like me, then it means that your legendary path is close to completion. Matthew nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. But in his heart, he felt that Ronan was talking nonsense. He subconsciously took half a step forward, but he was gently pushed away by an invisible force. Don't get too close. There's a fee for this starlight. Ronan joked. Then he turned to face the mountains again and said to Matthew. I plan to conduct a population survey of the primordial lands. I hope you can contribute. Matthew immediately replied. Anytime. But what kind of general survey method is it? Special. Ronan thought for a moment. Kill all the exiles that you can see and those that appear tonight. They are the natives of the primordial lands. The remaining number should be about the same as the last investigation. This way, we can get a rough and accurate number. Chapter 1049, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. Chapter 1049, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. Matthew scratched his head. Is this all right? Ronan smiled silently. The natives of this land are all vicious exiles. Without the alliance, their ancestors would have eaten the human race to extinction several times. The calamity days are coming. Do you believe that once the alliance loses power, these creatures will climb down from the mountains and run to the plains to eat people? The so-called endangered species. Only when they are truly endangered will it be more beneficial for both of us. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. Ronan continued. But I have a principle. I usually don't take the initiative to attack small characters below legendary. I've always only challenged people of a higher level. Tonight, you'll go through the Helen Mountains and kill anyone below legendary or not on your side. Just claim that you work for me. Can you do it? Facing Ronan's scrutiny. Matthew felt a lot of pressure, but he could only nod. At this moment, a large amount of spider silk fell from the sky. The 9 spider blood guards crawled on the ground, not knowing what to do. They were originally a group of wild beasts. After losing their commander, they immediately moved on the plains like headless flies. Oh right, remember to collect the spider legs. I love them. Ronan added. Matthew looked up and saw that the blood moon was quickly fading into the sky. An extremely thick spider silk pulled Queen Asbo's main body back to the moon. Her figure soon disappeared from the surface of the moon. This fellow fled really quickly. Matthew sighed inwardly. At this moment, the voice from the mountain sounded again. We didn't do anything. Everything tonight was planned by the god of hunting, and it was his people who carried out the operation. The rest of us have nothing to do with this matter. Ronan, you can't do this to us. We strictly abide by the covenant and have been restraining our people for many years. Our tribe has never even been to the border. You can't bully us like this. This goes against the spirit of coexistence when we signed the immemorial covenant. Ronan chuckled. He casually said to Matthew. Look, this is where they are cunning. When they are weak, they call themselves endangered species and try to act pitifully to protect themselves. But as long as they are slightly stronger, they will bite people like mad dogs. But he's right. What happened tonight is indeed the full responsibility of the god of hunting. I can't take the initiative to kill them all. That would be too overbearing. I'm not that crazy woman, Isabel. So, how many exiles can be killed in tonight's population survey will depend on your mocking skills. If you can anger them, it will be a great achievement. I can even consider sharing the secret treasure of the goddess of magic with you. Matthew perked up. I'll definitely do my best. Don't worry, I won't let you do this alone. Ronan pointed at the group of mammoths on the eastern horizon and said. Can you handle that horse king over there? Matthew looked left and right before suddenly realizing. That looks like the Mammoth King. Ronan waved his hand. That's not important. Matthew looked at Mammoth King Håkon and the other hunters who were facing a great enemy and then said confidently. I can handle it. Ronan nodded and snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a portal appeared out of thin air. A familiar voice sounded in Matthew's ear. Hey, Ronan, why didn't you die in the astral plane? Matthew and I have already prepared dozens of plans for your funeral. We also founded an organization called Ronan Must Die. Are you interested in joining us? A massive construct emerged from the portal. He had an extremely solid cylindrical torso and flexible limbs. After standing up straight, he was more than 3 meters tall, much taller than a mammoth. It was the legendary Construct Tower Spirit 177. Ronan didn't care about 177's anger. Instead, he smiled and comforted him. I didn't forget to find a suitable partner for you when I was in the astral world. However, the monsters in the astral plane are too abstract. They're not suitable to be your long-term companion. But I've just found one for you. Look, what about that mammoth queen over there? Judging from the size, you should like it. 177 stuck his head out for a while and said in a relaxed tone. At least you still have some conscience. Eh? Matthew, you're here too? Are you also interested in the Mammoth Queen? Then I'm afraid we'll have to compete fairly. Matthew denied it and justified himself. Check out MVLEMPYR. I haven't agreed to join Ronan's organization. Unexpectedly, 177's tone was filled with shock. Did you really consider it? I'm just joking. Don't tell me you really don't like Ronan and want him dead? Matthew was completely speechless. Fortunately, Ronan clearly knew 177 better. He smiled to show that he didn't care about it, then ordered. After snatching the Mammoth Queen, remember to help Matthew complete tonight's population survey mission. I'll go greet my old friend in the mountains first, then go to the moon to have a heart-to-heart talk with the god of hunting. As he spoke, his figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Very quickly, a voice of shame, anger, and pain rang out among the mountains. Chapter 1050, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. Chapter 1050, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. Ronan, don't go over. We really didn't do anything. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Ronan, you stinky hooligan. These voices were soon suppressed by a certain force. The mountains in the distance began to shake violently. After a while, Matthew could feel the pressure in the darkness receding like a tide. Many exiles who had planned to take advantage of the situation chose to leave. The pressure on Matthew's body was instantly reduced. Right now, the only enemies he faced were the hunters led by Mammoth King Haakon and the 9 spider blood guards. The primitive hunting ritual is still there, Lumiere reminded softly. Matthew glanced at him, and the dark red halo above his head became even more solid. This was a symbol of the upcoming election of the god of hunting. The god of hunting had spent a lot of effort to plan this operation. With his strength and foundation, even if the alliance interfered, he wouldn't give up easily. As expected, a slight tremor came from the east again. The moss on the frozen earth swayed gently. The mammoth herd carried nearly 200 hunters and charged at Matthew's group again. Kill them all. Mammoth King Haakon was at the forefront. The mammoth queen under him had 6 curved and long fangs. It was obvious that she was not to be trifled with. The rest of the mammoths followed suit. For a moment, the world shook. The scene was quite spectacular. I didn't expect that I would have to do it myself. Faced with the menacing mammoth horde, Matthew transformed into a silver dragon again. He turned to face the enemy. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Bobo and Lumiere followed closely behind Matthew on both sides. The mechanical titan switched to flight mode, soaring over the plains like a vigorous goshawk. Lumiere was running to his heart's content. As he ran, the bloody light on his body continued to solidify. The phantom of the dinosaur uses that had appeared during the battle with the behemoth had turned from a head to a complete one. Under the effect of the blood light, the phantom almost solidified. From the outside, it was a dinosaur uses that was emitting a bloody glow running on the plains, not Lumiere himself. After flying for a short while, the sound of wind and vibrations came from Matthew's left and right hands. The person on the left was 177. He strode across the plains with his long legs, waving an extremely thick spiked club in his hand. 177's appearance was like that of an anime character who had walked out of a very crude work. It looked a little ridiculous, but every movement it displayed as it ran was full of power. The shadow that appeared on his right hand was truly beyond Matthew's expectations. It had silver scales and a slender neck. She was only slightly smaller than Matthew. The cold aura combined with the faint dragon's might perfectly release the temperament of a superior. It was Silver Dragon Sylvia, the singer in the clouds. The Cloud Highlands and the Helen Mountains are both my territories. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to my house? The Silver Dragon girl's clear and pleasant voice could not help but contain a hint of complaint. Let's greet each other after killing the enemy. Matthew smiled in relief. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. In the next moment, the silver dragon's huge body began to dive, charging straight at the mammoth King Haakon in the middle. Kill that silver dragon. Haakon stomped hard on the mammoth queen's neck. The latter suddenly exploded, and its huge body leapt high into the air at an unbelievable angle. Then, it crashed into the silver dragon in midair with unstoppable momentum. The silver dragon blinked. In his vertical pupil, the image of the mammoth queen and Haakon, who was holding a spear on her back, was getting closer and closer. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Matthew's thoughts became unprecedentedly calm. He knew that the battle between the mountains and above the blood moon was the most crucial part. However, he was also very clear about the predicament the Seven Saint Alliance was currently facing. He was representing Ronan and the Alliance. Therefore, his words and actions would be seen as a microcosm of the Alliance's will. And in this current predicament, every time the Alliance attacked, they not only had to obtain sufficient results, but they also had to complete it beautifully and cleanly. Otherwise, there would be many future troubles. Thinking of this, Matthew did not hesitate. He flapped his wings hard, and all the white scales made a sound like wind chimes. The mighty power of nature suddenly erupted. In the next second, the silver dragon's body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of skyrocketing was far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. In less than 2 breaths, the silver dragon that was originally only a dozen meters long had grown to more than 200 meters in length. His height had also far exceeded the normal range. It had reached a height that many immemorial dragons could not reach. Ability, nature's giant spirit. Under the panicked gazes of countless enemies, the super silver dragon that looked like a giant beast of annihilation suddenly appeared in the sky above the plains. In just an instant, all the mammoths panicked and tried to change their direction. But how could Matthew let them escape? He glided close to the ground, then stretched out his thick hind legs and stomped on the plains with a running posture. The mammoths were originally incomparably tall. In front of the super silver dragon, they were like cherries under the feet of ordinary humans. Matthew opened his claws mercilessly. Then, it stomped down with its claws. Chapter 1051, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. Chapter 1051, Ronan's Plan for the Censuses. A terrifying and dull sound rang out. Any claw marks appeared in the wilderness. Under each paw print, there was a mixture of the mammoth and a large number of prey. Matthew looked at the enemies running around in panic. There was no sadness or joy in his heart. Is this how Leviathan feels? He took the time to look at the mountains in the distance. In the darkness, the outline of the mountains did not seem so tall anymore. He could feel the deep fear in the eyes of the people in the darkness. That was the reverence that all living beings had for supergiant creatures carved into their bones. Before the era of the behemoths arrived, the silver dragon enhanced by the nature spirit was almost the limit of normal cognition. The creatures of Ander could be divided into small, medium, medium-large, large, super-large, and finally, supergiant. Matthew was now a supergiant beast. This feeling of being the ruler of the world was fascinating, as if he had the power to destroy the entire world. But Matthew knew very well. The true behemoth was still brewing in the womb of the universe. Supergiant was the limit of this era. But in the next era, the super silver dragon might not even be able to reach the edge of an ordinary behemoth. Thinking of this, the swelling feeling that had just emerged in his heart disappeared. Immediately, Matthew seized the time and stepped on the enemies on the ground crazily. Compared to other units, the mammoth seemed a little clumsy. The super silver dragon stomped on the ground accurately. Not long after, other than the mammoth queen, there was no sign of any mammoths on this land. Matthew looked down. On the ground, there were still many hunters and other wild beasts running away like ants. The silver dragon lowered its head slightly, and its chest quickly bulged. Then, it suddenly breathed toward the ground. In an instant, a huge fan-shaped area was covered in extremely cold ice and snow. A large number of wild beasts and hunters were simply frozen into ice sculptures. A world of ice and snow appeared out of thin air on the plateau. The originally chaotic situation also quieted down at this moment. Amidst the large number of ice sculptures, the mammoth King Haakon was trembling as he gripped his golden spear tightly. He looked around in disbelief. He didn't even know what had happened. He was only stunned for a moment. A huge silver dragon appeared in front of him. Other than himself and the mammoth queen beneath him, almost all of his clansmen had died in battle. This was an unacceptable fact for Haakon. However, as the son of the god of hunting, the glory of hunting had been carved into the depths of his blood. At that moment, the flames of war reignited in his eyes. He stood high above the mammoth queen's head and raised the spear in his hand at the insufferably arrogant silver dragon. A silver dragon as huge as a mountain range. I want to duel with you. Under the witness of the mountains, under the witness of the blood moon, I, the third son of the god of hunting, Mammoth King Haakon, issue you an invitation to a duel. Let's have a fair hunting challenge. The winner will be able to obtain the supreme glory of the hunting domain. I firmly believe that I will obtain the final victory, and I will officially enter the legendary stage. Haakon's voice was powerful. It echoed on the plateau for a long time. After reciting the oath that symbolized the advancement to legend, golden flames ignited on his body, and the spear in his hand became even more dazzling. Håkon indeed has the strength to advance to legend. I didn't expect him to forcefully activate the legendary advancement ritual at this time. In midair, Cloud Elf Bord was watching the battle with his two followers. Meanwhile, in the world of ice and snow, Matthew also felt the power that was constantly erupting from Håkon's body. That was the sign of being about to advance to legend. The huge silver dragon moved its body and arrived in front of Håkon and the Mammoth King in a few steps. Accept my hunting challenge. Silver Dragon. You will be one of the greatest prey I have ever hunted in my life. Håkon's eyes were filled with fanaticism. However, in the face of all this, Matthew only raised his claws lightly. Then, under Håkon's panicked gaze and the Mammoth Queen's painful wails, the Mammoth Queen's body trembled. His huge claws pressed down hard. Another huge claw mark immediately appeared on the ground. Because of the speed reduction effect of the dragon breath, Håkon and the Mammoth Queen did not even run far before they merged with the claw marks. A few seconds later, Matthew's body quickly shrank back. On the data panel. Hint: Mammoth King Håkon has carried out the final chapter of his legendary path. He has used hunting as his domain in an attempt to advance to legendary. Do you accept his hunting ritual? You rejected Håkon's hunting invitation. You killed Håkon and the Mammoth Queen. Kill a large number of enemies with the body of a supergiant creature. You have obtained the opportunity to explore the behemoth domain. Do you want to explore now? You have interrupted Håkon's advancement ritual. You have obtained the title Legendary Interceptor. Your regional legend level +1, Cloud Highlands/Helen Mountains. The fact that you killed the hunter tribe in the form of a supergiant silver dragon was hidden by a mysterious force. The other factions in the world of Aender will not know about this for the time being. So tired. So tired. He felt as if he had been hollowed out. After ending his nature giant spirit state, Matthew could no longer maintain his silver dragon form. It was important to know that maintaining the wilderness form required very little concentration. It could be seen that using this ability at full power had a huge consumption on the body. He quickly returned to his human form and drank 2 bottles of milk, 3 mushrooms that could replenish his energy and strength, and 4 to 5 bottles of magic medicine. Matthew finally caught his breath. At this moment, everyone gathered around. Immediately, there was a commotion. Matthew, I didn't expect you to become so big. Your size just now was really shocking. Can you grow bigger again and let me see? The silver dragon girl Sylvia looked at Matthew expectantly. Matthew, you were too focused on showing off. Seriously, my future wife was trampled to death by you. Do you want to give me some compensation? 177's tone was full of resentment. Bobo was the most excited one. Matthew. Next time you become so big, can you let me ride you? I like tall and big mounts the most. Lumiere was the only one who was most worried about Matthew's condition. He asked with concern. How do you feel now? According to what that old mage said just now, do you still have a lot of things to do tonight? Can your body take it? Matthew was about to wave his hand to show that he was fine, but soon, a strong sense of dizziness invaded his mind. He staggered after taking 2 steps. Lumiere hurried over to help him. You shouldn't be able to walk like this, right? Why don't you let me complete the mission that old mage gave you? Lumiere suggested earnestly. Matthew took out a bottle of energy serum from his inventory and poured it down his throat. Then, he recovered for a while. He used the teleportation tombstone to summon a dozen zombies. Make 2 stretchers. Get them to take turns carrying me over. Matthew instructed the mother of the slaves who had just been summoned. The mother of slaves immediately did as she was told. Not long after, 2 sturdy and durable stretchers were completed. Immediately, under the strange gazes of the others, The 4 coolie zombies skillfully lifted Matthew, who was lying on the stretcher. The latter waved his hand at everyone. "Wait for me here. I'll come back to look for you tomorrow morning." 177, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 coolie zombies obediently carried the stretcher and slowly walked towards the mountains in the darkness. Chapter 1052, Ronan is in trouble. Chapter 1052, Ronan is in trouble. Stay updated with MVLEMPYR. Matthew had already made his stance clear. But Lumiere still followed closely. Bobo also followed, but she looked a little hesitant. "Matthew, I want to go with you. But now, I'm afraid I'll have to look for Madame Hawkins. She has done me a favor." "Hawkins? The vice president of the Hwa sisters?" Matthew turned his head sideways on the stretcher and said to Bobo. "No need. If I'm not wrong, she'll be looking for you soon." Bobo revealed a puzzled expression. Matthew smiled. "Just stay where you are and wait for news from the others." "Listen to me." Bobo struggled for a while but eventually nodded. In the next moment, the night sky in the east suddenly brightened. Everyone looked up. They saw a huge cloud of fire approaching from that direction. They only realized it when it got closer. The cloud that seemed to be burning with raging flames was the image of a huge divine bird. Through the blazing flames, Matthew saw a huge magic ship inside. The shape of the magic ship was very different from the traditional magic ships of the Seven Saint Alliance, and it had an obvious exotic style. Behind the burning ship and the magic ship, it was a meteor shower of light spots. There were bright and thin threads between the light spots and the magic ship. It seemed that these threads were the reason why the magic ship was able to pull the light spots forward. Whoosh! 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 The magic ship flew over everyone's heads. The meteor shower of light also whizzed past. At this moment, only then did they see that the so-called light spots were actually mages stepping on transparent skateboards. At the highest point of the magic ship, a veiled female mage with an extraordinary temperament stood there. She held the divine dragon staff that was flowing with flames and golden light, and her eyes were filled with profound magic mysteries. When she passed by everyone's heads, the veiled female mage seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally glanced down before she whistled past. "That's the Phoenix ship and the Southern Mage Army." Cloud Elf Board's voice was filled with excitement. "Both of them are legends in the intelligence organizations of Ander. Because very few people have actually seen them fight." Board looked at Matthew in awe. "You guessed it long ago. Am I right? Great Mage Ronan really didn't come alone." Matthew smiled faintly. He didn't expect this. He just knew the Alliance or Isabel's way of doing things. If they made a move, they would make a big move. Although the person who came this time was Ronan, as one of Isabel's favored disciples, Ronan's style of doing things had more or less inherited some parts of his teachers. If he only took Matthew away after he appeared and did not take the next step, then the follow-up was hard to say. However, Ronan himself had already gone to the moon. The Alliance would not allow the main force of the world's calamity to be surrounded by the remaining hunter clans. This was the pattern Matthew had observed. The facts proved that his guess was right. Such a grand scene had never appeared before, not even during the incident at Cross City. Matthew couldn't help but feel puzzled. This mage army looked very powerful, but why didn't they make a move in the previous few incidents? Thinking of this, Matthew asked lightly, "How much do you know about the Phoenix ship and the Southern Mage Army?" Board shook his head. "It's not just me. Almost all intelligence organizations have a limited understanding of these two. The main reason is that they rarely show their faces. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that the Southern Mage Army has only been armed in the past few decades. But the Mage Army has an open secret. Only Ronan himself can command them. The reason behind this is probably because the leader of the Southern Mage Army is a strange person. She's not a member of the Seven Saint Alliance, and she doesn't seem to be willing to treat anyone well except Lady Isabel. Bobo couldn't help but be curious. Then why was that naked man able to command her? Borde coughed. Because she is Lord Ronan's wife. Her nickname is the Saintess of Heaven, and everyone is more willing to refer to her with a nickname because her name is really too strange. I think it's called something Chi no Moon? Borde uttered a relatively rare syllable. Matthew's heart jumped. Chin Wuyue? Borde nodded repeatedly. That's the name. It seems to be because she has the bloodline of the Sioux. The Saintess of the Sky is a powerful legendary mage herself. She poured her heart and soul into building this southern mage army. It's said that it imitated the construction method of the Great Wall Mage Army in the history of the Sioux. According to rumors, this special construction method can allow mages with average individual strength to work together and unleash terrifying power. There are also people who say that the Saintess of Heaven married Ronan in exchange for more political chips. She hopes to use Ronan's resources to build a powerful mage army so that one day, she can cross the ocean again and set foot on the eastern continent. Borde told him a few gossips about Qin Wuyue and Luo Nan. It was nothing more than conspiracy theories. Matthew felt that it was very fake. Chapter 1053, Ronan is in trouble. Chapter 1053, Ronan is in trouble. Although he had never met Ronan's wife, every time he heard Ronan mention her, he would look happy. The two of them should be quite loving. Just as Ronan moved, Qin Wuyue brought people over to clean up the place. The communication between the two parties was at least very close. However, Matthew did not know Qin Wuyue's name and her Sioux bloodline. He thought about how highly confidential the information about the Sioux clan was in the alliance. Matthew suddenly wanted to chat with Master Ronan's wife. After all, he still had a part-time job as the equalization envoy. Moreover, the divine weapon of the Sioux was suspected to have fallen into the hands of Red Hunter Chenair. Both sides were destined to clash. Perhaps Qin Wuyue could help in this aspect. However, now was not the time to chat. With the interference of the Phoenix ship and the Southern Mage Army, the world's calamity troops should be able to retreat safely. This scene also confirmed another guess in Matthew's heart. Tonight, all he needed to do was to use the tiger's might and act as a bystander. Ronan's words were probably to test whether he had the courage and strength to single-handedly wipe out creatures below legend in the primordial lands. In fact, he sent 177, the legendary construct, as his fighter, and the main battlefield was the Phoenix ship and the Southern Mage Army. In front of such an ostentatious scene, any exiled person with a brain would tuck their tail between their legs and behave. It was impossible for them to take the initiative to appear in front of Matthew. Considering that Ronan did not do anything to keep his words a secret, Matthew reckoned that by now, everyone in the entire primordial lands with some status or background knew about it. What he wanted to do today. It was just a job to use Ronan's name to scare the others. Therefore, even though he was so tired, he still let the zombies carry him. Because he knew he didn't even need to fight today. As long as he was lying on the stretcher, it would be fine. Just go back and wait for the news. You don't have to follow me. The zombie walked very slowly. They had yet to leave the frozen area. Matthew waved at everyone. Bobo nodded and agreed to stay, and the Cloud Elves naturally did the same. But Lumiere and Sylvia followed suit. Matthew no longer stopped them. The group left the frozen area leisurely and headed north to a higher altitude. An hour later, in the pitch-black wilderness, he could only see a few scattered mage fires floating in the air. The flames illuminated the 4 diligent zombies and Matthew, who was sprawled on the stretcher and looking up at the stars. He stared at the starry sky in boredom. The moon had already disappeared. The stars also appeared dim and dull. It was inevitable that he would get sick of it after looking at it for a long time. It was quiet all around. Other than the northern wind blowing from the Helen Mountains, there was almost no sound. Not even a wolf howl? All of them are hiding underground? Matthew yawned. At this moment, he had recovered a little. With his powerful perception, he could indeed sense that the life elements under the ground had increased a lot. When they passed by an exposed cave, the zombies suddenly stopped in their tracks. Matthew turned his head to take a look. In the depths of the crypt, there were 3 shivering plateau great rats. They buried their heads in the pit. Only 3 huge butts were facing Matthew. Matthew sighed. "Let's go." "I didn't see anything." The zombies set off again. At this moment, rumbling footsteps could be heard. 177, who had just gone to the river to play alone for a while, came over. "I didn't expect you to show mercy. But have you ever thought that if this continues, your performance tonight might be very bad?" Matthew yawned. "Those mammoths and hunters should be enough, right?" 177 shook his head and said, "Theoretically, it should be enough. But compared to the young Isabel or Ronan, you are too soft-hearted, Matthew." Matthew nodded. "Perhaps. But since there are so many tough guys in the Alliance, it's not bad to have a few gentle ones occasionally. Read first on MVLEMPYR. Besides, I'm not always very soft. When I need to be hard, I'll still be hard." 177 watched him. After a while, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "You just made a dirty joke, didn't you? Mind your manners, Matthew. There's a lady beside you." He pointed at the silver dragon girl happily. Sylvia didn't understand. At this moment, Matthew suddenly shouted, "Stop." The zombies obeyed the order and stopped instantly. 177 looked around. "What's wrong? Have you found anything?" "Where?" Matthew raised his arm lazily. "Put me down. I want to put on some clothes. It's a little too cold here. I'll heat up a glass of milk." "Do you want some?" he asked Sylvia. The silver dragon girl nodded happily. After drinking the milk and changing his clothes, Matthew continued on his way. The quiet atmosphere continued. They walked about 7 to 8 kilometers. Matthew waved his hand again to stop him. "We've almost explored this area. Let's go somewhere else." He looked at 177. The latter tapped on his body a few times, and in the next second, a random teleportation array appeared under everyone's feet. Whoosh! The blue magic radiance drowned everyone's figures. The entire world fell silent. 10 minutes later. Only then did a wolverine sneakily crawl out from a crack in the rock. It had just left the door. It saw 3 plateau great rats charging towards him with their fangs bared and claws bared. The battle was about to start. Chapter 1054, Ronan is in trouble. Chapter 1054, Ronan is in trouble. Under the influence of the scouts, the night hunters left their nests. The daily killing scene was reenacted. More and more black shadows appeared on the ground. The north wind continued to howl mercilessly. Another hour later. Helen Mountains. Dragon Snake Mountain. On a narrow path. Matthew wrapped himself up tightly, but the cold wind continued to pour into his body from all directions. It was difficult for defensive spells to defend against this kind of all-pervasive wind. Matthew recalled a few tricks. However, it seemed to be useless on such an occasion. He could only try to ask for help from 177. "Is there a spell that can stabilize the temperature or block the cold wind?" 177 shook his head. "You're too weak, Matthew. Look at you. You're almost wrapped up like a mummy." Explore worlds on Novel FireMPYR. Look at the crippled young man behind you. He's only wearing a pair of pants. And I didn't even wear a pair of pants. Guess how I resisted the cold? Because I have a strong will. As long as one's willpower is strong enough, what is a mere cold? Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're not afraid of the cold because you're a construct. It has nothing to do with willpower. 177 thought about it. What you said makes sense. The human body is too fragile. Speaking of which, you're a necromancer. I've never heard of any necromancer being afraid of the cold. Matthew scratched his head. Is there such a saying? 177 said definitely. It seems to be because of negative energy. As far as I know, negative energy is a natural thermal insulation. You can try to build a membrane made of negative energy on the surface of your skin to completely lock in the changes in your body's temperature. Do you want to try? Matthew thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. Although 177 wasn't very reliable, as a legendary construct and tower genie, his knowledge was very profound. At this moment, Matthew's spiritual power had already recovered by half. Only his stamina was still in a state of serious depletion. This might have something to do with him performing many rounds of movements on the battlefield in the form of a giant silver dragon. These actions would consume a lot of physical strength. Especially the breath. As one of the natural spellcasting abilities, dragon breath consumed the dragon's physical strength. Spitting dragon breath in the form of a nature spirit was an overload. Matthew estimated that it would take 3 to 5 days for his body to fully recover. This was not a problem that could be solved by medicine. It was a lack of elements. Unless Matthew was willing to use some dark and vicious spells to absorb the elements. Otherwise, he would have to endure it slowly. And he obviously wouldn't do that. Looks like I'll have to use this ability carefully in the future. Even if I become a silver dragon, I'll have to use my claws more and my dragon breath less. Matthew composed himself. He took off his gloves and activated the Hand of Paleness. Then, he mobilized a portion of negative energy from it and formed a membrane on his body like 177 said. At first, Matthew failed several times. This was because the membrane he wanted to form was an extremely thin protective membrane that could not be identified by the naked eye. However, this required a very high amount of spiritual power. Matthew tried several times but failed. In the end, he could only settle for the next best thing. He took out a negative energy stone and extracted a large amount of negative energy from it. He used his skin as a medium to attach it to the stone. Very quickly, Matthew's body turned as black as charcoal. Negative energy spread on the surface of his body. Soon, it condensed into an extremely thick protective membrane. Matthew moved. It felt pretty good. This layer of membrane did not affect his movement much, and it did have a great warming effect. It just didn't look good on the outside. At this moment, there was a new message on the data panel. Hint, you have created a new cantrip. Please name it. Cantrip effect, grants a high amount of negative energy immunity, prevents heat from flowing, and provides 1 point of natural armor. Naming successful. Your self-created cantrip Long Johns has been added to the spell list. You can share your self-created spell with your disciples or some contracted units. You created a cantrip by guiding negative energy. Your negative energy elements plus 20. Negative energy / death. Your creation element plus 20, creation / spell. Accumulate more related elements, you will have the opportunity to explore related domains. It feels good. Matthew took off many of his clothes as if he was relieved of a burden. This layer of Long Johns was more useful than anything else. What made him even happier was that not only did he take a big step towards the negative energy domain, but he had also accidentally created a spell in the process. This might just be a cantrip, but it was of great significance to Matthew. After all, it was his first time. There must be a second time. In the future, if I encounter some functions or effects that I can't achieve, I can consider guiding negative energy or life energy to complete them. I don't lack these energies, nor do I lack the mental strength to guide them. The essence of spells is actually very simple. The spells and the medium are just established formulas. It might not be a problem to be a strict formula person, but Matthew still wanted to create something that belonged to him. Matthew, why did you suddenly turn invisible? 177 poked his head out from the side. Matthew joked. Didn't you hear what Lord Ronan said just now? Mage skins are the trend these days. Chapter 1055, Ronan is in trouble. Chapter 1055, Ronan is in trouble. Before 177 could respond, he asked again. How much have we achieved tonight? 177 answered quickly. Other than the Horse King and his underlings who came to us at the beginning, we only met a small group of snowy mountain owl men, a group of hungry goblins, and 2 giant monsters who went out to shit together. It won't be good if this continues. Ronan will suspect that my blade has gone soft. Matthew thought for a moment. The number was indeed a little low, giving people the feeling of being lazy. But he wasn't lazy. No matter where he went, it was dead silent. There were traces of small animals living in some places. But Matthew was not interested in bullying the weak. Just as he had expected. Most of the exiles with intelligence and background had already fled. At this juncture, the ones who could be bumped into by him were either small lives that had nothing to do with the exiled, or they were truly unlucky. In fact, this situation was exactly what Matthew wanted. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. However, the purpose of this trip was to scare the others. There had to be some actions, right? So Matthew asked Sylvia. Do you have any mortal enemies on this land? The silver dragon girl immediately nodded and said. There are a lot. Which one do you want to know? Matthew said seriously. The most vicious one. Read on Novel Fire MPYR. Sylvia blurted out. It must be Barbossa. He is the master of the Broken Snow Peak, a very evil ice elemental lord. What's even more abominable is that he used some unknown method to deceive the will of nature and became a nature spirit. I've fought him many times, but in the end, there was no result. It's not that I can't beat him, but I don't want to suffer a loss with him. Sylvia said through gritted teeth. Matthew nodded. Sylvia was the cloud songster, and her status in the nature spirits was the same as Suya's. She said that it was an evil creature, so she probably wouldn't be lying. However, he still looked at 177. Ice Elemental Lord. What do you think? After all, he was the main force in the fight. Unexpectedly, 177 tilted his head. I haven't tried it. I wonder if the ice element is suitable for training. But it should be more interesting than dinosaurs. Matthew was speechless. I want to ask you, is the Ice Elemental Lord enough to showcase our performance this time? Realization dawned on 177. Of course it is. I've heard of that guy. He's really notorious. He does bad things in the snowy mountains every day. He brings 1/3 of the cold wind in the south all year round. It's said that he does this to lower the temperature in the south so that he can gradually expand the area covered by snow. Other than enjoying the cold wind, he also likes to kidnap human girls and force them to dance naked in the cold ice cave. If they dance a little slower, their bodies will gradually stiffen and be frozen into ice sculptures. However, even if they dance quickly, they will eventually become a part of the ice cave wonder due to exhaustion. Matthew clapped his hands after listening. All right. He's our target. The group immediately changed their route and slowly headed towards the direction of the Broken Snow Peak. Along the way, 177 said to Matthew. Remember to let me take action later. I plan to capture him alive and let him have a taste of dancing in the volcano. Matthew immediately raised his hands and feet in agreement. Sylvia glanced at 177 and asked Matthew curiously. It sounds like your iron-skinned friend has trained many creatures? 177 immediately quibbled. No, it was Ronan who instructed me to do it. Unexpectedly, Sylvia said with envy. I've only ever trained dwarves. They were really cunning. And they were very lazy. I asked them to read me a bedtime story in pairs. However, in order to waste time, they often read the same sentence upside down. They also recited them in Draconic, Dwarven, and Common tongue. Do they think I'm too sleepy to tell the difference? For this reason I had no choice but to punish them severely. 177 asked with interest. How did you punish them? Sylvia said proudly. I ordered them to tickle each other until they were exhausted. How is it? Am I very strict? Disappointed, 177 said. Oh, that's not training. Sylvia was a little surprised. Then what is training? Just as he was about to speak, he met Matthew's stern gaze. He thought for a moment and then said tactfully. This topic is too profound. Let's discuss it next time. Who knew that Sylvia would persevere and ask? Then what do you think is the most interesting part of this domain? 177 couldn't help but recall. The most interesting part? Probably the huge difference in temperature between different species. Sylvia blinked. Temperatures? 177 explained. Body temperature. You know that different species have different body temperatures, right? Even dragons are different. The silver dragon's body temperature is low, mostly around 10 degrees. Red dragons are usually above 40 degrees. The hottest creature I've ever dealt with is a fire demon. Its body is thousands of degrees. The coldest aurora jellyfish. I'm also very curious about how they can maintain their body temperature of tens of degrees below zero without freezing. If you ask me, different body temperatures had different benefits. Imagine, when you and them. However, at this moment, 177 suddenly noticed Matthew's stern gaze on him again. He couldn't help but change his words. It'll be so fun when you're dancing with them. Sylvia said in shock. Dancing with creatures with different body temperatures? Is your training dancing? 177 braced himself and said. More or less. This is a popular slang among the highest level mages. Sylvia nodded repeatedly. The human world is indeed very interesting. Soon after, she pulled Matthew's arm and asked with anticipation. Matthew. When you're better, can you let me train you? Puff. The hot milk that Matthew had just put in his mouth sprayed all over 177. What's wrong? Sylvia was still a little confused. Fortunately, Lumiere stepped forward to help. He pointed at a cave on the snowy mountain and said. There's a very strong aura of elemental life there. The group of people used their own methods to fly up. Matthew's carriage also turned from a stretcher to a magic carpet. They arrived in front of the cave of the Ice Elemental Lord. However, what was placed outside was a crooked sign. Dear guest, due to the cold weather, Mr. Barbosa has left home to avoid the cold. If you have any requests for an interview, please leave a message behind the sign. Mr. Barbosa will read your message next spring. I wish you all the best. Glancing into the cave. It was empty inside. Lumiere lowered his head and sniffed. He just left not long ago. Do you want to chase after him? Matthew looked at the sign and thought it was ridiculous. This group of people really ran faster than anyone else when something happened. It was probably not just the Ice Elemental Lord. All the famous monsters in the Helen Mountains were probably gone. It would be stupid for him to continue visiting them one by one. But there are so many high-level monsters. Where can they hide? Just as Matthew was thinking about his next move, an extremely violent sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. The blood moon that had disappeared earlier appeared in the night sky again. But for some reason, the size of the blood moon seemed to be several times larger than before. And it was still expanding. In an instant, Matthew's perception moved. World event, Ronan destroyed the core of the moon, the blood moon is about to fall. In the next second, 177 also said to Matthew with a serious expression. It's broken. Ronan is in trouble. He just told me that he accidentally stabbed the moon. And the moon is crashing down. Chapter 1056, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. Chapter 1056, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. The blood moon was about to fall. This terrifying turn of events shocked many people. When Ronan rushed to the moon, countless gazes were fixed on his back from the mountains. Many people inside and outside the eternal barrier were also concerned about the battle between Ronan and the god of hunting. But no one expected Ronan to stir up such a big mess. The blood moon was approaching the ground. Some of the people who were secretly observing could not sit still anymore. Many figures immediately flew up from the mountains. What followed were angry accusations. "Ronan, what are you doing? Stop. You're really crazy." Matthew looked up at the figures that were heading straight for the blood moon and said thoughtfully, "They look more anxious." 177 shrugged. "Of course. If the moon really does fall, then the first place to suffer will be the primordial lands. This will be the first point of contact when the moon hits the earth. According to the previous simulations, if this event is true, then a huge pit will be smashed into the Helen Mountains and the Cloud Highlands under our feet. The mountains will be torn apart on both sides, and endless seawater will pour in. It is very likely that this place will become a sea in the ground. Of course, the breach could continue to expand until it reaches the Guardian Highland or even the Jade Court." "That would be wonderful?" Matthew asked curiously. "What's so wonderful about it?" 177 said happily. "In that case, our rolling stone town will be able to transform from an inland city to a coastal city. To be able to sit on a calm inland sea, just thinking about it, makes me excited." Matthew touched his chin. "What if Rolling Stone Town is flooded?" 177 shrugged. "Ronan definitely won't let his hometown become an underwater ruin." Matthew thought it made sense. Then, he looked at the moon in the sky, which was filled with oppression. "Then should we run now?" 177 said. "Not for now. The exiles are still somewhat capable." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the black shadows that had disappeared appear on the blood moon one after another. Because the distance was too far, Matthew could only see shadows flashing past the blood moon, leaving behind one reflection after another in the human world. Not long after, they saw a huge, pitch-black claw reaching out from the darkness. It was as if there was an invisible giant. He was using one of his hands to hold the moon in the night sky so that it could not fall. Other than that, Matthew also saw a woman's figure on the moon. Beside her was a thick tail and a round thing. Who are they? Even from such a distance, Matthew, you can feel the excitement on the moon and the deterrence brought by those black shadows. The Beholder Sword Saint, the Fated Dragon, the Final Giant, and the God-Eater Queen. 177 recounted. They are the 4 strongest leaders among the exiles. They are also powerful life forms that have been active since the birth of the primordial lands. In terms of age, each of them is qualified to be Ronan's ancestor. But in terms of strength, the 4 of them alone can't defeat Ronan. Of course, if these 4 guys can work together, then Ronan will have to run away if he meets them. At this moment, the data panel also showed the exiles from the primordial lands worked together to support the blood moon that was about to fall. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. In my opinion, Ronan just wants to give them something to do. Treat it as a punishment for their dishonesty. 177 deduced. A little punishment? Matthew found it hard to believe. What if they can't hold the moon? Or perhaps they are more shameless than we thought and chose to run away? 177 said calmly. First of all, they can't escape. The ancient lands are their nest and also their lifeblood. To them, escaping is no different from dying. Secondly, even if the moon does fall, it's fine. Mages have done such a thing in history. Where do you think the Arune Sea came from? Matthew really didn't know the origin of the Arune Sea. Hence, he revealed an expression of willingness to hear the details. 177 said mysteriously. The Arune Sea was once a desert rich in gold and magic gems. Many lizardmen and Terran dragons lived there. When the Calamity Mage descended upon Aender, she first arrived at that desert. she met some lizard men in the desert. These ignorant fellows wanted to kidnap her, but they were reprimanded and warned by the Calamity Mage. But the lizard men were unmoved by the warning. After witnessing the power of the Calamity Mage, they even joined forces with the Terran race to encircle and suppress the Calamity Mage. In the end, the latter, in a fit of anger, pulled a moon from the sky and crushed the lizard men and Terran race in the desert. From then on, there was only one moon left in Ander, and there was an area called the Arune Sea in the south of the continent. Story at Novel Fire MPYR. According to my observation, all the admirers of the Calamity Mage have the urge to smash the moon for fun. Obviously, most Alliance mages are admirers of the Disaster Mages, and Ronan is no exception. Chapter 1057, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. Chapter 1057, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. And to be honest, the Alliance has long wanted to take action against Blood Moon. However, due to certain agreements, they can't spare the manpower and energy to deal with the guys on the moon. We've given Ronan an opportunity today. He's not a kind man. Once he makes a move, he'll definitely make a big fuss. We just need to watch a good show. 177's tone was like a spectator. Matthew thought for a moment. In the end, he still placed a teleportation tombstone beside it so that he could retreat at any time. Let's go to the cave and take a look. Since the moon did not really fall, Matthew definitely had no reason to let go of the Ice Elemental Lord's nest. The group entered the ice cave. After a few steps, they realized that this place seemed to be warmer than the outside. However, the ice cave was empty. It looked like most of the useful things had been taken away. Although the other party had fled in a hurry. However, it was cleaned up quite cleanly. Everyone searched around and revealed disappointed expressions. The most disappointed person was the Silver Dragon girl, Sylvia. Matthew and the others stopped. She continued to search the depths of the ice cave. Where are we going next? 177 asked. Matthew lay down on the stretcher. Let's rest for a while. I see that the zombies are freezing. Let them warm up by the fire. Of course, his words were nonsense. In fact, he just wanted to find a reason to rest. At the same time, he was prepared to escape at any time. However, Lumiere believed it. I'll go find some firewood. Not long after. He actually managed to bring in a large bundle of dry wood and then skillfully started a fire at the entrance of the ice cave. The fire shone on the faces of the zombies. Seeing this, Matthew simply lay down beside the fire and let the zombies come over to get rid of the cold. Then, he took out some ingredients from his luggage and asked Lumiere to help him cook. It would be an extra meal for the night. His attention was still on the sky outside. The major events in the world had marked the fall of the blood moon. If there were any movement, he would be able to get the news in advance. Just as he was warming himself up by the fire, Matthew asked 177. Do you know about the blood meteor incident? This was what he had heard from the Cloud Elf captain, Bord. It was said to be related to the formation of the blood moon. 177 nodded confidently. This is highly confidential information. I didn't have the chance to come into contact with it originally. But now that Ronan is back, I can use his identity to access these top-secret files. If you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. I'll reveal more to you when I can. When Ronan finds out about this, he will take back my authority and erase this part of my memory. At that time, I'll ask you quietly, and you can relay this information to me. Matthew hesitated. This isn't good, right? 177 said unhappily. You've even joined Ronan's must-die party. Why are you afraid of this? If you don't want to hear it, I won't say it anymore. Matthew made a prompt decision. Speak. 177 shrunk a few times and took out a small stool from somewhere. He squatted beside Matthew and said, For the western continent where we are, the blood meteor only brought about a relatively terrifying disaster. However, for the once prosperous East, the blood meteor brought them a true disaster. Its appearance foreshadowed the destruction of the Sioux country. Matthew frowned slightly. Is the destruction of the Sioux country related to the blood meteor? Didn't you say it was because of the abyss? 177 shook his head. There may be some terrifying monsters in the abyss, but they alone can't take down the powerful Sioux country. In fact, since the founding of the Sioux country, it has been bordered by the abyss. That legendary country has never stopped its war with the abyss. The Great Wall at the border is used to resist the invasion of demons. In the long war of attrition, the demons realized that they could not destroy the Sioux country no matter what, so more than a dozen demon lords gathered together. They used the murmurs from the abyssal chasm to attract the evil gods from the other world. And the blood meteor that attacked the moon was the carrier of the evil god's emissary. He rode the blood meteor and brought the evil god's blood to Ander. He had created an appalling event of extinction on the moon, turning half of the moon into a sea of blood. He used the blood moon as a springboard and successfully opened up the passage that invaded the eastern continent. The evil god emissary of the other world was too terrifying. The spells, abilities, and methods of corrosion he used were all things that the native creatures had never seen before and could not defend against. Soon, the country of Sioux became a sea of fire. Just as the eastern continent was about to be destroyed, the mages of the Sioux country launched a series of self-destructive actions. It was also in these cases of revenge that they faced death unflinchingly. The abyss was heavily injured. The evil god emissary was also sealed. Since then, the eastern continent had become a scorched land, a land of ruins and curses. The moon was also divided into two halves. One half was the contaminated blood moon, and the other half was the one we usually saw. In order not to be infected by the blood moon. At that time Asha, who was still the moon goddess, was forced to give up half of her clergy and authority. Of course, this wasn't a huge blow to her then. After all, there were still 2 moons back then. It was not until the arrival of the Calamity Mage that she was forced to give up more energy. She was even demoted from the moon goddess to the moonlight goddess, which was how she managed to keep her position as a god. Chapter 1058, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. Chapter 1058, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Meeting Gift. So that was how it was. A look of realization appeared on Matthew's face. Asha even told him that she had voluntarily given up the divine title of the moon goddess. At that time, Matthew was skeptical. The truth was indeed so. Usually, we can't see the blood moon because the Calamity Mage sealed it after the incident. But as long as it's a seal, there will be a day when it will loosen. All along, the living beings of the heavenly palace and the outer planes have been staring at the blood moon. This is a very special domain and a special place. According to speculation from the heavenly palace, the blood moon is one of the very few places in the prime material plane where one can become a god. First of all, the moon is a part of the prime material plane. It is essentially a secondary plane, but it is half a level higher than the other secondary planes. Normally, the upper limit of a secondary plane was level 23. However, the upper limit of the moon's level was 27. This provided the prerequisites for becoming a god. Secondly, due to the special seal placed on the blood moon by the Calamity Mage, the people of the heavenly palace were surprised to find that the Calamity Mage's seal on the path of the gods could not restrain the blood moon. The only thing that could make them worry was the evil god corruption left inside the blood moon. But for many people, such concerns could be ignored. It was just that most of them were in the heavenly world and could not enter the blood moon. In comparison, Asha, who had the moonlight clergy, and the god of hunting, who had been demoted to a demigod in advance, were truly qualified to become gods using the blood moon. In fact, the latter did as such. He had instructed his pet to swallow the blood moon domain and made her a test subject to test the amount of diabolic energy remaining in the blood moon. The purpose of the god of hunting was actually very obvious. He wanted to use this opportunity to become a god again using the blood moon. Unfortunately, he had met Ronan, this blockhead. After he went up, he blew up Blood Moon's star core without saying a word. Without the star core, this demiplane lost its gravity anchor. Without the gravity anchor, it was only a matter of time before it fell. Of course, from a certain perspective, Ronan could be considered to have eliminated all future troubles. At least the people of the Heavenly Palace won't be staring at the moon anymore. 177 concluded. In short, Ronan did something good. Of course, he also stirred up a huge mess. Matthew pondered and said, "Is this the information you just found using Lord Ronan's authority? How is the authenticity of the information?" 177 nodded. "It's absolutely true. This confidential information has been verified countless times. One more thing. Most of the information I just mentioned was provided by Ms. Qin Wuyue, especially the content about the Sioux country." Hearing this, Matthew suddenly thought of something. Could the name Qin Wuyue be literal? It means literally no more moon. Because of the tragedy in the Sioux country, she wants the moon to disappear from this world. And after Ronan learned of this, he plotted painstakingly. Today, he only found a reason to do this for his wife. He thought of the Phoenix ship and the Southern Mage Army, which almost never showed their faces. Matthew felt that his guess was very likely to be true. "So, according to Lord Ronan's style, how do you think this matter will end?" Matthew asked. 177 shook his head. "Maybe he hasn't even thought about how to end it." "Don't look at me like that. Mages have never considered things comprehensively. They usually only solve the problem at hand. After that, they will consider how to solve the other problems that arise from this problem." It's said that this way of thinking was passed down by the Calamity Mage. It's said that only successful mages can have this kind of thinking. Matthew's first reaction was absurdity. But soon, he felt that it was abnormally real. After all, Isabel's plan when she faced the scar of the dead was to cut it off with Mordenkainen's scalpel. As for whether this plan would cause a series of problems such as a space-time rift, she didn't seem to have considered it at all. Was this the mindset of a successful mage? Matthew shook his head with a bitter smile. "Looks like you don't agree with this way of thinking. That's good. I also hate mages who only know how to think like that." 177 said with a gratified expression. "They are all incurable violent maniacs. And we are the hope of this world." At this moment, Sylvia's joyful voice came from the ice cave. Matthew, I think I found Baborsa's secret chamber." Everyone immediately stood up and went over. Deep in the ice cave, Matthew saw Sylvia pointing at a thick piece of ice and said, "It's right behind here. I can feel it. That's the smell of treasure. That's an intoxicating smell. Oh, baby, don't worry. I'll get you guys soon." Sylvia gently stroked the surface of the ice as if she was caressing her lover's face. Her vertical pupils constricted as if she were enjoying the ultimate pleasure. "This block of ice is not easy to break." 177 looked at the ice and said, "It's time to test your wisdom, Matthew." Matthew smiled. "Watch me." As he spoke, he took out a shovel and cut into the hard ice. Matthew threw the shovel at the zombies. The latter started digging. Not long after, an ice path that could allow one person to enter and exit quickly formed in the solid ice. Chapter 1059, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Gift. Chapter 1059, The Mystery of the Blood Moon and Qin Wuyue's Gift. Seeing this scene, 177 couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. Oh, damn it. I should have known that mages are straightforward and violent. There are no exceptions. The Ice Elemental Lord's treasury had a lot of treasures. After digging the tunnel, Matthew ordered the zombies to carry them out, box by box. Lord Barbossa probably didn't expect that there was a silver dragon that was extremely sensitive to treasures that came to visit him. For this kind of unexpected wealth, Matthew had always been impolite. After counting them, he divided them equally with everyone. 177 and Lumiere expressed that they did not need it. The silver dragon girl was only interested in treasures and shiny things. Therefore, Matthew gave all the treasures in the cave to Sylvia. This made Sylvia look a little embarrassed. But Matthew told her he had gained even more. This was indeed the case. Among the non-treasure collections, there were 4 main types of items. First, there was a whole box of spell scrolls. It wasn't hard to tell from the identification spells that these were all high-level ice-type spells. Blizzard, 1,000 miles of ice, land of extreme cold, snow maiden summoning spell, freezing spell, ice protection. The value of these spell scrolls added together was immeasurable. According to the price of the Alliance store, it was at least 600,000 gold coins. According to Matthew's observation, these scrolls had very obvious traces of being man-made, and they lacked a standardized manufacturing process. This meant that the person who copied the scroll was not a professional creator. Considering the characteristics of the spell and its location, Matthew suspected that these scrolls were written by the Ice Elemental Lord himself. Soon, he found an order for Feast Lodge sect from the bottom of the box. The spell items listed in the order matched the scrolls he took out from the box. This meant that Ice Elemental Lord Barbosa had been entrusted by the Feast Sect Lodge to create this batch of spell scrolls. Matthew knew. Apart from the edible spellbooks, the Feast Secton would also sell high-quality spell scrolls to the public every year. So, at least a portion of the spell scrolls sold by the Feast Sect Lodge are contracted out. Why is the Ice Elemental Lord selling scrolls? Exchange for money? Why does he need money? He thought about it. Matthew couldn't help but become even more interested in this Lord Barbosa. He quietly left a magic mark in the corner of the secret chamber. He would come back often in the future. The second priceless item was the Ice Elemental Crystal. There was also a whole box of this stuff. Every single one of them was of extremely high quality and had a high purity. Similar to negative energy crystals, ice elemental crystals could only form naturally in special environments. Crystal clusters have always been necessary casting material for high-level spells in specific fields. Tier 5 spells, especially those above legendary, consumed a terrifying amount of crystals. Without enough crystals, the effects of the spells would be greatly reduced. This was especially evident in the elemental domain and the negative energy domain. Therefore, no matter what kind of elemental crystal cluster it was, as long as its purity was high enough, it would be very popular in the market. Apart from being used for casting spells and alchemy, elemental crystal clusters could also be used to decorate the ritual field. For example, the negative energy crystal clusters growing near the cemetery could greatly enhance the power of the ritual field. Matthew could also use these ice elemental crystals to set up a small ice room in the cemetery. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to enter the domains of severe cold and ice element. At the very least, it would be good to use it to make iced watermelons in summer. The third item was a rather precious, the source of all water. It was also a spring that was emitting fresh water, but this one was 2 levels higher than the one Matthew had bought before. Matthew suspected that the Ice Elemental Lord had stolen it from a high-level Water Elemental Lord's house. With this item, it was equivalent to having a large freshwater lake that would not dry up for 500 years. Matthew planned to throw it into his demiplane, which would greatly increase the speed of its formation. As for the fourth category of items, there were 2 whole boxes of leg greaves. Yes, it was. This Ice Elemental Lord seemed to have a hobby of collecting all kinds of greaves. The stats of the greaves could only be said to be average, and most of them were of the following levels. Gale Greaves, increases running speed by 20%. Elven Leggings, makes the wearer's calf curves look more graceful. Glass Shin Guard, can reflect light strongly under the sun, creating the effect of flash. Of course, Matthew did not care about these attributes. However, the number of greaves here was simply too many. There were more than 300 of them. He thought about it and decided to bring it back for the zombies to use them. It was better than nothing. The undead could also wear equipment. However, most necromancers did not have the money to arm their undead. After all, they might not even be able to afford the magic staff they liked, let alone arm their underlings. It was the same for Matthew. However, with the continuous improvement of his economic strength, it was time for his underlings to enjoy the taste of being armed. The zombies responsible for carrying the stretcher tonight were the first batch to be qualified to wear leg guards. Matthew had them put the greaves on. They looked pretty good. And during this process, Matthew also discovered a hidden attribute of these greaves. Remark, due to the long-term use of the Ice Elemental Lord, all the greaves you obtain will provide an additional attribute of cold resistance plus 10. What? Matthew raised his eyebrows. It seems like this Mr. Barbosa is also an enchantment master. After clearing the secret chamber, Sylvia went to other places to tinker. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she could not find any traces of the second secret chamber. It was almost time. Matthew suggested that they go to the next random location. Even if he wanted to slack off, he had to find the right place. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ronan. The group left the snowy peak. Then, under the guidance of 177's random teleportation spell, they visited many places in the primordial land overnight. From south to north, from east to west. They had gone to almost every area. Unknowingly, dawn broke in the east. In the western wilderness of the Cloud Highlands, Matthew stretched comfortably on the stretcher. If you ask me, the folk customs of the primordial lands are quite simple. The security is pretty good. At least we didn't bump into any bad guys after shopping for the whole night. 177 also nodded and said, "That's right. But I've also heard of another theory." Matthew straightened up and looked to the east. "Tell me." 177 said. "Some people say that if you swagger around the street and find that there are no bad people along the way, then you might be the baddest person on the street." Matthew looked at him. "Then do you think we look like bad people?" 177 said decisively. "Of course not." Matthew clapped his hands in satisfaction. "I know, right? Let's wrap up." He thought that it was better to collect the corpses of the white dragons and mammoths before the moon fell. These were all precious materials for making large-scale undead units. 177 nodded. Just as he was about to cast a spell, a gust of wind suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a burning sensation pressed down from the top of his head. Everyone looked up. The huge magic ship that looked like a divine bird was rapidly approaching. Phoenix ship. The ship didn't land but hovered about 100 feet above the ground. "You're Matthew, right?" "I am Qin Wuyue." A masked female mage suddenly appeared in front of Matthew. Her voice was very gentle, but there was a sense of vicissitudes in it. "Ronan has mentioned you to me several times. It's our first meeting, so I didn't prepare anything good. This spellbook will be my greeting gift." As she spoke, a spellbook shining with a black gold radiance suddenly appeared in front of Matthew. Matthew hurriedly greeted Master Ronan's wife. He took the time to glance at the data panel. Hint, you have obtained the spellbook D-file from Qin Wuyue. D-file, you can use a medium to inject negative energy into a target, a non-undead unit, and change the nature of its body, gradually defiling it into a half-dead or undead. Can be used as a medium for injecting negative energy, hand, foot, mouth, or tentacles. Current suitable medium, pale hand, astrid claw, finger of death. Remark, you can only master it in the form of your signature spell. Remark 2, in different domains, D-file will have different additional effects. Matthew didn't have the time to appreciate the beauty of this spell. Qin Wuyue's pleasant voice was heard. "You have the Sioux clan's brand on you?" Chapter 1060, Your graveyard is being invaded. Chapter 1060, Your graveyard is being invaded. "Yes, I've been to the Leveling Island, and I've been given the part-time job of balance emissary," Matthew said frankly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyue's gaze immediately changed subtly. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a gentle but slightly warm energy enveloped Matthew. The slight sense of weightlessness disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Matthew came to an exotic, confined space. There was an exquisite screen in front of him. On the screen, there were pictures of phoenixes, divine dragons, and other mythical creatures unique to the eastern continent. This is inside the Phoenix ship, an absolutely secret place. No one can hear anything you say here except for me. Qin Wuyue's voice came from behind the screen. If you're worried about the leak, don't worry. Even Ronan can't enter this place. Matthew nodded lightly. Although he understood what Qin Wuyue meant, for some reason, her words still sounded strange. Your first name is Matthew. What's your surname? Qin Wuyue slowly walked out from behind the screen. Her face was still covered with a thick black veil, and her eyes were as bright as pearls. Matthew replied. Matthew is my full name. Qin Wuyue's eyes lit up. You are indeed a member of the Su clan. Matthew shook his head and said. Although I can't be sure, I can only say that I have some relationship with the Su of Aender. There shouldn't be any blood relationship. Qin Wuyue reacted quickly. The Su of Aender? Yes, I heard from Lady Isabel that you're from beyond the heavens. Matthew nodded. Since he couldn't hide the fact that he was a transmigrator from Isabel, there was a high chance that he couldn't hide it from Ronan. Ronan's favor toward him back then was probably related to his identity as an otherworldly being. Qin Wuyue said slowly. So, you have nothing to do with the Su of Aender, but in your original world, your race is somewhat similar to the Su. Is that so? Matthew said with certainty. That's about it. The Su of Aender and my mother race in my previous world have many similarities. Qin Wuyue blinked. Can you tell me? Matthew did not refuse. At that moment, he pondered for a moment and briefly described his race, country, and history before he transmigrated. Of course, he omitted the part about the game and only said that he had come to this world in a daze. After Qin Wuyue heard this, there was a hint of longing in her tone. A country without magical powers? It seems, not bad? At least we don't have to face invaders like the abyssal demons. Matthew smiled and said softly. Invaders exist everywhere. This has nothing to do with the existence of magical powers. Qin Wuyue nodded. You're right. I roughly understand now. When I was young, I was lucky enough to enter the Punlai mirror and see thousands of parallel worlds. Some parallel worlds are very close to our world, and they have left projections of each other in the river of time. Therefore, there are many similarities, but they are not the same in essence. Perhaps your mother race and the Su of Aender are such examples. Although it's just a projection, the influence is real. Therefore, when I see you, I feel more cordial than ordinary people. Hearing this, Matthew's heart warmed. He had this feeling before. When he met the descendants of the Su clan on Junlu Island, he had always thought that it was just a psychological effect. However, from Qin Wuyue's attitude, this kind of intimacy was real. Perhaps it was just as she said. This was the effect of the world projection. Is the Su country really destroyed? He could feel that the relationship between the two of them had become closer than when they first met. Matthew could not help but ask this question. A hint of sadness flashed in Qin Wuyue's eyes, but she still nodded firmly and said. Yes. The civilization created by the Su almost reached the peak of Aender, but it was short-lived. The eastern continent has become a living hell, and the Su nation has been reduced to ashes after burying billions of demons. In my memory, the last image of the Su nation was a huge fire. A match, a very, very big fire. Her tone was filled with memories and disappointment. Under the influence of Qin Wuyue, Matthew's mood also became slightly depressed. What a pity. I really want to go to the eastern continent to take a look. He sighed softly. Qin Wuyue was silent as if she was lost in her memories. Matthew's gaze shifted to the screen. This is the Jade Phoenix and the Divine Phoenix. This is the Coiling Dragon. That. I don't recognize that. After a while, Qin Wuyue followed Matthew's gaze and introduced the mythical creature on the screen. That should be called Pisho. Matthew said softly. Can I still see these mythical creatures in Ender? Qin Wuyue shook her head. The Jade Phoenix and the Divine Phoenix both died in the Battle of Annihilation. They killed too many demons. It's impossible for the Abyss to let them off. The Coiling Dragon is also likely to have died in battle. However, some people say that the Coiling Dragon didn't die after falling into the Abyss. Instead, he escaped to the Eastern Continent with the help of some martial monks. As for the Pisho you mentioned just now, it's possible to find traces of his activities on some islands in the depths of the Endless Ocean. Chapter 1061, Your Graveyard is Invading the Enemy. Chapter 1061, Your Graveyard is Invading the Enemy. Among the Sioux exiled to the Eastern Continent, there is a legend about the Kingdom of Mirror Flowers. It is said that before the War of Destruction, a considerable number of mythical creatures and Sioux entered the Kingdom of Mirror Flowers under the orders of the Emperor. It was a secondary plane that was like a paradise. They escaped the revenge of the Abyss and secretly accumulated strength so that they could return to their homeland one day. Many people spend their entire lives searching for the Kingdom of Mirror Flowers, but they never find it. When I was young, I tried to look for it too, but I couldn't find any clues. In fact, I also know that the word mirror flower in the Sioux language symbolizes emptiness. Perhaps there is no such thing as the mirror flower country in this world. This is just a delusion born from the day and night longing of the refugees who lost their homeland like me. Matthew took a deep breath and quickly asked. Do you know where I can find Coiling Dragon? This is very important to a friend of mine. Qin Wuyue lowered her head and fiddled with the copper buttons beside the screen. If you want to find the Coiling Dragon, you can try it in the far west. The west side of Ender is not just desert, although the desert area is the majority. But when you cross the vast desert and 3 oases, you will come to a place where green grass is everywhere. That is the sacred land of the Sha people, Paradise Grassland. Above the prairie, there are islands floating between heaven and earth. Every year, those floating islands float or sink according to a special pattern and trajectory. It's a wonderful space called the Realm of Chaos. Believe me, when you look up at the land of chaos on the prairie, the scene is definitely not spectacular. Although it's deserted, it's not a barren land. You know, most of the floating cities built by the Seven Saint Alliance are made from floating islands in the Realm of Chaos. Yuru, the Guardian of the West, once told me that she found traces of the coiled dragon in the Realm of Chaos. But the Realm of Chaos is very vast. Deep inside it is a space with infinite folds, similar to the Abyss and Purgatory. Even the Guardian of the West didn't dare to go in alone because she was afraid of getting lost. If your friend really needs to find the Coiling Dragon, you can let him try his luck there. But before he goes, he has to be aware that it's really dangerous there. Qin Wuyue's voice also had a hint of a smile. Thank you for your gifts. They are very useful to me. Matthew saw that the other party was in a much better mood, so he took the opportunity to ask. I recently met a guy called Shanair. He has a book called The Twisted Book of Equalization. That book is a treasure of the Sioux clan. It's not only related to my class, Envoy of Equalization. Shanair also seems to have used it to sign a very strange contract with me. Qin Wuyue muttered. I know Shanair. He's a ruthless guy. As for the Book of Equalization, I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. What do you want me to help you with? Qin Wuyue actually didn't know about the Book of Equalization. Matthew was a little disappointed. However, he still quickly replied. I just wanted to know more about the Book of Equalization. I didn't expect you not to know either. Qin Wuyue explained. The Sioux are just a common name for the humans of the Eastern Continent. In fact, the Sioux is divided into many races, and there are huge barriers between different races. For example, compared to the Fire tribe in the southwest, the Immortal tribe that I'm from is very different in terms of customs and professional abilities. Besides, the Sioux have so many treasures. Even I, who had wandered to the Ender continent, might not recognize all of them. Matthew nodded and asked. Then what about Bright Sandalwood King? Qin Wuyue still shook her head. I've never heard of it. Back then, my status among the immortals wasn't high, so it was very difficult for me to interact with existences with the word king in their titles. However, I seem to have heard of this city called Bright Sandalwood. This naming style is a bit like the city of the Fox clan. Fox clan? Matthew immediately thought of Suya. The Fox tribe is passionate and romantic. They are good at taming beasts and witchcraft. The capable ones among them have mastered the ability to transform into animals. They are a bit like the Druids of Ander. Chapter 1062, Your graveyard is being invaded by the enemy. Chapter 1062, Your graveyard is being invaded by the enemy. To this day, the commoners of Ander are still surprised that druids and animals have developed a relationship beyond friendship. But what they don't know is that on the other side of the endless ocean, the ancestors of the fox race had long attempted to marry spiritualists from different animals. Foxes, snakes. There are countless of such things. Qin Wuyue added with a smile. I heard that other than being a necromancer, you are also good at transforming animals. I wonder if it's because you were influenced by the Fox clan's projection? Matthew quickly denied. I didn't do anything like that. I've only mastered some very basic wilderness forms. Qin Wuyue chuckled and did not object. Then, she said. If you want to deal with Shanair, you can ask me for help. Just light it up when you encounter something. As she spoke, she handed a fiery red feather to Matthew. Matthew took the feather with a jolt of spirit. Is this the feather of a jade phoenix or a divine phoenix? Qin Wuyue was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said. This is the feather of a magic crow. It's of the authentic Ander bloodline and has the ability to send messages over long distances. Matthew was instantly embarrassed. All right, I have to go up and see Ronan. See you again, Matthew. Qin Wuyue waved at him. The scene in front of Matthew quickly switched to the ground. Boom. The Phoenix ship suddenly moved and flew towards the western horizon. Seeing Matthew appear, 177 came over with a gossipy look. Did she let you board the ship? You even stayed for so long. I've never seen a man other than Ronan board Madame Qin's Phoenix ship. What did you guys do inside? Matthew's scalp tightened. Just a simple discussion about some things. He subconsciously glanced at the data panel and let out a long sigh. It was all right. The Torrens domain elements did not increase at all. I have a clear conscience. Matthew instantly straightened his back. When Matthew and the others returned to the battlefield last night, there was a group of cloud elves and a few spaceships parked beside the battlefield. When the group of people walked over, the cloud elf spaceships were starting up one after another. They carried the injured and flew into the sky. Very quickly. Matthew found Bobo. There were 2 cloud elf females beside her. One of them was Emily, whom Matthew had met before. The other was tall, had a beautiful face, and was much more voluptuous than ordinary cloud elves. She looked like a hybrid of cloud elves and humans. According to Bobo's introduction, she was the vice president of the Hua sisters and one of the higher-ups of the world's calamity, Ms. Hawkins. Emily and Bobo were very enthusiastic when they saw Matthew. Only Hawkins' attitude was very cold. She extended a hand to Matthew in a formal manner. She even wrapped 2 layers of gloves on it. Thank you very much for saving us. I'm also very grateful to the Seven Saint Alliance for their assistance. When we return to Cloud Edge City, we will immediately assess the level of danger we have encountered in this exercise. After that, we will draw up a detailed assessment report based on your actions last night. This report will determine how much money or material goods Cloud Edge City will give you as a token of our gratitude. This exercise is of great importance. I'm sorry, but I do have some very important things to deal with. I should have returned to Cloud Edge City a long time ago, but Bobo insisted on seeing you before leaving. She is a genius occult machinist whom I have personally nurtured. She is very important to the world's calamity. I hope you can understand what she means to us. Can we leave now? Matthew could not help but frown. Hoken's tone was very aggressive. On the surface, she seemed to be polite, but the impatience in her tone was almost overflowing. Matthew was the one who saved her compatriots. However, she spoke as if he owed her millions. This made Matthew's hard-earned good impression of the Cloud Elves completely disappear. Elves were indeed not good things. Matthew thought to himself. You can leave at any time. I've already received your thanks. Frankly speaking, I didn't say that I wanted to save you. I was just giving Bobo face. Matthew said indifferently. I don't need your gratitude, but the Alliance does. Last night, in order to save you, the Alliance sent Great Mage Ronan and his wife, as well as the Southern Mage Army. You can calculate the cost yourself with the Silver Council. Hoken's expression changed when she heard this. Matthew's words had changed the nature of what had happened last night. From Matthew's rescue of the Cloud Elves to the world's calamity borrowing troops from the Seven Saint Alliance. The gratitude fee for the former was decided by the Cloud Elves themselves. As for the latter, it was clearly priced. It was easier to deal with Matthew than the people behind him. But even so, Hoken still didn't give Matthew a good look. She coldly said, We will contact the representatives of the Silver Council or Lord Ronan. Bobo, let's go. She grabbed Bobo's shoulders forcefully. Bobo looked reluctant. But in the end, she still obeyed Hoken's will. Wait, I promised the big guy that I would give him an arm. I want to bring him to Cloud Edge City. Bobo pointed at Lumiere, who was beside Matthew. Hokens glanced at Lumiere. Chapter 1063, Your graveyard is being invaded by the enemy. Chapter 1063, Your graveyard is being invaded by the enemy. Her eyes became much friendlier. Sure. Let him board the ship. Then, she pulled Bobo to the magic ship beside her. Lumiere hesitated. However, Matthew pushed him forward. What are you waiting for? Keep up with Bobo. Don't let her be bullied in Cloud Edge City. Lumiere had not moved when he heard the first sentence. Until the second sentence. He nodded at Matthew. Just like that. The Cloud Elf's magic ship carried Bobo and Lumiere away. Until their figures disappeared in the morning clouds. Only then did Amelia come over. I'm sorry, Ms. Hokens has some prejudice against men, especially very handsome men. Sigh, she was also cheated by a man when she was young. It is said that she was deceived 3 times. Her ex-boyfriends are all scumbags, especially the third one. I heard that he's a bard with blonde hair. Amelia whispered some gossip. Then, she added, on behalf of Hokens. She's actually very grateful to you, but the situation right now is really terrible. There are also many strange voices within the world's calamity. At this time, she has to control the situation as quickly as possible, or this army will be finished. Matthew smiled. I understand. Amelia continued. Cloud Elves never owe favors. According to Ms. Hoken's style, she will definitely prepare a gift that will satisfy you. Last night, I was also in the troops besieged by the Hunter clan. I am also very grateful for your help. Unfortunately, I have nothing to give. I can only say a few words with my mouth. At this moment, 177 reminded her. You can give yourself to me. Amelia was a little embarrassed. Isn't this inappropriate? But it's not that I'm unwilling, but I heard that humans like plump members of the opposite sex. The figures of us Cloud Elves don't seem to fit the aesthetic standards of humans. This can be seen from the fact that the proportion of half-elves among the Cloud Elves is the lowest. 177 replied. Is it possible that there are fewer half-elves among the Cloud Elves because other races are afraid of heights? Amelia was stunned for a moment, and she seemed to be seriously thinking about it. Until someone called her from the magic ship next to her. Only then did she run over as if she had just woken up from a dream. As she ran, she said to Matthew. Anyway, thank you very much for your help, Mr. Matthew. Ms. Bobo left a surprise for you at the place where the plane crashed yesterday. Please check it as soon as possible. He watched as Amelia and the other cloud elves sailed away. Matthew immediately rushed to the white dragon's corpse. A night passed. The white dragon's corpse was not destroyed by any blind person or creature. Matthew fumbled around for a while. Soon, he found a pitch-black box. He opened the box. A smile instantly appeared on Matthew's face. "Pa." He instantly closed the box. The silver dragon girl asked curiously. "What's in the box?" "It looks like a dragon egg." Matthew smiled and replied. "World peace." Sylvia was a little confused. She looked curiously at Matthew, cleaning up the white dragon's corpse. But soon, she was a little reluctant to say goodbye to Matthew. "I have to go too. The dream world in the clouds has been very unstable recently. I have to go over the situation often. Next time you come here as a guest, you must come and look for me." Sylvia thought for a moment and added. "I can bring you to the nest of all the monsters in the ancient land." As soon as she said that, Matthew's eyes lit up. "All right. Deal. Deal." The silver dragon girl's eyes also turned into crescents as she smiled. Then, she spread her arms and flew into the sky like a silver dragon. One by one, they all flew into the sky. 177 couldn't help but sigh. "In the end, I'm the only one who's always by your side, Matthew." Matthew shrugged. "I still have zombies." 177 had a resentful look on his face. "Damn it. Am I on the same level as those stupid zombies in your heart?" Matthew muttered. "That's not it. At least the zombies are very efficient at work." 177 was stunned. Matthew smiled and explained. "I was just joking. Next, let's do what necromancers are best at and passionate about, shall we?" Puzzled, 177 asked. "What is it?" Matthew rubbed his hands impatiently. "Of course, it's to collect the corpse." He brought 177 to the place where the Southern Mage Army fought with the Hunter clan last night. He saw scorched earth everywhere. On the land separated by the frozen soil and the snow line, there was no sign of life. The flames incinerated everything that was flammable. Other than ashes, there were only incomplete charred corpses. This immediately diminished Matthew's interest. Mages who play with fire are indeed the greatest enemies of necromancers. Matthew shook his head as he held on to a piece of charred bone. This thing had no spirituality at all. Even if it were ground into bone powder, it would be of the lowest quality. Forget it, forget it. No matter how thin a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I'll get the mother of slaves to clean it up later. Let's go and clean up the Mammoth Queen's corpse first. Matthew couldn't help but yawn. However, at this moment, a strong sense of foreboding rose from the bottom of his heart. Warning, your cemetery is being invaded by enemies. The invaders that have been confirmed are the Drow secret force, the kobold soldiers, the horrifying claw beasts, the spider elves, the draconid mages. Which bastard dares to invade my cemetery? Matthew rubbed his eyes. He almost thought that he had seen it wrongly. At the Fear of Death cemetery. Facing the sudden intruder. At first, the elite units that were left behind were a little chaotic. Damn skeletons, stop shaking your ass. Get some men over here. The third level has fallen because too many dreadclaw beasts and drow troops have rushed in. We need information on the enemy. We need an army that can resist the enemy's invasion and a small squad of soldiers. Kill those sons of bitches. Don't be rash. The leader is a draconian mage. When he rushed in, he shouted that he wanted to avenge his little brother. Did Master once cut off his penis? I'm afraid so. Damn it, Master is still too kind. If I had buried him earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. Don't push me, who touched my butt? That's the sludge monster leader. I saw him climbing down to the third floor. Damn it, quickly stop him. Don't let him eat all the brothers along the way. Amidst the chaos, A powerful voice suddenly rang out. Silence. White Phantom Ollie grew several times larger. He floated in the air, his face twisted because of the extreme stretch. Mr. Argus, lead the patrol team to guard the entrance from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. Mr. Ghostface, we need you to release more little ghost faces to gather information on the enemy. If there's any important news, tell me immediately. Sludge Monster Leader, don't crawl. Go and guard the crack in the west. I'm worried that the enemy will take a detour to attack the 1st floor. Miss Peggy and Mr. Soldier, lead some skeleton assassins to the back of the enemy through the secret passage. But don't act rashly and wait for my order. Mr. 47, Ms. Ransom, go to the 1st floor and take a look. If there's nothing, send someone to inform Lord Riegar of Rolling Stone Town. After a series of clear and powerful arrangements, the cemetery instantly fell silent. Ollie said seriously. Master might be back soon. Our goal is to settle this matter before Master returns. Now, everyone moves. The cemetery was filled with people again. At the same time, outside the 3rd underground floor of the cemetery, a group of drows surrounded the coffin that blocked the crack and started discussing. What do you think is inside? I don't know. The one in the coffin must be a dead person. What's the use of guessing? You won't know if you open it and take a look. The drows looked at each other. They quickly made the decision to open the coffin. Chapter 1064, Burier's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. Chapter 1064, Burier's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. The coffin lid was slowly moved away. The torch illuminated everything in the coffin. 7 or 8 fearless drows were standing beside the coffin, looking inside. They saw a young man with delicate features looking at them in confusion. The other party said very politely, "Please close the coffin, thank you. Push me back again, okay?" The drows looked at each other, and 2 of the bold ones immediately reached out and pulled Olerin out of the coffin. Their actions were quite rough. Olerin stumbled and shouted, "What are you guys doing? Don't pull my clothes so hard, I only have one piece of clothing. I just want to sleep. By the way, where's Matthew? I want to talk to Matthew." The drows looked at each other. One of them questioned, "Who is Matthew?" Olerin was stunned for a moment. "Don't you know Matthew?" The drow sneered. "Why should I know Matthew? What is your relationship with this cemetery? Why are you lying here? Tell me honestly." Olerin was stunned once again. He turned to look in the direction of the cemetery and saw that the 3rd floor of the cemetery was already in a mess. The remaining skeleton soldiers and zombies were chased by a large number of kobolds and bear gnomes. The gate of the cemetery had been torn down. The fence around it was also flattened, and the nearby black locust trees were mercilessly trampled by many underground creatures. "You are intruders," Olerin exclaimed. The drow grabbed his collar impatiently. "Nonsense. What else could I be here for? Damn it, I've been pulling this shirt for a long time, but it's not torn. It must be a good piece of clothing. Come over and help me hold it down. I'll take it off first." The rest of the drows immediately pressed forward. In the blink of an eye, Olerin was pressed to the ground by 7 or 8 drows. He looked like he could not resist at all. This made the drows quite satisfied, but what made them unhappy was that, for some reason, they could not take off the clothes on Olerin. During the process, one of the drows suddenly saw Olerin's lips move slightly. He immediately leaned over and asked as he listened, "What are you talking about?" Olerin answered honestly, "Oh, I'm chanting the spell for Fireball." Drow laughed and said, "You're still focused on casting under such circumstances? Then why didn't you continue?" Olerin said honestly, "Because I finished chanting it." The drow laughed even louder. In his short life, he had never seen such a comical creature. However, just as he was about to share this joke with his companions, he suddenly felt the air around him become hot. Blazing flames surged from all around them. It was as if they were in a heat wave. At that moment, everyone saw a bright light that they could not look straight at. And a burning fireball. Damn it. The fireball melted the Drow's vocal cords and throats. At the last moment of their lives, they seemed to see the sun. 10 minutes later. On the second floor of the cemetery. Matthew listened to Ali's report calmly. The third underground floor has fallen? Fortunately, the third underground floor is currently under development. Only a small number of skeletons and zombies are active. Even if all of them are destroyed, the losses will not be great. There's no news from the ghost faces we sent out. That group of Drow's anti-reconnaissance means are so powerful? The enemy is very calm. They clearly occupied the third level, but they didn't attack the second level. It seems that they have planned this all along. After listening to Ali's summary, Matthew quickly came to various conclusions. Your previous decision was quite correct. But now that I'm back, there's no need to be so nervous. I'll bring some people down to take a look. After saying that, he brought everyone to the entrance of the third level. Move the stone, Matthew ordered. In order to prevent the enemies from attacking the third floor, the tunnel entrance between the floors had long been blocked by the boulders in the quarry. This was also a mechanism that Matthew had deliberately left behind when he designed the cemetery. It was to effectively separate the floors when the cemetery was attacked one day. Sinwak immediately moved the stone away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of white gas came out from inside. Matthew was shocked by the heat wave that came at him. It couldn't be a monster like a Balrog, right? However, when he saw what the third level looked like, through the fog, the surprise in his heart was magnified countless times. Charred corpses littered the ground. The walls of the cave had turned into glass. The further they went out of the cemetery, the higher the residual heat and the lower the density of the corpses on the ground. There were many translucent glass crystals on the surface of the ground. The temperature was very high from afar. The cave has been turned into a glass house. What happened here? Matthew waited at the entrance for a long time until the heat was almost gone. He drank 2 bottles of fire resistance potion before bringing his men in to check. There was no one left alive on the third level. Matthew saw the skeletons of drows, kobolds, bugbears, and other creatures here. The degree of burns on these skeletons was even more severe than those left behind by the Southern Mage Army. Matthew was on high alert. He had no idea why this place had become like this. Chapter 1065, Buriar's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. Chapter 1065, Buriar's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. Until he suddenly noticed a huge crystal slate from the corner of his eye. The crystal slate was very neat and laid flat on the ground. Its surroundings and surface were covered in a gray sticky liquid. The liquid was still burning, and the temperature had not subsided. Matthew looked at the crack nearby again. That part had also been roasted by the extremely high temperature, turning into a clump of resin-like substance, almost sticking together. Olarin. Matthew couldn't help but think of his name. Until this moment. Only then did such a message pop up on the data panel. Hint, you have noticed that the handiwork here is the handiwork of your contracted undead, the Lich Olarin. 10 minutes ago, he released a fireball here. Fireball? Matthew looked around and could not help but rub his chin. The contract between him and Olarin was rather special. Matthew couldn't get information about him through a contract like an ordinary summons, so he was a little worried about where Olarin was going. However, this worry quickly dissipated. Not far from the cemetery, he saw a group of magic words that were emitting flames. Matthew, in order to ensure that no one will disturb my sleep, I plan to clean up the underground space nearby. I'll be back soon. By the way, I'm sorry for breaking the coffin you prepared for me. I really didn't do it on purpose. I'll try my best to make it up to you. I hope I can sleep in a new coffin when I come back. It's okay. Come down and help. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, Matthew summoned more undeads to work. It was mainly to clean up and tidy up. The charred corpses of the invaders were countless. If it was not dealt with for a long time, it was very likely to become a hidden danger. Matthew directed his underlings to work while sighing at the exaggeration of Oleron's fireball. He could feel that the third floor of the cemetery was filled with fire elements. It was stuck to the top of his head, flowing through the gaps, boiling under his feet. The omnipresent warmth had almost changed the ecology of the third level of the cemetery from the source. This was definitely not something an ordinary fireball or even a legendary fireball could do. Matthew even suspected that it would be difficult to restore this place to its original state in another 3 to 5 years. The elemental layer here had obviously been altered. It formed a domain of flames. However, this domain wasn't that overbearing. It could be considered friendly as it merged with the original domain of the cemetery. Therefore, Matthew's ritual field was only partially destroyed. In the future, it would be able to recover its vitality after some repairs. At least, the second and first levels would not be affected. But the third level. I'm afraid this place won't be suitable for the undead to live in the future. Matthew smiled bitterly in his heart. Why was he so unlucky recently? Suddenly, he had a lot of interactions with fire. Moreover, these people who played with fire were all fucking allies. Matthew couldn't say anything. I can think of a way to set up a negative energy fountain here. It should be able to speed up the recovery of the ritual ground, but the cost is a little high. Just as Matthew was thinking, he suddenly discovered a well in front of him that was emitting flames. He had an impression of this well before. It was first left behind by miners working in the gold diggers' basin. After Matthew took over the place, he had blocked the well a long time ago in order to prevent creatures from climbing up from deeper. But now, he could feel that the well had undergone a drastic change. A mysterious power was constantly gushing out of it. Part of the power came from the fear of death cemetery itself, and the other part was the scorching and violent aura of flames. He took a step forward. He observed carefully. Hint, you have discovered a ritual field, the Well of the Burier, that was formed naturally by chance. The Well of the Burier, this is a forbidden place where dead souls and flames cross. You can throw in 7 to 14 corpses that have been burned to death. A week later, these corpses would have a certain chance of turning into the rare undead Burier of Fire, who could control the power of fire. Buriers of Fire were usually elite spellcasters, but they could also be long-range units that mainly attacked by throwing fire spears. The initial level of the Burier of Fire is level 12. There's such a good thing? Matthew's eyes instantly lit up. Before this, he had almost never heard of the combination of the death and fire domain. On one hand, Matthew's basic skills were not solid enough. On the other hand, undead units like Burier of Fire were indeed too rare. In that case, the charred corpses left behind by the Southern Mage Army are also very useful. Matthew didn't say anything else. He had the zombies drag 14 drow charred corpses and filled them all into the Well of Burier. In the future, this level can be completely used as the activity area of the Burier of Fire. At most, I'll just continue to open the 4th level and add a special passageway between the 2nd and 4th levels. Matthew thought excitedly. Fire was indeed a very rare attribute for the undead. Most of the undead had a small amount of cold attribute, so the fire attribute was extremely precious. In Matthew's knowledge, only the Flaming Knights and the Flaming Nightmares, the 2 undead creatures related to Purgatory, were related to fire. The others were all afraid of fire. If he could mass-produce the undead who could control fire, the strength of the Fear of Death Cemetery would definitely rise to another level. Chapter 1066, Burier's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. Chapter 1066, Burier's Well and Skeleton Prince Rick. However, the Well of the Burier of Fire also had hidden dangers. Matthew could tell that this thing was a temporary ritual ground. There might be insufficient fire elements one day. If there was a need for subsequent maintenance, he still had to put in some effort. It shouldn't be too difficult. I can go to the Alliance market to buy some materials needed for a fire-type ritual venue. If it really doesn't work, I can wait for Olerin to come back and let him be in charge of maintaining it. He can just throw a few small fireballs in occasionally. Matthew thought. After finding out about the situation on the 3rd level, Matthew personally went to the fixed sentry post outside the cemetery to inspect the situation. He noticed that the harpy monster was not alarmed. This meant that the drows had dug another tunnel to get here. Considering that there was almost no movement during this process, they must have mastered very advanced digging techniques or had some kind of digging creature. Unfortunately, no one was left alive. After Matthew ordered Argus to increase the intensity of the patrols and readjusted the distribution of the sentries and magic traps, he left the underground space. In the next few days, Matthew traveled back and forth between the cemetery and the Cloud Plateau. In order to move all the charred corpses to the cemetery, Matthew had no choice but to build a teleportation altar on the Cloud Plateau. This cost a lot of money. After it was built, the cost of a single teleportation was relatively low, and it could operate continuously 24 hours a day. 3 days later, there were 1,200 more charred corpses in the cemetery. These corpses belonged to the Hunter clan. On the battlefield left behind by the Southern Mage Army, there were also many corpses of wild beasts. Matthew naturally wouldn't let it go. He wanted to send all the charred corpses to the 3rd floor of the cemetery before the heavy snow came. During this process, Matthew also had an idea. He planned to use the teleportation altar as the center to build a cemetery branch in the Cloud Plateau. The moment this thought arose, it spread uncontrollably in his heart. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Ronan's roots were in Jewel Bay, which did not prevent him from owning a quarter of Rolling Stone Town. Although the environment of the Cloud Highlands was a little harsh, the resources were relatively abundant. However, the unique nature of the primordial lands also made it challenging to establish a faction here. Matthew couldn't always get people to do things. And according to Matthew's knowledge, there wasn't a single mage tower belonging to the Alliance in the entire primordial lands. This might have something to do with the immemorial alliance agreement they were talking about. I can build a small cemetery first and cover it with spells to make it look like a sanctuary. I'll ask the Silver Council later if we can open a mine here. Matthew began to think. The location of this place was also relatively superior. To the southwest was the Highland of the Watchers, to the south was the Court of Fallen Leaves, to the east was the Forest of Eversong, and to the north was the Helen Mountains. Once he was able to gain a foothold here, he would have the opportunity to trade directly with the elves. He could also use this as a springboard to make contact with the merchants of the north. Of course, the lair of the monsters in the primordial lands was a place that Matthew had been longing for. If he lived closer, he'd be the first to get the benefits. In the midst of his thoughts, Matthew sent the white dragon's body back to the cemetery. Then, he ran back as well. It was still not convenient outside. If he wanted to deal with the white dragon's corpse, it would be more convenient in the cemetery. However, just as he returned to the cemetery, Matthew received a new piece of news. The negative energy beacon took effect again. The undead that had come this time was a skeleton with an arrogant personality. He stood near the negative energy beacon. He ignored anyone who came to greet him. It was only when Matthew personally arrived. Only then did the soul fire in the skull undergo a slight change. Give me a separate level of the cemetery. I can repay you with a skeleton army, a true elite army. The skeleton's voice was extremely hoarse. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Hint, you have encountered the wandering skeleton Princely Rick, LV20/Hero mode. You have randomly obtained information about Rick's abilities and background. Ability, Skeleton General. Rick could turn ordinary skeleton soldiers into skeleton axemen in batches. The skeleton axeman had extremely strong group combat ability. A battle formation formed by 100 skeleton axemen would have a group level of 17. Backstory: a love-struck man. Prince Rick was exiled because he fell in love with his mother and his mother's sister at the same time. Chapter 1067, Ronan's Methods and the Making of Bone Dragons. Chapter 1067, Ronan's Methods and the Making of Bone Dragons. He is also a talent. After reading Rick's background, Matthew nodded slightly. Your conditions can be met, but you'll have to bring your own people to open up that level of the cemetery. Rick was straightforward. No problem. Besides, I need 5 soul crystals as my basic payment every month. Matthew looked at Rick without changing his expression. The latter was calm and raised his head, his dark eyes looking at Matthew. Matthew could feel a strong sense of confidence from the other party's soul fire. The salary of 5 soul crystals was not low in the entire cemetery. At present, only the mother of coolies, Myosach, received this salary. But Myosach had already shown her worth. The entire labor system of Fear of Death Cemetery was supported by her alone. Compared to ordinary zombies, the labor provided by the coolie zombies and farmer zombies was more than 3 to 5 times that of the original. Sure, Matthew muttered. But if you don't show any value, I'll let you leave. Rick raised his chin proudly. You will soon see my ability. Matthew nodded. He called White Ghost Ollie over and introduced him to Rick. This is Ollie, the supervisor of the Fear of Death Cemetery. If you need anything, just look for him. If you want one whole floor of the cemetery, you can discuss it with Ollie. The 4th story of the cemetery will be built under the 3rd story, which is the space with the underground river. Before you start, remember to give me a report. You can only start work after I approve it. Matthew instructed Ollie and Rick. The two of them had no objections. Matthew thought for a moment and told Ollie to explore the deeper underground space while he was exploring the 4th floor. This was to prepare for the opening of the 5th and 6th levels in the future. Of course. During the entire exploration process, Matthew told Ollie to strictly abide by the 300-meter rule. No one was allowed to go deeper than 300 meters. This was the iron law of the Seven Saint Alliance. Matthew naturally wouldn't easily violate it. Moreover, as his strength continued to increase, Matthew also gradually felt the unique rhythm and pulse in the depths of the earth. He had always remembered Melinda mentioning that there was something terrifying buried beneath Rolling Stone Town. Matthew didn't believe it before. But later on, he gradually felt that Melinda might not be spouting nonsense. In short, there was nothing wrong with being careful. At the very least, 6 floors of the cemetery should be enough for Matthew before he reached Legendary. Taking this opportunity, Matthew redistributed the positions and responsibilities within the cemetery. Other than the official appointment of White Phantom Ollie as the manager of the Fear of Death Cemetery, Matthew also set up different supervisors and deputy supervisors on each floor. On the 1st underground floor, Argus, the Shield of Wondrous Mountain, was in charge of the patrol team, while Renesm, the deputy in charge of a small number of zombies, was in charge of the patrol team. On the 2nd underground floor, the supervisor was confirmed by White Ghost Ollie, and the deputy supervisor was Death Knight 47. Although 47 liked to fight horses and looked a little unreliable, Matthew had recently discovered that this guy was the strongest among the undead in his contract slot after Peggy. The flaw was that he seemed to like to steal things. Ever since he joined the cemetery, there were often reports of stolen horses from nearby farms. And there would always be a few more bone horses in the cemetery. Matthew had no choice but to pay an additional fee. The manager of the 3rd underground floor was temporarily Peggy. Because she was one of the few undead that was not afraid of fire, and the deputy director was the human arsonist. If there were a suitable candidate among the newly transformed buriers in the future, Matthew would quickly adjust the appointment. The 4th floor was naturally occupied by the new skeleton prince, Rick, and the deputy manager was Soldier. As Matthew's confidant, Soldier had no management or communication skills, but he was loyal. Allowing Soldier to be the deputy supervisor was mainly to monitor and intimidate Rick. Rick had just arrived. Matthew didn't know him well enough, so he had to be careful. As for the 5 or 6 levels after that, he would talk about it later. As the number of elite undead in the cemetery increased, Matthew's available resources were no longer as limited as before. He believed that it would not take long. His cemetery would become an impregnable fortress. There might even be a day. He believed that in his cemetery, the supervisor of every floor was a legendary undead. Although he was still a little far from this dream. However, Matthew could clearly feel that he was moving towards that goal step by step. I wonder when Olerin will be back. In fact, Matthew had originally wanted to give the 3rd floor to Olerin. Brother Lich was the number 1 in terms of level and combat power in the cemetery. Unfortunately, there was still no news of this fellow after so long. Matthew could only conclude that he was still alive through the contract. He just didn't know where he had gone. Don't tell me he's lost? Matthew laughed at himself. He quickly calculated the sum, and as he calculated, he frowned. I don't have enough soul crystals. Soul crystals were the most powerful resource that necromancers used to win over the elite undead. Ever since Matthew entered the field of necromancy, he had relied on his control ability to strengthen his meditation. The number of soul crystals he obtained through daily meditation was 3 times that of before. It was also because of this powerful ability to obtain soul crystals. That was why he could afford to raise so many elite undeads. Chapter 1068, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. Chapter 1068, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. However, with the arrival of Rick, the deficit in the soul crystal suddenly appeared again. If Matthew wanted to recruit more elite undead in the future, this gap could continue to grow. It's not convenient to deduct the salary of the mother of slaves. She has a good working attitude. She even dares to slap the god of war. She's also a top-notch lackey. Last time, I promised to give Peggy a raise this month. It's indeed not convenient for me to go back on my word. I have to think of a way to find more resources. Matthew sighed. Filey is still the most sensible one. After becoming an emperor, he has never asked me for soul crystals again. Ordinary necromancers could only obtain soul crystals through meditation. Only a few people with profound magic powers dared to find another way in the negative energy plane to find the source of the soul crystal. Those undead lords on King's Mountain in the 6-ring land definitely know how to find soul crystals. Matthew composed himself. This was the first possible way to find extra soul crystals. As for the second one, he picked up his pen and wrote the words Scar of the Dead on the paper. Many soul crystals had dropped from the Ashbringer. The Scar of the Dead in Rolling Stone Town was just an extension, and Matthew had made a small fortune. If he could cut the main vein of the Scar of the Dead, how many surprises would there be? It was a pity. It was not convenient for him to interfere in the matters of Jade Court for the time being. However, Matthew thought about it. Even though Jade Court had rejected his entry, it was not like he could not sneak in. At most, he could use a disguise spell and reveal an alias to everyone he met. Matthew couldn't help but think of the white tiger elf Molly he had met in the Court of Fallen Leaves. She must have a certain understanding of the current situation in the Scar of the Dead. Unfortunately, the last time they met, Matthew chose to lie about his identity because of the sensitivity of grave robbing. This line of inquiry was probably useless. Matthew thought for a moment. Then, he took out a stack of white paper and wrote 2 letters. One was for Wintermoon, Alan. The other was for Bina. The letter to Alan was a formal greeting, and Matthew knew that Alan was in an awkward position. She was both an elf and a mage of the Alliance. Due to the increasingly delicate relationship between the elves and the Alliance of Seven Saints, it was not convenient for her to speak about many things. Therefore, Matthew only asked casually, treating it as a daily greeting between good friends. He had written a much longer letter to Bina. On one hand, the two of them were indeed more familiar with each other. On the other hand, Bina seemed to be living very close to the Scar of the Dead. She should be able to get a lot of first-hand information. Matthew wanted to see if he could get some unexpected surprises. Although Bina didn't send Matthew a red scarf for this year's winter festival, she did write him a letter. However, the letter was delayed by a few days due to traffic problems. The contents of the letter were much simpler than before. Matthew could clearly sense that the girl's mentality seemed to have undergone a drastic change. As for the reason for the change, perhaps it had something to do with the death match that she had experienced with Sif in the Abyss. She might have misunderstood the relationship between Matthew and Sif. It was also possible that she was hiding something. The relationship between the girls was too complicated, and Matthew was too lazy to clarify it one by one. His point of view was simple. Just be himself. After writing the letter, Matthew asked Sanger to deliver it. After resting for a while, he felt that he had already recovered. He carried a few spellbooks and spread them out on the table. The most eye-catching one. It was the defile that Qin Wuyue had given him. For Matthew, the learning of spells was endless. He knew that his basic skills were not solid. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to seize every minute and second and absorb the knowledge from the books hungrily. Just like that. In a short while, more than 10 days passed. It was the middle of January. There was no new news from the Blood Moon. Matthew had specially gone to find 177 for this. The latter told Matthew. The current situation on the moon was a bunch of people arguing. All the representatives of related interests present were working together to think of a way to save Blood Moon. Ronan was the only one who wanted to smash the moon down. Regarding this, the natives of the moon, the god of hunting, and the leaders of the primordial lands all protested against the Seven Saint Alliance. They thought that Ronan was a great criminal. As the instigator of all this, not only did he not have the slightest bit of remorse, he even tried to worsen the situation. His destructive power is even greater than that of the demon lord of the Wild Wolf Mountain. He doesn't deserve to be called the guardian of Aender. This was an indignant comment made by a top-notch expert who had participated in an emergency meeting on the moon. Everyone was extremely disgusted with Ronan. If they had the ability to kill Ronan, then things wouldn't have dragged on until now. Since they didn't have the ability to kill Ronan and they couldn't just wait for the blood moon to fall, everyone had to reason with Ronan nicely. It was said that in the past few days, those extremely vicious exiles even persuaded Ronan with tales of virtue. Matthew's eyes were opened after hearing it. Are these people really that soft? Ronan destroyed the moon star core in front of the god of hunting, and they still want to reason with him? He asked 177. 177's answer was, "Oh, of course not. They lost their temper too." Chapter 1069, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. Chapter 1069, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. But because they couldn't kill Ronan, and Ronan even injured 2 of them, they could only compromise. In fact, during the entire meeting, they had secretly agreed to strongly request the Seven Saint Alliance to change the person in charge of the Blood Moon negotiations. Matthew asked curiously. What happened after that? Ronan didn't agree? 177 shook his head. Ronan agreed faster than anyone else. However, when those people found out that after Ronan left, the person in charge of the negotiations in the alliance was Lady Isabel, they quickly invited Ronan back. Matthew laughed. This group of people knew what was going on. By the way, ever since Lady Isabel returned to the northernmost floating city, Edmund's reputation within and outside the Alliance has risen. Especially outside of the Alliance. Many people miss him like never before. According to them, even though Edmund is a perverted peeping Tom, he is already one of the few normal people in the Alliance's upper echelons. 177 concluded. Matthew nodded in agreement. There was no harm without comparison. Previously, he had felt that Edmund was too sneaky and did not have the demeanor of a superior. However, Matthew only realized this later. At the very least, Edmund was doing something, despite some reservations about his methods. However, the other holy mages and superior legends, other than Soria, who was greedy for money, were basically half lunatics. However, madness was madness. Matthew also realized that Ronan's method was effective. He had knocked down the god of hunting and the exiles of the primordial lands at the same time, so no one could take revenge on him. Obviously, he had the ability to cause trouble. He also had the ability to solve the problems that came with causing trouble. After a certain level, the method was not important. Ability was the most important. Cloud Highlands, southeast. In the snow-covered cemetery, Matthew paced slowly alone. He was checking the condition of the deep pits. Speaking of which, his luck was pretty good. According to the weather in previous years, this part of the Cloud Plateau should have been covered in snow long ago. However, the weather this year was a little abnormal. Until the middle of January. It was only after the initial framework of the cemetery branch was established that the land was covered in thick silver gauze. The structure of the cemetery branch was very simple. Other than a very hidden negative energy fountain, there were almost no other buildings. Surrounding the fountain were huge craters. The number and size of the craters were very large. It was only in the Cloud Highlands where land was not valuable. If it was in Rolling Stone Town, this area could almost cover the entire town. The edges of these deep pits were covered with negative energy coating and runes. Buried inside were the corpses of mammoths. There were also hunters who were frozen to death or trampled to death by the super silver dragon. Outside the deep pit were two stone walls that were as tall as a person. Further outside was the camouflage array that Matthew had spent a lot of money to buy. This array could greatly increase the concealment of the cemetery. At least before the next spring. It was unlikely that anyone would discover this place. Matthew walked between the deep pits, meticulously checking if there were any loopholes. This was the last time he checked. The snow had covered the mammoth's corpse. Soon, the domain of extreme frost would descend. Under the dual domain of extreme cold and negative energy, not only would the mammoth's corpse be well preserved, but its spirituality would also increase greatly compared to its original state. Matthew planned to make these mammoths into undead after spring. The reason why he had to go through such a troublesome process. It was because he wanted to create a batch of zombie mammoths with extremely cold attributes. If Matthew had chosen to summon them directly, the success rate of summoning zombie mammoths would have been very low due to their size. It was more likely that he would get a batch of skeleton mammoths. Everyone knew. Meat is better than bones was common knowledge when comparing the same level of undead. In addition, the larger the skeleton creature, the higher the quality of the soul fire required. If Matthew wanted the quality of the skeleton mammoth to meet the standard, he had to increase the investment in the soul. This would greatly increase the production cost. Matthew did not plan to spend so much money and energy on the mammoth. Therefore, the zombie mammoth was a better choice. In comparison, dragons were another matter. Like other creatures, the undead transformed from dragons could be divided into three types. Bone dragon, ghost dragon, zombie dragon. Among them, bone dragons were the most common. There were also phantom dragons, but they were relatively rare. Only zombie dragons had never appeared in the eyes of the world. This was because of the curse of the zombie dragon. The so-called zombie dragon's curse referred to a mystery in the undead realm. All the zombie dragons that were created in history had very short lives. They seemed to have been cursed by a certain power from the moment they were born. It didn't take long, and the zombie dragons would die for various reasons. Unless the zombie dragon could change its attributes in time. For example, Matthew knew that a zombie dragon had immediately sought refuge in purgatory after being born, giving itself the attributes of a demon and successfully avoiding the curse. That zombie dragon was still a small lord of a certain level of the purgatory. However, his race attribute was actually more of a demon than a zombie dragon. Therefore, when necromancers faced the corpse of a dragon, they usually did not have the option of a zombie dragon. Chapter 1070, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. Chapter 1070, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. The spirit dragon needed the necromancer to forcefully extract the dragon's soul and all its spirituality from its body when it was killed. This process was extremely difficult, and he would mess it up if he were not careful. Therefore, bone dragons were the most suitable choice for necromancers. Matthew was no exception. In the past 10 days, he had already dealt with the white dragon Adam's corpse, and the materials he obtained from the white dragon were placed together with the dragon treasure. About these dragon treasures, Matthew planned to visit Roderick's alchemy factory after he was done with his work and find a famous alchemist to process it. He estimated that this process would cost a lot of money. Therefore, before leaving, Matthew planned to save up a large sum of money. Matthew had never considered selling the dragon's corpse for money. He could not sell raw materials. He would rather borrow money to pay for the processing fees than sell the dragon's treasure. Previously, there were a few mages in the Alliance who contacted Matthew to buy the dragon's treasure, but because the price was not sincere, Matthew rejected them in the end. After checking all the deep pits, Matthew left the snow-capped plateau happily. He returned to the Fear of Death graveyard and went to his warehouse. On the floor of the warehouse, the lines that summoned negative energy were clearly flowing, and the dragon bones were arranged in the center. Matthew walked over to check. Currently, he had 7 dragon corpses in his hands, including the unlucky white dragon Adams, the red dragon Kuzulus who died from Fazibin's dragon-slaying spear, black dragon Miyanogas, who was known as the god's dragon subjugator, white dragon Youth, red dragon, green dragon, and blue dragon from the secondary planes. Such an inventory. It could not be said that it was not rich. In fact, Matthew's warehouse in the basement was almost full. He understood. It was time to start making bone dragons. Crafting bone dragons was the signature of a Tier 5 necromancer. However, Matthew had mastered the domain of necromancers, so he could make a move ahead of time. He looked around. In the end, he chose the skeleton of the white dragon Youth as the test subject. There was no other reason. There was still a certain failure rate in creating a bone dragon. On the other hand, he didn't feel bad wasting the white dragon's bones. Immediately, Matthew called over a group of zombies and asked them to push away the carts that were carrying the bones of the white dragon Youth. A moment later, Matthew called out to Filey. Under Filey's reverse summoning, Matthew came to the negative energy plane again. 6 Ring Land, King's Mount. In a deep valley halfway up the mountain, Matthew could feel the extremely dense negative energy around him. Filey followed closely behind him. The negative energy here is too abundant. It's the ideal place to create a bone dragon. Matthew also saw the corpse of the behemoth in the deep valley. It seemed like Filey was quite cultured. He knew that the negative energy here was abundant and suitable for the behemoth corpse to transform into an undead. However, this transformation without external intervention was very slow. It might take decades or even centuries to form a new undead. Matthew obviously didn't have the patience. He planned to let the behemoths undergo the same process of spiritual condensation as the mammoths. At the same time, it ensured that its body would not rot. After Matthew had accumulated enough experience in summoning large undead creatures from dragons and mammoths, he would personally conduct the resurrection ritual of this behemoth. Although the Lord of Undead's passive was interrupted by the god of hunting, Matthew believed that the undead behemoth, revived by his own hands, would definitely be more powerful. I'll lend you the valley for a while. Matthew smiled and greeted Filey. Then, he asked the zombies to push the cart to the center of the valley. Then, he personally walked over, picked up the bones one by one and placed them on the ground. He wanted to piece these bones together to form the original framework of the white dragon. This was actually a very difficult process. It was also the path that every necromancer had to go through when making a bone dragon. It was just like how he had to personally oil the Black Warrior when he was making it. Putting together the skeleton of the bone dragon was also something that necromancers had to do. This was the only way. The summoned bone dragon and the necromancer would have a better tacit understanding. The closer the framework built by the necromancer was to the appearance of the skeletal dragon when it was alive, the stronger the latter's strength and potential would be. Therefore, this was a process that could not be skipped or used by others. Da-da. The crisp sound of bones colliding rang out in the valley from time to time. Matthew was very serious about building it. He swiftly and steadily walked back and forth between the carts, picking up bones and placing them on the ground. He was holding a bucket of negative energy glue that was emitting black gas. This kind of glue was usually used when creating stitched monsters. While he was reconstructing the framework of the large skeleton unit, they also played an irreplaceable role. After igniting the soul fire, the bone dragon could rely on the power of the soul fire to tighten its bones and maintain a sufficient gravitational force. But before that, if he did not want the skeleton that he had painstakingly built for half a day to be blown away by a gust of wind, negative energy glue was an indispensable prop. All in all, the process of piecing together the bone dragon was extremely arduous, even though Matthew had deliberately preserved the corresponding parts when he dismembered the dragon's corpse and drew various drawings in advance. However, when it came to practice, he was still dizzy. Chapter 1071, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. Chapter 1071, Ronan's Methods and the Creation of the Bone Dragon. It took a whole week. Only then did he pile up the relatively small white dragon bones. In the valley, Matthew rubbed his sore neck with one hand, and an infinite sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. The completion rate of the white dragon skeleton was very high. This laid a solid foundation for the successful completion of the bone dragon summoning. What was even more gratifying was that Matthew had used a lot of Mage's Hand, Pale Hand, and Astrid's Claw during the process of building the skeleton. After a week of hard work, he had unexpectedly mastered a new ability. Hand skills, the flexibility and efficiency of the fingers of your biological hand and the fingers of your magic or ability hand have been greatly improved. When you frequently use biological finger, Mage's Hand, Astrid's Claw, and Equalization Hand, you will slightly stimulate your spiritual power. It also allowed your focus to slowly increase. This was not a domain ability. It was an ability that Matthew had mastered through accumulated practice. This harvest was truly delightful. One had to know. Matthew knew how to cast spells with sign language. The higher the dexterity of his fingers, the higher his spellcasting efficiency. Moreover, this ability could actually stimulate the improvement of concentration. I must continue to practice my hands diligently in the future. I can't be too lazy. I can't leave everything to my undead, Matthew told himself in his heart. After building the skeleton, the second step of creating the bone dragon was also a very important step. Looking for a suitable soul. This was also an important feature that made the skeletal dragon different from other undead. The soul fire of the bone dragon required a complete soul to light up. As for the undead, like the dark warrior, as long as the necromancer awakened the spirituality of the corpse, it would be enough to ignite the soul fire. The difference between the two also determined the fundamental difference between the skeletal dragon and the middle-level undead like the dark warrior. The most powerful bone dragon's soul fire must be ignited by a dragon's soul. This was the case for Filey. The reason why he was so powerful was because his huge skeleton contained a genuine dragon soul. On the other hand, some bone dragons only had the combat strength of tier 4 or even tier 3. Many times, it was because the soul fire was too weak. However, the masters of the bone dragons could not be blamed for this. Where would an ordinary necromancer find a dragon soul? Most of them were looking for substitutes. For example, the souls of the earth dragons, dinosaurs, subdragons, and even some ferocious beasts. The most ridiculous bone dragon recorded in history was created by a non-death mage. The latter used the soul of a hunting dog to ignite the bone dragon's soul fire. That hound was a mage's pet. To commemorate this pet, the mage killed a dragon and tried to stuff the soul of the hound into the dragon's skeleton. He had succeeded. But he had failed. The key to success was that the bone dragon had indeed moved. The point of failure was the bone dragon had only survived for 7 seconds in this world. This was obvious. The strength of the soul fire is important to the skeletal dragon. The soul of the subdragon species could only accommodate and not control the body of the bone dragon. Only the soul of a true dragon could match perfectly. Regretfully, Matthew did not have the ability to extract the soul of a true dragon. Only a legend could do it. Thus, he could only settle for the next best thing. He tried to summon the souls of some subdragons or dinosaurs from the underworld. He planned to use that to ignite the bone dragon's soul fire. Very quickly, Matthew set up a soul summoning array in the middle of the valley. The formation pointed at the netherworld's poisonous dragon island. That was the place where the sub-dragon species went to after death. He planned to try his luck. Accompanied by the sound of an incantation, the light from the magic formation gradually condensed into a clear outline. However, at the next moment, Matthew was surprised. This was because the soul he summoned did not belong to a WYRM or a dinosaur. It was a humanoid soul. "Hello, Matthew." Viscount Fan, who had come uninvited, gave him a friendly smile. Chapter 1072, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. Chapter 1072, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. The Underworld Sect? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Viscount Fan had indeed entrusted him to investigate the soul theft incident, but it was clearly not done by one organization. Matthew had accidentally found the Church of Witherers. However, this didn't mean that the people of the Underworld sect were clean. In fact, Matthew also noticed that this evil organization, which was originally only active on the East Coast, had recently grown stronger. They had even organized some people to enter the cemetery where Oleron was. This meant that the influence of the Underworld sect was indeed growing day by day. What news? After greeting Viscount Fan, Matthew was all ears. Viscount Fan said in a deep voice, "I received a reliable piece of news from an informant. The Netherworld cult has occupied a secret island in the Free Archipelago. They call that island Divine Dragon Island internally." Divine Dragon Island? Matthew raised his eyebrows. Viscount Fan's choice of words was quite precise. He was not referring to the dragons of the Western continent but the dragons of the Eastern continent. It said that the Netherworld cult has imprisoned many divine dragons from the east on the island. They plan to use the souls of the divine dragons to refine a divine weapon. The large number of souls lost in the south is also related to this matter. Viscount Fan continued. Coincidentally, at this time, I heard you calling for the dragon soul, so I came over to take a look. I also wanted to hear your opinion. After all, if you can inject the divine dragon's soul into the skeletal dragon, you might be able to obtain the legendary heroic skeleton dragon. You must know that the heroic bone dragon's starting point is the legendary stage. Matthew didn't say anything. He did not believe that things were really that coincidental. However, the soul-summoning formation he had set up in the Netherworld would definitely not be able to escape Viscount Fan's eyes and ears. The other party guessed that he needed the dragon's soul, so he wanted to do Matthew a favor? Matthew felt that things might not be that simple. "What do you want me to do?" he asked bluntly. Viscount Fan smiled. "You know that I've never been willing to interfere with the operation of the material world. Therefore, I can only entrust someone else to handle the matter on the Divine Dragon Island. I hope that you and my informant can go to the Divine Dragon Island together and destroy the Underworld sect's plan. You can even eradicate these evil cult members directly." This commission sounded quite normal. Matthew was about to agree, but after 2 seconds, he reacted, and his eyes became sharp. "That informant of yours, could it be Shanair?" Viscount Fan nodded. "It's him. Shanair has a grudge against the Underworld cult. He's planning to head to the Divine Dragon Island to find a death-flying dagger that has fallen into the hands of the Underworld cult's disciples. To you, the Divine Dragon or Dragon's soul on the Divine Dragon Island is of immeasurable value. If you can complete this cooperation, I will give each of you an extremely generous reward. Matthew coldly refused. Thank you. But I can't work with a murderer. Red letter hunter Shanair. He was notorious throughout the entire Ander continent, let alone the southern region. Countless innocent people had died under his hands. Most of them were unarmed civilians. This seriously crossed Matthew's bottom line. It was impossible for him to cooperate with the other party. Discount Fan's voice revealed a hint of confusion. I don't quite understand. You said that you can't work with a homicidal maniac. But you can have a teacher who's also a homicidal maniac. As far as I know, the number of lives that have died under Lady Isabel's hands is much more than Shanair's. Matthew said in a deep voice. Indiscriminately killing the innocent and killing too many people are two different things. Discount Fan thought for a moment. You mean Isabel's killings are mostly out of fame or forced, but Shanair isn't? But in my opinion, there is no difference between the two. Matthew smiled. So I didn't think of convincing you. Discount Fan nodded lightly. All right then. I don't agree, and I don't understand, but I will respect your opinion. In that case, I can only ask for help from others. However, please keep the information about the Divine Dragon Island a secret. Matthew said with certainty. Of course. Because Viscount Fan was involved, even if he knew that Shanair was about to take action, he would not interfere. Otherwise, Matthew even planned to make a deal with the underworld cult. By the way, it's very difficult to summon a dragon's soul with a soul-summoning magic circle like yours. Not only do dragons have their pride, but so do subdragons. After they die, they already have a place in the underworld. Very few dragons will take the initiative to respond to your spell. Discount Fan kindly reminded him. Matthew smiled helplessly. Of course, I know. But there doesn't seem to be a better alternative. Discount Fan thought for a moment. You can try going to the Dragon Tomb. More dragon souls dissipate in the Dragon Tomb. In some older dragon tombs, you might be able to gather a few dragon souls with enough weight by using a spirit summoning spell. However, you'll have to find the location of the Dragon Tomb yourself. I can't tell you. It's against my duty as an envoy of the underworld. Matthew nodded in gratitude. Discount Fan then left. Matthew rubbed his chin. To be honest, it was a pity to reject the offer of the Dragon God Island. However, it involved the bottom line of principles. He couldn't go against it. Moreover, the risk of this cooperation was too great. Matthew did not trust Shanair at all. Chapter 1073, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. Chapter 1073, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. I hope Shanair failed. That way, I wouldn't have let Viscount Fan down if I were to take action. However, if the Divine Dragon Island can defeat the top wanderers in the south, then the strength of the underworld cult cannot be underestimated. Forget it. Let's think about the Dragon Tomb. For Matthew, the Dragon Tomb was indeed a simpler shortcut. Because according to Yu Lian, there was indeed an even larger Dragon Tomb hidden under the Sandalwood King's tomb. Blinken was now in the Dragon Tomb. If Matthew went to look for Yu Lian, he was confident that he could find a way to enter and exit the Dragon Tomb from the other party. However, the Dragon Tomb was probably the most dangerous tomb in the world. There was a slim chance of survival in the exploration. Matthew planned to go back and ask Lorraine and Camilla for their opinions. After all, in the Underground Alliance, they were the real big brothers. Matthew was very clear about his position. He was a laborer. He composed himself. He reconstructed the soul summoning array. Then, he continued summoning. Very quickly, the magic formation lit up with a variety of gray lights. Matthew glanced over, and his eyes gradually became unsettled. Wild Wolf's Remnant Soul. Wild Dog's Remnant Soul. Wild Boar's Remnant Soul. The Remnant Soul of the Groundhog. A quarter of the Human Spirit Remnant Souls. Demothetic Alternative Dragon Remnant Soul. As expected, All of them were defective. None of them could be used. After Viscount Fan's reminder, Matthew actually had a mental expectation of this outcome. After all, the souls summoned by the soul summoning array were voluntary. At most, it would add a little deception effect. But how could the spirits of the underworld be so easily deceived? When a person died, it would be clearer. Therefore, only these defective products that accidentally passed by the area Matthew pointed to would instinctively come to his side. Matthew looked at the scene. He gradually felt despair. As expected, my moral bottom line is too high to be a necromancer. He sighed softly. For other necromancers, the soul summoning array was just a test of luck. They had an even crueler method to find the soul of the skeletal dragon. That was to kill living creatures and extract their souls. Within the category of living creatures, humans were the most suitable targets. First, humans were easy to kill. Secondly, human souls were easily restrained, unlike dragons, which were extremely difficult to control. Thirdly, the human soul was extremely adaptable. Not only could it be stuffed into the skeletal dragon's body, but it could also be stuffed into other containers. This was also one of the reasons why necromancers were notorious. In history, many destitute necromancers had carried out small-scale massacres. Of course, Matthew couldn't be like them. Not only could he not use living people as material, but he even rarely took the initiative to summon ghost-type undead. As a necromancer, he had always abided by the principle of letting the souls of his fellow humans return to the underworld as much as possible. He was well aware that once he lost these principles as a constraint, his strength might usher in a short period of expansion. But what followed was losing control and madness. Especially after learning about the Chaos Mystery Lock. He would not allow himself to do what others did. Even if he would become an outlier in the eyes of others. Even if everyone saw it as ordinary. It was also impossible for him. I can't believe that such a crazy idea would appear in my mind. Is this the influence of the Chaos Mystery Lock or the evil of human nature hidden in my heart? No one could answer him. Other than the new notification on the data panel. Hint, you have practiced more deeply in the domain of temperance. In return, your authority, oath, has been slightly strengthened, and you will obtain one of the following 3 abilities. 1. Power of Pledge, you will receive the inheritance of the Paladin. You can choose to take on a part-time job or advance to obtain different levels of strength improvement and profession expansion. 2. Endurance, after activating this ability, your body's sensitivity to pain, temptation, happiness, and sadness will decrease by 50%. 3. Finger of Desire, you can pour the desire elements accumulated through the temperance domain into the target's body by touching the target with your finger. At this time, the target will suffer from excessive desire elements and is likely to lose his mind. Note, for the same unit, it can only be used 3 times a day. He had also improved in the domain of temperance. This was good news. However, among these 3 abilities, other than the first, Matthew wanted the other 2. The sensitivity reduction provided by endurance could be applied in many situations. The Finger of Desire was even more powerful. This thing looked evil, but it was actually a very powerful control ability. He could make the opponent lose his mind just by touching him with his finger. Even if the opponent passed the exemption, he could still cause the elements in his domain or body to become chaotic. He could also pour out the desires that he usually could not use. It could be said to be a small divine skill. Matthew thought for a full 5 minutes before making a decision. He chose the Finger of Desire. Although the second ability was not bad, he had 2 divinities in hand, which could replace it to a certain extent. After getting the Finger of Desire, Matthew quickly felt his fingers become full of vitality. Astrid's Claw, Pale Hand, Finger of Desire, I'm becoming more and more like an orthodox necromancer. He could not help but laugh at himself. At this moment, the soul summoning array that was still glowing flashed again. Chapter 1074, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. Chapter 1074, Finger of Desire and Rock Barb. Matthew looked at it. The newcomer was a rare, complete soul, On the data panel. Hint, Boar King Bodley's soul has responded to your summon and is willing to become an undead who has signed a contract with you. It was a wild boar. From the detailed information, Mr. Bodley was a fat and strong white wild boar when he was alive. He once occupied an underground nest and had a harem of several high-quality underground warthog. However, he accidentally died under the sneak attack of a gnome tribe. Before he died, Bodley was extremely furious and swore to kill all the gnomes in the world. He didn't want to become an ordinary undead. Thus, he had relied on his obsession to wander in the underworld until now. Matthew's eyes lit up. Although the wild boar king's soul could not compare to the divine dragon's soul, it was still a match for the white dragon's bone. Was his luck really that good? Just as this thought appeared in Matthew's mind, he saw a magic emblem slowly disappear from the wild boar king's body. Matthew had seen the magic emblem before. Spirit Touch Hall. That was Viscount Fan's power. Thanks. He shouted at the soul summoning formation. Vaguely. He seemed to see a cartoon-like smiling face, but it quickly disappeared. There was no time to lose. Matthew immediately chanted an incantation and signed a preliminary agreement with the wild boar king's soul. Then, he began the fusion ceremony. The fusion ritual was not difficult. Because the white dragon bone skeleton was ownerless, although the spirituality on it would reject the wild boar king's soul, the rejection force was relatively weak. Not long after, Matthew successfully completed this segment. Just as the wild boar king's soul was tossing and turning in the white dragon's skeleton, he glanced at the glass of water beside him. This cup and the water in it corresponded to the white dragon skeleton and the wild boar king's soul, respectively, during the fusion ritual. When the ceremony began, the cup was full. During the fusion process, water would more or less seep out. To a certain extent, this could reflect the compatibility between the soul and the skeleton. Matthew went over to take a look. Immediately, he revealed a shocked expression. The water in the cup only spilled a little. 95% compatibility. According to this scale, the soul of the wild boar king Bodley and the white dragon skeleton is simply a match made in heaven. Matthew struck while the iron was hot. He then wrapped the dragon's head and chest with 2 scrolls of magic runes. These 2 scrolls were the rune of necromancy and the rune of transformation. The so-called rune was a very common magic material used to cast spells or abilities of the 5th level and above. Rune, crystal, and amber were basically the 3 types of materials that a high-level mage could choose. Compared to crystal clusters, which were mostly used for evocation and enchantment spells, rune was more versatile. Common magical domains had corresponding magical runes. In terms of nature, rune was actually a mutated version of the scroll. Its outer appearance was a roll of silk, and when it was unfolded, it was a combination of a large number of high-purity magic materials and warm-up spells. A scroll of rune could usually cast 3 to 5 tier 5 spells. It was far more difficult to make than a scroll. In addition to the scarcity of raw silk, rune's price was also very expensive. Through the number and quality of runes, one could roughly deduce the wealth of a high-level mage. Matthew's financial situation was slightly better than that of an ordinary necromancer. However, it could only be considered average among the high-level mages. After buying the 2 volumes of rune, he felt a little shy. It could be seen that there was no end to making money. I hope I can succeed in one try. He silently sensed the wild boar king Bodley's restless soul fluctuation. After calming it for half a minute, he entered the final step of making the bone dragon. He ignited the soul fire to rebuild the dead body. Matthew's chanting slowly echoed in the valley. A gust of wind that nourished the soul fire suddenly blew from the sky. Immediately after, the wild boar king's howl sounded in the valley. The magic rune was quickly activated. A large amount of domain elements revolved around the skeletal dragon at high speed. A little flame quickly lit up inside the white dragon skeleton's huge head. Immediately after, the fire started burning fiercely. It turned into an extremely dazzling soul fire. Woo! The huge skeleton began to move. Matthew looked at the data panel happily. Hint, you have successfully created the first bone dragon. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the bone dragon domain. Do you wish to explore it now? You have consumed one contract slot and successfully signed a contract with the newly created bone dragon. Please name this bone dragon. Naming successful. You have obtained a new summoned creature bone dragon, Wild Boar King. Part of the Wild Boar King's information. Obsession, the Wild Boar King will kill all the gnomes it encounters. Obsession 2, the Wild Boar King still keeps his hobby from when he was alive. He is interested in white and beautiful pig-like animals. Ability, Brutal Charge, the Wild Boar King will use a fierce and skillful charge on all enemies in front of it. Ability 2, Super Bones, Wild Boar King's bones are 40% stronger than normal bone dragons. Ability 3, Spit Weapon, the Wild Boar King can spit out a strong corrosive acid mist in front of it. The Wild Boar King's loyalty to you has exceeded 100 points. He has shared his natural spellcasting ability, Rock Barb, with you. Rock Barb, balanced version. You can instantly cover your body with sharp rock barbs to protect yourself. Chapter 1075, Filey. Chapter 1075, Filey. He now had another powerful self-defense ability. Matthew silently counted the close combat or self-defense methods he had mastered in his heart. He suddenly felt that it was not a big deal to be a tank like this. Although his abilities were not a perfect fit, they were more than enough to do the job. After the Wild Boar King was born, he was extremely excited. He stumbled into the valley. This was because, at the beginning, the Wild Boar King's soul had not completely adapted to the white dragon skeleton. But soon, his steps became relaxed. Da-da. Strong footsteps echoed in the valley. Matthew could clearly feel the joy and excitement that came from the depths of his soul. It was the excitement of being reborn. Not far away. Filey slowly walked over with a few of his bone dragon underlings. Matthew was recruiting in the prime material plane. Filey did not waste his time on the King's Mountain. The number of bone dragons under him had already reached 9. Although the quality of these bone dragon underlings was relatively average, when they were placed together, they gave off a natural aura. Bone dragon naturally had a terrifying temperament. Looking at those bone dragons, the Wild Boar King suddenly became a little agitated. He kept digging the soil in front of him with his thin forelimbs and then shouted at the bone dragons from time to time. He was provoking them. However, the Wild Boar King was also very smart. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Filey. His target was the relatively weaker dragons behind Filey. Wuyang dash. Filey lazily raised his head. He did not look at the Wild Boar King but looked at Matthew respectfully. Matthew smiled. Find a little brother to compete with him. Remember to let them stop when they are done. Filey wagged his tail, and a bone dragon appeared. This bone dragon's physique and soul fire were considered average among the bone dragon army. His body was about 1.5 times the size of the white dragon skeleton. Therefore, when the two sides faced each other from afar, the Wild Boar King's aura seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, he did not seem to care about this at all. Once he received Matthew's permission, the Wild Boar King immediately bounced off the ground like a cannonball. Then, he landed on all fours without any regard for his image and ran wildly. Rumble. A noisy galloping sound came from the valley. The bone dragon seemed to be angered by the Wild Boar King's attitude. It swung its tail and spread its wings. It kicked twice on the spot and glided toward the Wild Boar King under the effect of the levitation spell. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. It was time for them to meet. The Wild Boar King's body emitted waves of greenish-gray light, and its running speed suddenly increased by 3 times. Boom! The sudden change in speed caught the enemy off guard. When the other party tried to avoid the Wild Boar King's ferocious attack, he inadvertently exposed his soft chest to the Wild Boar King's eager gaze. Walala! It was as if a mud truck had crashed into a dozen houses made of plastic sheets. Just once. The bone dragon was pressed against the head of the wild boar king and pushed all the way to the stone wall of the valley. During this period of time, his chest had collapsed, and a large amount of bones fell out. Even his soul was beginning to disappear. Woo-woo. The bone dragon cried out for help. However, the wild boar king did not care. He used all his strength to push the enemy against the mountain wall. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the wild boar king's head was also hit quite heavily. A large number of bones fell from the place where the two of them came into contact. It was as if it was snowing heavily. Enough! Matthew shouted in satisfaction. The wild boar king unwillingly pulled its head out of the bone dragon's chest. As he retreated, he looked back 3 times with every step he took. He had been baring his teeth at the bone dragon, whose stomach had been cut open by its ramming. His courage and competitiveness were evident. As for the bone dragon, it was in a terrible state. Its soul fire was rather unstable. Other than the bones in the wound that kept falling off, the bones in other parts seemed to be dislocated as well. Fortunately, Filey acted in time. He walked over lazily and spat a mouthful of black mist at the bone dragon's underling. Under the black fog, the soul fire of the bone dragon's little brother gradually stabilized, and the avalanche of bones was immediately stopped. The bone dragon was licking its wounds and rebuilding its body in the black fog. This wasn't rare for skeletal creatures. Skeletons were fragile to begin with. Every powerful skeleton king had a tragic moment where their entire body was blown up by someone, and they could only hide in a corner and tremble as they picked up bones for themselves. However, as long as his soul was not destroyed, everything was possible. You've done well, but no matter where you are, you have to listen to my orders. If you ignore my orders because you're too excited or addicted to fighting, I'll send you back to the underworld. Do you understand? Matthew knocked on the wild boar king with ease. The latter seemed a little dissatisfied. But suddenly, a huge pressure came from behind him. Immediately after, a huge claw pressed down on the wild boar king's head. Paw! The wild boar king's head was pressed to the ground, and its nostrils could only be level with Matthew's feet. When you talk to Master, remember to put your head on the ground, understand? Filey's tone was very refined, but there was an unquestionable aura of a king in his voice. The wild boar king's soul fire was throbbing violently. 3 seconds later, he sent a signal of willingness. However, Filey used all its strength and directly used his claws to pry off the wild boar king's skull. Chapter 1076, Filey. Chapter 1076, Filey. Amidst the latter's screams, Filey spat out another mouthful of black fog to envelop it. Then, he took the skull of the wild boar king and said to the latter, "I'm sure you'll find a suitable skull, won't you?" The wild boar king hid in the black fog, curled up in fear, and his soul fire was unbelievably calm. The consciousness that surged towards Matthew through the death contract was also filled with attachment and obedience like never before. "If you can't find a replacement, for the time being, I still have many in my palace. You can try your luck," said Filey. The wild boar king stood up while trembling. Together with the bone dragon that he had knocked down, they slowly headed towards the king's palace in the depths of the valley under the cover of the black fog. Matthew smiled and patted Filey's side profile. "You're becoming more and more like a king." Filey's jaw was still pressed against the ground, and his body was curled up like a docile puppy beside Matthew. "I will always be your servant." His tone was filled with humility and sincerity. This made Matthew sigh. "Sometimes, I feel ashamed of myself. Do such an outstanding bone dragon and king like you really need a master? Compared to my kind, I might not be as outstanding as you." Filey shook his head lightly. He did not speak. However, Matthew could feel his firm will. This kind of emotion was not transmitted through the Undead contract but a tacit understanding formed by the two sides after spending a long time together. The surroundings were silent. Matthew enjoyed the time to rest. He used his hands to slowly stroke the feathers that were gradually growing on Filey's cheeks. Then, it was his neck, back, chest, waist, and tail. Matthew spent a few minutes touching Filey's entire body. It was not that he wanted to do some kind of examination. It wasn't because of some strange fetish. It was purely because the feathers growing on Filey's body were too good to touch. Moreover, compared to last time, the number of feathers on Filey's body had also increased. The current Filey. If one did not look closely, one might mistake it for a large bird with black feathers. Is this the complete form of the spirit bone dragon? Matthew instinctively felt that something was wrong. Whether it was the ghost dragon or the bone dragon, they had nothing to do with feathers. Filey's current state was more like a small domain of some kind of life that had been partially activated. These feathers were the symbol of a true dragon. Matthew slowly opened up the domain of the undead. Filey also obediently merged into his domain. A few seconds later, the domain and the spirit bone dragon produced a subtle resonance. On the data panel. Hint, you have obtained more information about Filey. As an abnormal spirit bone dragon, Filey was currently in the early stage of the Ashen transformation. As long as he could perfectly practice his legendary path, loyalty, diligence, and miracles, he would have a chance to complete the transformation and transform into a true dragon. You have obtained a chance to communicate with the spirit. Do you want to check out Filey's fate? Matthew decisively chose to check. In the next second, countless green-gray mists appeared in front of his eyes. There was a huge cocoon in the fog. The size of the cocoon was about 3 times the size of Filey's current body. The pupa was surrounded by thick gray threads. There was also a lot of dark yellow mucus scattered around. From time to time, there were claw-shaped bumps inside the cocoon. Occasionally, he would hear a howl that struck his soul. It was as if a powerful life was breaking out of the cocoon. The surface of the cocoon continued to squirm, giving people a feeling of horror and excitement. After an unknown amount of time, Matthew's eyes became more and more bitter. Hence, he couldn't help but rub it with his hand. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found that the huge cocoon had already been torn apart. A large number of threads fell to the side. Can you use these threads to weave a dress for me? A faint voice suddenly came from behind Matthew. He hurriedly turned around. He saw a beautiful woman. The woman was completely naked. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and her skin was as white as sheep's fat. However, yellow-green mucus was hanging on her waist and important parts, and it was still dripping down for a moment. "Please, master," she said. At that moment, Matthew's scalp immediately went numb. The spirit channeling suddenly ended. Matthew staggered back 2 steps. Beside him, Filey, who was lying on the ground, tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong, master?" Although Filey's voice was very gentle, it was obviously a man. Matthew let out a long sigh. "I'm fine. I just saw something uncertain." He told himself in his heart that the so-called psychic was actually just a partial slice of the future through some means and some perspective. First of all, it was still unknown whether this future was real or not. Secondly, the vision itself was very misleading. Anyway, Matthew didn't believe that Filey could break out of his cocoon and become a beautiful girl. But he was still curious. After a while, he then asked Filey, "Do you still remember your gender when you were alive?" Filey thought for a moment. "I can't remember. But I should be a male dragon." Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, Filey added, "Of course, if Master wants to, I can also choose the female dragon as my true form on the day I return to the true dragon in the future." Chapter 1077, Filey. Chapter 1077, Filey. Matthew quickly said, "No need. In this aspect, you only need to follow your heart. I was just asking." Filey nodded thoughtfully. After the first bone dragon was successfully created, Matthew's confidence increased greatly. However, he did not blindly continue to make a second one. He knew very well that Viscount Fan's gift of the Wild Boar King's soul was one of the keys to success. If he could not find a suitable soul, there was no need to rush to make more bone dragons. On the other hand, after the bone dragon was completed, Matthew was surprised to find that he had entered the negative energy domain that he had been thinking about day and night. As a result, he also obtained a brand new domain ability. Negative energy control. Negative energy control. You can freely control negative energy, whether inside or outside your body. At the same time, you will activate the unique magic library of negative energy. According to the level of negative energy control and the degree of corrosion of your body by the negative energy, you will have the opportunity to obtain different amounts of negative energy spells. Current corrosion level, LV0. Current control level, LV1. You can learn 3 level 1 negative energy spells. Matthew looked at it. Level 1 negative energy spells were relatively common, and most of them were only slightly stronger than cantrips. This was mainly because the degree of corrosion on his body was too low. Other than the pale hand, Matthew's body was healthier than most living people. The hand of paleness was also a skill that shared life domain. The degree of corrosion was not enough. He would not be able to learn those profound and powerful spells. This was a pity for Matthew. However, he was not discouraged. He could increase the level of negative energy control to obtain those negative energy spells. Matthew glanced at it. He quickly learned a spell called Dark Life Contract, Strengthening. This was a passive spell. The effect was to increase the number of negative energy backlash from the original 20 layers to the current 40 layers. In this way, Matthew could continue to stack Dark Life contracts for his summons. There wouldn't be any trouble even if he stacked all the way to the 39th level. The 39th level of the Dark Life contract meant that each undead had 39% more HP. This was a terrifying concept. Other than that, Matthew also saw a very powerful spell in the spell library. Dark Moon Fire. By consuming a small amount of the Dark Moon's radiance, you can ignite the target's soul or soul fire. The ignited dark fire will not be extinguished unless stopped by external forces. For a living person, after the soul is ignited, the target will suffer great pain and a relatively serious reduction in focus. During the duration of the soul ignition, every 6 minutes, the target will lose a full year of life until the life is exhausted. For the undead, after the soul fire was ignited, it would explode with more than 3 times the combat power. During the explosion, the burning speed of the undead's soul fire would increase by more than 10 times. Remark, Dark Moon Fire has a 50% chance of penetrating legendary resistance. This spell could only be learned when the degree of corrosion or control reached level 3. Matthew's heart itched. Putting aside the different uses for the living and the dead, the most powerful characteristic of the Nether Moon Fire was still legendary resistance penetration. The so-called legendary resistance referred to the fact that most legendary classes had one or several chances to cheat in the area of immunity. For example, if a legendary professional encountered an instant death judgment, his luck was very bad, and the instant death judgment actually succeeded. But this did not mean that he would die. He could use legendary resistance once to offset the result of the instant death judgment. This was where legends were more shameless. Generally, legendary professionals had 1 to 3 chances of legendary resistance every week. Legendary resistance gave legends more room for error. There were very few spells or abilities that could ignore legendary resistance, and penetration was also very rare. 50% legendary resistance penetration. This meant that there was a 50% chance that the legendary resistance, the magical equipment that the legends relied on for survival, would fail. It was the most suitable way to trick people. If I can master this spell in advance, I might have a chance to kill some legends. Matthew thought excitedly. He had to think of a way to quickly increase the level of his negative energy control. Last time, under 177's guidance, I used negative energy to create the spell Long Johns and added a lot of negative energy elements in the process. Therefore, the flexible use of negative energy should be one of the shortcuts to improve the control of negative energy. He thought about it. Matthew suddenly gathered a large wave of negative energy in his hands. Puff. He pushed forward with both hands and sent the negative energy forward in the form of a shock wave. Whoosh! Whoosh! A 3-meter-long shock wave swept across the ground. A little dust was stirred up. The effect is far inferior to the death shock wave. Is it because the death shock wave has the resonance of the vocal cords? Matthew fell into deep thought. Very quickly. He continued to move. Phew. Ha. Ha. Intermittent sounds came from the valley. At first, Filey was watching with great interest, but soon, he yawned and fell asleep. 2 hours passed. Matthew had almost emptied all the negative energy in his body. However, he still did not receive any notifications about his self-created spell. It seems that the form of the shockwave is still too mediocre, and it lacks practical scenarios. I have to find some new ideas. Chapter 1078, Filey. Chapter 1078, Filey. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he sat on the ground to rest. Matthew looked at the time. The time he had spent in the negative energy plane had exceeded his plan by too much. However, the negative energy in the 6-ring land was too abundant. He was a little reluctant to leave. I'll stay for a while longer to replenish the negative energy. I'll open all the blind boxes. Thinking of this, Matthew then ordered the zombies to send over the 30 or so spirit figurines. These spirit figurines came from the underground palace of the giant demon. They were all elves when they were alive. After becoming sacrificial objects, they experienced a long process of necromancy. Each of them had the potential to become undead. Especially those few. The spirituality accumulated on the corpse was already very abundant. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the negative energy plane, there were signs of corpse transformation. Matthew was very familiar with the way and directly used the summoning of the dead to lead these spirit figurines to become real undead. This process was extremely easy. There was also the joy of opening a blind box. Very quickly, there was a rustling sound. All 6 of the first batch of spirit figurines were undead. These undead were of the same breed and had similar attributes. Just as Matthew had expected, they were all banshees. Newborn Banshee X6, LV12/Normal X5, Elite X1. Special characteristic. 1. Can grow. Most banshees will grow to LV16, LV20, very few can become legendary. 2. Natural spellcasting. Banshees are natural spellcasters. They can learn a certain amount of natural spellcasting abilities as they grow. 3. Killing living beings. Banshees naturally love to devour the energy, flesh, and soul of the living. Through these acts of killing living beings, banshees can accelerate their own growth and secrete some soul threads. 4. Weaver. Banshees will carefully take care of the soul silk that they secrete. They are born with the ability to deal with soul silk. Every 100 soul threads can be combined into one soul core. Every 100 soul cores can be refined into a piece of soul jade. Soul jade could be used to improve the quality of a weapon by embedding or smelting it. It could also be directly consumed to improve the user's soul strength and spiritual power. Banshees are born tailors. Most banshees have the skill of intermediate tailor, and a few have the chance to become advanced, special, or even master tailors. There's finally a group of female demons. Matthew felt gratified. Although these female demons in front of him looked delicate, they were still very powerful when they developed. Banshees had the dual attributes of grow and natural spellcaster, which were rare among the undead. This meant that every banshee was destined to be the favorite of necromancers. Moreover, he had to be careful. They could also secrete soul threads. The soul thread's ultimate soul jade was something that all mages dreamed of. Take Matthew as an example. It was very difficult for his quasi-relic tree spade to improve. However, if there were enough soul jades. In theory, he really had a chance to turn the shovel into a real divine artifact. Of course, soul jade was extremely rare, and it was also related to the characteristics of the demoness that harmed living beings. Matthew would naturally control it carefully. However, I can develop their tailor ability. If the female demons have nothing to do in the cemetery in the future, I can open a clothing workshop or something. He thought about it. Matthew continued to open the blind box. Not long after, more than 30 spirit figurines were opened by Matthew. He had obtained 24 newborn banshees in one go. If 4 banshees were to form a group, he could form 6 groups. Among the 24 banshees, there were 5 elite ones. These elite banshees had a better growth curve than ordinary banshees. This ratio was very high. Matthew was very satisfied. Other than that, he also got 2 other banshees with the following attributes. The newborn male demon Justin, level 14/rare elite. Its basic characteristics were the same as that of a female banshee. Additional special trait. 1. Wealth expert. Justin has a strong sense of wealth and is a top-notch financial officer. 2. Banshee's disgust. Justin is deeply hated by the banshees. They cannot live together, or there may be a violent conflict. 3. Alchemy instinct. Justin is extremely sensitive to all spells related to wealth. He has mastered a small amount of alchemy. Mute Banshee by Jelly, LV 15/hero mode. No Banshee characteristics. The only special trait. Wholeheartedly serve, by Jelly can instantly transfer her mana, stamina, energy, and even a portion of her lifespan to the contract owner. Note, every time you use the skill, serve, by Jelly will consume a large amount of her lifespan as an undead. Please use it with caution. These two were rather special. Justin was a male demon among the female demons. He looked gentle and shy, and he wore a pair of glasses. When Matthew was talking to him, he could clearly feel the disgust in the eyes of the other female demons. Matthew didn't mind. He only valued Justin's talent. Coincidentally, the cemetery was lacking a financial talent. If this guy did a good job, he could definitely be promoted directly. Of course, Matthew had to be strict with the finance department. If Justin dared to do anything in this area, the kind-hearted Matthew would also let him experience the cruelty unique to necromancers. By Jelly's situation was even more extreme. At first, Matthew thought that her mute was just unable to speak. After all, the form of a banshee was very special. They were between a spirit body and a physical body. Banshees could talk, move, and even mate like ordinary people. They could also temporarily pass through walls and trees like ghosts, immune to physical damage. Chapter 1079, Filey. Chapter 1079, Filey. Therefore, there was a vulgar joke among the mages. You can't really rape a banshee. If you think you can do it, it's just a part of the other party's enjoyment. Back to By Jelly. Not only could she not speak, but she could not express herself through the soul contract. This meant that she was absolutely mute. Such characteristics, coupled with her power bank-like characteristics, seemed to have doomed her to a miserable fate. Matthew felt that By Jelly was still very pitiful. When she was alive, she was made into a spirit figurine as a funerary object. After her death, she became a priceless power bank that could not express herself. Can you understand me? Matthew asked. By Jelly nodded timidly. All right, I'll find you a teacher when we get back to the cemetery. You can learn how to write from him. If you have any ideas, you can communicate with me. Matthew said. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't use the other party's surf skill at all. But before that, Matthew hoped that she could live a more self-worth life. He would not do too much. He wouldn't do anything, either. He had a ruler in his heart, but this ruler might not be able to achieve absolute fairness. But at least it had always been there. Other than Justin and By Jelly. The remaining spirit figurines had failed to activate. In the bodies of these failed spirit figurines, Matthew found 2 magic items that were full of spirituality. According to the Necromancer, these things were called death weapons. The first dead weapon was called Banshee Soft Armor, and the effect of wearing it was to greatly increase one's dancing ability. This attribute was meaningless to Matthew. The second item was even more amazing. It was a short dagger that was as white as ivory. End dagger, throwing item. When you lock onto a target with your spiritual power and throw the dagger at it, the dagger will automatically lock onto the enemy. Unless blocked or replaced, it will hit the target with 100%. Maximum throwing distance, 400 meters, within sight. This was a rather heaven-defying dagger. As long as you were strong enough, this thing had an automatic 400-meter tracking function. Together with Matthew's dagger of justice and soldier's poison, he could easily take someone's life from 400 meters away. As for strength, he could just wear 2 strength rings and drink some giant potion. Matthew held the dagger in his hand and was about to find a target to test it on. Suddenly, a black cloud drifted over from the east of the deep valley. Filey immediately got up from the ground. The aura of a sovereign on his body instantly spread out. A powerful pressure bypassed Matthew and pounced in all directions. At that moment, all the undead in the valley were trembling. "I'm not here to fight, Your Highness the Mystic Dragon." A bone-chilling voice came from the black cloud. "I just felt the aura of a large number of female demons, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect you to have guests." A beautiful and charming woman in revealing clothes walked down from the black cloud with a smile. She was one of the kings of death in the 6 ring lands. "Queen of Banshees," Filey said coldly. "You are not welcome here. Leave immediately." The Queen of Banshees continued to laugh and said, "Don't be so unromantic. You were the king of the Inferno Dragon when you were alive, and I was also a demon of the Inferno Dragon when I was alive. The Inferno Dragon is so lewd. Perhaps we were lovers in our previous lives." Then, she changed the topic and looked at Matthew. "We meet again, Mr. Matthew." Matthew looked at the Banshee King calmly. "What's the matter?" The Queen of Banshees narrowed her eyes. "I have a big treasure. You must be very interested in it." As she spoke, a black sickle suddenly appeared in her arms. The scythe was covered in rust. Occasionally, there would be a flash of green. Matthew raised his eyebrows slightly. Hint: the Queen of Banshees has shown you the regressed divine artifact, the Scythe of the God of Agriculture. Chapter 1080, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Cabin. Chapter 1080, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Cabin. This sickle was very special to Matthew. From the first time he saw it, Matthew felt extremely close to it. It was just like the planting shovel in his hand. Very quickly, Matthew realized the source of this sense of intimacy: his high affinity with nature. Although the Scythe of the God of Agriculture had completely degenerated and looked like an ordinary object, the former had once held a very high position in the natural domain. Under the influence of day and night, this scythe was also rich in a strong natural aura. However, the strange thing was, in addition to the natural aura, Matthew also sensed a seal from the undead domain on the sickle. This seal was extremely complicated and obscure. It was closely related to the aura of nature, but it was also independent of the sickle. If one wasn't proficient in both nature and undead at the same time, it was absolutely impossible to detect its existence. It was like a weapon specially made for Matthew. Unfortunately, it was already damaged. Thus, he composed himself. "Can I take a look?" He was prepared to be rejected, but the Queen of Banshees was actually quite generous. "Sure, I don't mind even if you look at it for an entire day. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Sinfran." Matthew nodded slightly and greeted. "Hello, Madame Sinfran." The latter laughed wildly, shaking her upper body as she handed the sickle to Matthew. Matthew ignored the faint fragrance and temptation. His gaze was focused on the scythe from the beginning to the end. On the data panel, a large amount of information was gushing out. The knowledge stored in his mind also emerged under the stimulation of the sickle aura. Hint: you have obtained the emerald scythe, degraded/sealed. Attribute: none. Toughness: extremely high. Sharpness: 0, same as a blunt weapon. Hint: your knowledge, God, is in effect. You have obtained partial information about the god of agriculture and the emerald scythe. Hume, the god of agriculture, was the first-generation god. He was one of the first local gods to appear in the world. He and the other first gods had faced the most rampant twilight creations, watched the collapse of the Troll Empire, and fought against the barbaric evil gods from foreign lands. His divine concepts were agriculture, hope, and time, minor. He had fallen in the Battle of the Twin Heavens. It was also because of the Battle of the Twin Heavens that the first god defeated the Twin Heavens established by the foreign evil gods. Not long after that, he built the heavenly palace in the heaven realm. During this period of time, a large number of first-generation gods fell, and even more second-generation gods rose. The leader of the second-generation gods, sun god Gerard, became the second master of the heavenly palace. This signified the end of the Dark Age and the beginning of the Age of Enlightenment. Ever since the Twin Heavens had been breached, the surviving evil gods of the foreign lands threw themselves into the abyss. From then on, they used the opportunity of the abyss bordering the eastern continent to harass the borders of the Sioux country for 1,000 years. After the fall of the god of agriculture, the sickle fell into the hands of the sun god Gerard. Gerard didn't like this magic weapon, so he put it aside. After the fall of the sun god, this magic weapon, which had lost the nourishment of divine power and continued to degenerate, fell into the mortal world. Additional knowledge, based on nature domain and undead domain. You sensed that the emerald sickle contained the memories of the god of agriculture fighting against the evil god of foreign lands. You have noticed that there is a layer of sun god Gerard's seal and a layer of death god's seal on the emerald sickle. Gerard's seal is weaker, while death god's seal is more efficient. You have noticed that the jade scythe's attributes have changed to a blunt weapon. When you use the jade scythe to hit the back of a humanoid creature's head, there is a 99% chance of stunning it on the spot. 1% chance of killing him on the spot. Matthew gently caressed the jade sickle in his hand. A refreshing feeling flowed back and forth between his fingertips, like a small fish in a pond. He did not hide his love for the emerald sickle. This thing was not sharp. However, it seemed to be the best tool to hit a sap. If you hit the back of a humanoid creature's head, you'll either kill it or knock it unconscious. What if you hit a dragon or a larger creature? I wonder if it will still be effective. Matthew was filled with curiosity. He knew that treasures like shovels and scythes, which had entered the threshold of semi-divine artifacts, could not be judged by common sense. Even if this scythe could not stun a ferocious beast like a dragon, if he could undo the seal on the sickle, it might have such an effect. Matthew touched it and couldn't let go. Fortunately, Sinfran was very patient and kept smiling at Mad Demon Matthew. Of course, Matthew wouldn't stand on ceremony. He tried to activate the negative energy and the oak tree domain at the same time. In the next second, a magical power surged out from the emerald sickle. It was like drinking a cold soda on a hot summer day. An unprecedented sense of comfort rushed straight to Matthew's head. In an instant, he seemed to be able to see an extremely bright spot of light in the depths of his brain. The dot of light was like the sun. However, it did not take long before the light gradually converged, turning into a small dot that was between solid and liquid but looked quite solid. The origin was not regular, and there were bulges on it. At first glance, it looked like a walnut. A normal person would inevitably be nervous when such a thing suddenly appeared in their mind. But Matthew was not in a hurry. He took a deep breath. Chapter 1081, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Chapter 1081, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. He slowly used his spiritual power to probe the origin of this walnut. Half a minute later, he obtained a lot of new information. Hint: you have resonated with the Emerald Scythe. You have obtained the mysterious item hidden in the emerald scythe, the time anchor. Time anchor, you can use it to anchor a certain point in history and gain the ability to measure history. At the same time, the existence of the time anchor will also stimulate your spiritual power to grow faster. If one day you get lost in history, it may save you. It was actually a treasure related to time. Matthew tried to hide the joy in his heart. He knew that the Queen of Banshees must have done her homework in advance to use this item to curry favor with him. However, the other party definitely did not expect this. There was actually such a treasure hidden in the emerald sickle. One had to know. Due to the effects of the Chaos Mystery Lock and the arrival of the Calamity Mage, Ainder's time was actually very chaotic. The mages had used everything they had, but they could barely calculate that the ascension of the Heavenly Palace had happened about 200 to 400 years ago. There was no way to calculate the details. Because the power of a Calamity Mage was too great, her arrival and activities would distort the time and space of the world of Ainder. The space-time related to her would become very strange. In a remote area of the continent, the places where the Calamity Mage lived for a long time even formed some relics of natural disasters with strange phenomena. The chaos of time and space there was comparable to that of Purgatory and the Abyss. It was said that this was also one of the origins of the name of the Calamity Mage. Therefore, in Ainder, being able to accurately measure time was a luxury. Matthew tried to activate the time anchor. Hint: activating time anchor, history has been automatically anchored. The specific anchor time is the year of the outbreak of the Blood Meteor event. You have obtained the automatically set meteor calendar. Dark Age, 1800 years ago. Early Age of Enlightenment, 1000 to 1800 years ago. The destruction of the Twin Heavens and the establishment of the Heavenly Palace, 400 to 700 years ago, / the god of agriculture fell during this period. Blood Meteor Incident, Meteor Era Year. The Emperor of the Sioux country launched the Jade-shattering catastrophe, Meteor Calendar Year 60. The following year, the country of Sioux was destroyed, and the eastern continent became a sea of fire. Sun god Gerard fell, and the ruins above the clouds formed, Meteor Calendar Year 80 to 100. The Age of Enlightenment entered the middle stage, and the battles between the gods became more frequent, Meteor Calendar Year 130 Year 630. Descension of the Calamity Mage, Meteor Calendar Year 750. One of the twin moons crashed, and the Arune Sea was formed, Meteor Calendar Year 751. The Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur, was directly sealed, and the Calamity Mage cleansed the outer planes, Meteor Calendar Year 753 to 788. Heavenly Palace Ascension, Meteor Calendar Year 800 to 1000. Calamity Mage ascends, Meteor Calendar Year 1030. Phase Ibn ascends, Meteor Calendar Year 1130. You've transmigrated, year 1197. There are gaps waiting to be added. You can also add them manually. Hint: you possess the composing and meteor calendar. The intelligence lock will be ineffective against you. You have obtained a small number of elements, such as calendar, time domain. Accumulate more elements, and you will have the opportunity to explore related domains. Calendar. Matthew was not only pleasantly surprised, but he was also about to go crazy. This might be the most important authority in the many domains controlled by the god of agriculture. Although he did not directly enter the calendar domain. But for Matthew, wasn't it only a matter of time before there was an opportunity? Now, he found the Queen of Banshees, Sinfran, more and more pleasing to the eye. Even though it was unintentional. This sickle was indeed a treasure that Matthew could not refuse. I admit that I like this thing very much. You can give me a price or just tell me what you want. He said frankly to Sinfran. Sinfran leaned over with a smile. She pressed most of her body against Matthew's, and a strong fragrance entered Matthew's nose and mouth. Matthew wanted to push her away. But for the sake of the emerald sickle, he endured. I knew you would like it. After all, this is one of the rare treasures in the world that perfectly combines the domain of the dead and nature. To me, it's just a useless item, but to you, it means infinite possibilities. The Banshee Queen's voice was very charming. Matthew's ears were itchy, and his entire body was itchy. He wanted to scratch her a few times to satisfy himself. Fortunately, he still had the temperance domain. Once the temperance was activated, he was like a saint. You investigated me? Matthew's tone suddenly became stiff. Sinfran was slightly startled, but she immediately chuckled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I just have some friends in the prime material plane. They told me some things about you." An astonishing feat. Matthew weighed the sickle in his hand. "What do you want?" Sinfran pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't think this is a deal. You can see the sickle as an investment from me, or you can understand it as a little goodwill from me." Matthew shook his head gently. "I don't think my kindness is worthy of the value of this thing," the Queen of Banshees said gently. "Just as I explained before, this sickle is just a piece of trash in my hands. Only in your hands can it display its brilliance. As for your kindness, at least in my heart, it is very important." Matthew took half a step back and left the Queen of Banshees' gentle embrace. "You're the king of the undead. The Six Ring lands have always been peaceful, and the things here have never changed." Chapter 1082, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Chapter 1082, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. On the scale of time, our lifespans are worlds apart. Since when has the Undying King ever cared about the thoughts of a mortal? Not to mention goodwill. About Sinfran's explanation, Matthew did not believe it at all. There was indeed something special about him, but it had little to do with the kings of the Undying Lands. Even if he was Isabel's student, it was not enough to explain her behavior. After all, Isabel had so many students. Could it be that Sinfran had already given them gifts? There was obviously something fishy going on. Matthew was not blinded by the emerald sickle. He maintained a high level of rationality from the beginning to the end. "In my opinion, you are not a mortal," the Queen of Banshees said in a deep voice. "You look like an ordinary necromancer, but it's impossible for an ordinary necromancer to have such unique summoned creatures like Filey and Lady Peggy. He's not an ordinary person." "Don't tell me you don't know?" Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't know Filey's exact background. He recalled how the Queen of Banshees had called Filey the monarch of the Purgatory Dragon earlier. How did it have anything to do with the Purgatory? Matthew was about to answer. At this moment, an inconspicuous little guy beside him shouted, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Even I, Bone Pigeon, know that Master is extraordinary." How can he not know Master's master? Filey glanced at it. It was a bone pigeon. She wasn't angry and only said lightly, "In that case, it's only natural that I hope to be on good terms with you, right? As the most powerful existence among the Purgatory Dragon, although only a portion of its soul remains, it's enough to grow into the most terrifying undead. You must know that the demon dragon was a terrifying existence second only to the Nine Hells Lord, Barthur." The bone pigeon was stunned. "So awesome. Then Master, you can totally ditch Master's master and do it alone." "Pah." The huge claws slapped down mercilessly. The bone pigeon was directly smashed into bone powder. After a long time, his soul fire slowly flew out of the nest next to him and started to fight for the bone with the little skeleton in a low-key manner. "Purgatory demon dragon? Me?" Filey slowly walked up to the Queen of Banshees. The dragon's might on his body seemed to condense into a tall mountain that pressed down on Sinfran's body. Sinfran's breathing became more intense. She said reluctantly, "As far as I know." Filey asked in an unquestionable tone, "More information?" Sinfran shook her head with difficulty. "I don't know any more. I only know that you loved beautiful women of all races when you were alive, and you left behind dragon descendants in all the major planes of the multiverse. By the way, you are also the mount of the sun god Gerard." At this point, she looked at Matthew with a complicated expression. Do you understand now? The two undead under your command, the Tower and Peggy is the battle angel under the sun god, and Lord Philosopher is Gerard's mount. There are some things that even time cannot take away. It's definitely not a coincidence that all of you gathered together. You are definitely related to the sun god, Gerard. Of course, you are definitely not Gerard himself because the sun god hated necromancers the most when he was alive. The sun god died very suddenly at that time. Many people thought that he had left a backup plan, such as an illegitimate child. The word illegitimate child. She emphasized it. Matthew looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. What the Queen of Banshees didn't know was the second-generation god of war, Vasnov, who once backstabbed the sun god, was also squatting in his cemetery. Unknowingly. There were actually so many old followers of the sun god gathered around him. This gave Matthew an extremely bad feeling. But thinking about it carefully, he was a transmigrator, so it was impossible for him to be the sun god himself or the sun god's illegitimate son. It was unlikely that the original body was related to the sun god. His only relationship with the sun god was that of an extraterrestrial visitor. It was said that the sun god came from the Ice Crown Nebula. This had nothing to do with Matthew's Earth. Could it be that this group of people will subconsciously gather around the visitors from outer space? Or perhaps the sun god's arrangement before his death was for them to find an extraterrestrial visitor to rely on after becoming undead? Why didn't the sun god leave anything like a diary? Matthew was puzzled. However, he quickly calmed down. He had long known that he definitely had a secret. This could be seen from the game in his previous life and the existence of the Unto Empire. Therefore, he had already expected that no matter what happened next, he would not be able to escape. He would face it bravely. Immediately. Matthew composed himself. He looked into Sinfran's eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. How did you know about Filey? Sinfran sighed. I've seen him before. Many years ago, when the Purgatory Demon Dragon Monarch fell, I was there. Although the Undying Kings are not strong, you are right about one thing. We have indeed lived long enough so we can remember many things. We just don't like to communicate with people. Matthew nodded slightly. It seemed that these old farts indeed had very shocking information in their hands. It could even be derived from the Age of Enlightenment. Now, Camilla has another direction to search for the ancient aura. Matthew thought to himself. Chapter 1083, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Chapter 1083, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Then, he sincerely said to the Queen of Banshees. The things you said are still not enough to convince me that you would give away such a treasure. I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, I wouldn't accept this sickle. Matthew's expression was very calm. Sinfran's face was filled with shock. She did not expect Matthew to have such restraint. She had already said this, but he still refused to let go. I'm clearly gifting you something. Sinfran smiled helplessly and rolled her eyes at Matthew. All right, I admit defeat. I admit that I have other intentions. The real reason I gave you this gift is because I have a premonition that the Six-Ring land will soon welcome a catastrophe. The source of that calamity might have come from an even higher place. Higher? Matthew couldn't help but blurt out. The heavenly stairway to the fifth ring? The bone pigeon had once explained to him. The negative energy world was built up layer by layer. The king of the land of the sixth ring might become ordinary if he went to the land of the fifth ring. And every time the number of kings in the sixth ring land reached 6, the fifth ring would extend downward to the heavenly ladder of guidance, opening the door for the Undying King to go up. This was not only an opportunity but also a mandatory order. No undead could resist the will of the negative energy plane. According to Sinfran, every time the stairway to heaven appeared, the Six-Ring land would definitely encounter a terrifying catastrophe. The undead kings who went to the stairs also had a high death rate. Under such circumstances, the original 5 of the King's Mountain had agreed to join forces to prevent the birth of the 6th sovereign king. But then, there was the accident of Philey. Although Philey has become the new king, it's fortunate that the Dark Pharaoh has fallen, so there are only 5 kings left. Theoretically, the 6th ring is still safe. But recently, I had a spirit channeling session. In my dream, I saw the 6th undying sovereign king suddenly being born. Following that, the heavenly stairway appeared, and all of us were forced to come to the 5th ring. There, none of us will survive. Including Philey. Sinfran's voice was trembling. This matter is too serious. I originally wanted to tell you after a while. After all, I also need to investigate more deeply to confirm whether the future I saw in the psychic realm is the real future. But if it really is, I hope you can help me. Matthew's brain spun rapidly. You mean that the 6th ring land is about to welcome the 6th sovereign? And then the calamity from the 5th ring? Sinfran nodded vigorously. Why? I don't feel anything? Philey tilted his head. Sinfran smiled bitterly. You've only been an emperor for too short a time. Matthew asked curiously. Logically speaking, since you've stopped so many kings from advancing, you should know which undead in the 6 ring lands has the potential to become a king, right? Sinfran nodded. After that, I and a few other kings investigated all the immortals in the territory. None of them met the requirements for advancement. But this doesn't mean that accidents won't happen. That's because the 6th sovereign king might have come from the outside world. Matthew nodded lightly. I understand. But what can I do? Sinfran said simply. We will sign a contract with you. We will leave the negative energy plane and live in the material world forever. Although we'll lose our freedom and some of our strength, it's the best way to preserve our self-awareness. You don't understand. The thing that happened in the psychic realm is too scary. I don't want to experience it again. Matthew asked again. Is this what all the remaining kings think? Sinfran shook her head. The Tomb Colossus and the Demigod Lich do not think that. They think it's fine to climb the stairway just because they're legends. General and I have this idea for the time being. I believe that it won't be long before the general comes to visit the two of you. Matthew nodded. He weighed the sickle in his hand and said. Theoretically, I can provide you with a shelter when necessary. But the final explanation of this matter is in my hands. Can you accept it? Sinfran smiled helplessly. I told you from the beginning that it was just a little kindness. Matthew let go of his hand without changing his expression. Bang! The sickle fell to the ground. Then, he picked up the sickle and looked at Sinfran. Now, I picked up an unwanted sickle from the ground. Do you agree? Sinfran was stunned for 2 to 3 seconds before she covered her mouth in disbelief. After a while, she said gloomily. I agree. Matthew reached out his hand in satisfaction and grabbed Sinfran's soft claws. Thank you. Keep in touch in the future. It wasn't that Matthew was overbearing. Setrunk was an example. He had no choice but to be cautious. A smile finally appeared on Sinfran's face. She then looked at Matthew with a resentful gaze for a while before leaving quietly. After the wild boar king was repaired, Matthew brought him back to the cemetery. The first permanent bone dragon was finally coming. Early February. The heavy snow that had been falling for a week finally stopped. Matthew walked on the snow, recalling the spells he had learned during this period of time. The days when snow covered the world. Matthew hid in the cemetery and studied crazily. He used half a month to learn all the spells on the beginner list in one go. Chapter 1084, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Chapter 1084, The Emerald Scythe and the Starry Sky Cabin. Disgust/love. Mind barrier. Plane travel. Mental retarding technique. Apart from that, he had also learned a brand new unpopular spell. Soul-separating spell/return to the sun. You can use this spell to leave or return the soul of another target to his body. During this period, the target's soul will be protected by your mana. The effect of the soul-separating spell combined with the soul cage was quite remarkable. It was suitable for interrogating criminals. As for the art of returning to the sun, Matthew prepared it for himself. He had the ability to project his soul, allowing his soul to leave his body temporarily. However, Matthew was always worried that once he left his body, his soul would not come back. With the return to sun technique, the probability of this would be infinitely close to zero. The return to sun spell could anchor one's soul to the body and arrange it in advance by delaying the spell. This way, he could at least ensure that his soul would return to his physical body within a certain period of time. Ever since he had learned the art of resurrection, Matthew's soul had left his body every day and wandered around the cemetery in the form of a spirit body. Other than the other specters, no one else could sense Matthew's existence at all. This made Matthew secretly satisfied. Using this opportunity, Matthew also saw a hidden side of the cemetery. For example, although Renesmee liked to gamble and slap other zombies, she was very loyal to her underlings. If her zombies were slapped, they would definitely get back at her. This was the reason why she had many conflicts with the mother of slaves. In comparison, the mother of slaves was much more tactful. She never had a direct confrontation with Renesmee, but as long as the latter was distracted, the former would pull her people to turn into slave zombies or farmer zombies. Renesmee was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, the mother of slaves' actions perfectly met Matthew's needs. For example, although Soldier usually only liked to twist his hips, he would suddenly perform an extremely beautiful dance when there was no one around. Matthew's taste in art was very low, but he could feel the endless sadness in Soldier's dance. It was the longing for his hometown. It was also anger towards his enemies. It's about time to find time to deal with the Naga Queen. Matthew sighed and wrote down another item at the front of the schedule. Death Knight 47. This fellow usually looked flirtatious. However, Matthew found that he liked to use stones to draw on the ground when he was free. 47's painting skills were quite high. But every time, he drew the side profile of a beautiful woman. Matthew suspected that it was his sweetheart. Even the usually carefree Peggy would steal a few books from Matthew's collection and read them carefully when she was bored. She was trying to learn magic. Unfortunately, Peggy was only a skeleton, and the probability of a skeleton becoming a mage was very low. Matthew had been secretly observing for half a month. He found that the only spell that Peggy had learned was slumber. Yes. She fell asleep while reading the spellbook. The effect was quite obvious. Although it was a cold winter, the cemetery was getting more and more lively, which made Matthew very satisfied. This place made him feel at home. This was something he had never had in the first 2 years of his transmigration. Lord Matthew. As she was thinking, a man with a strong arm suddenly jumped out of the forest. That was the child of the forest. What's wrong? Matthew asked. I met a druid when I was patrolling the north of the Scar of the Dead. That druid has a very beautiful girl with him. I didn't like the girl's aura, so I rejected their request to enter the forest. But that druid claimed to be your friend and said that he had something to ask of you. This is what he asked me to send over. The child of the forest explained it in detail. Matthew took it and looked at it. It was an engagement invitation. By the way, he also said that his name is Eli. The child of the forest added. Chapter 1085, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Art of Fart. Chapter 1085, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Art of Fart. North of the oak forest, near the Scar of the Dead. Matthew met up with Eli. There was a very beautiful girl beside him. The girl had an outstanding appearance. Her pupils were golden, and her facial curves carried an exotic aura. Her temperament was also different from that of the native women of Ander. She was quiet and obedient with a hint of wildness. The two sides met. Matthew noticed that the relationship between the two seemed a little awkward. The girl turned around when she saw Matthew. Her attention seemed to be focused on the protective umbrella around the Scar of the Dead. Only Eli was beaming with joy. He grabbed Matthew's hand and said, "We finally meet again, Matthew." Matthew returned the same warm smile. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. Matthew glanced at the girl next to him and smiled mockingly. "You're already engaged. This girl is quite beautiful." Who knew that Eli would shake his head in panic and say, "She's not my fiancée." Matthew was slightly stunned. He opened the invitation card and found that one of the engagement parties was named Eli, and the other was a woman named Shweji. Then who is she? Matthew was curious. Embarrassed, Eli said. "Her name is Shwein, a demon warlock. I have nothing to do with her at the moment. But soon, she will be my daughter. Because the Shweji who is about to be engaged to me is her mother." Before Matthew could react to this complicated relationship, the young girl, Shwein, who was beside him, exploded. "You can't marry my mother. I won't be your daughter either. Stop dreaming." Her little face was red, and she looked flustered. Eli was very calm. He patted Matthew's shoulder in a mature manner. "The child needs time to adapt." Hearing this, Shwein exploded again. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She threw a huge fireball at him. "You're the child. You need to adapt." Matthew easily used a spell to cancel out the fireball. He could tell. Although Shwein looked bad-tempered, she had no intention of hurting anyone. The fireball she released moved very slowly, clearly leaving enough space for the two to escape. "So what exactly is going on?" Matthew pointed at Shwein and asked. "Why did she come here with you?" Eli spread out his hands. "That's a long story." Matthew smiled. "Let's talk as we walk." As he spoke, he planned to lead the two of them into the forest. However, the girl named Shwein was very stubborn. She stood coldly beside the scar of the dead. "You guys can go in. Don't worry about me." Matthew and Eli then ignored her and walked into the oak forest with their arms around each other's shoulders. This scene made the girl stomp her feet in anger. At this moment, she recalled what her mother had told her, and tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. However, she still stomped her feet and followed Matthew. Who knew that she would be stopped after taking a few steps? That was the child of the forest. "You have the aura of a demon on you. This forest doesn't welcome you." The attitude of the child of the forest was very cold. Shwein said angrily. "That man just invited me in. Isn't he your master?" The child of the forest nodded. "But you have already missed the invitation. Unless master invites you again, please wait outside the forest." Shwein gritted her teeth in anger. "What if I force my way in?" The child of the forest smiled. "I think the cemetery below will be very happy to hear this news." Shwein's expression was uncertain. At this moment, a flashy black peacock walked past her leisurely. "Hey, beautiful lady, are you willing to spend the rest of your life with me?" After the Dream of the Hill collapsed, the Earth Society suffered a serious injury. The underground church could barely maintain its normal operations. Even if the two archdruids set up a new life barrier, many lost things could not be recovered. Therefore, the influence of nature's will on Cross City is rapidly fading. You may not understand what this means, but to the druid settlement, we have suffered a fatal blow. Without a natural dream realm that we can rely on, everything we do will be half as effective. Coupled with the repeated heavy losses, the Earth Society finally decided to shrink its sphere of influence. They even began to consider the possibility of moving their headquarters out of Cross City. Even though Eli was a little wild in his feelings, he was still very calm. He recounted what happened after the two of them separated. "Under such circumstances, I'd been ordered by the Great Elder to seek help from the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes in the north." You know about the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, right? The gathering place of the demon warlocks, they call it Asadu. In the demon language, Asadu means tears of hope. Many years ago, Asadu was still a territory ruled by the greater demon lord Fernando. Because it was located at the border, even the influence of the Seventh Saint Alliance did not reach it. Fernando was very cruel. He left many bloodlines in Asadoo, and most of these bloodlines did not agree with Fernando's actions. In the end, they united to overthrow Fernando's rule and banished him back to the abyss. After that, the descendants of Fernando established a force in Asadoo. In recent years, this force changed into the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and officially became a country. Chapter 1086, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Chapter 1086, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Fernando's blood descendants are all natural demon warlocks, so Asadoo and the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes are also known as the Kingdom of Warlocks. Because they are far away and independent, they have not entered the mainstream society's field of vision. The Seven Saint Alliance's understanding of them is probably shallow. In the process of resisting Fernando, the Earth Society contributed a lot, so the two sides formed a deep friendship. The leader of Asadoo once promised that if the Earth Society was in trouble, the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes would definitely help. However, the last time Cross City was attacked, the people of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes did not appear. This made many druids feel disappointed. Although I was ordered to ask for help, I also had the intention to question the leader. The straight-line distance from the Guardian Highland to the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes in the north is more than 5,000 miles. If we were to walk normally, we would have to cross the Cloud Highlands and the Helen Mountains. Fortunately, we have a secret passage that can cross these two lands. Through that secret passage, I successfully arrived at the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and met Lady Xue, the Queen of Asadoo. I have to admit that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. She gives me the feeling that she's as gentle and considerate as a mother. Matthew couldn't help but scratch his head. When have I heard this before? Eli was unconcerned. After meeting Xue Ji, she treated me with a grand reception and apologized to me. It turns out that it's not that they did not want to help but that the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes has encountered an emergency. They discovered that a new piece of barren land had appeared at the border of the far west. In order to deal with the matters at the border of the plain, the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes mobilized almost all the warlocks, so they naturally did not have the ability to help Cross City. When I went over, things had just ended there. Xue Ji was very concerned about the situation in Cross City, and she asked me to bring back a large amount of supplies. Xue Ji is really a kind-hearted woman. Unfortunately, her husband died early, and she could only stay alone for many years. It's a bit hard. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't hold it in any longer. He could not help but ask indirectly. You should know the style of warlocks, right? Eli nodded. Of course, I know. Warlocks are not good people. Most warlocks are licentious and immoral. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. In the next second, however, he heard Eli tilt his head and say shyly. But Xue Ji, she's different. She is a very dignified lady. I have never seen a woman as beautiful and intelligent as her, mature and pure. It's perfect. Matthew pulled his hair hard. After making sure that Eli was not affected by spells like the mental retarding spell, he made up his mind. In the future, he would definitely develop a spell that could awaken a love brain. Let's call it the Great Awakening Technique. So, you met a very outstanding woman. She is the leader of the demon warlocks and has a daughter. Matthew tried to summarize the main points. However, Eli quickly interrupted. 3. She has 3 daughters. Xueyin is the eldest one. If we get married successfully, I can have 3 daughters too. This is really a wonderful experience. Even someone as outstanding as Matthew doesn't have a daughter. Matthew couldn't remember how many times he had taken out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his sweat. He could only pretend to be calm and ask. So, are you two in love? Eli shook his head. I also wanted to tell you that this is how things developed, but that's not the truth. My marriage with Xue Ji is based on political considerations. After learning about the Earth Society's situation, Xue Ji sincerely invited the Earth Society to settle down in the newly emerged frontier wasteland. It's a new land that many people are drooling over. If the Earth Society can really take root in the border wasteland, then we will soon be able to nurture a brand new nature soul and a brand new nature dream world. This is no different from sending charcoal in the snow to the Earth Society now. However, the border wasteland is close to the kingdom of thousands of lakes. A portion of the demon warlocks are not willing to give this territory to us just like that. Therefore, the Earth Society and the kingdom of thousands of lakes must have a closer relationship. I happen to be one of the candidates for the next Tigerhead Druid, who was personally appointed by the Great Elder and approved by 2 legends. I've also passed the trial of the Glacier Evil Dragon, so there's a high chance that I'll become the president of the reorganized Earth Society. Therefore, if we are married, Xueji will have a reason to ignore public opinion and hand over the wasteland to the Earth Society and the kingdom of thousands of lakes for joint development. I brought this news back to Cross City. The Great Elder asked for my opinion. For the church, of course, I would not shirk my responsibility. In the end, both parties hit it off, and the marriage between me and Xueji was decided. At present, some members of the Earth Society have already gone to the kingdom of thousands of lakes through that secret passage. The Great Elder has also officially informed the Seven Saint Alliance that Cross City will be handed over to the Alliance. The Druids of the Earth Society will leave this place one after another. We will head to the northwest to find a new home. It's very far away, but at least it's no longer riddled with holes. Chapter 1087, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Chapter 1087, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Personally, I'm very sorry. We've made Cross City into this state, but we chose to leave in the end. However, the Earth Society has no choice but to do this. We can't do any better. Matthew fell into deep thought after listening. He asked cautiously. So, was the marriage plan proposed by the other party? Eli nodded. Matthew asked again. She chose you on the spot. She didn't consider anyone else? Eli coughed. Madame Xueji said that she likes honest people like me. Matthew touched his nose. Is that so? I roughly understand now. This is really a pleasant surprise. Eli rubbed his hands. Yeah, I didn't expect to get married so soon either. Although it's a political marriage, I'm still quite excited when I think about becoming the husband of Xueji and the father of the 3 girls. You must come to the engagement day, Matthew. Matthew smiled calmly. Of course, I'm going. Don't worry. Eli immediately revealed an elated smile. Matthew pointed to the northwest of the oak forest and said. Go that way. You'll soon find an acquaintance in a treehouse. I think he will be very happy to hear about your engagement. I'll go entertain Miss Xueyin. She's your future daughter after all, so we can't neglect her. Eli was overjoyed. Acquaintance? Are you talking about Boss Lorraine? He's here too? Then I have to hurry over and see him. As he spoke, he quickly ran in the direction Matthew pointed out. He had just rushed out a dozen steps. However, Eli turned around and asked. Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask. How is Queen House now? Recently, more and more Giza people have been wandering around Cross City. Although they didn't cause any trouble, they were probably looking for their queen. Queen House? Matthew thought for a while before he remembered that Eli was talking about the Queen of Giza that he had thrown into Mount Heso prison. TSK. He had completely forgotten about it. He did not know how many extra points he would have to pay for the extra time. However, Matthew couldn't be blamed. He had met too many queens these days, so it was normal for him to have past events occasionally. The next time I go to Mount Heso, I'll ask Hera about the situation. He thought about it. Matthew headed north of the oak forest. Eli also disappeared into the snowy forest. North of the oak forest. Matthew once again found Xueyin, who was plucking peacock feathers. The latter saw Matthew. She threw the half-bald black peacock onto the snow. The black peacock cried. Matthew. She humiliated me. Matthew knew what he was like, so he gave him a secondary healing and sent him away. Although that guy is a blabbermouth, he shouldn't be tortured like this, right? Matthew said lightly. Swain snorted coldly. If he were an Asadu, he would have already become a meal on the plate. I didn't do it because I gave you face. As she spoke, her expression softened. Let's not talk about this anymore. I know you, Tree Mage Matthew. You're quite capable. I won't say any more hypocritical words. I hope you can stop that stupid tiger from marrying my mother. If you can do this, I can give you everything you want. Matthew asked with interest. For example? Swain snapped her fingers. In the next second, her clothes were gone. These clothes expanded violently in the air and immediately formed a huge tent, wrapping the two of them inside. The girl's fair feet stepped on the snow, making a sparse sound. She pretended to be calm and looked at Matthew. Like this. However, Matthew's answer made her blush. Just this? Shui Yin's voice trembled. Do you despise me? Matthew said calmly. Don't misunderstand, I'm a necromancer. I've seen many bodies, living, dead, excellent, ordinary. Your body is no different from most. Even if you make it into a zombie, it might not be stronger than others. Shui Yin's face immediately revealed an expression of shame and anger. Her body trembled slightly, and an abundant magical power was gathering. But Matthew was not flustered. He stared at Shui Yin's eyes. With the help of the temperance domain, his eyes did not contain any impurities. This made Shui Yin even more confused. Only Matthew himself knew that he was lying. Shui Yin had a very good figure. Most importantly, her waist was very thin. Although it was not a fruitful result, her slender waist still accentuated her curves. The reason why Matthew deliberately suppressed her. On the one hand, it was to completely grasp the initiative of the conversation. On the other hand, it was also to vent his anger for Eli. Matthew admitted that Eli was a little love-struck. But he was not a stupid tiger. Half a minute later, Shui Yin silently put on her clothes. Her eyes regained their calmness. It's okay if you don't like me. I still have sisters. I still have my mother. Their looks and figures are above mine. I believe you will definitely like them. As long as you can stop the wedding between Eli and my mother, I can help you get all of them, including myself. Chapter 1088, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Chapter 1088, The Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes and the Fart Technique. Matthew asked calmly. Why are you doing this? Shui Yin said coldly. You don't need to know the reason. I know you have a way to stop him because he keeps mentioning you. You have a special place in his heart, so I believe you can persuade him not to marry my mother. In fact, I hope that you're the one engaged to my mother, not that stupid tiger. Matthew smiled and shook his head. I'm not a member of the Earth Society. If you like me so much, why didn't you apply to the Seven Saint Alliance? Shui Yin's expression changed. Then, she said stiffly. What does this have to do with the Alliance? Besides, the Seven Saint Alliance is high and mighty. They won't care about what happens at the border. And aren't you too narcissistic? I don't like you at all. I just feel that if it were you, the outcome might be a little better. She said the last sentence. Shui Yin's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Matthew narrowed his eyes. After listening to Eli's description, he felt that there was a big problem with this hasty marriage. The young girl's performance further confirmed Matthew's thoughts. Is there a problem with that desolate land? Matthew suddenly asked. Shui Yin's body trembled slightly, but she still shook her head calmly. I don't know anything. I can't say anything. I just want to tell you that if you let that stupid tiger marry my mother, you might lose a friend forever. She looked up at Matthew. Her eyes were very sincere. Matthew suddenly asked. Does your mother beat you often? Shui Yin was shocked. How did you? There's no such thing. She subconsciously covered her arms. However, all of this could not escape Matthew's balanced perception. He could feel that Shui Yin's body was filled with healed scars from the elemental plane. Every time, the young girl mentioned her mother's name, the flow of elements near her brain showed the fear in her heart. The queen of the kingdom of thousands of lakes. The demon warlock of Asadu. Matthew already had some guesses. He chose to believe Shui Yin. However, how to stop Eli was probably another big question. Why don't I invite Samantha back? Or should I introduce Cheka to him again? Just as Matthew was thinking hard, two men came together from the snow forest. Matthew looked at it. It was Eli and the refreshed Lorraine. What are you? Matthew was a little confused. Oh, isn't Eli getting engaged? This is a great thing. As his boss, of course, I have to personally go to the scene and be responsible for the decorations. Lorraine smiled and winked at Matthew. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried about leaving this matter to someone else. Only Lorraine was very reliable. Matthew thought for a moment and whispered into Lorraine's ear. Don't make him too sad. Lorraine glared at him. What kind of person do you think I am? I've already turned over a new leaf. And I already have a girlfriend. Girlfriend? Matthew recalled. Is it that girl called Rosie? Lorraine nodded affirmatively. Matthew was surprised. Does she know that she's your girlfriend? Lorraine said honestly. I haven't informed her yet. Matthew shrugged, speechless. Beside him, Eli's interest was piqued. Boss Lorraine, do you have a girlfriend? How far have you progressed? How does she look? According to the scoring method you taught me last time, how many points can you score? Lorraine made a casual gesture. For now, it's still 0 points. Both Eli and Matthew looked surprised. Lorraine explained. Recently, I've had a new understanding of life, so I've changed the scoring rules for women. Now, I only have 2 options, 0 points and 100 points. Those who have slept with each other will get 100 points. The rest will get 0 points without exception. Shui Yin immediately revealed a disgusted expression. Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. Only Eli asked thoughtfully. What about the scoring rules for non-humans? Lorraine was also stunned. Then, he sighed. As expected of the proud son of the Druid Church. You want to score beasts too, huh? Eli subconsciously defended himself. It doesn't necessarily have to be a wild beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 were completely silent. Eli and Shui Yin didn't stay there for long. After sending the invitations, they went to the next location without stopping. When she left, Shui Yin was still hinting at Matthew with her eyes. Unfortunately, Matthew ignored him. With Lorraine following him, Eli would definitely not be harmed. As for what the country of thousands of lakes was up to, it was just a matter of reporting. That place was too far away for Matthew. For Eli's sake, he was willing to appear at the engagement ceremony. The rest could be discussed later. Matthew looked at the invitation. The engagement was in March of the following year. The timing was very strange. For Rolling Stone Town, March was the season when the snow and ice first disappeared, and the spring breeze was everywhere. However, for the north, where the kingdom of thousands of lakes was located, it was still a snowy season. Getting engaged under such circumstances? How many people from the Druid Order will attend? Did they all go through the secret passage? How many casualties would the Earth Society cause this time? These were all big question marks. However, since the Earth Society had made such a decision, Matthew believed that the Silver Wolf Kasser and the voice of the Earth Hanmiachin had thought this through. He was too lazy to interfere. In the afternoon, Matthew was flipping through the non-compulsory spellbook. Unexpectedly, he found a rather interesting little spell. The name of this spell was farting. Fart, you can create the same sound as a fart in the target area. The sound of the fart can be single or continuous. When you perfectly master this spell, you can completely conceal the magic power fluctuations caused by this spell, thus achieving a more concealed effect. It looked like a prank spell. However, according to the book, in Matthew's hand, fart was actually a very powerful psychological suggestion spell. It wouldn't directly disrupt a mage's focus. However, it might cause the mage to fail when chanting magic. Research had shown that 90% of mages would be disturbed by the continuous farting sound, which would resonate with them and cause them to fart as well. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that the chanting of the spell would be interrupted. According to the description of the inventor of this spell, fart was a powerful skill for mages. The price of this spell was also very high, but there were very few records of its purchase. It meant that most people thought that this thing was just a bluff. But Matthew felt that this was not the case. Anyway, he had the extra money for trial and error. Therefore, he bought this spell to learn. There was quite a threshold to learn the farting technique. At least Matthew spent the entire afternoon trying to figure it out and failed. He could only continue tomorrow. In the evening, Matthew stood at the entrance of the cemetery, admiring the snowy sunset. At this moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart. That was the direction of the world tree. Hint: under the effect of the heart of the world tree, a starry sky cabin has been born on the crown of your world tree. Starry cabin, epic building. You can observe the movements of the astral world through this cabin. A small number of miniature or small astral creatures will also be attracted by the cabin and come to your side. Warning: an astral creature has intruded into the starry cabin uninvited. It's an astral bubble. Chapter 1089, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Chapter 1089, Are there many goddesses looking for you? In the northeast crown of the world tree, in a small wooden house that was suddenly suspended in the air, Matthew was confronting a round bubble in this dark space. The starry cabin was a very special space. The entrance to the hut was located in the material world. However, it was essentially the intersection of the material world and the astral world. Therefore, the sunlight from the material world could not shine in. The only source of light here was the starlight that shone in from the 6 porthole-like windows in the cabin. Other than that, all illumination spells were ineffective. Fortunately, Matthew had a certain degree of dark vision and could barely distinguish the location of the astral bubble. This fellow. It gave Matthew an unfathomable feeling. No matter how hard he tried to probe with his spiritual power and perception, the feedback he received was blank. It was the same on the data panel. Other than the name astral bubble, Matthew knew almost nothing about it. He had tried to communicate with the other party, but the other party remained indifferent. Only when Matthew made a move would the bubble float quickly. It was hiding from Matthew. During this process, Matthew gradually discovered that there was a creature hidden in the bubble. The shadow of this creature projected on the surface of the bubble was unusually ferocious. This made Matthew feel a little nervous. It was a rare encounter for Matthew to be completely clueless about the other party's background. Considering that the other party came from the astral plane, Matthew naturally did not dare to be careless. Even if the creatures inside could not kill him, if the other party brought a terrifying virus or plague from the astral world, it would be enough to cause a disaster for him or the oak forest. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to open the bubble. Instead, he focused on observing. Soon, Matthew realized something very important. It seems to be very afraid of me. Under the bubble's outer shell, it doesn't seem to be a ferocious beast from the astral plane. He thought to himself. The equalized perception that followed also proved this point. The simplicity and weakness of the elemental layer meant that the destructive power of the astral creatures in the bubble was relatively limited. After realizing this, he was shocked. Matthew did not delay. He called 4-7 and Soldier over. Move quickly and test its strength. The Death Knight and the Blade Dancer, 2 powerful guys, immediately pounced over. At this moment, the bubble looked extremely afraid. It tried its best to dodge. For a time, a new chase began in the starry cabin. The 2 undead chased after it relentlessly. Bubbles were flying all over the sky. half a minute later. Matthew was surprised. Putting aside 47, who liked to train with weights, Soldier was a real high-level rogue. Although the skeletons would also suffer a slight decrease in agility, Soldier's skills were definitely comparable to the top rogues below Legend. Under such circumstances, the two of them joined hands and actually failed to catch the bubble that was jumping up and down. It wasn't that the other party was too fast. It was because it was very particular about the direction it dodged in. Besides, the bubble itself seemed to be firm and slippery. There were a few times when Soldier almost caught it, but it slipped away under his claws. Matthew was amazed. Another 7 to 8 seconds passed. Seeing that Soldier and 47 were still helpless against the astral bubble, Matthew decided to do it himself. At this time, the touch of death and the hand of equalization attacked from both sides, vowing to take down this tiny bubble. But at this moment, the entrance of the starry sky cabin suddenly lit up with rays of white and green light. Matthew turned around. A noisy chatter sounded. What followed was a large group of light and oak tree fairies. Fairy Princess Lulu was also among them. As soon as she came in, she looked around as if she was looking for someone. Matthew had a guess in his heart and immediately stopped the two undead from embarrassing themselves. Then, he asked, "What are you guys doing here?" When Lulu saw Matthew, she instantly revealed a surprised expression. She replied happily, "I was summoned by the Heart of the World tree. It told me that you might need help." Matthew nodded. The Heart of the World tree was indeed a wondrous object with high intelligence and decision-making ability. When it learned of the arrival of the space bubble, it not only informed itself but also summoned others. "It seems like the creature in the bubble is related to fairies?" Matthew instantly reacted. Lulu looked up at the astral bubble and smiled sweetly. She said enthusiastically in the fairy language, "Come down. We won't hurt you, especially Lord Matthew. He is a very, very good lord." Hearing this, the bubble slowly lowered. However, it still maintained a certain distance from everyone. Matthew also opened language proficiency and said softly, "I promise I won't hurt you." Very quickly, a tender voice came from the bubble. But the two of them looked like bad people. The other party spoke in the common language. However, it had a strange accent and sounded very ethereal. Matthew then asked 47 and Soldier to leave. The two undead looked at each other and could only leave through the entrance. After leaving the starry sky cabin, Soldier suddenly muttered to himself, "I'm not a bad person." 47 hooked his arm around Soldier's shoulder. "What's the use of quibbling? Look at your outfit. It's fine if you're dressed in rags, but you're so fucking explicit. Anyone who sees you will think that you're a bad person. I can be considered to have been dragged down by you." Soldier looked at the fierce 47's shiny black armor and remained silent. Chapter 1090, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Chapter 1090, Are there many goddesses looking for you? That's why men should pay attention to how they dress. 47 whispered. "I heard that a new tailor shop has opened in Rolling Stone Town. The owner of the shop is very skilled and there are ready-made clothes for sale. Anyway, we probably have nothing to do with Master now. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Soldier hesitated. "I can't afford clothes." 47 asked in surprise. "Do we still need to buy clothes? Let's sneak over like Big Sister Peggy and take a few items, right?" Soldier was still hesitating. "This won't be a good influence, right?" 47 patted him on the shoulder. "No one saw it, so it didn't affect anything. You go to that tailor shop in a while. I'll go to the newly opened carriage shop next to the tailor shop and bring back a few good horses. But you have to remember that I only went to the tailor shop. Especially when Ollie asks, you have to answer like this. That damned white phantom. Ever since he claimed to be a butler, he has become stricter with our assessment and jurisdiction." Soldier said seriously. "But stealing a horse is also wrong." 47 shook his head. Those horses came with me willingly. Anyway, are you going or not? Very quickly. The Blade Dancer and the Death Knight disappeared near the exit of the cemetery. Meanwhile, in the Starry Sky cabin, under the comfort of Lulu and the other oak fairies, the astral bubble finally landed slowly on the ground. Puff. The bubble split open from the top and turned into a building that looked like a toy egg. A spirit with long blue hair and fiery red eyes slowly flew out. At this moment, it was only then that Matthew realized that the astral bubble in front of him was actually a spacecraft. Hint, you have encountered the Kyan Aling astrologer Bubu and its spacecraft Bubu. Kyan Aling, a miniature elemental spirit that can easily adapt to any habitable environment. Most of the Kyan Aling thought of themselves as the lowly guardians of nature. They usually lived in plants, rocks, and springs far away from civilization. Some of them liked to explore the world, so they became explorers or astronauts. The Kyan Aling has a talent that surpasses any race in terms of vehicle construction and maintenance. Therefore, you can always see Kyan Aling explorers or astronauts in the astral world and their unique vehicles. Bubu. Bubu. The miniature spirit shyly greeted Matthew. Matthew responded with a gentle smile. This Kyan Aling was about 13 or 15 centimeters tall. It was about the same size as the oak sprite, but it was a little shorter than Lulu. His hair was like flowing blue flames, and his limbs were pitch black. He looked slender and had the unique flowing charm of elemental life. Even though Bubu's body was so petite, Matthew could still feel a strong magical aura from him. Can you understand me? Matthew maintained the effect of language proficiency. Bubu nodded, then pointed at his mouth and started talking. Regretfully, language proficiency did not translate Bubu's words into something Matthew could understand. Fortunately, Lulu stood up in time. He said his name is Bubu, and he is an astral traveler. Ever since he was born, he has already taken more than 10 different astral spaceships. It's probably a great thing, and he sounded so proud. Matthew asked curiously. Are all the astral spaceships you take the same as this bubble? Bubu immediately shook his head frantically. Then, he jumped back into the bubble, took out a piece of white paper, and began to write on it. Matthew noticed that the astral bubble was not as small as it looked. Not only was it fully equipped, but it was also equipped with a very advanced space folding technology. For Bubu's size, this spaceship was quite big. Not long after, on the white paper, there were many different styles of lifelike magic spaceships. Bubu explained as he drew. Lulu was trying her best to play the role of a simultaneous interpreter. He said this is a squid ship. This is a biological spaceship made of the astral squid. Squid ships are one of the fastest spaceships in the astral world. The disadvantage is that they shake a lot and sometimes the passengers get seasick. These are the Wasp, Star Moth, Lamprey, and Conch. He has sat in all these spaceships before. He has even personally piloted some of them. He didn't know if Matthew's high affinity with nature had played a role. After getting a little familiar with it. Therefore, Kyan Aling told Matthew everything he knew. According to Bubu's introduction, he was born in the depths of the astral plane on a planet full of trash. Before he was born, there was a large group of Kyan Aling that multiplied on the planet. Their goal was to clean up the terrible environment on that planet. Under the efforts of the Kyan Aling, the planet had gradually returned to normal. After that, a portion of them chose to leave. They repaired the scrapped magic spaceships on the trash planet and flew to different places. Before he was attracted to Matthew's Starry Sky cabin, Bubu had once hitched a ride on a huge squid ship. There were many strange people on the squid ship who buried themselves in iron sheets. They looked fierce, but fortunately, they did not find Bubu and his bubble ship. Chapter 1091, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Chapter 1091, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Not long ago, the magic spaceship was stranded in a certain reef area in the astral world. Bubu took the opportunity to leave the squid warship. As soon as he got off the ship, he found that the Star Reef area was filled with all kinds of magic spaceships. The creatures on the spaceship were very unfriendly to others. Almost all the original astral life forms in the Star Reef area had been killed by them. This created a huge mess in that area. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Iron Man, Bubu had no choice but to pick up the side edge and choose the route filled with the undercurrents of the starry sky. As a result, he accidentally came to the material world. Matthew felt that it was bizarre and interesting after hearing it. The starry sky cabin was indeed connected to a few undercurrents, but most of the time, the undercurrents were empty. Even if something floated over, it would be trash. He didn't expect that he would actually encounter an astral life form. And Bubu's sailing experience was what Matthew was more interested in. Especially the name of Squid Ship. It once again triggered Matthew's memories from his previous life. He remembered very clearly that the Squid warship was the signature spaceship of another powerful army of the Undead Empire. That army possessed powerful biological technology and unique biological magic. Within the Empire, they were called Squid Alchemists. In the game in his previous life, the threat level of the Squid Alchemist was much higher than that of the Space Undead, who was also a remnant of the Undead Empire. So the Space Undead aren't the only survivors of Undead Empire. That bunch of alchemy maniacs also followed us. They're docked in the Star Reef area that Bubu mentioned. They're definitely not here for a party. Matthew secretly noted it down. The Traveler God had once told him that some of the gods of the Heavenly Palace planned to cooperate with the Storluck Industries and reincarnate into a secondary plane. If this matter was true, then, this must be the focus of the Storluck industry in the near future. Considering the appearance of the Squid warship, the function of the Star Reef was self-evident. This was crucial news for the Seven Saint Alliance. Matthew planned to report to Isabel quickly. Bubu said that he likes it here very much. The astral plane has become very chaotic. He plans to rest here for a few months before setting off and repairing his spacecraft. Lulu quickly translated. He said he wouldn't bother anyone here. We just need to give him a small open space. He can build his own spacecraft repair factory. Matthew looked at Bubu. The latter looked at Matthew in a fawning manner. Just as Matthew was deep in thought, Bubu suddenly flew around Matthew, muttering something. Immediately after, a blue and dark purple spotlight shone on Matthew's head. Hint, you have received the blessing of the spirit of Kyan Aling, Starlight. Starlight, you will always be hit by a beam of starlight and become the focus of the crowd. During the duration of the starlight, your charm +1. Your spiritual power has increased slightly. Your skin will slowly absorb the starlight. If it continues for enough time, your skin will gradually radiate a similar luster. After Matthew finished reading, he was not shocked by the effects of the starlight spell. What Ronan said was actually true. Not only could bathing in the starlight increase one's fashion value and charm, but it could also increase the strength of one's spiritual power. To be fair, this blessing was pretty good. Although it was a bit of a scam not to be able to control it to turn it off, it only lasted for a month. As long as Matthew didn't do anything for the next month, it would be fine. It could also save electricity. In the end, he smiled at Kyan Aling. The Life Sanctuary welcomes you. You can move freely within the oak forest. But remember to be careful of a black peacock. As he spoke, Matthew asked Lulu and the others to bring Bubu to the woods for a walk. As for himself, he stayed in the Starry Sky cabin. The cabin was about 30 square meters in size. The dome was round and curved, and there were long, slender vines and irregular wood grains all around. Except for the 6 windows. There were no other decorations. 5 of the 6 windows were very unclear. It was as if there was a layer of screen outside the window. Matthew learned from the Heart of the World tree that this was because the Starry Sky cabin had just been formed. As the bridge between the prime material plane and the astral plane, the cabin was not stable. Only the window facing the astral plane was clear. Matthew stood in front of the window and looked at it for a long time. There seemed to be only eternal silence and darkness in the deep space. After a long time, suddenly, a group of huge, glowing crabs flew out from the darkness. There seemed to be many small shadows holding harpoons in the crab's body. Hint, you have discovered the Astral Fishman's Hermit Crab Fleet. Astral Fishman? Hermit Crab Fleet? Matthew couldn't help but become interested in the astral world. Then, he thought of the Star Reef area that Bubu had just mentioned, where countless magic spaceships gathered. He felt a little itchy. Coincidentally, he had recently learned the spell plane travel. Theoretically, entering the astral plane was not a problem. But in the end, Matthew restrained this impulsive thought. The astral plane was indeed beautiful and mysterious. However, there were also dangers everywhere. If he wanted to enter the astral plane, he would have to wait until he became a legend. I can't rush. The astral plane is there and won't move. Chapter 1092, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Chapter 1092, Are there many goddesses looking for you? It has already been like this for 1 trillion years. In a few more years, when I become stronger, there still won't be any changes. Matthew tried hard to convince himself. Suddenly, he saw a huge, strange shadow fly past the hermit crab fleet. In the next second, all the hermit crab spaceships disappeared. Matthew didn't even know what he had discovered. It was quiet in the deep sky. It was as if all the discordant factors had disappeared. Only eternal darkness remained. Matthew stared at the darkness for a long time before he finally saw a floating dark tentacle. Hint, you have observed an astral anemone, deep space supergiant creature / legendary creature / overlord mode, ... The astral sea anemone had just finished a satisfying meal and was sending out courtship signals to all directions in deep space. You have received this signal. Do you want to respond? Matthew hurriedly left the porthole. Based on his estimation of the size of the astral sea anemone, even if he transformed into a silver dragon and a nature giant spirit, he might not be able to meet its needs. Just take a look. If he really provoked her, it would not be an ill-fated relationship. It would definitely be a disaster. The astral plane is indeed dangerous. Ronan is right. Being able to move freely in the astral plane is indeed a symbol of strength. Of course, there's no need to run naked. He thought about it. Matthew strolled around the starry sky cabin again. Only then did he return to the crown of the world tree. While exploring the starry sky cabin, Matthew checked on the changes in the world tree Bogard in recent months. He had to admit. Ever since he obtained the heart of the world tree, Bogard's growth and development speed increased many times. The first was the recruitment situation. The buildings that the Heart of the World Tree had previously proposed to recruit specific units had already been completed. The results were also quite remarkable. Before winter came, they had already recruited 3 children of the forest, a dozen woodpeckers, and demon ghosts. These units enriched the prosperity of the oak forest and contributed to the balance and development of the area. The only regret was that the number of tree spirits recruited was seriously insufficient. According to the assessment of the World Tree's heart, this was because the weather had turned cold. Most animals and plants did not like to move in the cold winter. This was especially true for tree spirits. Perhaps the recruitment situation would improve in the coming spring. Apart from the starry sky cabin, the Heart of the World Tree had even allowed the Oak Guard to dig out 2 moon wells without anyone noticing. The moon well was a very special building. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary well, but under the moonlight, the water in the well would become a natural magical supplement. It contained the power of moonlight and magic. After preliminary processing and refinement, it could be made into a potion that could quickly replenish magic power, even if it had not been processed. Drinking it daily would also slowly increase one's elemental affinity, which was very beneficial to the body. Outside the building, with the joint efforts of the Life Sanctuary and the Heart of the World Tree, the oak forest welcomed more magical animals. 2 of them stood out. Even Matthew had a deep impression of them. The first was the stone-swallowing python. As the name suggested, this was a python that lived by devouring huge rocks. The stone-eating python had an extremely strong protective color. When it lay on the ground, it looked like a fallen tree trunk. Most of the time, it looked lazy. He would only become very excited when it was time to eat. Sometimes, he would even dance around those huge rocks. However, the spirituality of the rock-eating python was not the key. His excrement was. The feces of this magical animal was a mixture of high-purity gold. That's right. The stone-eater python ate rocks and pooped out gold bars. After learning this, he was shocked. Matthew immediately granted the magical creature the highest right of abode in the oak forest. The stone-eating python was also very tactful. It expressed on the spot that it was willing to donate all the gold bars it pulled out to the oak forest for free. It was a pity. The frequency of the rock-eating python's feeding and defecation was not high. It only ate 3 or 4 times a month. According to the calculation of the Heart of the World tree, a stone-eating python could produce about 13,000 to 18,000 gold bars in a month. This was already much higher than Matthew's salary. Matthew and the rock-eating python had a simple communication. He didn't hint at the other party to eat more. This kind of obvious violation of the laws of nature must have a hidden danger. Matthew definitely wouldn't do that. He was only concerned about the rock-eating python's health and whether it had family or friends. After all, the other party had come to live alone in the oak forest. It was inevitable that it would miss its loved ones. The result disappointed Matthew greatly. The rock-eating python was a creature with extremely indifferent emotions, and almost impossible to live in groups. Matthew planned to raise a few more and wait for his dream of counting gold bars to be shattered. But no matter what, the appearance of the stone-eating python was already an unexpected windfall. He quickly adjusted his state of mind. The second mystical animal was a bear with gender identity disorder. His name was Bill, and he was a male bear. However, his dream was to give birth to a bear cub through his pregnancy. He insisted that he was a female bear and had the ability to breastfeed and give birth. Other than that, he was also a vegetarian. The last point saved Matthew a lot of trouble. After all, there were no pure carnivores in the oak forest, and the forest was relatively more harmonious and happy. Chapter 1093, Are there many goddesses looking for you? Chapter 1093, Are there many goddesses looking for you? If Bill Bear liked meat, Matthew had to source the meat from outside the forest. And this bear had an extraordinary origin. Recruitment record: Bill Bear, exiled nature's soul/inheritor of the Wildfire Society/hero mode/LV20. Bill had the ability to communicate with the wildfire spirit, Ancient Supreme. He could grant the identity of a member of the Wildfire Association to any druid who passed the assessment. Wildfire Society, the druids of the Wildfire Society advocate destruction and creation. However, due to the loss of the wildfire spirit and the deviation of nature's will, the druids of this sect gradually moved towards the extreme of arson. Bill Bear was the most authentic inheritor of the Wildfire Society, but at the same time, he was rejected by the will of nature because of his distorted thoughts. But Bill Bear didn't care. He longed to return to the embrace of nature's will in his own way. At the same time, he vowed to save the druids who had gone astray. During this process, he discovered your oak forest and sensed the call of the Heart of the World tree, so he temporarily joined this big family. He was quite curious about the members of the Mushroom Garden and the Spore Society. But out of courtesy, Bill Bear hadn't visited the Spore Society yet. Even though his heart is extremely eager to complete this trip as soon as possible. Vegetarians, gender identity disorder, male bears who thought they were female bears, the exiled nature soul, the leader of the Wildfire Society. These elements were stacked together. Matthew didn't know where to start. However, after personally coming into contact with him, he realized that Bill Bear had a very good personality. According to the records in the Heart of the World tree, ever since he came to the oak forest, Bill Bear had been helping the small animals settle down. Most of the small animals were able to survive the winter. The centaurs had indeed helped a lot. But Bill Bear also put in a lot of effort. What was worth mentioning was the centaurs were growing food on the land that was like spring all year round. During the harvest feast, something went wrong, and in the end, it was Bill Bear who helped to make up for it. This made the centaurs extremely grateful to him. It was also because of Bill Bear's help. The harvest feast ended smoothly. Even though the land was spring-like all year round, the centaur tribe had also harvested enough wheat. At the very least, winter was no longer a problem. Unknowingly, the number of centaurs has already reached more than 100. When did the second batch arrive? The last time Obus did mention it to me, but I forgot. Matthew thought as he checked the records of the Heart of the World tree. He looked and looked. He suddenly realized that there was a mage among the second batch of centaurs. This mage's level wasn't low. It was actually level 17. This was one level higher than Matthew. More importantly, when Matthew checked the data, he found that this mage was very young among the centaurs. She was almost a girl. Interesting. She's good at marching spells and group spells. However, she needs a specific building to develop a matching ritual venue. Matthew saw the centaur girl's request in the relevant records. However, the Heart of the World tree did not satisfy her. Perhaps it was because they did not have enough resources. After all, the centaur mage's request was to create a forest mage tower. The consumption of the mage tower's resources. He could only say that he understood. Matthew himself did not even have a decent mage tower. However, the cemetery and the sanctuary had already replaced some of the functions of the mage tower. Forget about the magus tower. However, the earth crucible plan proposed by the centaur mage can still be considered. Matthew stroked his chin and pondered. The so-called earth crucible. It was to use the special terrain of the Gold Diggers Basin to build a huge crucible between the ground and the cave. Through the crucible's ceremonial field. It could be used for large-scale alchemy applications. According to the centaur mage's idea, it could even form an assembly line-like production scene of alchemy products. However, Matthew was also very clear. His domain was still lacking in alchemy talents. A centaur mage would definitely not be enough to make up for it. Matthew's own alchemy attainments were also very average. He was really going to make the earth cauldron. What kind of alchemy products were they going to make? He couldn't possibly enchant zombies or skeletons every day, right? That would be too wasteful. Just as Matthew was thinking about it, a figure that he had not seen for a long time suddenly flew past a branch in the distance. After a few ups and downs, a cute owl appeared in front of Matthew. Long time no see, Ella. Matthew took the initiative to smile and greet her. Ella looked a little embarrassed. She looked around for a while and then sighed. Your place has become really big, Matthew. Why is there light above your head? Wow, that place has also become so big. Matthew smiled. He didn't say much. Ella pretended to be calm as she chatted for a while, then folded her wings and said nervously, by the way, I'm here this time because the goddess is looking for you. Matthew deliberately put on a blank expression. Which goddess? Ella was stunned. What? Are there many goddesses looking for you? I'm referring to the goddess of moonlight, Asha, whom I serve. Don't tell me you've forgotten that you're still a member of the Moonlight Society. When she said the last sentence, she sounded guilty. I didn't forget. Matthew said lightly. And then? What does Asha want me to do? Ella looked at Matthew in a daze. It's about the blood moon. The goddess hopes that you can step in and mediate. She's willing to offer a very high reward. Chapter 1094, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Chapter 1094, I'll get my wife to pick you up. I'm sorry, but this is not something I can interfere with. Matthew gave his answer straightforwardly. Ella was stunned for a moment. But the goddess said that you can. Matthew interrupted without hesitation. Then tell her to come over and talk to me herself. Matthew's attitude on this matter was extremely firm, and there was no room for discussion. Not to mention, the subtle relationship between Matthew and the goddess of moonlight was gradually estranged. The blood moon incident itself was very complicated. It was the first thing Ronan did after his return. To a certain extent, it represented the attitude of the Southern Guardian to the outside world. One had to know. In the days when Ronan was not around, many forces in the south were restless. Even his base camp, Jewel Bay, had many unsightly incidents. Since Ronan had chosen to attack, he would definitely not let it go. And between Ronan and the goddess of moonlight, Asha, Matthew was a 100% fan of the former. Even if Ronan really wanted to blow up the moon, he wouldn't say anything. Even if Ronan himself was excluded. This incident also involved the game between the primordial lands, the Blood Moon, and the Seven Saint Alliance. Under the surface, there were hidden lines, such as Qin Wuyue's personal grudges. The Blood Moon itself was also involved in the destruction of the Sioux country and the evil god that had once caused great damage to Ainder. The waters were too deep. Matthew only found out after he met Qin Wuyue and went to check the relevant information. In recent years, the most active evil god in the world of Ainder, the evil Queen Barbasha, who had a grudge against him for stealing his fetus, had extended her evil tentacles into the multiverse after the Blood Meteor incident. In other words, the Blood Meteor incident was just the beginning. It had opened a tiny entrance between the alternate universe and this universe, attracting the attention of many alternate universe evil gods. If it wasn't for the existence of something that the Calamity Mage called superdimensional boundaries between the universes, it was likely that Baba Shah and her followers from the other universes had already launched a large-scale invasion of Ainder. However, even though this phenomenon had not happened yet, the Blood Moon had also become an important springboard for Baba Shah and the other evil gods to lay their hands on Ainder. This thing was really not something a small mage like Matthew could control. The fact that he could tell Ella his attitude truthfully was already on account of their past friendship. Ella clearly felt Matthew's determination. Miss L was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly said, "I'll pass on your words to the goddess. Your oak forest looks really good now. It doesn't look like the moonlight forest." She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Matthew was naturally concerned. "How is the forest now?" Since the last time Lara encountered resistance when she used the moonlight forest, Matthew had asked the drow warrior not to use the power of the goddess to run the business. It had been a long time since he had visited the moonlight forest. Naturally, he did not know what the situation was like. Ella sighed deeply. "Very bad. It's all thanks to you for dealing with the hive in advance. Otherwise, the situation in the forest would have been even worse. I don't know when it started, but I always hear women crying or laughing at night in the forest." Everyone was terrified. "We joined forces to search, but we could only find some ghostly figures. Those ghostly figures looked like a woman with shoulder-length hair running wildly. But we couldn't catch her. She knows the path in the forest very well, even better than us nature souls. We reported this matter to the goddess. She promised to resolve it." After that, the women's crying and laughing stopped for a while. But a week ago, she appeared again. This time, she even scratched a few old nature souls. One of them was even scared to death. In the end, the goddess asked Samantha for help, but she and her orc friends couldn't find a solution to the root of the problem. Samantha seems to be very busy. She only stayed in the forest for a day and a half before leaving in a hurry. I heard that she and the orc encountered some trouble in the north, so it's not convenient for her to come to the forest often. The goddess wanted to settle this matter herself, but Ronan went crazy and tried to drag the moon down. Sob, sob, sob. If the moon really fell, where should we live? Ella sobbed softly as she spoke. Matthew could feel Miss L's confusion and anxiety. Thus, he gently opened the oak domain and slowly calmed Ella's emotions. At the same time, Ella's description kept flashing through Matthew's mind. crazy woman? Strange ghostly shadows? Since there's no clear external source, could it be Asha herself? He couldn't help but glance at Ella. Who knew that Ella was also staring at him fiercely? Miss L's clear and bright eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, Matthew understood. Ella probably had the same guess as him, but she didn't dare to say it because of her identity. If the woman that Ella was talking about was really the goddess of moonlight, Asha, then the problem of the moonlight forest was really serious. But Matthew was not surprised by this. In fact, after the incident with the abomination, Matthew kept a respectful distance from the goddess of moonlight. Chapter 1095, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Chapter 1095, I'll get my wife to pick you up. The scene of Asha sucking the flesh of the abomination was too horrifying. At that time, Matthew thought that the other party had the ability to control the madness in the abomination's flesh. Now it seemed that it was purely because Asha herself was too weak. She had already reached the point where she was desperate. Of course, it could also be related to the influence of the blood moon. After all, although there was a seal, the half of the moon she controlled was still closely connected to the blood moon. In addition, there was the god of hunting and the other evil gods. One could imagine the pressure Asha was under, if she didn't find a way out soon. The fall of the goddess of moon was probably a foregone conclusion. Matthew did not have a good impression of Asha. However, he still had some feelings for Ella. Matthew quite liked this kind of straightforward nature soul, even though she was Asha's elector. Therefore, he took the initiative to say, "If anything happens, you can come to me." This sentence was tactful and subtle. However, Matthew had officially extended an invitation to Ella. Ella looked a little surprised. Then, she shook her head, feeling touched. "How can this be? Lulu will hate me. This is her territory. And I can't betray the goddess." Matthew keenly noticed the order in Ella's words. Hence, he couldn't help but chuckle. It won't happen. Lulu only cares about this oak forest. She's the queen of the oak fairies and won't interfere too much with other things. If you come to my place, I will arrange a whole new world for you. Matthew was not lying. There was indeed competition between nature souls. Lulu was clearly disgusted with Husman at first. But soon, the two of them started playing together. On the one hand, it was because of Dudley's intervention. This Twilight Elf prince knew how to be a good person. On top of that, Husman's personality was also very gentle and likable. Therefore, it didn't take long for Lulu to let go of her prejudice against Husman. On the other hand, it was also because the Oak Fairy and the Rotten Sack Lord had different domains. Husman had his own spore domain and was a unique nature soul. His territory was also limited to the Mushroom Garden. He did not fight for it. Lulu felt no threat, so she naturally let down her guard. As for Ella, of course, Matthew would not throw her into the oak forest. Not only would that anger Lulu, but it might also cause instability in the oak tree domain. The best way was to arrange for Ella to enter Matthew's demiplane. As a nature soul, Ella was actually very young. With the blessing of Asha, she could live longer than ordinary nature spirits. And Matthew's demiplane happened to need such a nature soul to preside over many matters. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Ella was actually a character that was very worthy of being roped in by Matthew. It was a pity that Asha had not truly fallen yet. Even if Ella had such thoughts, she would not show them. He really wanted to poach her. He still had to observe the evolution of the Blood Moon incident. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but think even more. If the goddess of moonlight really falls, I wonder how many people plan to take a share of the profits. Other than the moonlight forest, what else is worth reaching out for? I don't know if there's a chance for me. A huge temptation emerged in his heart. However, it only lasted for 3 seconds. Matthew forcefully dispelled these thoughts. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The goddess of moonlight was a top-notch expert of the previous era. He was just a small necromancer. It was fine if he poached her nature soul. If he really wanted to do something, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. I shouldn't be so greedy. Matthew took a deep breath. He looked at the data panel. As expected. Hint, you have been slightly affected by the overflowing power of the Holy Grail of sin. You used your own rationality to overcome this influence. You have obtained a small amount of will elements and accumulated more related elements. You can explore related domains. Even the evil demon seal can't completely suppress the power of the Holy Grail of sin? Matthew raised his eyebrows. However, this wasn't surprising. If it weren't for the Holy Grail's power slowly leaking out, there wouldn't be so many people in the Underdark coming to the Fear of Death cemetery to die. If he could only maintain this level of overflow, Matthew would instead benefit from this. However, this matter also reminded him that he had to pay close attention to the situation of the evil demon seal. If there was an accident, he could try using the Sin Crown to suppress the Sin Holy Grail. Matthew also wanted to see what would happen when violent justice met extreme evil. But now was not the time. He chatted with Ella for a while. The latter flew away in a hurry. Looking at Ella's back, Matthew revealed a thoughtful expression. 5 minutes later, Matthew found Lulu and Husman. He ordered the two of them to seal off the passage into the oak forest through the moonlight domain. This way, Ash's power could no longer penetrate the oak forest and mushroom garden. As for the cemetery, there was no moonlight in the underground space, so Asha couldn't get in even if she wanted to. Matthew did this just in case. No matter what, he couldn't be dragged down by Asha. He knew that drowning people were the most terrifying. They might desperately grab onto every straw that floated on the surface of the water. A drowning god. Chapter 1096, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Chapter 1096, I'll get my wife to pick you up. It was probably even more so when he visited the mushroom garden. Matthew asked Husman about the kobold will. The little boy that Husman had transformed into said very gently. He's currently undergoing the Spore Realm trial on the Island of Eternity. He's really talented. Without any guidance, not only did he form a contract with some fungi, but he also used his financial bloodline to cultivate these fungi. But he's also very dangerous. I found that the microorganisms in his body have a tendency to go out of control. Fortunately, I'm a rotten sack that can decompose all the microorganisms that have gone out of control. Otherwise, some of the fungi on his body might cause great damage to this world. Matthew was immediately interested in the microorganisms that Husman mentioned. You mean, we'll use those microorganisms that might go out of control as weapons? Husman nodded and then shook his head. He just has this tendency. He hasn't realized it yet. It's just instinctive groping. However, some microorganisms are indeed very overbearing. They are simply a disaster for a specific race. Matthew recalled all kinds of terrifying viruses in his mind and couldn't help but shiver. What are these microorganisms like? How many types were there? How did it spread? Husman thought for a moment. I'm still studying them. But don't worry, I won't let them hurt this world. And you are also absolutely safe from the virus. Matthew was surprised. Why am I absolutely safe? The little boy's face immediately turned red. Because most of the microorganisms are transmitted by that. And as far as I know, the fungi on your body are very clean. With that, he ran away. Matthew was left standing there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, a black peacock passed by. Without waiting for him to speak, Matthew used the hand of equalization to throw it far away. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to listen to that fellow's critical comments or harassment. Underground level of the cemetery. After the Drow invasion, Matthew cleaned up the lower floors and also found someone to renovate his workshop. If the workshop at the beginning was just a relatively tall stone house, then it would have been a huge stone house. Then, the standard of the renovation of the workshop now. At the very least, it was comparable to the average standard of Rolling Stone Town. Finally, there was no longer an aura of poverty everywhere. Matthew was sitting on the newly purchased large sofa in the middle of the workshop, holding an emerald sickle and a tree-planting shovel in his arms. He was studying the two weapons. Due to its continuous deterioration, the emerald scythe could barely be considered a magic weapon. This was completely different from the quasi-relic level tree-planting shovel. However, Matthew accidentally discovered it. If he put the two weapons together, they would attract each other and eventually hook up in a strange way. During this process, if Matthew wanted to forcefully separate them, it would take some effort. It was like pulling apart two magnets that were stuck together. He studied it for a while. He realized that this was a resonance that originated from the natural domain. After all, the god of agriculture was once an outstanding figure in the domain of nature, and the jade scythe was also influenced by him to possess considerable elements of the domain of nature. When the two intersected, Matthew could feel that the degeneration of the emerald sickle had slowed down. Not only that, but there were even signs of its regaining its vitality. And the key to all of this was the planting shovel actually took the initiative to provide some natural elements to the other party. This was almost impossible for a weapon with intelligence. But it just happened. Matthew had a feeling that the two weapons in his hands were playing along nicely. On the contrary, he was like an extra. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to inject magic power, spiritual energy, negative energy, and life energy into the emerald sickle. The results were minimal. The emerald scythe had deteriorated too much. Matthew speculated that he would need a one-time, high-purity, and high-intensity energy to have a chance of removing the seal on its body. As for restoring the glory of the past, that was almost impossible. Even if someone could do it. That was also within the scope of the divine domain and had nothing to do with mages. He sat on the sofa and knocked for a while. He roughly understood the subtle bond between the planting shovel and the emerald sickle. The relationship between the two of them was a bit like a ripe apple and a green kiwi fruit. This was a positive ripening relationship. It would not affect the quality of the shovel. After confirming this, Matthew was relieved. At this rate of ripening, it'll be a long time before the emerald scythe can be used. Let's try divine power. Thinking of this, Matthew called Peggy over. He placed the emerald sickle in Peggy's arms. Peggy immediately said happily, "Is this a gift from you, Matthew? Isn't it a little too cool? It doesn't fit my image of being honest and dutiful." Matthew smiled. "I'll keep this sickle with you for now. Just lend it to me when I need it." Peggy was a little disappointed. "So it's not a gift?" Matthew coughed. "But it will be in your hands most of the time. Isn't that equivalent to being yours?" Chapter 1097, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Chapter 1097, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Since it's yours, it's not too much to say that it's a gift from me. Peggy thought for a moment. What you said makes sense. With that, she walked out of the door with her emerald sickle. Matthew reminded her softly. "Right, don't forget to occasionally use divine power to nourish this sickle. It really needs this." Peggy immediately turned around, her tone full of suspicion. "That's not right, Matthew. Do you think I'm a rooster hatching eggs?" Matthew blinked. "First of all, roosters don't know how to hatch eggs. Hens usually hatch eggs. Secondly, if you're unwilling, I can also entrust someone else to help me nurture it, but that might cost a lot of money. Sigh, in the end, it's because I lost a chance to become a demigod. If I were a demigod myself, I wouldn't have to trouble you. I could use my divine power to nourish it myself." As soon as he said that, Peggy's soul fire instantly became gentle. Her tone was filled with self-blame. "Matthew, I was too calculative. I know that demigod rank is very important to you. After all, you're just a poor necromancer. Don't worry, I'll use all my divine power to feed it until it can't eat anymore. I have to apologize to you again. I was the one who took away your chance to become a demigod. I'm really terrible. Matthew patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be like this. In my heart, you're the best butler. Peggy was surprised. I thought I was a warrior. At this moment, Chuka, who was practicing invisibility, suddenly appeared from the corner of the wall. Puzzled, she asked. Isn't she a chef? Matthew chased Chuka out and said to Peggy. You only need to use half of your divine power to nurture the emerald sickle every day. There's no need to consume too much. Right, and then Myasage came to see me. Peggy's tone became a little strange. Myasage again? Matthew, I have to remind you that you've been doting on her too much recently. Everyone can see it. There were even some rumors in the cemetery about you and her. Everyone is discussing your taste. Of course, you know me. I never participate in such discussions. I will only step forward to correct the obviously wrong conclusion. But even so, those stories are too widespread. It's hard for me to control everyone's thoughts. Everyone thinks that you like the Myosax type. The latter has become arrogant recently. You have to pay attention to this. Under Peggy's nagging, Matthew rubbed his temples hard. He asked in a restrained tone. When did it start? Peggy asked. What? Matthew said. Me and the mother of slaves. Peggy was shocked. You guys really started? Matthew said angrily. I'm talking about those little stories. When did it start circulating? Peggy recalled with some uncertainty. It was probably the time when you came back from robbing the tomb. But then again, those stories are really exciting. The ups and downs are all done in one go. The person who wrote the story must be an expert. If you can find him, can you get him to give me an autograph? Matthew took out a magic letter made of a special material and began to write. The letter was not written in the common language. Instead, it was a strange magic charm. Wow, an exploding letter. It is rare to see you with such a fiery temper. Who do you intend to write this letter to? Peggy asked curiously. Matthew gritted his teeth and said. The guy you wanted an autograph from. Peggy shrugged. So we're going to keep looking for Myosax? Matthew nodded. Of course I do. By the way, tell Ollie that from today onwards, there will be a new rule in the cemetery. Peggy asked. What rules? Matthew said seriously. Without my permission, the undead in the cemetery are forbidden from coming into contact with the bards. In the next second, he finished the last stroke of the letter. The signature was Losalin. Launchy. 10 minutes later, the mother of slaves and the god of war zombie stood side by side in front of Matthew. The former coughed. The latter suddenly knelt on the ground. This action was extremely smooth. His conditioned reflexes were quite smooth. It was obvious that he had undergone a long period of training. Regarding the results of Myosax's work, Matthew was not stingy with his praise. Then, he looked at the war god zombie. Are you a god? The zombie immediately shook his head, his voice filled with fear. I'm not. Matthew asked with a mischievous tone. Then why did you say you were a god? The zombie was stuck on the spot for a while. Suddenly, he tilted his head and started drooling crazily. Matthew turned to look at the mother of slaves. The latter explained. This is one of the contents of my training. If he encounters a difficult problem that he can't solve, just pretend to be stupid. If you want him to continue answering, just give him 2 whips. As she spoke, she skillfully took out her whip. Paw, 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 it slapped the war god zombie's back. Myosax snapped. Master is asking you a question, don't play dumb. Only then did the war god zombie answer shakily. You have to ask the previous me. Chapter 1098, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Chapter 1098, I'll get my wife to pick you up. Anyway, I'm not a god now. I'm just the lowest and most lowly zombie slave under the whip of Ms. Myasage. A proud smile appeared on Myasage's face. Matthew was also very emotional. It seemed that this fellow had suffered a lot at the hands of the mother of slaves. He had completely lost his previous arrogance. But Matthew didn't want a slave zombie. So he asked the mother of coolies to leave the workshop. Only the war god zombie was left. Matthew asked again. Now, no one will hurt you. You can answer my questions truthfully. Are you a god or not? He looked straight at the zombie's soul fire. The Necromancer's ability allowed Matthew to easily grasp the intense emotional fluctuations in the soul fire. I don't know. The other party's voice was filled with confusion, hesitation, and a strong sense of unwillingness. Matthew smiled lightly. He directly slapped a contract that he had written in advance in front of the other party. Whether you are or not, you have to sign it now. Matthew's tone was very gentle. However, the content of his words was extremely domineering, not giving the other party a chance to reject. I don't. The war god zombie instantly understood the contents of the deep contract. He instinctively wanted to resist. Then, in the next second, Matthew opened his right hand and pressed the zombie's head with his pale hand. Immediately after, the upgraded version of Astrid's claw, the touch of death, was also wrapped around the upper body of the zombie. The latter instantly became very weak. Matthew's eyes were almost ethereal, and a powerful energy surged from his back. In an instant, everything in the surroundings turned pure black. An airtight cage appeared in front of the zombie. Ability, Soul Cage. Under the pull of the touch of death, the war god zombie's soul fire left its body and was directly locked in the cage. At this moment, Matthew could finally see the other party's soul. It was a very dim spirit body. It looked like a candle in the wind that would disappear at any moment. But in the center of the spirit body, there was a thin golden line. If one focused on the golden line, one would be able to see a huge sun. In fact, Matthew felt a strong burning sensation as soon as he pulled the soul fire out of the zombie's body. Be it the hand of paleness or the touch of death, and they were both damaged to varying degrees. This was the power of a god's soul. No wonder the spy sent by the Dracolic was burned to death. However, Matthew was prepared. As soon as the war god's soul fire entered the cage, a scroll of the Necromancer rune that emitted a strong stench stuck to him. This was the magic rune that Matthew had bought at a high price from the Alliance Mall. Rune of Necromancy, Language of Foulness. It was said that this thing contained the menstrual blood of 100 types of infernal devil women and the blood of 99 types of abyssal demons. There were also other extremely filthy things, such as the bladder-like ghouls and the fingernails of mummies. This was the necromancy script. It could be said to be the dirtiest thing in the world. Other than that, the power of filth from the abyss and purgatory was the nemesis of divinity. Not to mention the war god's soul fire that was trapped in the cage. Even the user, Matthew, could not help but feel disgusted. In just an instant, the golden thread that was like the sun in the war god's spirit body dimmed. The burning sensation continued to decrease. An extremely angry voice came from the cage. Aren't you afraid that I'll self-destruct by doing this? At this moment, Matthew was highly focused. He knew that the soul cage and the necromancy rune had completely activated the memories and will of the war god zombie. What he was facing now. It was the second-generation war god Vasnov himself. Matthew replied calmly. I'm not afraid because I know you want to live. Perhaps no one in the entire heavenly palace wants to live more than you do. Vasnov said coldly. Only when there is hope in the future can we survive. If there's only despair left, then I'll let you witness the danger of the war god. Matthew couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Now you want to risk your life. Is that necessary? We only have a chance if we survive. Looking at this contract carefully, the duration of the contract is only 500 years. I might be dead in 500 years. Perhaps you can find a loophole in the contract. Perhaps you can escape. Don't you want to try? Matthew's voice was full of temptation. Vasnov snorted heavily. However, to Matthew's surprise, he said very readily, "I'll sign it." This made many of Matthew's prepared excuses useless. It could only be said that the second-generation war god's changing speed was so fast that it was probably ranked among the top in the entire heavenly palace. Matthew quickly went through the process. He cut off a large piece of the war god's soul and sealed it in a soft black jade box made of pure gold. After that, there were a total of 36 sealing runes and weapons specially used to assassinate the god of war's soul. Dagger of Equality. Using a legendary weapon as a sealing tool for a deep contract showed how much Matthew valued the god of war. However, Vasnov did not do anything. He quickly signed all the contracts. Matthew could feel that his soul was connected to it, just like White Phantom Ollie. He could decide Vasnov's life and death with a single thought. This was the powerful effect of a deep contract. "I've already done as you said. Can you find me a decent body next?" Vasnov asked gloomily. Matthew thought for a moment. "You should stay in this zombie body for a while. I'll definitely find you a good one in the future." "Yes. Naga Queen, what do you think?" Vasnov nodded. "Sure. But after becoming the Naga Queen, you can't do the dirty with me." Matthew couldn't help but tease. "I thought you gods were very open-minded." The god of war was silent. His soul fire trembled violently. Matthew actually sensed a hint of fear from it. He smiled and was about to explain. But at this moment, a magic letter suddenly appeared in front of Matthew. Matthew opened it and saw that it was written by Ronan. The content was very simple. "Is it convenient for you to come to the moon? I'll get my wife to pick you up." Chapter 1099, A Mage Filled with Love. Chapter 1099, A Mage Filled with Love. Since it was Ronan's invitation, Matthew naturally wouldn't refuse. He planned to rest for a while before heading to the moon. Suddenly, Matthew's fingertips lit up with flames. The letter was immediately burned to ashes. At this moment, the war god zombie asked stiffly, "What should I do next?" Matthew immediately replied, "Keep a low profile and continue to follow the mother of slaves. Do whatever she tells you to do." What surprised Matthew was that the other party actually agreed immediately. Good. Matthew quietly sensed Vasnov's soul fire through the deep contract. The other party's emotions did not fluctuate at all. This meant that his fear and submission to the mother of slaves was completely fake. He was just compromising. Even after signing the deep contract, he could still continue to be trained by Myosax. It could be seen how strong Vasnov's endurance was. Those who had strong endurance would definitely have great ambitions. However, it was also because of this that Matthew felt a sense of accomplishment when he controlled them. Matthew stared deeply at Vasnov's soul fire. At that moment, even without a deep contract, both parties understood each other's intentions. This was a game on the surface. Since Matthew had given Vasnov a chance to catch his breath, the latter would definitely rise again in the future. The only variable was, what would Matthew look like on that day? Matthew could not help but feel a little excited when he felt Vasnov's ambition and offense hidden in the depths of his soul fire. He liked to keep a low profile. But he was never afraid of challenges. It was a great sense of accomplishment to have the former god of war under his command. Matthew also firmly believed that he could control the other party, whether it was now or in the future. Of course. For this, he had to work twice as hard. As for legends, this was only the beginning of the game between Matthew and the god of war. "Then I'll go look for her now," Vasnov said lightly. Matthew nodded slightly, but he suddenly stopped the war god zombie that was about to leave. "Wait, come with me to the moon first." Vasnov was confused. Matthew smiled. "Don't you want to see your old friends?" Vasnov said bluntly. "Not at all. But you're the boss, and I'll listen to you. Matthew was satisfied with his attitude. Bringing Vasnov along was also his idea at the last minute. After all, as the second-generation war god, his understanding of the heavenly palace was too deep. As long as he could pry open his mouth. No matter what the Alliance wanted to do on the moon, it would be much easier. However, considering Vasnov's sensitivity. Apart from Isabel, Matthew did not intend to reveal his true identity to anyone for the time being. This included Ronan. So Matthew reminded him. Next, you will disguise yourself as an ordinary zombie and follow me. Vasnov shrugged. I'm just an ordinary zombie now. Your teacher forced me into a corner. Other than my remaining divinity and memories, I might not even be as strong as an ordinary zombie. His tone was very calm. Matthew couldn't hear a bit of anger at all. He asked. Where's your divine persona fragment? Vasnov tore his clothes without hesitation and used his grey claws to open the crack on his stiff belly. Ka-la-la. It was accompanied by a crisp sound and a thick stench. He successfully pulled out half of the intestines from his highly stiffened stomach. Vasnov fumbled in his intestines for a while, then threw a piece of glass shard to Matthew. There were also black pieces of dirty flesh stuck to it. Hint, you have obtained a divine persona fragment, God of War/obscure. Remark, fragment of divine persona in the obscure state cannot be detected or sensed by spells. You can't use the divine persona fragment in the dimmed state unless you can reignite the divine fire and then mobilize the power and domain within. So, this guy used the obscure state to avoid Isabel's search? Matthew nodded thoughtfully. Matthew's evaluation of Vasnov increased when he saw how calm he was. This guy was a truly ruthless person. He threw the divine persona fragment back and said. What about the other divine persona fragments? I remember that there were many other fragments hidden in the meteor shower, right? Vasnov shook his head. Isabel shattered those fragments. Perhaps there are still some fragments of the nomological laws left, but it's more likely that she took them away. As far as I know, grabbing everything is the true nature of a mage. Matthew thought for a moment. If I can help you find those fragments, will your recovery speed increase? Vasnov's soul fire trembled, which was rare. Are you willing to help me find them? His tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Matthew nodded. Of course I'm willing. Vasnov was silent for a while before he said with some admiration. You're really bold. Unexpectedly, Matthew chuckled. Finding them is one thing. Whether I give it to you or not is another matter. Don't tell me you think you can reap the rewards without doing anything? Vasnov was speechless. At this moment, the sound of the wind came from above the oak forest. Matthew sensed this information through the life sanctuary. Chapter 1100, A Mage Filled with Love. Chapter 1100, A Mage Filled with Love. He knew that the Phoenix ship was there. So he brought Vasnov out. Oh, right, since you want to follow me, I'll give you a simple name. The warlord zombie nodded. Sure. Vasnov is too flashy. Let's call you Ava. Matthew said casually. Vasnov's tone was a little stiff. Can you change the name? Matthew was easy to negotiate. If you don't like it, how about I call you Little Nov? War God Zombie. In the end, he compromised and said. Ava it is. The two of them came to the surface. The Phoenix ship floated above the oak forest, attracting the attention of many animals. Even the centaur tribe had come out in full force. They surrounded the world tree with weapons in their hands, thinking that they had encountered an invasion. Matthew explained in a low voice and took Vasnov up on the magic carpet. Two figures stood on the deck of the Phoenix ship. One was Jean Wuyue, whom Matthew had met before. The other was a sweet girl with long black hair and big round eyes. She was dressed in the Sioux style. This is Vivian, my student. I'll get her to send you to the moon. Just remember to stay on the deck and don't run around. After Jean Wuyue said this, she disappeared from the deck. Vivian smiled sweetly at Matthew. You can find a spot on the deck to enjoy the scenery. We'll set off soon. As she spoke, she walked back to the cabin alone. Soon, the Phoenix ship let out a loud roar. 3 layers of protective shields rose up in succession, and its external form turned into a soaring phoenix. Boom! The phoenix rose from the ground and soared into the clouds. During this process, however, the deck was flat, and Matthew could clearly feel the change in gravity. He realized that the magic ship had adapted to the gravitational field. As long as he stood on the deck, no matter what position he was in, the source of gravity was always under his feet. There was no gravity anywhere else. It was a wonderful feeling. Matthew had ascended to heaven at a 90-degree angle, but the world seemed to have turned 90 degrees on the spot. He was not affected at all. This is the power of magic. Matthew sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Phoenix ship quickly left the surface and entered the sky. However, only Matthew and Ava were on the deck. Vivian did not seem to have any intention of coming out. Matthew didn't mind. Ava said sarcastically, "Are you usually so unpopular with girls?" Matthew chuckled. "I'm more popular with girls than you can imagine. Besides, why don't we find a random girl and let her choose between the two of us? Who do you think she will choose?" Ava's tone was filled with disdain. "You actually thought of competing with a zombie in charm. Necromancer, I can only say that I underestimated your shamelessness." Matthew shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, the flying ship broke through the atmosphere and arrived in the starry sky. The surrounding background turned pitch black. The darkness was dotted with stars. If you were close enough, you would realize that the so-called stars were all fake shadows. This was because the Phoenix ship had yet to leave the scope of the prime material plane. The starry sky of Ender did not really exist. It was a reflection of the astral plane. If you stand in the depths of the astral plane and look at Ender, you will find that the material world is a spherical surface. Some parts of the sphere will be connected, but not perfectly closed. Moreover, over time, the surface of the sphere would constantly expand, forming fold after fold. These folds were all kinds of secondary planes attached to the prime material world. At the same time, the prime material plane would also have new land due to its continuous expansion. This was the inevitable result of the multiverse's self-expansion. And in these naturally formed folds, the moon was the most special one there had been two in the past. These two folds were very similar to the prime material plane. They were also spherical in shape and had the ability to expand slightly and slowly. As a result, the moon, as a submaterial plane, could also have a certain impact on the main material plane. For example, the spread of moonlight. Another example was the tidal fluctuations caused by the plane's gravity. It was even related to the distribution of ether on the surface of the material world. It was precisely because of all kinds of peculiarities. If one wanted to land on the moon from the main material world, one had to use the astral world to reflect the starry sky between the main material world and the secondary material world. This was something that even most Tier 5 mages couldn't do. But the Phoenix ship was different. Matthew could feel that the Phoenix ship had opened up a plane passage when it crossed the starry sky. The passageway outside was rather stable. On the surface, the flight of the Phoenix ship in the starry sky looked very free and romantic. However, from the moment the passageway was formed, its course was already decided. If they changed their direction randomly, the Phoenix ship and the people on board would most likely fall into the void turbulence. When he thought about how Qin Wuyue wasn't around and that the person driving the boat was a little girl, Matthew was a little nervous. In order to alleviate this, he simply asked Vasnov about the moon. Ava was straightforward. He seemed to have integrated into the role of Matthew's dog-headed strategist. As far as I know, there are 3 main forces on the moon. They are the goddess of moonlight, Asha, the god of hunting, and the blood moon realm. Chapter 1101, A Mage Filled with Love. Chapter 1101, A Mage Filled with Love. After the ascension of the heavenly palace, the moon was actually still the exclusive land of Asha. However, the seal of the blood moon was loosening too quickly. Asha felt the danger. In order to deal with the infection of the blood moon domain, she had to give up a part of her domain and divine title and find the god of hunting, who had been demoted to a demigod, as an ally. In the past hundreds of years, the two of them have resisted the invasion of the blood moon together. With the strength of the god of hunting's priesthood, they have done a good job. The infiltration of the blood moon domain has been suppressed. The evil god's emissary's revival plan has also been thwarted several times by Asha. However, the good times never last long. The situation on the blood moon changed as the ambition of the god of hunting continued to expand. He monitored the seal day and night and actually had a bold idea. The god of hunting wants to devour the evil god's emissary sealed in the blood moon domain. From a god's perspective, the god of hunting isn't just delusional. You should know that the evil god's emissary was separated and sealed by the Sioux. Only his limbs and head were left on the blood moon. The real emissary was sealed in the eastern continent. If the god of hunting devours this part of the body, his power will greatly increase, and he might be able to surpass the rules of the Calamity Mage and become the only god beyond the law of Aender. But what's in front of him is that there are many layers of the blood moon seal. Not only were there seals left behind by the Emperor of the Sioux country, but there were also those left behind by the Calamity Mage. These seals also hinder the god of hunting's plans. As far as I know, in order to solve this problem, the god of hunting has worked hard for half a century. He once found me and wanted to explore the remains of the evil god's messenger with me, but I rejected him. Hearing this, Matthew asked with interest. Why did you refuse? Vasnov said proudly. If I want the evil god's emissary's body, then I'll have to eat everything by myself. Cooperation is not within my consideration. Moreover, I have no interest in the evil god's emissary's body. Matthew nodded. Then how did Queen Aspo fuse with the blood moon domain? Ava pondered and said. I don't know how he did it. But since the blood moon spider has transcended the fusion domain, it must have transcended the Calamity Mage's seal. And in this world, there is only one person who can do this. You should know, right? The most mysterious and suspected most powerful holy mage of the Seven Saint Alliance, Nameless. He's the son of Calamity Mage. Nameless Mage. It wasn't the first time Matthew heard this name. However, he immediately fell into doubt. Why would Nameless help the god of hunting? Ava shrugged. How would I know? I only know that he is a very terrifying fellow. Everyone knows that Edmund subdued Leviathan, so they call him the Lord of the Almighty Beasts. But who knows that the real Lord of the Almighty Beasts is actually someone else? Matthew was a little surprised. Nameless subdued Leviathan? Ava nodded. Edmund merely picked the fruit in passing. Nameless is a more powerful existence. To be able to make the second-generation war god speak with such admiration, Matthew became even more curious about that mysterious Nameless Mage. He asked. Who is more terrifying, him or Isabel? Ava answered without hesitation. Of course it's Isabel. That woman is crazy. As for Nameless, he's just a little paranoid. In most cases, he's very kind. He's probably the kindest mage I've ever seen in my life. He would sympathize with the exiles of the heavenly palace and the space spirits wandering in the starry sky. He would even sympathize with demons, devils, and evil spirits. In short, he is completely different from his mother. In fact, he is the complete opposite. He's a person whose heart is filled with love. Matthew didn't expect Vasnov's evaluation of the Nameless Mage to be like this. He thought about it for a while. There was no way to establish a corresponding concept in his mind. Under the preconceived impressions of the mages of the Seven Saint Alliance, a mage with a heart full of love was too abstract. Vasnov added emotionally. As far as I know, because of his kindness, he seems to be very gullible. As a result, many people have benefited from him. The other holy masters of the Seven Saint Alliance tried to persuade him, but he still went his own way. Look, this kind of mage is so good. If all the mages in the world were like Nameless, then there wouldn't be so many conflicts and disasters in Ander. Matthew reminded. But according to your deduction, he helped the pet of the god of hunting fuse with the Blood Moon domain. This doesn't seem like something a kind person would do. Vasnov laughed. How do you know that Queen Aspo's fusion with the Blood Moon domain is a simple bad thing? Perhaps from the perspective of Nameless, he saw that this move was beneficial to all mankind? Matthew sneered. This guy's words were indeed somewhat credible. But, of course, he would not believe Vasnov's one-sided story. So, to what extent has Queen Aspo fused? Matthew asked again. Chapter 1102, A Mage Filled with Love. Chapter 1102, A Mage Filled with Love. Vasnov replied. That spider must have eaten the evil god's emissary's arms and legs, but it hasn't found his brain yet. However, it should be soon. If you ask me, the god of hunting thinks that he's using the Blood Moon spider as an experimental subject, and the evil god's envoy can only watch helplessly as his body is eaten. But maybe this is also the latter's plan. It's hard to guard against the abilities of the evil gods from another world. In my opinion, the chances of the evil god's emissary reviving in the Blood Moon spider's body are much higher than the chances of the hunter god successfully seizing the Blood Moon spider's fruit and advancing to godhood. Actually, it's not that he didn't realize this himself. It's just that greed and ambition are always the most powerful weapons to destroy a god. He listened to Vasnov's critical comments. Matthew couldn't help but ask. If it were you, how would you deal with the matters on the moon? Vasnov said without hesitation. I will blow up the moon with one punch. Matthew's face was full of disbelief. Why are you not giving face to your companions from the heavenly palace? Vasnov sneered. I'm the god of war. The others have nothing to do with me. I wish I was the only god in this world. The only god. When he said these words, he was high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. Although it was only residing in the body of a zombie. Matthew could also feel the unrestrained temperament that was blowing against his face. However, in the next second, footsteps suddenly sounded from the deck. Vivian walked out of the cabin. She still had an impeccable and sweet smile on her face. The Phoenix ship is about to dock. Prepare yourself. Your zombie doesn't look very smart. You'd better deal with it. After all, Madame Chin Wuyue has a slight mysophobia. As she spoke, she pointed to Matthew's side with some disdain. Matthew looked over. The god of war, who had just declared that he would destroy the moon with a single punch, had a dazed look on his face. The corners of his mouth were still drooling. A small puddle had almost formed on the deck. I know. I will handle it. Matthew wished he could dig a crack and stuff Vasnov in. He quickly used clean dust to clean up the traces on the deck. Vivian replied with a then smiled sweetly and walked back to the cabin. Until her back completely disappeared. Only then did Ava return to normal. Don't blame me. I'm just an ordinary zombie now. Zombies drool like this, right? Ava said first. Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You can drool. But not so much. Normal zombies don't have so much water on them. Ava nodded thoughtfully. As the two of them spoke, a loud rumble came from below the Phoenix ship again. As the ship landed, layers of protective shields opened one after another. The first thing that came into view were huge craters. Above the crater was a deep, starry sky. Not far away from the Phoenix ship, Matthew saw a group of magnificent buildings. There was a moon-white palace in the middle of the buildings. The stone pillars that rose into the sky in front of the palace were engraved with the emblem that Matthew had seen in the moonlight forest. Obviously, it was the palace of the goddess of moonlight, Asha. And in a place even closer, Matthew found some temporary camps. The most eye-catching thing in the temporary camp was undoubtedly the prototype of a mage tower. Matthew even saw 177's back near the mage tower. Vivian did not need to remind him. Matthew immediately brought Ava off the boat. The two of them quickly arrived at the mage tower. 177 leaned against the mage tower and looked like he was dozing off. This was a stark contrast to the naked but busy figure beside him. Matthew instinctively wanted to extend his hand to greet him, but he quickly stopped. He realized that Ronan was fully focused on his own work. Matthew did not want to disturb him. He watched from the side for a while. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. In the end, Matthew couldn't help but rub his eyes a few times. Am I seeing things? Ronan is actually. Does he want to create a magus tower with his bare hands? Ronan's hands moved the lunar soil back and forth between the construction site. The prototype of the mage tower was rapidly perfected like a rocket. In just a few minutes, the mage tower was a whole new level higher. Not only that. During this process, Matthew also saw Ronan conveniently carve countless magic inscriptions on the newly added layer. All of this was done with his bare hands. Matthew didn't even feel any magical waves. Is this the strength of the Southern Guardian? Matthew felt a little shocked. Another 10 minutes passed. Ronan successfully completed the top of the mage tower. Then he turned around with a smile. He had obviously noticed Matthew's arrival and just wanted to finish the project in one go. You're here, Matthew. I just built a base on the moon for the Alliance. Let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, he kicked 177. The latter suddenly woke up from his sleep. My Blue Whale Queen. Where's my Blue Whale Queen? Ronan couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. So the land creatures can't satisfy your needs anymore? I've set up the framework. You go test the magic network. 177 stood up and made an okay gesture, then winked at Matthew for a while. A moment later. Inside the first floor of the mage tower. In the dim environment. Matthew saw a prism surrounded by 8 sides. The prism reflected images that corresponded to different figures. The one that left the deepest impression on Matthew was a monster. Its main body looked like a ball. The surface of the ball was covered with all kinds of tentacles. Each tentacle was holding a sword. What is this? Matthew couldn't help but ask curiously. The sword saint of the Eye Devil. Ronan explained. Don't worry, you can look closer. He's blind. This guy is different. According to Eye Devil's body structure, blindness means that he doesn't know any magic. Normally, he should have died in the process of growth, but not only did he not, he grew into a very special existence. It is said that he practiced drawing the sword 10,000 times a day since he was young. I mean, he practiced 10,000 times with each tentacle. Eye Devil is really a talented creature. Apart from that, he's proficient in almost all sword techniques in the world. In addition, he has 1,000 tentacles and 1,000 swords. He's completely capable of suppressing us with firepower. Therefore, even among all the sword saints, he might be the strongest. What's even more disgusting is that this guy's resistance to magic is very high. Most legendary mages are restrained by him. If you meet this guy's successor, you must be careful. However, I feel that a monster among monsters like this shouldn't have a successor. Ronan introduced with a smile. Then, he led Matthew to the other mirrors and explained to him the important figures on the moon. After the introduction, Ronan went straight to the point. The issue of the moon is still being discussed. If I were to negotiate, it would be very difficult to reach a practical result. It would be the same for the other 7 saints. To show our sincerity, we have decided to select a person from the Silver Council to be in charge of this 3-way negotiation. My teacher and I have unanimously decided that that person will be you. Matthew was stunned. But I'm not a member of the Silver Council. Ronan smiled. From today onwards, you will be. What do you think? Do you have the confidence to scam those gods? Before Matthew could answer, Ronan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Wait, you're zombie, something's not right. Chapter 1103, Smashing the Moon for Play. Chapter 1103, Smashing the Moon for Play. Matthew was a little surprised. Vasnov had successfully fooled Isabel. Qin Wuyue hadn't noticed anything unusual earlier. Could it be that Ronan's perception was higher than Isabel's? He hesitated and asked. What's the problem? Ronan walked around Vasnov, who was still drooling. Ronan pointed at the zombie and said. Look at him. First of all, he doesn't look good. A zombie looks fierce and scary. And look at his lower body, here, and here, there are strange spots. I'm afraid it's because he had a sexually transmitted disease when he was alive. If you let this kind of zombie move around in the cemetery, it might infect other zombies. I suggest we burn it down. His tone was very casual, and the content of his words was extremely ridiculous. Matthew was slightly stunned. At first, he thought that this was Ronan's inherent way of speaking and that he was just joking. But when he looked into Ronan's eyes, Matthew realized that the main point of this spiel was actually the last sentence. Ronan noticed Vasnov's abnormality. However, for some reason, he did not open it. Instead, he used this method to remind Matthew. In order to verify this, Matthew coughed. Teacher thinks he can still be saved. This time, it was Ronan's turn to be stunned. He stood rooted to the spot for a full 20 seconds before he said indignantly. Your teacher actually allowed you to keep such a dangerous pet. It's not fair. Back then, when I wanted to raise an angel, she scolded me for being ridiculous. Matthew pondered. The angel that Ronan wanted to raise was probably not a simple character. However, this was not the main point. Vasnov's matter was a little sensitive. Taking in a god was contrary to Isabel's original idea. Furthermore, he was involved in Isabel's massacre in Cross City. Isabel would not care about this. However, Matthew did not want the other people in the Alliance to have an opinion of her because of this. This was one of the reasons why Matthew wanted to hide the existence of the god of war for the time being. Moreover, he did not want to be too high-profile. Therefore, after Ronan discovered it, Matthew could only point out the tacit understanding between him and Isabel in a subtle way. Fortunately, Ronan was one of them. After the former grumbled a few times, the tacit understanding between the two of them became the tacit understanding between the three of them. Looks like I didn't catch up with the good times. Times have changed. Ronan sighed as he brought Matthew to the second floor of the Mage Tower. The decoration here was even rougher. The floor, ceiling, and surrounding walls were all made of red mud. Some places were even bumpy. It was obvious that Ronan didn't put in much effort. However, the items piled up on the east side of the second floor piqued Matthew's interest. It was a pile of stone statues and paintings depicting the same woman. The stone sculpture was lifelike. Her paintings were even more beautiful. The woman in these works had a strong attraction to Matthew. He looked into the woman's blue eyes. An impulse arose in his heart. He wished he could pull her into his arms and ravage her. This woman is... Matthew was a little puzzled. As a married man, Ronan actually dared to hoard other women's artworks. Qin Wuyue didn't have any objections? Very quickly, the mystery was revealed. She is the goddess of magic, Yili. Ronan introduced. Yili is a very narcissistic person. She has been hiring sculptors and painters to leave stone statues and paintings for herself almost every day of her life. At that time, the priests of the Church of the Goddess of Magic didn't do anything serious. They were busy learning how to improve their sculpture and painting skills. It said that there were hundreds of thousands of artworks depicting her appearance. My collection is just a drop in the ocean. I learned a piece of news from the secret treasure of the Goddess of Magic. It is said that there is a very precious treasure hidden in these artworks depicting her appearance. That treasure is not a physical object but a core secret spell to enter the door of ether. This secret spell is hidden very deeply. It requires great luck to obtain it. I brought you here to tell you that if you have nothing to do in the future, look at these artworks more. Perhaps you might discover something. Matthew looked at these works seriously. Without a doubt. From an artistic point of view, they were impeccable. He did feel an attractive force that surpassed the physical body. But other than that, Matthew did not feel any magical fluctuations. Not to mention the secret spell to enter the door of ether. Behind the door of ether was the source of magic that did not exist at the beginning of the world. Some people said that mastering the thing behind the door of ether would allow one to grasp the supreme authority in the multiverse. But this thing was too illusory. Except for the goddess of magic in the Age of Enlightenment, who was close to that level. After that, the Calamity Mage took a completely different path. Therefore, although the mages were very interested in the door of ether, they did not pursue it as fervently as they did in the Age of Enlightenment. This might be the influence of the Calamity Mage. Do I need to try my luck to obtain the secret spell? Matthew pinched his nose. I don't think I'm very lucky. Who knew that Ronan would immediately retort? How is that possible? You might be one of the luckiest people in the world. Chapter 1104, Smashing the Moon for Play. Chapter 1104, Smashing the Moon for Play. All visitors from outer space are like this. Imagine this. If you did not have extraordinary luck, how did your souls come here despite the myriad dangers of the multiverse? Matthew was stunned. He had never considered this problem from this perspective. However, Ronan's words made Matthew realize something. The other party had long known that he was a transmigrator. So he was naked in front of these big shots. He cursed in his heart. Then, he nodded. Then, he and Ronan began to look at the precious materials of the goddess of magic. Ronan's collection was quite rich. Apart from the stone sculptures and paintings, there were also some crystal balls made from photographic techniques. However, the things stored in the crystal ball were a little inappropriate for children. Matthew followed Ronan and looked at it once, then exclaimed that it was an eye-opener. If we use these crystal balls to threaten the gods of the heavenly palace, how much will they spend to buy these images back? He couldn't help but ask Ronan. Ronan shrugged. They won't pay a single cent. These people can't wait for their images to spread all over the world. Even if it's a filthy image, it might be able to be converted into some power of faith. Don't overestimate the limits of the gods, Matthew. The two of them looked at it for about an hour. When they left the second floor, Ronan yawned. Did you get any inspiration after reading it? Matthew shook his head. Ronan was not disappointed. Instead, he comforted Matthew. This kind of thing can't be done deliberately. Just come over and take a look when you have time. Matthew nodded. He was grateful to Ronan from the bottom of his heart. These artworks could be considered the secret treasures of the goddess of magic. It was already quite generous for the other party to be willing to share it with him. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Ronan again. Then, he said. Speaking of which, about the Silver Council, am I considered to have joined? The Silver Council was the daily administrative organ of the Seven Saint Alliance. Other than the Seven Saints and the head mages, the Parliament controlled almost all the power of the Alliance in the conventional administrative field. Ordinary mages had to go through a lot of procedures to join the Parliament, and they had to accumulate enough merit points. Previously, Chen had promised Matthew that he would recommend him to join the Silver Council. This was already very sincere, in Matthew's opinion. He did not expect to suddenly enter. Ronan explained. You should have been a member of the Silver Council long ago. What you've done in Cross City and Gilead City is enough for you to become a second-class councilman. Not to mention, you fought a beautiful battle in the Moss Green Hills. If you had accepted Edmund's recruitment, you would have been able to join the council after the incident at Cross City. If you had mentioned it to your teacher, you would have been receiving the allowance of a second-class councilman. So you don't have to thank me. I just pushed you along the way. At this point, Ronan complained again. I originally wanted you to be my student, but I didn't expect to be interrupted by teacher. Matthew lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry. Ronan placed his hands on his hips. There's no need to be sorry. Teacher is indeed a mage who is more worthy of learning than me. But you have to be careful. Sometimes, she's a lunatic. She's not the only one. I believe you've also felt it. There aren't many normal mages in the entire Alliance. A normal person like me is very rare in the Alliance. At this moment, 177, who was building a magic network for the Magus Tower, interrupted at the right time. I agree with that. Just running around naked is already considered a virtue among the Alliance mages. By the way, I have to remind you that in 3 hours, the 27th three-way meeting on how to deal with the blood moon issue will begin. Do you want to make some preparations in advance? Were they going to the negotiation stage in 3 hours? Matthew didn't expect things to be so rushed. However, he was also very calm. He immediately turned around and asked Ronan. Then, are there any important points in the negotiation? Ronan yawned. There's nothing important. Just remember to act like a wolf. Matthew was a little puzzled. Wolves? Ronan nodded. A ferocious wolf. Of course, this was just a metaphor. If you like, dogs, leopards, tigers. As long as you can act like a ferocious beast. Don't be a gentleman. Don't be like a meek sheep. This is all I expect from you at the negotiation table. Matthew revealed a thoughtful expression. Ronan's eyes were unusually serious. Do you know what I'm most worried about? It's your nature. You are too gentle and too kind, but this is not a gentle world. A negotiation is a battlefield. You can't get everything you want like a gentleman. You'll have to do whatever it takes. Scold his mother, scold his father, and spread rumors that his wife had cheated on him. Insult his character, belittle his appearance, and comment that his penis is like a silkworm baby. Don't worry about hurting him. Because the other party would do the same. You have to make sure that you are the strongest one in the negotiation. This strength is not only in strength and background but also in your own heart and will. That's why I said you have to act like a vicious wolf. Because of us, the Seven Saint Alliance. We are a pack of wolves. The Calamity Mage did not conquer the world with gentleness. She is a real executioner, but no one dares to criticize her. Chapter 1105, Smashing the Moon for Play. Chapter 1105, Smashing the Moon for Play. After she left, Jade Court caused such a huge mess, but they blamed the Scar of the Dead on us not discovering the evil art master in advance. They didn't even reflect on their elven queen who was always in love, taking a fancy to evil god's lackey? Don't mind my rude words. That's the truth. Maybe my teacher wants to protect you and let you be a gentleman who doesn't touch blood like the other young people, but I don't agree with that. You have to become a ferocious beast. You can smile normally, but if anyone provokes you, you can immediately tear them into pieces. Matthew's breathing gradually became heavy. He knew that Ronan's words were sincere. He quickly realized the source of the problem. Did I kill too few people that night? Ronan smiled. I like how smart you are. That's right. I'm not too satisfied with what you did in the primordial lands. But you can't be blamed for this. It happened in a hurry, so I didn't have time to explain it to you. You know what? During the time I was away, at least 3 groups of people secretly left the primordial lands. They entered Jewel Bay one after another to test my situation. The first batch of exiles had taken away many children and women. The second batch secretly spread the plague for 3 rounds. The third batch even began to rob, killing many innocent people and turning them into human skin kites. That's why I said that as long as you give them a chance to catch their breath, they will bite you. They are also wolves, just a little weaker than us. In the end, only ferocious beasts can survive in this world. The key to survival is that we must be fiercer and eviler than ordinary ferocious beasts. Give gentleness to those who deserve it, and then be cruel to the end. This is the motto that the Calamity Mage left for the 4 guardians. I hope that one day in the future, you will replace one of us as a guardian or even a higher level holy mage. Do you understand now? Matthew took half a step back without hesitation and bowed deeply to Ronan. Thank you. Matthew was very grateful to Ronan for sharing his views on the world with him. Matthew had indeed gained a lot of inspiration from it. He would remember these words. But he would not blindly obey. Matthew had his own understanding and persistence. Whether it was Ronan and Edmund or Isabel and Soria, Matthew would listen to their opinions with an open mind and carefully analyze them. These were all extremely precious treasures. But in the end, he still had to walk his own path. I know what to do at the negotiation table, Matthew solemnly promised Ronan. I won't disappoint you again. Ronan nodded in relief and handed a thick roll of information to Matthew. This is the detailed information related to the negotiation. You can flip through it before the negotiation. Then, he took out an even thicker roll of information. This is our alliance's request. You don't have to look at it. Matthew found it strange. Ronan had already left the Mage Tower. Matthew chased after him. However, he found Ronan once again on a pile of dirt and began to create the second Mage Tower with his hands. Don't you already have a Mage Tower? Matthew could not help but ask. Ronan smiled and replied. I'm bored. It's fine anyway. Men have to do something with their hands. As he spoke, he rubbed his hand back and forth on the surface of the ground and quickly pulled out a foundation. Matthew returned to the Mage Tower thoughtfully. He placed the negotiation documents aside. Instead, he first opened the information regarding the Alliance's appeal. However, to Matthew's surprise, this seemingly thick document was actually blank on every page. He couldn't help but look outside. Ronan's back seemed relaxed, but Matthew gradually read a hint of killing intent from it. At the bottom of Floating City, under the 10,000 feet ice ocean, near a dark underwater mountain range, two lantern fish were wandering back and forth. The light they emitted illuminated the surrounding scene. An extremely thin man was sitting on a coral rock. There was a drawing board in front of him and a brush in his hand. He was filling in the color on the drawing paper. His facial lines were extremely feminine, and his eyes were dark and long, like a fox. His body exuded a weak aura, and his facial features were exquisite and gloomy, like a seriously ill girl. On the drawing board, a giant beast lying on the bottom of the sea suddenly took shape. The giant beast was shackled, and its eyes were filled with the desire for freedom. He's pitiful, isn't he? The painter's voice was also very neutral. He said softly to the person behind him. The sudden visitor almost scared the two lantern fish away, but under the comfort of the painter, the two fish went back to their duties and wandered around the nearby waters. I'm also very pitiful. My homeland was burned by the heavenly fire. Our leader was forced to tear the earth apart with his own hands. My compatriots became refugees and went overseas. Some of them even became food for giant beasts like Leviathan. I was lucky enough to survive, but I often see those tragic scenes in my dreams. Chapter 1106, Smashing the Moon for Play. Chapter 1106, Smashing the Moon for Play. In comparison, Leviathan has only been sleeping. He can't sense the emotions of the outside world. Instead, he's happier. Qin Wuyue was still wearing a thick veil. She slowly walked to the painter's side. The painter revealed a look of pity and sighed. Everyone suffers. Before he finished speaking, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly came from the dark mountain range in the distance. Qin Wuyue's nerves suddenly tensed up. But the painter said gently, "Relax. You scared him." As he spoke, he flew up from where he was and crossed a few miles of seawater before arriving at a complex of undersea vegetation. He fumbled around in the plants for a while and then made a long zither out of seaweed. His fair and slender fingers gently played on the seaweed zither. A beautiful song resounded throughout the entire sea. Gradually, the abnormal waves at the bottom of the sea disappeared. The mountain range no longer trembled. They said that you are more talented than a bard. I only know today that this is not flattery. Qin Wuyue appeared beside him again. But what happened just now? Isn't Leviathan sleeping? The man said sympathetically. He was only forced into a deep sleep, which resulted in many incredible dreams. In recent years, Leviathan's dreams have gradually affected reality. Many ships on the sea have mistakenly entered it and were almost swallowed by Leviathan. And your arrival today stimulated his dream. He became more eager to wake up and regain his freedom than before. Qin Wuyue was silent for a while, then lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry." The man shook his head. "This is not your fault. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you. Is there anything I can help you with?" Qin Wuyue nodded. "Ronan and I need your help on the moon." The man sighed. "If I make a move, many people will die." Qin Wuyue said seriously. "If you don't make a move, more people will die." The man shook his head. "You guys can be less extreme." Qin Wuyue frowned and said, "I don't think our actions are extreme. And if you don't make a move, Lady Isabel will take your place. You should know her better than me." The man's tone was still soft and weak. "Are you planning to use this to threaten me?" Qin Wuyue shook her head and said, "I just heard that you're a very caring person." The man smiled. "Rumors are always wrong. I just want to make up for my mother's mistakes. You can go back." "I'm sorry, I can't help you." Qin Wuyue blinked. "Do you know if Madame Yin has been to the East Continent?" The man replied calmly. "I've heard of it." Qin Wuyue said. "Not only did she leave her footprints in the Eastern Continent, but she also left behind some very precious things. I have clues to these things in my hands." The man was silent for 3 seconds before he said decisively, "Give me the clue. I'll help you once." Qin Wuyue threw a ball of light to the man in satisfaction. "Inform me when you make your move." The man ordered her to leave without batting an eyelid. Qin Wuyue tactfully left. It was not until her back completely disappeared into the bottom of the sea that the man could not wait to open the light ball. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light disappeared. The 2 lanternfish had also disappeared. Deep in the dark and oppressive sea, only the seaweed floating with the undercurrent could hear the sighs and sobs full of disappointment. "Mommy. I miss you so much." In the northernmost floating city. In the large library. One by one, figures appeared. However, this time, most of them were no longer phantoms but real bodies. Isabel sat behind the long table as usual. Her gaze swept across Qin Wuyue. Did he agree? Qin Wuyue nodded lightly. There were 2 women standing beside her. They were Holy Mage Soria and Guardian of the West Uru. Further away were Gold Coin and Edmund, who had returned at some unknown time. Isabel turned to Edmund. "Is there any problem with Link?" Edmund replied calmly. "The Eternal Barrier can be opened at any time." Isabel nodded. She only said, "Okay," and the entire hall fell into silence again. "So, are we just going to stand here?" Yorua suddenly asked. Isabel blinked. "You can also find a stool to sit on." "All right then." Yorua sat down impolitely and crossed her legs. Soria stepped forward. "I'm not worried about Ronan. But do you really dare to hand such an important matter to Matthew? What if he doesn't comprehend it?" Isabel said calmly. "He will understand it before the negotiations begin. Ronan, Edmund, and I chose him together. Other than being an extraterrestrial visitor and having another special trait, the most important reason is that the kid is quite scheming. And even if he doesn't understand it, we have enough redundant information to make up for it." Soria did not question him again. Gold Coin said. This is the first time I've teamed up with so many people. I'm a little nervous. What if I can't aim properly later?" Yorua smiled. "Don't worry. We're here. We won't let you shoot it wrongly." Soria patted her shoulder. "How many times have I told you? Yuru, don't talk dirty on such an occasion." Besides, there's a man here. Yorua smiled and raised both hands. Aren't I helping him relax? And did you ask if they mind? Edmund quickly turned his head away, pretending that he did not exist. Gold Coin scratched his head. Strictly speaking, I am just a small gold coin. Yorua smiled and seemed to want to say something. Isabel tapped the table with her index finger. Quiet. Wait for Ronan. The hall quickly fell into a dead silence. Why was it blank? Matthew quickly flipped through the information of the negotiating parties, and the question above still appeared in his mind. A blank space means that the Alliance has no demands for this negotiation. They don't even want to negotiate, at least not now. Then why did they ask me to attend the negotiation? Why does Ronan want me to be fiercer? Could it be that I'm not there to negotiate? His heart was beating wildly. If he wasn't being paranoid, then Ronan and the others must be sending him some kind of message. And this information was very important. They couldn't say it directly. Even the concealment domain and the sound barrier could not guarantee the safety of information. It was like Matthew hiding the truth about Vasnov. Ronan might be secretly planning something. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but look outside. Ronan was still rubbing the mage tower. And he was rubbing faster and faster. In less than an hour, the second mage tower was already formed. 177 had already rushed over, and it seemed that he was also going to set up a magic network for the mage tower. Ronan had already started to rub the third mage tower. No. This was no ordinary mage tower. This is the smell of a domain? Matthew instantly understood. Ronan had no intention of negotiating with those two parties. The promise to change the negotiating candidate was just a pretense. My role might be to attract the attention of those people. He's planning to make a move at the negotiation table? No, if we only treated those people as targets, Ronan wouldn't have acted so covertly. Matthew scratched his head. Many scenes of his conversation with Ronan appeared in his mind. However, he still couldn't find any clues. At this moment, he saw 177 busies at the top of the second mage tower. Matthew suddenly heard 177's words. All the admirers of the Calamity Mage have the urge to smash the moon for fun. Most of the Alliance mages are admirers of the Calamity Mage. Ronan is no exception. Chapter 1107, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 1107, Undead Fusion Technique. The situation instantly became clear. Therefore, the true goal of Ronan or the Alliance is still to smash the moon. However, for various reasons, they chose to act in secret. Is it because they don't want the goddess of moonlight or the exiled to know, or is there another reason? Matthew couldn't guess. However, after understanding the Alliance's true goal, his thoughts were much more settled. At the very least, he knew that his mission was not to win at the negotiation table. This was enough to reduce the pressure on him. However, even so, Matthew also had to figure out the current situation on the moon. Therefore, he began to read the information seriously. First, it was about the moon itself. A report written by Ronan himself stated that 2/3 of the moon's core had been destroyed. If there was no external obstruction, the moon would tear itself apart, with a portion falling into the astral plane and the other falling near the primordial lands in the prime material plane. This was also his initial goal. The reason why this situation did not happen was because of the full intervention of the goddess of moonlight and the others. And in this segment, the one who played a crucial role was one of the 4 titans of the primordial lands. The Giant of Destiny. The giant used its hands to lift the moon high, preventing it from falling. But this was not a long-term solution. Even though this archaic descendant had astonishing abilities and talent, he would be tired sooner or later. At that time, if there were no other measures, the moon would repeat its previous trajectory and tear itself apart. Matthew focused on the information on the Giant of Destiny. There wasn't much content in this section. The Giant of Destiny was also known as the Faceless Giant. It was said that anyone who saw him would lose their face. His body was taller than a mountain. However, due to some rules of prehistory, his main body was hidden in a special half-plane. Since the ascension of the heavenly palace, very few people had seen the traces of the giant. Not to mention observing his true body. The Giant of Destiny was a man of few words. Although his race was gifted, he did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person. He just had his own unique understanding and logic of this world. Matthew knew. The exiles of the primordial lands were more or less related to the Twilight creators or the ancient gods of darkness. The so-called ancient god Darkness was a terrifying existence that had fallen into slumber under the earth during the Dark Age. They were sealed by the gods and pioneers, just like the Twilight creatures, and they also possessed incredible power. Matthew suspected that the ancient god of darkness was also lurking beneath Rolling Stone Town. This was the only way to understand Melinda's warning to Rhaegar. However, the interesting thing was, the exiles and the two gods on the moon were clearly not on the same side. Ronan realized. During the time when the Giant of Destiny held the moon high, he had been secretly nibbling away at the moon's origin. This had been a taboo since the Age of Enlightenment. It wasn't as if the others hadn't noticed this. However, the Giant of Destiny was their ally, and it was the main force that held the moon from falling. They could only turn a blind eye to his cheating. Even so, Ronan believed that Asha and the god of hunting must be extremely aggrieved. Especially the former. She was probably the one who hoped to reach a quick settlement among the three forces. After all, looking at the entire incident, the goddess of moonlight, Asha, had suffered an undeserved calamity. The only thing that she had done was join the organization that the god of hunting had created, Salem. Therefore, in terms of the attitudes of the three parties, the goddess of moonlight was the most gentle and kind. She hoped that everyone could put aside their prejudices and stabilize the moon first. As her ally on the moon, the god of hunting agreed with her opinion on the surface, but he was secretly trying to make peace with the alliance. He had secretly visited Ronan many times, and his attitude was quite soft. He even expressed that he was willing to sell Asha's core secrets. The goddess of moonlight had done similar things many times. In fact, she had only thought of asking Ella to look for Matthew because she had been rejected by Ronan. At this point, Matthew was very glad that he had made a wise decision. The gods were only allies on the surface. In front of the powerful Ronan, the two gods lowered their proud heads. However, Matthew's judgment of the two was completely different. It was understandable for Asha to lower her head. It was intriguing that the god of hunting was so easy to surrender. After all, he was the one who started this fight. Did he not know the price he would have to pay if he lowered his head? Ronan didn't seem to believe the sincerity of the god of hunting. However, there was no more detailed information. Matthew guessed. This gap was probably related to Ronan and the Alliance's next move. He continued reading. The attitudes of the four titans from the primordial lands were quite consistent. Like Asha, they hoped to solve the hidden danger of the moon as soon as possible. The only difference was, Asha hoped that the moon would remain the same. However, the exiles did not care about this. They could accept the moon smashing down as long as it did not hit their heads. To convince Ronan to accept this, the exiles expressed that they could leave Salem. But at the same time, they also expressed their intention to not give up on finding the ancient sanctuary. The exiles believed that the days of change were approaching and that the eternal barrier would no longer be safe. Chapter 1108, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 1108, Undead Fusion Technique. They hoped to find the ancient sanctuary before the apocalypse and escape into it. And here, Matthew found a page of content that was classified as level 11. There was only one sentence on this page. The ancient sanctuary involved the seals of the ancient darkness god and the twilight creations. Unless the apocalypse really arrived, it could not be easily opened. It was obvious. The motive of the exiles in searching for the ancient sanctuary was probably not just to seek refuge. In this chaotic era of internal and external troubles, if they released a certain ancient god of darkness or a creation of twilight, the pressure on the alliance would increase. A superior legend and a holy mage have so many things to consider. Matthew couldn't help but shake his head. Even though the alliance's fist was not small if they started a war with all the external forces at the same time. In the absence of a super powerful person like the Calamity Mage, the chances of winning were still very low. However, the good news was, Matthew then realized that the exiles weren't as united as one. The relationship between the four leaders and the alliance was also different. The most friendly of them all was the Beholder Sword Saint. This was also the only primordial creature among the four giants who did not have the background of a twilight creature or an ancient god of darkness. He just wanted to find a place to quietly practice his swordsmanship. The Beholder Sword Saint's territory was located at the Yili waterfall in the eastern part of the Helen Mountains. It was a special domain created by the goddess of magic, Yili. It was said that the Beholder Sword Saint's high magic resistance was trained in the waterfall filled with ether. The Yili waterfall and the Helen Mountains were inseparable. If the moon really fell, the Beholder Sword Saint would lose his cultivation ground. He could not accept this. From a negotiation point of view, it seemed that as long as the alliance could provide the Sword Saint with a special domain that was comparable to the Yili waterfall, he would at least be able to remain neutral in the negotiation. Next was the Giant of Destiny. He didn't care about the negotiation itself and even wanted to delay the negotiation process in secret. One could judge that he wanted to take this opportunity to eat more of the essence of the moon. During this process, it was very likely that his strength would undergo a transformation. It was hard to say what would happen then. Thus, the Giant of Destiny appeared to be leaning towards the alliance. But in fact, the giant was the person they needed to be the more wary of. The third was called the Fated Dragon. He had a powerful divinity of unknown origin, so he had a close relationship with the god of hunting. There seemed to be a separate agreement between them. Ronan didn't know the details. And most importantly, the big shots behind the Fated Dragon were Galen and the Twilight creature under the Bridge of All Life. The Bridge of All Life could be said to be the most famous sealed land in the astral world. Those who could be sealed under the Bridge of All Living Things were all famous figures of various eras. For example, the Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur. There was also the leader of the 13 Twilight creatures, the terrifying monster nicknamed Captain. It was said that he had discovered the world of Aender and crossed the boundless starry sky to invade and infiltrate this world. According to Ronan's criteria, Captain might be even more powerful than Isabel. As the representative of the Captain and Galen, the Fated Dragon's performance in the negotiations was quite strange. Sometimes, he would say some words to ease the atmosphere, and sometimes, he would secretly stoke the flames. He seemed to want to guide Ronan to smash the moon directly into the primordial land. Therefore, Ronan did not hold back and evaluated him as a dog's-hit flip-flop dragon in the dossier. The last one was the Queen of God-Eaters. This was a legitimate descendant of the ancient god of darkness. God-Eater was not a nickname. It was a terrifying race that had existed since the Dark Age. They fed on the gods, even the Twilight creatures. In the tragic war of the Dark Age, most of the God-Eaters had been wiped out. The God-Eater Queen was the last one of her race. She held a rather important authority in her hands, which was why she could survive until now. Her request was highly consistent with Ashe's. She didn't allow the primordial lands to suffer any damage, nor did she want to see the moon fall. At the same time, she also hoped that this matter could be resolved as soon as possible. This was because most of the exiles in the primordial lands were believers of the ancient god of darkness. That was also their home. Losing their homes was a huge blow to the believer spirits. The God-Eater Queen would not allow this to happen. And in this section, Matthew once again found a highly confidential page that Ronan had left for him. What? The Calamity Mage was summoned by the ancient god of darkness? Thus, for a long time, the Calamity Mage maintained a certain friendship with the ancient god of darkness buried under the ground. Although she didn't directly release the ancient god of darkness, she made some sort of agreement with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given the Helen Mountains and the Cloud Highlands to the exiles. Matthew used his thumb and index finger to massage his scalp, which was about to explode. There was simply too much information. All kinds of secret information. Many complicated relationships and needs. It was really difficult to sort out. Matthew forced himself to continue reading. After he quickly scanned through all the information, he felt his temples throbbing. After that, he carefully kept the stack of files. Many of the contents inside were worth resavoring in the future. But now, he only needed a rough idea. Chapter 1109, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 1109, Undead Fusion Technique. It was fine as long as he did not overdo it at the negotiation table later. Matthew closed his eyes. Gradually, he sorted out his thoughts. Ignoring all the characters who were passively involved in this incident, he realized that the most crucial person was still the god of hunting. The latter held a blood-red hunting ritual in the primordial lands and entered the moon, coveting the blood moon domain. His goal must be to become a god again. However, becoming a god meant challenging the bottom line of a holy mage. Why did this guy dare to do this? Only holy mages or gods of the same level could fight against holy mages. At present, Matthew only knew that there might be powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace and Storluck industry who could compete with the holy mage. But they were all in the outer planes. As long as the eternal barrier remained, they wouldn't be able to enter. Unless the bloody meteor incident in history is repeating itself. At that moment, Matthew suddenly felt enlightened. He suddenly thought of the news brought by Kyan Alling. They claimed to have discovered a large number of squid warships on a certain star reef. The space undead and squid alchemists were definitely not here for a party. He had planned to report this to Isabel. But Matthew suddenly reacted. Was there a possibility? Kyan Alling did not enter Matthew's space cabin by accident? Was someone guiding them in the dark? After the attack on the Eternal Barrier, there was no reason for the Alliance not to keep an eye on every move of the Storluck Industries. The Alliance was completely unaware that the enemies were causing trouble in the astral world. Matthew would never believe it. In the next moment, he hurriedly left the Mage Tower and came to Ronan's side. I suddenly remembered something, Matthew said in a very normal tone. A few days ago, a little guy unexpectedly appeared in my territory. He told me a lot of scenery that I usually can't see. I just want to know, are there really squid in the starry sky? Ronan smiled. I don't know. I've never heard of it. But sometimes, accidents are inevitable. Just like how you were chosen to become the new member of the Silver Council. It might be an accident for you, but it's inevitable for others. Matthew verified his thoughts. His heartbeat accelerated slightly again, and the fog in his mind was completely cleared. The reason why Ronan and the others had gone through so much trouble. It wasn't to hide it from the two gods of the moon and the exiled. Their target was outside the Eternal Barrier. Speaking of which, I really don't know anything about negotiations. This information is so thick and abundant that I'm a little too lazy to read it. Matthew pretended to complain. Ronan smiled and said, Then we'll act according to the situation. Remember to bring your best weapon, but don't let anyone find out. After all, weapons are needed at the negotiation table. The best weapon? A thought flashed through Matthew's mind. So this is the reason why I was chosen? The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. I understand. Then, he removed the tree-planting shovel from the shoulder strap on his back and weighed it in his hand. Ronan did not say anything. He continued to rub the Mage Tower with his hands. After a while, the fourth Mage Tower was formed. Entering the Mage Tower. Soon, the magic network was connected. In the next moment, under Matthew's astonished gaze, these Mage Towers actually grew their own limbs and ran in different directions. Soon, it disappeared from the horizon of the moon. Not long after, Beautiful music came from the palace in the distance. Ronan reminded him. Time for negotiation. Remember to run when the situation is bad. Matthew nodded, then put the shovel back on his back and grabbed the jade sickle in his hand. Then, he sat on the magic carpet and quickly flew in the direction of the palace. The meeting place was in a hall outside the temple of the goddess of moonlight. When Matthew arrived, there were already many people in the hall. He glanced over and knew that everyone else was present. He clutched his chest, and a calming power surged out. Those were the two divinities that Matthew had. He commissioned the craftsman of Rolling Stone Town to make 2 white jade pendants, then entrusted the divinity into them, and then hung the pendants close to his heart. In this way, he would be able to enjoy the resistance bonus from divinity all the time. What a powerful pressure. When Matthew stepped into the hall, an invisible wave of air rushed towards him. If not for the blessing of divinity, he might have made a fool of himself. Matthew's face darkened. However, this group of people had a sense of propriety. This wave of pressure faded rapidly. It was obvious. They only wanted to show Matthew their might and not force the alliance to change the person to negotiate. He felt a slight pain in his spiritual domain. Matthew walked forward at a moderate pace, and at the same time, he sized up every character present with a very cold gaze. A long triangular table and chairs were placed in the middle of the hall. On his left sat the graceful moonlight Asha and the indifferent god of hunting. On the right side sat the 4 titans of the primordial lands. The half-human, half-dragon with a fake smile on his face must be the fated dragon. Beside him sat an old woman with dry muscles and looked like a zombie. Only her eyes were bright, giving Matthew an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 11:10, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 11:10, Undead Fusion Technique. Needless to say, she was the God-Eater Queen. The third Beholder Sword Saint was the easiest to recognize. When Matthew walked over, he was using different tentacles to train himself in sword fights. Therefore, the entire hall was filled with the sound of metal clanging. The sound was ear-piercing at first. However, after listening to it for a long time, Matthew felt relaxed. Next to the Beholder Sword Saint was the shadow of a giant. The giant had been dozing off on the table the entire time as if he didn't care about the negotiation at all. This was clearly the projection of the giant of destiny. Along the way, Matthew only felt great pressure. If not for the support of divinity, it was almost impossible for him to reach the negotiation table. However, he did not feel disheartened. These beings before him were probably the top or second best champions of the world of Ander. Even Ronan might not be able to suppress them. He was proud enough to represent the alliance. Such an experience was also extremely beneficial to his own growth. However, when Matthew arrived at the alliance's negotiation table, he realized that there was no chair in front of him. Needless to say, this was definitely part of the show of strength. Matthew calmly searched the surroundings with his eyes, but he naturally could not find a chair. What surprised him was the center of the triangle formed by the 3 negotiation tables. At that moment, he finally knew why they were negotiating there. There was a crystal-like delicate protective shield there. And there was a slowly rotating rainbow diamond in the protective shield. The surface of the diamond was flowing with all kinds of multicolored light, making it easy for people to linger after looking at it. Hint, you have discovered the Goddess of Moonlight's protection spell and the Moon's Star Core, 1/3. Star Core, knowledge/plane, the support and stability of a planet and plane. Once the Star Core is destroyed, the force field of the planet will quickly become chaotic, and it is very likely that it will fall into a state of disintegration. It was obvious. Ronan had destroyed the other 2 star cores in the conflict with the Hunter God, which made the last star core extremely important. Everyone who didn't want the moon to collapse had to keep an eye on the planet's core 24 hours a day. At least before Ronan made a promise. They did not dare to be careless. This was the reason why the negotiation had to be held here. They could not go anywhere. Matthew even suspected that these people had not left the hall recently. After all, Ronan was wandering nearby. Based on their understanding of Ronan, as long as he was given a chance, this star core could be destroyed. This is probably one of the reasons why they asked for a change in the negotiation candidate. Matthew thought to himself. He stood at the negotiation table and felt the oppressive gazes on him. No one spoke. Everyone was looking down at Matthew. Matthew chose to respond to their silence with silence. He just stood there silently. If they wanted to drag it out, then so be it. Anyway, he wasn't here to negotiate sincerely. Matthew was so happy that he didn't even say anything and just posed like this. This strange atmosphere lasted for about 3 to 4 minutes. The first to speak was the goddess of moonlight, Asha. Her voice was still gentle and sweet. Long time no see, Matthew. Matthew loved to be polite. When someone took the initiative to speak, he immediately replied politely. You're still as beautiful as ever, Ms. Asha. A cold snort came from the side. I told you that this woman was not trustworthy. Look at how she can't wait to spread her legs. She might have secretly allied with Ronan and sold us all out. Matthew glanced at it. The person who spoke was the Queen of God-Eaters. Her position was actually very similar to Asha's, but their relationship did not seem to be as harmonious as imagined. Even a little competitive? Matthew looked at the reactions of the others with interest. Asha's expression was calm. Instead, the god of hunting spoke up for her. It's impossible for Asha to cooperate with Ronan. You and I both know that Ronan is crazy. The Seventh Saint Alliance has finally done something. At least they have a new person to talk to. Or do you like negotiating with Ronan? Before the God-Eater Queen could respond, the fated dragon said with a fake smile. I'll raise 3 hands to welcome the change of negotiation. But this kid is only tier 4. Can he really represent the alliance? I mean, I can crush him with 1 finger. When he said this, he didn't even look at Matthew. He was only observing the reactions of the others. Asha said. Ronan is outside. He's so bored that he's making mage towers. I heard that this is his hobby. Speaking of which, since Ronan chose to let Matthew come over, it means that he can at least make some decisions. The God-Eater Queen immediately retorted. Some decisions are not enough. Asha couldn't help but retort. Then go find Ronan. This time, she had poked a hornet's nest. The 2 women immediately quarreled in the meeting. The god of hunting and the fated dragon also added fuel to the fire from time to time, and the atmosphere of the negotiations became tense from the beginning. In the entire venue, only the Beholder Sword Saint was still competing with himself. Even the projection of the Giant of Destiny, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up several times. Chapter 11:11, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 11:11, Undead Fusion Technique. They argued. The hall suddenly fell silent. Because everyone realized that something was wrong. That kid, why did he leave? The fated dragon looked out of the hall. This was the first time he looked Matthew in the eye. Everyone looked over. Matthew strode out of the hall and ran outside to find a random empty space. Then, he took off the shovel on his back and began to dig on the ground. Very quickly, a small pit was formed. Matthew took out a small sapling from the sapling bag and began to fill the soil skillfully. He's planting trees? The God-Eater Queen suddenly screamed in anger. The negotiations were in the middle of a discussion, and he actually dared to ignore us and leave the venue? The Beholder Sword Saint said in boredom. Forgive me for being blunt, but you 2 women are not negotiating. If it were me, I would also feel bored. The Queen glared at the Beholder Sword Saint. The latter was still fighting with his tentacles. Everyone looked at Matthew's back as he planted the tree, and their gazes became a little complicated. The reason was simple. Many of them looked down on Matthew. However, negotiations without the representatives of the Seventh Saint Alliance were meaningless. They wanted to give Matthew a heads up. But who knew that Matthew would not play by the rules? He found an opportunity to run away. If you said that he ran far away, they might have some explanation. However, he had only gone to the entrance of the hall to plant a tree. He could return to the negotiation process at any time. This was very subtle. Everyone was silent for a while. The god of hunting commented coldly. Pretentious. A smile suddenly appeared on Ash's face. This is a good thing. The God-Eater Queen snorted again, but she did not refute Ash's point of view. In their opinion, it was indeed a good thing that Matthew was willing to put on an act. Usually, being willing to put on airs meant that they were still willing to negotiate. He was just laying the foundation for the upcoming negotiations. Compared to Ronan, such a candidate for negotiation was already much better. I've already said that the Seventh Saint Alliance has internal conflicts and external troubles. There's no reason for them to continue going crazy. The God-Eater Queen said lightly. No matter how strong Ronan is, he's only a superior legend. He needs a way out. The Seventh Saint Alliance needs a way out. We just need to give them a way out. The fated dragon nodded in agreement. But this little mage knows how to negotiate. My opinion of him has changed. I might not be able to kill him with just one finger. But then again, what should we do next? He scanned the entire place with a subtle gaze. The god of hunting said calmly. To invite him back, of course. Do you want us to walk over to him instead? The fated dragon chuckled. The key is who will invite him back. Are you willing? The god of hunting didn't say anything. Asha seemed to hesitate. At this moment, the Beholder Sword Saint suddenly floated up and walked out of the hall. The God-Eater Queen revealed a disgusted expression. So noisy. The fated dragon looked at the Beholder Sword Saint with disdain. The Giant of Destiny woke up again. He looked around blankly, cursed a few times, lay down again, and quickly fell asleep. In the hall, silence returned. Hint, you have successfully planted an oak tree on the moon. Your XP plus 10. You have obtained a new side quest, Tree of a Foreign Land. Tree of a Foreign Land, plant a forest in a subplane very far away from the main material world. It can be an oak tree or a pine tree. Primary goal, plant a forest on the moon, more than 100 trees. Beginner reward, Undead Fusion Technique Forest Gate. Undead Fusion spell, you can fuse with a designated contestant in the contract slot and gain control of a new undead creation. The duration of the undead creature depends on the tacit understanding between you and the contestant. The specific level and combat strength depends on the level and combat strength of you and the contestant. Forest Gate, you can open a teleportation gate on any foreign land. Through this teleportation gate, you can quickly return to the Life Sanctuary as the main base. Undead Fusion Technique? Matthew was slightly stunned. This thing was too unpopular. Normal people would, at most, master the undead transformation spell. Who would want to fuse with the undead? However, he was still quite interested in this ability. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to plant a forest on the moon. Matthew couldn't even guarantee that the oak tree in front of him would survive, let alone plant a forest in one go. Moreover, Ronan was going to smash the moon next. This mission would probably end in vain. Thinking of this, he sighed softly, and then his attention was attracted by the clattering of orders behind him. As a representative of one party of the negotiation, it's not very dignified to leave suddenly. The Beholder Sword Saint's voice was unexpectedly gentle and pleasant, and he seemed very polite. Matthew naturally treated him politely. I just don't like to waste time. The Beholder Sword Saint agreed. I don't like it either, but since you're here, you should do something. You shouldn't run out without saying a word and plant a tree. Speaking of which, you're very skilled at planting trees. Matthew smiled. Thank you. May I know your name? The Beholder Sword Saint's voice changed slightly. Chapter 11:12, Undead Fusion Technique. Chapter 11:12, Undead Fusion Technique. Interesting. Very few people ask for my name. Matthew raised his eyelids. Is that so? The Beholder Sword Saint said. Maybe it's because beholders are rare, and Beholder Sword Saints are even rarer. The word Beholder Saint is enough to refer to everything. That's why very few people ask for my name, hee. My name is Big Head. You can call me Head. This name was given to me by the old orc who picked me up many years ago. He didn't know what a beholder was and thought I was an octopus monster or some other species, but he actually kept me as a pet and taught me the way of the Sword Saint. His tone was filled with reminiscence and emotion. Matthew asked with interest. So, is your swordmaster an orc? The Beholder Sword Saint nodded. It was like this at the beginning. Later on, I made some improvements according to my own body and found that the effect was even better. Matthew wanted to ask again. The Beholder Sword Saint said. We should go back. Otherwise, if they see me chatting with you here, they will think that we are doing a private transaction. Let's go, tell us the Alliance's true goal. Everyone can take a step back and clean up the mess. Matthew slowly returned to the negotiation table with him. Facing everyone's gaze. He pretended to be serious and said. Then, let's get straight to the point. Our demands are as follows. The goddess of moonlight, Asha, must give up the moonlight divinity and become a demigod. From now on, the moon will no longer be your exclusive possession. The Alliance will build a mage tower and other buildings here as a stronghold in the subplane. The god of hunting must hand over the spider and return to this ancient land. He must not leave the territory of the Hunter clan for 1,000 years. The exiles must immediately give up on the search for the ancient sanctuary. The organization you colluded with to form Asylum must also be immediately disbanded and swear that you will never have any private dealings with each other again. Finally, the remaining exiles and hunter clans would be recruited by the Alliance. They will be incorporated into a new army for the Alliance to command. Matthew said seriously. The god of hunting's expression was a little ugly. Army? What army? Why didn't Ronan mention any of these before? Matthew said calmly. Do you think I'll make things up? Or are you planning to seek the opinion of the great mage Ronan? As for the army, I can reveal a little to you as a sign of sincerity for the negotiation. That's an expeditionary army heading to purgatory. As we all know, the Storluck industry is rampant in Ascana, and that territory can be used as a springboard to attack the prime material world. Therefore, we plan to form an expeditionary army to conquer Ascana. Our situation is good. The overlord of Ascana, the kingdom of Suki, will be our ally. If the exiled or members of the Hunter clan make contributions in the war, they will receive the rewards and fiefs they deserve and will not be trapped in a corner of the ancient world like before. Matthew said in an orderly manner. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, the goddess of moonlight asked in confusion. When was this planned? Matthew smiled and said nothing. He couldn't possibly say that he had just thought of it, right? In any case, it was just a casual bluff to ensure that the negotiations could continue. After a while. But the god of hunting said. Your conditions are indeed milder than Ronan's. But it's still unacceptable to us. And you seem to have missed the most important point in what you just said. How does the Alliance plan to deal with the moon? Matthew smiled calmly. Just as he was about to continue spouting nonsense. However, at this moment, everyone felt something. The goddess of moonlight quickly stood up, and the dome above their heads automatically parted to the two sides. Then, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Above the pitch-black starry sky. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared. At the crack, there was a strange and majestic protruding object that was spinning crazily, and it was unstoppable as it drilled into the surface of the moon. What is that thing? Everyone exclaimed. After a while, the protruding object retreated. Then, a starship flew through the crack. Squid ship. Ash's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Why would they choose to attack the moon at this time? The others couldn't sit still anymore. If Storluck Industries chose to interfere at this time, then there was a high chance that the moon could not be saved. In the face of the invasion of the space undead and squid alchemists, the act of protecting the star core became less important. They quickly exchanged their opinions. "Where's Ronan?" At this moment, the god of hunting suddenly pointed at the sky. "He went up. Let's go up and take a look." The others immediately followed. Only Asha hesitated for a moment. She looked at Matthew, then at the protective shield and the star core. Suddenly, she summoned more than a dozen angels and cast a human immobilizing spell on Matthew. After finishing all of this, only then did she and the others fly towards the gap between Ronan and the moon. Matthew was surrounded by more than a dozen angels with serious expressions. His body was also affected by the stop spell. He knew very well that his mission was to shatter the star core in front of him. This was the best opportunity, not to be missed. He calmed himself down and activated an ability with determination. Soul projection. In the next second, Matthew only felt his scalp itch and a feeling of floating came over him. His soul moved slightly. Immediately after, his mental power was concentrated in the wondrous technique bag. After some exploration, Matthew successfully focused on the scroll he wanted. However, just as he was about to use soul casting to unroll the scroll, Matthew suddenly realized one of the gold coins in his inventory. It actually started rolling on its own at this moment. Chapter 11:13. Now, we can continue our negotiations. Chapter 11:13. Now, we can continue our negotiations. Matthew realized it almost instantly. This was one of the 3 gold coins that Gold Coin had given him previously. In the next second, the gold coin automatically left Matthew's wondrous bag. Then, under the surprised gazes of the angels, the gold coin exploded automatically. It turned into a golden glow that filled the sky. A powerful magic power instantly enveloped the area. All the angels froze, and even their breathing stopped. On the other hand, Matthew regained control of his body in that instant. He immediately deactivated the soul projection. His consciousness returned to his body. On the data panel. Hint: your friend Gold Coin has cast a long-range seizing spell and successfully cast the spell Time Stop. During the duration of Time Stop, you can do anything to the surrounding creatures. They are not aware of this, but after Time Stop ends, they will be puzzled by the traces left behind. You have obtained an hourglass of time. Hourglass of time: when all the sand in the hourglass falls to the bottom layer, it means that the effect of Time Stop will disappear. An hourglass icon appeared in front of Matthew's eyes, and it was 3-dimensional. The sand on it slowly flowed down. He estimated. The entire process lasted at most 30 to 40 seconds. He had to act quickly. He rushed to the side of the protective shield, raised the shovel, and easily cut through the seemingly sturdy protective shield. In the next second, the star core that was related to the future of the moon was in front of Matthew. This star core was so gorgeous. Anyone who saw it would be impressed by its sense of beauty. But Matthew did not. He was like a cold and merciless immortal, raising the shovel high and smashing it heavily on the star core. The expected shattering sound did not come. The shovel cut the star core into 2 like cutting butter. In the next moment, a tangled force field exploded from the star core. The terrifying shockwave hit Matthew's body like a tsunami. It was like a meteorite falling on the sea. The seawater was pushed to both sides. Matthew was also in pain from the chaotic gravitational force. He was involuntarily sent flying backwards. At the crucial moment, Matthew activated his undead body. He had turned part of his body into a ghost to avoid most physical damage. His light body would be pushed further away by the airwaves. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Matthew took advantage of the situation and calmly escaped from the temple of the goddess of the moon. Not long after he flew out, a series of booming sounds came from the sky. The magic ship that was burning with giant flames descended like a divine bird, and Vivian's sweet voice came from the deck. I have been ordered by my teacher to wait here. It seems that you have successfully completed your mission. Let's go, board the ship. Matthew boarded the Phoenix ship without hesitation. Vivian greeted him and returned to the cabin. A few seconds later, the Phoenix ship rose rapidly. Soon, they arrived near the crack in the star dome. It hovered there. Matthew, who was standing on the deck, could even see the confrontation between Ronan and the others. Voices filled with surprise, irritation, anger, and confusion rang out in the sky, one after another. What are you doing? Must we destroy the moon? Do you know that this might cause a destructive blow to the ecology of the prime material plane? Is your Seven Saint Alliance really not going to give us a way out? The last sentence was said by Asha. Her eyes were red, and her face was filled with disbelief. Her voice became hoarse. The others were not in as bad a state as her. But it was not much better. Everyone was shocked by Matthew's reckless behavior. However, they were unwilling to believe that Matthew could destroy the last star core by himself. Therefore, they blamed everything on Ronan. Even if you don't want to negotiate, there's no need to do this, right? You are lying. You want to start a war with us. Asha's mental state looked very unstable. Matthew even noticed that the skin on both sides of her jaw had hardened. As the hardness intensified, the goddess of moonlight's white chin and neck had black spots that squirmed like worms. She seemed to have not realized it. Ronan looked at her calmly. Don't be nervous. After this matter, I can guarantee that you will still have a place on the moon. But the price is that you have to give up your current divinity, give it up completely. Asha was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The star core is all shattered. Could it be that the moon will still exist from now on? Ronan smiled and said nothing. The god of hunting said sinisterly. Do you still believe these lying mages? On the surface, they want to negotiate with us, but they are secretly plotting a shocking conspiracy. They are clearly the most despicable group of people in this world, yet they still openly claim to be saviors. His voice was immediately cut off by Ronan. It must be pointed out that there is no absolute conflict between being despicable and being a savior. Secondly, weren't you referring to yourself just now? You were so excited when you saw the squid ship just now. Don't tell me it wasn't because you discussed with the people from Storluck Industries in advance and led them here. Chapter 11:14. Now, we can continue the negotiations. Chapter 11:14. Now, we can continue the negotiations. The god of hunting was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Ronan smiled faintly. The people from Storluck Industries and the Squid Fleet have joined forces to replicate the Blood Meteor incident, using the moon as a springboard for the parasites from the outer planes to infiltrate the main material plane. You'll take the opportunity to become a god again on the moon. Isn't that what you've been planning these days? It's a pity. The Squid Fleet is still on the way to deep space. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Everyone looked up at the sky. The extremely realistic crack quickly disappeared without a trace. They followed the disappearing light source and looked at the surface of the moon. Following the light, they successfully locked onto 4 mage towers. There was a huge crystal ball placed at the top of each of the 4 mage towers. Inside the crystal ball, a graceful woman was smiling and waving at them. Guardian of the West, Uru. The God-Eater Queen said the name solemnly. You even know about the Squid Fleet. The god of hunting's tone was low and puzzled. Do you have spies in the Storluck industry? Ronan smiled again. Don't underestimate us, mages. Although Roderick only likes to sell fake goods, his prophecy spells are ranked among the best in the entire multiverse. There are no absolute secrets in front of Roderick. The god of hunting looked deeply at Ronan. It's my honor to be simultaneously dealt with by the Western, Southern, and Northern Guardians of the Seven Saint Alliance. Ronan shook his head and laughed. You overestimate yourself. Dealing with you is just one of the links. This matter was originally caused by you. Don't tell me you still want to escape? As he spoke, he said to the others. Other than the god of hunting, everyone else can return to the negotiating table. Then our friendship will remain as unbreakable as ever. The god of hunting snorted coldly. He's just trying to divide us. Besides, the last star core has been shattered. Is there still a need to negotiate? Don't tell me you're still trying to be cowards at this point? Ronan yawned and pointed at his chest, then at the god of hunting. Believe me or believe him. Pick one. The goddess of moonlight looked deeply at Ronan. She gritted her teeth and left. The Eye Devil Sword Saint followed closely behind. The Giant of Destiny licked the moon fiercely, then let go of its hands and returned to the void. Its projection also returned to the negotiation ground, which had been reduced to ruins. The God-Eater Queen said to Ronan. To be honest, your persistence is truly admirable. However, if you're too persistent, you'll become crazy. You will be destroyed in madness. After saying that, she also left. The last fated dragon came up to Ronan with a cheeky smile. I can help you beat him up. I've long disliked him. Ronan waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. At this moment, the figure of the god of hunting suddenly disappeared. Ronan activated his ether walk and followed him as if he was strolling in a garden. The Phoenix ship followed closely behind. During this process, Matthew could also feel that although those people had left the battlefield, their eyes were still focused on Ronan and the god of hunting. Very quickly, the Phoenix ship flew to the other side of the moon. The horizon ahead was covered by countless blood-red crystals and mountains. Matthew looked around. Other than the large patches of red, there were only some huge white spider cocoons left. This was the blood moon domain on the moon. Above the blood moon, a huge spider slowly crawled out from inside. It was Queen Aspo, whom Matthew had met once before. The god of hunting escaped into the blood moon realm. Immediately after, he turned into a bloody light and flew into Queen Aspo's body. The spider's screams were endless. Amidst the louder and louder voices, Queen Aspo's body underwent a shocking transformation. Her newly grown limbs had become extremely slender, with countless hairs growing on them, and some human fingers were mixed in between these hairs. Other than that, her stomach had become abnormally swollen, and the spider's head had become almost human. Her entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. It made people feel nauseous. Today, I will show you what a true god is. This world has forgotten about the gods for too long. Only I can restore the glory of the gods. Ronan, didn't you want to stop me? Then come in. Let all of you so-called guardians of the four directions come in together. I will turn all of you into my slaves and puppets. Ha 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 ha. The human-faced spider formed by the combination of the god of hunting and Queen Aspo let out a crazy and strange laugh. Ronan stood outside the blood moon domain. His eyes were filled with surprise. Didn't I already say that dealing with you is just one part of it? You don't really think that you're worth all this effort, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, 16 scrolls appeared in his hands. Each of the 16 scrolls was about the same size as Ronan. A shocking magical radiance emerged from the scroll. There were also lines of strange labels and words. Chapter 11:15, we can continue the negotiations now. Chapter 11:15, we can continue the negotiations now. And in between these words, the words that Soria made were particularly eye-catching. On the Phoenix ship, Matthew's heartbeat quickened again. He recognized this scroll. Each scroll was worth more than 5 million gold coins. This was a grand sealing scroll. It could be used to seal everything. The grand sealing scrolls Ronan took out were at least superior legends or even holy mage level, and he took out 16 of them at once. What he wanted to do was self-evident. In the next moment, the god of hunting looked confused and panicked. The 16 gigantic grand sealing scrolls automatically opened. They all turned into golden lights and flew towards the blood moon domain. Some went to the edge, while others went deep into it. Ronan's chanting also sounded. This was the first time Matthew had seen Ronan chant a spell. It was different from the cadence of Soria's voice. Ronan's singing style was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Terrifying arcane power gathered above the Blood Moon domain. In just half a minute, the 16 great sealing scrolls were like a thick layer of plastic wrap as they pounced on the sky above the Blood Moon domain. At that moment, Ronan had successfully locked down half of the moon. All the blood moons were successfully sealed. Matthew looked down from above. If there were still a buffer zone between the Blood Moon domain and the normal moon, then there would be no need to worry about it. But now, there was a clear distinction between the two. A clear black line had already appeared on the ground. On the other side of the black line was the Blood Moon. On the other side was the White Moon, which had yet to be contaminated. What is he trying to do? Just sealing the Blood Moon domain? If he wanted to seal it, the star core has already shattered. In 2 hours at most, both the Blood Moon and the normal moon will automatically collapse. What's the point of doing all this? The people on the moon were grumbling in secret. But at this moment, everyone fell silent. Because they saw a lonely figure in the boundless starry sky. They knew that the figure was not the original body. It was a projection from the prime material plane. But even so, when everyone saw her, they could not help but lower their heads. On the deck of the Phoenix ship, Qin Wuyua's figure suddenly appeared beside Matthew. She respectfully looked up at the figure in the starry sky, and her tone was filled with emotion and a trace of excitement. It's starting. This sentence was like a huge rock smashing into Matthew's heart. It was difficult for him to use any words to describe his state of mind. It was fine if his heart was surging. It was good to be exciting. Perhaps only the data panel could reflect the information he sensed at the moment. Hint, you have discovered Isabel's projection. World event, Holy Mage Isabel has removed her self-seal and walked out of Floating City. Isabel has refined the Chaos Mystery Lock into her own exclusive magic tool, casting medium/super divine tool. She was about to cast a super divine spell. The material world, the Aurora Belt. A tall figure stood in the middle of the colorful aurora that floated like seaweed. Isabel stood in the aurora. Her silver-white hair cascaded down to her heels like a waterfall, occasionally curling up slightly under the sky. An inconspicuous pendant hung on her chest. The pendant was a small copper ball with a metallic texture. On the copper ball, there were countless tiny 7-colored light streams flowing in and out. In the next second, Isabel flicked her finger lightly, and the outer shell of the copper ball opened automatically, revealing the dazzling gemstone inside. When that gem appeared in this world, all the auroras started to shake violently. Immediately after, the seawater under Isabel's feet rose up like a tall building, instantly forming a sea wall that reached straight into the clouds. The height of the sea wall was even higher than the northernmost floating city. On the sea wall, large chunks of solid ice fell down. Countless fish swam upstream. There were octopus, squid, eel, lanternfish, salmon, trout, and so on. At the bottom of the sea wall, there were also whales with strong physiques that jumped out of the sea anxiously as if they wanted to pursue that unreachable opportunity. But to them, the excessive weight became a burden. Only the most agile and tenacious fish could swim along the sea wall to the highest point. Pa, pa, pa. On the sea wall, a lucky eel successfully jumped into the air. At that moment, countless magic lightning bolts enveloped the sea wall. The eel was struck by lightning. He immediately fell into the sea. However, during this process, its body underwent a shocking transformation. The spirituality of its body began to grow rapidly, reaching the point where it was not inferior to a humanoid creature. Its body had become stronger than before, and even the surface of its scales had sparks of electricity. More importantly, it had mastered magic. A new magical creature was born. On the sea wall, there were countless similar fish that felt the gravitational pull of the magic tide and were swimming upstream with all their might. More and more fish jumped onto the sea wall. Under the enlightenment of magic lightning, they became magical creatures. They gathered around the sea wall. They looked at the shadow on the aurora belt with worship. They expressed their gratitude in their own way. However, the instigator of all this did not care at all. Isabel stood hundreds of meters above the sea wall. Chapter 11:16. Now, we can continue the negotiations. Chapter 11:16. Now, we can continue the negotiations. She opened her arms and tried her best to control the chaos lock on her chest. The cadence of the chanting sounded between heaven and earth, as if it was a ballad that had been passed down in the wilderness and deep mountains since ancient times. It was so beautiful that it was enough to make the sirens cry and the elves feel ashamed. As the magic power that was almost condensed into a substance continued to gather, more magic ice fell like hail. Streams of seaweed spread upwards from the sea wall. They were like a pitch-black stairway. It was placed between the sea wall and the endless starry sky. Seaweed connected heaven and earth. Perhaps very soon, everything that happened there would become a myth or legend. However, all of this was just the phenomenon of heaven and earth produced by the divine mage when casting spells. Isabel didn't care. From the very beginning, she had been fully focused on chanting her spell. The chaotic lock on her chest kept beating. At a certain moment, the 7-colored gem almost jumped out of the small copper ball. However, Isabel held it down. "Pa." She swallowed the gemstone without hesitation. Just like what she did back then. Because at this moment, the spell she had cast was almost complete. "The rest is up to you, Nameless." Her voice resounded clearly at the bottom of the sea. After a while, only then did a weak response come from above the aurora. "Yes. It's a success." On the Phoenix ship, Qin Wuyue stared at the illusory light screen in front of her. Even Matthew, who was standing next to her, was shocked by the phenomenon that Isabel had just cast. As soon as the former finished speaking, Isabel's projection in the void raised her arms high. Immediately after, a pair of incredibly huge and sharp scissors suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The scissors were fast and accurate. It cut down along the black line created by the great sealing technique. It only took 2 seconds. The entire moon was cut in half. Half of it was a blood moon. The other half was the white moon. Mordenkainen's scalpel, super god. The moon split in the middle. Under the effect of the great sealing technique, the blood moon quickly closed and collapsed. In less than a minute, the blood moon domain was compressed from a continuous but unclosed hemisphere into a red sphere that was spinning at high speed. Matthew looked at the data panel. As expected, Ronan was using the transformation domain spell and the grand sealing spell to compress the blood moon domain. He wanted to compress the blood moon to the extreme. It would become a planet with extremely high mass, extremely high density, and extremely fast speed. Even though his knowledge had yet to reach this level, Matthew also knew that the entire process was very dangerous. This was cutting the plane. If they were not careful, the entire blood moon domain would explode automatically. At that time, the impact might be even more serious than those people's alarmist talk. This could be seen from Qin Wuyue's reaction. However, as the blood moon continued to collapse, Matthew noticed that the god of hunting seemed to want to do something. But the result was useless. Qin Wuyue also gradually relaxed. Her fingertips kept flicking. Light screens appeared in front of the two of them, one after another. Other than Isabel, there were also 4 light screens that corresponded to the 4 higher-ups of the Alliance. Matthew saw a thin man with gentle eyes swimming back and forth between many pieces of seaweed in the depths of the sea. Every time he swam, his fair hands would gently touch the seaweed. Even though Matthew couldn't hear anything. However, from the rhythm of the scene, one could feel the kind of performance that was like immortal music. Matthew didn't need Qin Wuyue to remind him. This was probably the most mysterious nameless mage in the Alliance. And the spell he was using, it was the same level of plain magic as the Mordenkainen scalpel that Isabel had cast. The second light screen was located under the vast starry sky. A middle-aged man who looked a little old stood on a tower that seemed to be built from a crystal palace. Below the tower was a dark yellow barrier that was tightly arranged like fish scales. This was the holy mage Link. At this moment, Link was also casting a spell, but he looked more relaxed. Link chanted. The fish scale barrier under his feet slowly opened. The barrier that separated the prime material world from the starry sky finally revealed a dark passage. This is the first time in the history of the Alliance that the eternal barrier has been opened on its own. Qin Wuyue's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Then, the main character on the screen was Matthew's old acquaintance, Edmund. He seemed to be standing near the eternal barrier. Following the opening of the external passageway, domain fruits appeared on Edmund's body one after another. At the same time, he had also torn many scrolls. Behind him, a silver-white, semi-transparent arched door slowly blocked Link's path. There was a milky luster behind the door. It gave people a dreamlike feeling. According to Qin Wuyue's introduction, this was a door to acceleration. Any object that passed through it would gain a terrifying acceleration. The last screen was in the library. Matthew saw gold coin. In front of him was an extremely miniature model that looked like a slingshot with a scope. Not far away, there was a three-dimensional and illusory bullseye. Matthew stared at him. The latter was also winking at Matthew. Chapter 11:17. Now, we can continue the negotiations. Chapter 11:17. Now, we can continue the negotiations. He even said to Matthew. Hey, Matthew, I'm sorry for exhausting the gold coin I gave you, but they said I had to do it. I'll return one to you the next time we meet. Right, I'm still a little nervous. Since they asked me to aim, who knows what kind of skills are needed? I'm just a gold coin. In the next moment, a lazy female voice came from the periphery of the light screen. Just aim and shoot. Mr. Fei Zibin is the mage who has the best use of ray spells in history. Since you have inherited his memory and talent, completing this last step will be easy. Matthew also comforted him. In his opinion, since the holy mages had already made such arrangements, gold coin was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, gold coin still looked nervous. He suddenly turned to Matthew. Do you have any experience with aiming? Before Matthew could speak, Vasnov, who had been acting dumb behind Matthew, suddenly said. If you can trust me, I can help you shoot this one. At that moment, immediately, countless pairs of eyes focused on Matthew and the zombie around him. Matthew instantly understood Vasnov's intentions. Was this guy trying to make a pledge of allegiance? He had just signed a deep contract with him, and he was already impatient to show off. Matthew knew. This was indeed a rare opportunity for Vasnov. For this reason, he could decisively risk angering Matthew and give up the low-key principle that both sides had previously agreed on. The former war god was indeed ambitious. However, Matthew was not angry. He only looked at Isabel's shadow on the light screen. In principle, if you trust him, I have no objections. Matthew said to Isabel. Isabel was silent for 3 seconds before she said. The second-generation war god is indeed famous for his archery. Bring him over. In the next moment, Qin Wuyue brought Matthew and Vasnov to the library. Vasnov stepped forward stiffly. He squeezed the gold coins away and looked at the scope and the target. He suddenly reached out and pulled the small slingshot, then quickly released it. Puff! The virtual red ball hit the silver bullseye. However, after that moment, there was no movement for more than 10 seconds. Matthew was not surprised. Isabel dared to let the old general of the Heavenly Palace handle this matter. It was impossible to say that there were no delay spells to avoid the risk. As expected. 20 seconds later, the entire world of Ainder trembled violently. The dome of the library automatically fell. Everyone looked up at the sky. The moon split into two. The red half turned into a meteor and suddenly flew towards the starry sky. In just an instant, the meteorite formed by the collapsed blood moon passed through the acceleration door at an extremely high speed. It instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Near the gates of the eternal barrier, sparks flew from the friction. On this day, from south to north, gray snow had fallen. Everyone could feel the changes happening on the moon. As long as one was not blind, one would be able to see that half of the moon was gone. But where did the other half of the moon go? Most people couldn't say why. Gradually, the mystery of the half-moon had also become a hot topic for mortals, as well as one of the sources of creation for bards. After watching Blood Moon leave, Isabel left Vasnov alone. Matthew and Qin Wuyue returned to the moon together. He returned to the ruins of the negotiation ground. Then, he calmly said to the remaining people, "Now, we can continue the negotiation." At the same time, deep in the astral plane, a fleet made up of more than 10 squid warships was slowly moving under the undercurrent. They tried to approach the eternal barrier silently. Chapter 11:18, This is a natural disaster. Chapter 11:18, This is a natural disaster. Only half of the moon remained. On the ruins of the negotiation. This time everyone was finally not as arrogant as before when they heard Matthew's words. However, their reactions were also slightly perfunctory and calm. It wasn't because they still looked down on Matthew. Instead, they were truly shocked by the Seven Saint Alliance's action. As a result, they were still absent-minded. At this moment, Qin Wuyue walked over. "It seems that you are all very concerned about things outside of the negotiation. Why don't we talk while looking at what you care about?" After saying this, a huge prism flew out of her hand. The prism stood where the star core had shattered. It had many sides, and each side allowed people from all directions to clearly see the contents of the image. Everyone who had been absent-minded just a moment ago immediately perked up. Only in the picture, a fleet that was hiding in the undercurrent of the astral world appeared first. That was Squid Ship. Matthew couldn't help but widen his eyes. The astral undercurrent near the Aender outer lands. Squid warships were moving upstream in a stealthy manner. On the bridge of one of the squid ships, a fully armed alchemist was listening to his subordinate's report. This alchemist was the highest commander of the squid warship operation. He was wearing a grayish-brown leather robe and carrying a huge cylindrical gas tank on his back. Countless complicated and precise copper wires and liquid pipes extended from both sides of the gas tank. On both sides of the main gas tank were 6 sets of small brass gas tanks. There was a row of glass with a scale engraved in the center of the gas tanks. Through the glass, purple and green gases could be seen floating up and down in the gas tank. From time to time, they would seep out of the 2 jets behind the alchemist in liquid or gaseous form.